Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Pittsburgh Steelers lost yesterday 35-25 against the Green Bay Packers. Steelers had a lead early in that game, but did not keep it. And they struggled mightily in the second half of that game. Steelers' next opponent is this coming Sunday. It's back to the regular scheduled times for the Steelers. Well, at least this coming week. They play the Colts at 1 o'clock on Sunday before another Sunday night feature against the Chargers on the road the following Sunday, November the 9th. Pitt football continues rolling through its schedule. Another win for Pitt. That makes it 4 in a row for the Panthers football team. 53-34 over NC State this weekend. Pitt's next game is on the road against Stanford on Saturday at 3:30. And the Pittsburgh Penguins, they have a game tonight at 7 o'clock against the St. Louis Blues at home. Penguins were beaten in a shootout 5-4 by the Columbus Blue Jackets on Saturday. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. That is next. You're listening to Sports Radio 937 The Fan.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here for Blue Chew. And Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your crotch. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like somebody gave your downstairs a nice pep talk and then a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guess what? We all want to be more confident where it counts. We all want a little more boing in the bedroom, and Blue Chew can help. Guys, it's not just about performance either. You want to give her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. You can discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. That's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Brain injury, debilitating pain, broken bones. Car crashes don't always heal with time.
LGKG has helped thousands in Western Pennsylvania. Get real compensation when the stakes are high. Be careful out there this morning.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Since 1969, a quick drain service has been going down the drain so you don't have to. Proudly serving the tri-state area, they're your go-to experts for DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installations. From plumbing to sewer and drain cleaning, they do it all. Fast, professional, and reliable. Emergency service available 24/7. Lifetime guarantee on water and sewer lines. Senior and military discounts available. Go to quickdrain.com. A quick drain service, PA number 074216.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
As we grow older, we all need a little more help. That's why the elder law firm of Julian Gray Associates has a full-time social worker on staff to help you with challenges that lie ahead. To arrange a no-obligation consultation, please visit grayelderlaw.com and grow old with us.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
Seriously, it's awesome. It's awesome.
the Tomlin Rewind every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Schley Deck and Fence, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Get up with the Fan Early Morning Show, presented by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Oh, man, I want to have energy this morning, but I can't. I'm like half crying, I'm half just giggling a crazy type of laugh. You know, like that. Man. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis, by the way. Good morning. To introduce myself to you, either for the first time or again. For all you crazy people up at this hour, especially after a Sunday night football game where the Steelers lost. And not just lost by a little bit. You know, that game wasn't the most exciting, I'll say. I mean, the first quarter was, like, cool. The second through fourth quarters were... I'm tired. And I'm sad. Thank you. 412-928-9370. That's the phone number. Talk to me. This is the morning where we react. We try to figure out if this Steelers team is truly legitimate or not. Because yesterday they didn't look all that great. Aaron Rodgers did not get his quote-unquote revenge. It wasn't really his fault, though. He wasn't really being protected throughout a majority chunk of that game. And now the Steelers are 4-3. Cool. By the grace of the football gods, the Bengals, however, lost to the New York Jets 39-38. Justin Fields, who wasn't supposed to start, did pretty well in that one. And now the Bengals are 3-5. So the Steelers keeping a distance between the Bengals and themselves. Right now the Steelers still ahead in the AFC North, still the only team over 500 in the AFC North. So they got lucky there. But they don't look great at all. They looked like they came out quick, right? They scored quick. That field goal, they were moving the ball okay. They were doing fine. And then that first drive wasn't there anymore. The Packers scored a touchdown. It was back and forth for a hot minute, and then the Steelers just didn't do much. From the second quarter forward. Not good. Ravens 2-5. They won their second game of the season. Browns are 2-6 at the bottom of the division. So there's your AFC North rundown there. Again, the Steelers still ahead by a good bit. But they just can't lose games like this if they want to be legitimate contenders in the playoffs, I don't think. They didn't look very good. Now, I predicted on Friday on the main morning show that the Packers would win. And I just had an eerie feeling about this stretch of games like this. If the Steelers are going to lose a game against the Bengals like that, then I feel like this was just a part of the season. If we're doing the same thing we usually do, we're getting to the part of the season where the Steelers are going to lose at least 3 straight. Because that's what they do every season. They go into a stretch of games that we as fans find winnable based on the previous games that they've won. And then they lose those games and we all get mad. And I saw it coming this year. I said, you know what? If they lose to the Bengals like this, I think they're going to lose to the Packers, the Colts, and the Chargers. I think so. This is just that stretch of games. They're going to lose 4 straight, and we're all going to be pissed. I saw the future. And yet I'm still yelling this morning, even though I saw the future. That's just what the Steelers do to you. I'm actually more pissed because I do a 5 a.m. radio show, and I had to stay up till 11:30 to watch that nonsense. Not even for an exciting finish, for a 10-point loss. That's what I did. So I'm a little feisty this morning. Bear with me. I'm sure you are as well, especially if you're up this hour and you stayed up for that game yesterday. For those of you that worked night shift, you're lucky because you saw the game and then you went into work, I'm sure. Or you watched the game at work and then you just stayed up anyway. I didn't. I watched the game, went to sleep. I only got like 5 hours of sleep yesterday. I'm running on fumes. But this is a stretch of games that I was worried about after they lost to the Bengals. I said, this is what they do. This is how they operate. They, for some reason, they play good games and then they can't handle the stamina of the season. They don't communicate well. They aren't strategizing properly, and then they just lose games like this, which is frustrating to me. So, that's where I'm at this morning. This is the Fanily Morning Show. Get up with the Fanily Morning Show every morning, and it's brought to you by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life. I don't think we're smiling this morning, but you can smile over there at Steel City Medical Center. Don't come to this show for smiles this morning, though. No offense to anything or anybody. Okay, a couple numbers for you, and then we can get some calls. There's a bunch of ways you can react. This morning, you can call the phone number, 412-928-9370. I do respond to calls immediately. We also have my X account, at Callas_33. That's CALLAS_33. I do check my mentions, so just make sure you tag me in any post that you make that you want to have get my attention. And then there's the YouTube live stream. You can watch us in studio, but there's also the live chat that accompanies the YouTube live stream that I do check pretty frequently as well. So multiple ways to talk. I'm already seeing many people say fire Tomlin, and they hashtag it too. So, yeah, it's all right. Numbers real quick, and then we get to phone calls. I feel like there should be no realm where one player gets like over 5 catches a game, just ideally, right? Tucker Kraft got 7. That's 7 receptions. There should be no realm where 3 players can get over 40 yards each. And that happened. Tucker Kraft had 143, so there's that. Christian Watson, 85. Romeo Doubs, 44. And, in no realm really should a team be able to get 5 receivers over 20 yards. Malik Heath, 29. Emmanuel Wilson, 26. Now, and nowhere in my scope of seeing the future did I think that Roman Wilson would finish the game with 74 yards and have a 45 longest catch. And a touchdown, for that matter. I didn't think that was going to happen, but it did. So there's that. But, there's no way. 3 players over 40 for the Packers, 5 players over 20 yards. That's too many passing yards. They had Emmanuel Wilson and Josh Jacobs. They each rushed for over 30. Wilson had 61. That's not great. Now, the Steelers countered with a good running game. Warren had 62. Gainwell had 31, but, Steelers' passing game wasn't as effective as Green Bay's was. They had a game plan that worked. Jordan Love, 360 yards passing, 3 touchdowns, 29 out of 37. It's just the defense. I guess what I'm getting at is I'm throwing these numbers at you because I'm trying to say that the defense for the Steelers is not worth the money they're paying. I argued right before the season that this is why you don't pay TJ Watt. Sure, it's not our money. It is the Steelers' money they're investing, but when we get to points like this in the season where the defense isn't playing well, And you ask yourself, why did the Steelers spend this much money on a defense that can't stop cardboard boxes? That's why. Because T.J. Watt does not necessarily help the Steelers win. And the Steelers' defense isn't folding in the playoffs right now. They're folding before the playoffs, and that's not good. Okay. Time for phone calls. 412-928-9370. Start with this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Morning, Nick. It's Sean.
Sean, you're on the air. What's up?
I'll get the circus started this morning. Okay? So did you hear Tomlin's comments after the game?
No, I went right to sleep. I'm sorry, but go ahead.
Okay. Oh, unfortunately, I didn't. And he said, we need to get better in a lot of areas. And what he said was, we can't kick field goals against good teams. Really, Mike? Really? You're the architect of this defense that's an absolute disaster. Okay? And you're gonna throw it back on the offense like you did last week? He is, where's Dave at? Because he needs to get on here, immediately to tell him to fire this guy. This team's tackling is absolutely horrendous. And honestly, Nick, at the end of the day, I think they quit on him. I think his narrative is dried up. His defense sucks. And you know what? Enough's enough. And then we pay T.J. Watt $41 million a year for what? They are going to lose against the Colts. They're going to lose against the Chargers. And we're not winning the division because this defense, under his tutelage, is absolutely terrible. Have a good day.
Thank you for the call, and I haven't heard the word tutelage in a long time. I get what you're saying, though. Your frustrations are accurate. I don't have much to gripe with on that call, other than that I think the division might be so bad that the Steelers could still win it. I mean, when the Cincinnati Bengals lose to the New York Jets, who hadn't won a game prior to that point, the Jets are now 1-7. When that happens, how good are the other teams in the division as well? They're all really bad. The Steelers are the best bad team. The Steelers still aren't a complete team. There's no complete teams right now. And unless the Ravens can roar back and, win 7 in a row down the stretch here, they're not winning the division. Now, could the Steelers lose 7 in a row down the stretch here? Maybe. I don't think they're going to do that. I think the Steelers play for the division games every season. That's also a factor, a consistent piece to the Steelers team. They show up for the division games. And so I'm not going to say that they're going to lose every game down the stretch here. I'm just saying, this is the stretch of games where if they were going to lose, multiple games in a row, this is the one that they do. Because they do it every season. I think they'll take care of the Bengals at home. The Bears are good this season, which is odd. The Bills are not great. So I don't know how to judge those two games. But I think the Steelers can beat the Bengals at home. I think the Steelers can win both those games against the Ravens, and I think the Steelers can take care of the Browns again. So that's 4 more wins in my book. The Dolphins are also a disaster. The Steelers should win that game on December the 15th. So there's still wins to be had, I think. And I don't think the Ravens are going to be able to come back. I think they're going to be in trouble. Lamar Jackson's still dealing with those injuries that are out there with them. So, he might be back by the time they come around. And there was a whole discrepancy when the Ravens played their game and how they reported Lamar Jackson's injury. Whatever that is, and whoever's upset about that. But, he's still dealing with whatever he's dealing with. Could he be back in a month? Over a month? Yeah, in all likelihood. So it just depends where they are and how much talent they have on that team and whether Lamar Jackson is leading that team or not. I still think the Steelers can win those games, though, Lamar Jackson or not. That's the bottom line there. There's still wins to be had. It's just you get frustrated because you almost know, too, if they lose this stretch of games that they do, if they lose to the Packers, the Colts, the Chargers, what have you, are they really strong playoff contenders? Can they actually win in the playoffs? I still think they're going to win the division, but to add an addendum to that, it's great, they won the division, but like they are the winners of the weakest division in football. They're not going to win in the playoffs. They're not good enough to win in the playoffs. I mean, we saw that yesterday. They're just not. They don't have confident wins all the time. If any at all. They don't have that sustained success. They don't have those confident wins that make you think, well, yeah, they're gonna do something in the playoffs. They just don't. And I saw that coming this season. They had a nice stretch early on in the season where they were winning, but now they've reached the stretch of games where they're not winning. And that's bad. 412-928-9370. Got another caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Harry, it's GP.
Hello.
Harry. Yeah, it's GP.
I can hear you. Go ahead. You're on the air.
Hey, buddy. Hey, listen, it's unbelievable, this defense we got. Look, you were talking about winnable games in a division. Last week, they couldn't even beat a statue. Flacco, I mean, they lost that game. I didn't see this one coming. I thought for sure they were going to, but you called it, Harry.
Yeah.
You said they were going to lose to Green Bay. How can you lose to Green Bay at home like this on a Sunday night? I mean, his past record, Tomlin's, he generally does well in these games. But that defense come out and laid a turd yesterday.
Yeah, GP, you know what? It's almost like streaks can be broken. Like when the Steelers played the Bengals on Thursday last week, and they had never won a division game on Thursday Night Football at home, right? Like that streak can be broken. The Packers hadn't won in Pittsburgh since 1970.
Correct. And now look at what do you think they're going to do next week when they go up at Taylor? There's no way. You saw Darius Slater in that first quarter just swipe right past that guy, whiffed on that wide receiver.
Yep.
And then you see Joey Porter, who's supposedly our best cornerback, he whiffed on the tight end. That Kraft just ate him up. I mean, this is basic tackling you learn in high school. Hit the guy low, wrap him up. He's trying to tackle this guy. He's a beast. He's trying to tackle him up high. There's no way they're beating Indianapolis next week. No way. They're going to stop at Taylor. No way. All right, Harry. I'll talk to you, buddy.
See you, GP. Thanks for the call. Yeah, not to mention Joey Porter Jr. just gets called. I mean, there's a flag every other play, it seems like, that's involved with him. The Steelers have also lost Deshaun Elliott to a knee injury, which did not look good. So, I mean, there's stories out right now, will this keep him out for the rest of the season? That's all we know right now. It's just a knee injury, and he didn't finish the game against the Packers. Are we going to see him again? Is he going to be okay? Who knows? We just got to take that this week and see what updates we get there. But losing Deshaun Elliott's also not a good thing. Darius Slay looks old. Joey Porter Jr., flags and bad form tackling. Not looking good. Yeah, the Colts are a strong team this season. Jonathan Taylor is arguably the best running back in the league this season. He's really good. And Daniel Jones is not on the Giants anymore. He's great. So, he's playing well. They're all playing well. They've got an offense that really can't be stopped. And based on how the Steelers' defense is playing, the Colts really, in theory, should mow them down. And then the Steelers will be 4-4. And then what? Who knows? Not good. 412-928-9370. Taking your phone calls this morning, 412-928-9370. Get a phone line. They got plenty of time to take more calls, get more reaction. Plenty of people on the YouTube chat just saying, fire Tomlin. Let's see. Yep, fire Tomlin. Somebody asked, Mike said, did TJ Watt play last night? Yes, he did. I understand that's probably sarcastic. Doesn't matter if we lost Elliott or not. He doesn't do anything good for our defense anyways, says Isaac M. Okay. Yeah, you're probably right, but, he wasn't making the defense worse, I don't think. He was okay. He was doing pretty good. I don't know what you mean he doesn't do anything for them anyway. He's pretty good. So for him not to be out there makes them significantly worse, I would say. Even if you don't think he did much. He's one of their top defensive players. Now maybe out. 412-928-9370. Give me a call. It's 412-928-9370. Yeah, I mean, it's just not – it's not good. And this is what I've talked about prior to the season, this is what I've talked about kind of as the season has gone on. I expected good things to come. I mean, Rodgers, I was concerned would be a distraction. Back in June, I was concerned that he might not be capable of doing things. I thought that this season would be more interesting just because he's on the team, not necessarily because he could bring them places, and I was proven wrong earlier in the season because he is playing really well. But for us to sit here and talk about, do we want him next season, and do we want him leading the offense next season? Unfortunately, he is not good enough. I think just where he is in his age right now, he can't save this team. And I think we need to stop pretending like he can. The Steelers need to get a better foundation under them. They need to get rid of some of these big contracts that they have on defense. And they need to start over a little bit. I mean, they're interesting because they make the playoffs every season, because they win games every season, but we're not going to get a championship with this formula. And, again, this is why I didn't want T.J. Watt paid. This is why I was concerned about Cam Hayward getting an extra contract extension after signing a deal the year before, is because you pay these guys, and what returns are you getting? There's not really a lot. I've never thought coming into this season, and I said it at the beginning of the season, they're not going to be good enough to win in the playoffs. They're not. And it looks like my concerns may be coming to fruition, because can you honestly sit there right now, absorb what happened in that game, and truly tell me that they can win in the playoffs? I can't, and I won't. 412-928-9370. There's some more callers on the line, so let's keep going. Good morning. What's your name?
Josh.
Josh, you're on the air. What's up?
Man, I just got to say, Tomlin's the biggest problem with the Steelers organization right now. I'm not sure what the Rooney's having planned for the offseason, but the first line of business needs to be him getting released from the team.
Straightforward. Appreciate it, Josh. Thanks for the call. Yeah, I mean, Tomlin is probably a big part of this. Yeah, I think everybody's tired of placing blame, too, and I'll give you that. Matt Canada was the big target for a while. He gets fired from the team, and their offense slowly started to get better and better. They changed quarterback situations. Arthur Smith became the offensive coordinator. They've gotten better and better and better. Now Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback. Jaylen Warren is a house as a running back. They've got a solid wide receiver core, one that apparently still needs an addition to it. But they've got wide receivers that can do stuff. I couldn't even sit here and tell you that they need another receiver at this point. They've got a nice group of receivers that they're using now. They're using Roman Wilson properly. He got a touchdown in yesterday's game and was the leading receiver by yards. So I'm not even going to sit here and say they need other receivers. They've got a nice offensive core now. They've built up the offense. And then we pivot and look at the defense that was the strongest aspect of the team for the last few years. And what do you know? Now the defense is the problem. So if you're looking at all these aspects of the team, you're not necessarily going to blame one factor or the other. Tomlin has been the consistent for the last several years. Maybe it's just growing stale. It's kind of like with the Penguins, where Mike Sullivan was growing stale. I think all of us said it's time to fire Sullivan, and Sullivan seemed like he was not enjoying himself very much anymore, and I think a change of pace was good for both sides. And look at the Penguins now. They lost in a shootout on Saturday, but they're still with a pretty strong winning record, and they're one of the top teams in the Metropolitan Division early on, moving into November here. So sometimes the change of pace is good. Maybe they just need not Mike Tomlin as the head coach. Maybe a fresh face would inspire players and fans and everybody. But are the Steelers going to do that? I don't think so. I really don't. So, I mean, yeah, I wish that they would get rid of Tomlin. I do, just like you do. I'm talking through this, but I am more and more with every passing day thinking that a change at the head coach position could inspire this team to go beyond. And maybe maybe, developing properly, getting a franchise quarterback as well, getting somebody young that can come in and adapt and be an impact player earlier in their career. I think that's something that the Steelers could benefit from as well. Because Aaron Rodgers, despite his, despite what he's doing this season, I don't think he alone is good enough to carry this team to a championship, let alone a playoff win. 412-928-9370. Got time for one more caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Old German Rod.
Welcome.
I had to take some time off because of these guys. I can't talk about them anymore. Defense, slow, old, soft. You could probably put about 100 more words on those guys. And you took my thunder away. I was going to say about the Penguins, how they changed the coach. I think it's time. I think it's been time, but somebody needs to tell Art. I'll listen to your thoughts, and have a great day, buddy.
Yeah, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. I don't really have many more thoughts. I kind of spilled them all out, and I am out of time, so that's that. There's nothing more to say, really. Adam Crowley will give his thoughts for sure coming up on the Fan Morning Show, which will follow this show immediately. Stay tuned for that. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Chris Rose with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. We start in Philly, where Saquon Barkley ran for $150, found the end zone twice to help the Eagles soar to a 38-21 win over the Giants. The G-Men also lost Cam Scattaboo in the contest after the star rookie dislocated his ankle midway through the second quarter. Meanwhile, in Denver, Broncos improved to 6-2 after Bo Nix tossed 4 scores, 44-24 the final over the Dallas Cowboys. James Cook torched the Panthers for 216 yards on the ground and a couple of scores. Bills demolished the Panthers 40-9 in Carolina. Myles Garrett racked up a franchise record 5 sacks on Sunday. It wasn't close to being enough as the red-hot Patriots took home a 32-13 win over the Browns. And in Sunday Night Football, Jordan Love out-dueled his former teammate Aaron Rodgers, throwing for 360 yards and 3 scores. Pack muscled their way to a 10-point win in the Steel City. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
COVID-19 has cast a spotlight on the stark inequalities that drive poverty. The poorest communities in the U.S. and around the world are suffering the most. Oxfam believes we can put systems in place to protect health and livelihoods in the future if we work together with dignity and compassion. Learn how you can help offer safety to the most vulnerable and fight for a more resilient future at oxfamamerica.org. Sponsored by Oxfam America.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Major roadway is shut down at this hour. This report brought to you by Morgan & Morgan. Due to a multi-alarm structure fire, Route 837 East 8th Avenue in Monhall is closed between Grant and Ravine Streets. Prepare to detour around that. Also, ongoing work on the inbound Parkway East that has restricted that roadway between the Business 22 and Penn Hills interchanges. Also, watch for delays if you are traveling on the Parkways East and West, just minor, into their respective tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
1 in 8 women will face breast cancer. But the Breast Cancer Research Foundation is changing that. With breakthroughs in prevention and treatment, we're not just saving lives, we're rewriting the future, giving those diagnosed more time to not just survive, but thrive. This is the moment. This is the mission. Support breast cancer research. Until 1 in 8 is none in 8.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here for Blue Chew. Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your area downstairs. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like somebody gave your privates a pep talk and a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. Date nights, they just got longer and better for everyone. And with Blue Chew, you can be ready when she is. And guys, it's not just about performance. It's about maybe giving her group chat something to talk about. Because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, that's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This football season, huddle up at Rival Sports Bar, Fox Chapel Waterworks, and Collier Town Square. Fresh pizza, hot wings, cheesesteaks, ice-cold beer, and 30-plus big screens showing every Monday night game. Rival, your sports home.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and everybody wants the shortcut. Players stealing signs or even betting on their own games. Guys juicing to hit one more homer. People taking shots to drop a few pounds. It's all the same thing. Trying to cheat the system. I wanted results, but I didn't want to gamble with my health. I didn't want a short-term fix. I went with Awaken 180, and I received both the short-term and long-term results we all want. 35 pounds down in just 6 weeks. So think about it. If you start Awaken 180 today, you could be down 35 pounds heading into the holidays. Now, that might sound crazy, but you really could be. I did it, Donnie, Paul Alexander, and probably people that you know personally have done it as well. We all had the same results, 4 to 5 pounds gone each and every week until reaching our goal. It's that simple. So if you're tired of shortcuts that don't last, stop gambling on the quick fixes and play the sure bet and win it. Start today at Awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. It is officially fall. It's spooky season. Most importantly, it's football season. You're going to have a bunch of people over at your house eating the dip, eating the chips, crumbs, nastiness everywhere with all that foot traffic. A perfect time to remember that carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. Right now, you can get your entire home Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's ultimate carpet cleaner and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129. There's something scarier than ghosts and goblins hiding in your house. Something scarier than your defense not playing great on Sundays. It's your air ducts. This month, take 15% off your air duct and dryer vent cleaning. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,800 reviews. So schedule your appointment at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
Tailgating without Pepsi this football season? That'd be like playing football without pads. You could do it, but I wouldn't. Or like watching the Steelers without a "Here we go" chant. Here we go! It's just not the same. Your tailgate's kielbasa is good, but kielbasa paired with a crisp, refreshing Pepsi Zero Sugar? That's a game changer. Steelers Nation, stock up on Pepsi Zero Sugar at Giant Eagle today. Because tailgating deserves Pepsi.
Hey, it's Ann Zangrelli from my friends at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Fall into a great deal this month with their 7-month CD offering a 3.95 annual percentage yield. And you only need $1,000 of new money. Full terms at AllegiantFCU.org.
Have a house you're ready to sell?
Ryan Shalava here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. Over a decade in business and 175 plus 5-star reviews, we've helped people in all different situations get the most money out of their house when they need it. We'll save you time, money, and stress, and we'll even help you move. Call 412-500-9057. Get you a cash offer in as little as 24 hours. That's 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersofpittsburgh.com today.
In St. Pete Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals at a fishing pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah. And they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the grouper capital of the world.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay. In St. Pete Clearwater, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Your Florida escape begins at visitspc.com.
Hey, Colin Dunlap from my great friends at Schultz Ford and schultzford.com. Be sure to check everything out. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but it's going to get cold. So you better get a vehicle to get ready for that cold. Get in that Explorer. Get in that Expedition. How about that F-150? Get you geared up for that cold weather. Listen, there's so much happening. Great people at Schultz Ford. All those spectacular locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, and Schultz Ford in Wheeling. Again, always online at schultzford.com. They got mobile service, too. You need anything done to your vehicle? Come right to your driveway. Get it done there. Pick up and delivery. If it's a little bit more extensive, they'll grab it, take it to the dealer, bring it right back. So there is that. And again, it's going to get a little bit cold. So be sure to be prepared for this winter. Richard Bazzi and his staff will treat you well. All those great locations and always online. schultzford.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Mount Hall, Route 837 East 8th Avenue remains closed in the 900 block. This is between Grant and Ravine Streets due to a multi-alarm structure fire. Crews are on the scene to get you around that. Parkways east and west, a little heavy into their respective tunnels. Route 28 is up to speed, so is the Parkway North. Route 65, traffic light delays at the McKees Rocks Bridge, and traffic light delays on northbound Route 51 Sawmill Run Boulevard between Route 88 and the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Check them out online at awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley with you. Nicholas Harry Callis here as well. Doran on paternity leave, hanging out with beautiful baby girl JoJo.
He posted a photo with her watching the Pitt game on Saturday. 1-0 are the Panthers with JoJo in the world. Congratulations to Doran. He'll be back in the not-too-distant future. Harry, the Steelers are in a bad way, but we don't talk about sports on the pre-show.
Yes, we do.
What a disaster. How many Packers fans do you think are listening to this broadcast right now? Seem to be a few in the stadium. My God. What an embarrassment. On national TV for the second week in a row.
I mean, if you want to avoid sports, that is a good question, though. How many Packers fans are up this early in the morning with a radio by them, and they're just like, yep, let's listen to 93.7 The Fan.
If I went to a Steelers-Packers game in Green Bay and the Steelers beat the Packers, far-fetched as that would be to believe, and I was driving home the next day, I would absolutely listen to Green Bay Sports Talk Radio to hear Packers fans all pissed off.
Would you be up this early, though, is the question.
That depends on what time I needed to get home. Driving back from Wisconsin, the land of the cheese. And Spotted Cow beer, which is very, 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 very good. Did you have a good weekend, aside from the Steelers blowing chunks, Harry?
I did. I spent time with my nephew this weekend. I was babysitting because my sister and brother-in-law had to go do stuff. The baby was crying a lot.
That's
I
what
didn't
they
realize
do.
do that.
Yeah, they do that. Did you change diapers?
I did.
How about that, Harry?
Yeah, how about that? Woo.
You and me both changing diapers this weekend. How old is your nephew now?
Months.
Good.
About 6, 7 months old. He was
Good
born
math.
in May. He was born in May,
Yeah.
so it's terrible, actually. It's 5 months.
Yeah.
Closer to 6.
It's almost there.
Yeah.
Usually around 4 months, the babies get that sleep regression. 8 months, they'll have another sleep regression. So things might go swimmingly, and you figure it all out as a parent, and then the 4-month mark comes, and the baby doesn't sleep anymore, and you're like, hey, what the hell?
How about this, too? My mom and my dad celebrated their wedding anniversary on Thursday, and my mom posted it on Facebook, and she's talking about all the things she's grateful for, and she dropped a line. She was like, we're also grateful to welcome in a potential, parentheses, way far in the future, and parentheses, daughter-in-law.
Whoa.
And I was like, my God. Jada saw that. That's my girlfriend. She's like...
How did she handle it?
She was like, did you see this? I was like, hey, they must really like you. I mean, that's...
Was she excited about that, or was there too much pressure placed by the mom?
No, she was excited.
Okay, good.
More excited, I'd say.
Good. How long have your parents been married now?
Since 93. So whatever the math is on that, 32 years?
Oh, my God. You know, I was born on this day in 1990. Did you know that, Harry?
Really?
Yeah, it's my birthday. I'm 35. It's not very special. Another trip around the old giant orb. I'm sort of waiting for a happy birthday from you.
Happy birthday! Woo!
My birthday means absolutely nothing to me anymore.
Why would I wish you a happy birthday then if you don't care? What is it?
No, I think that's fair. Yeah, I don't care about it at 35. Maybe at 40 I will. But my daughter was born on October 23rd, so she gets to celebrate an entire birthday month and then a birthday week, and this entire weekend was dedicated to her, which is great.
You didn't sneak into people at the party. You're like, hey, it's my
birthday.
My birthday too. Give
My
me a
B-day.
Gift card maybe?
I got a gift card from work.
Did you?
I did.
Oh yeah, we do. I know.
Wait, you got one too?
Everybody gets the same one.
What?
Every year. Yeah.
I thought I was special.
Nope.
I thought SPAC liked me better than everyone else. I am thankful.
Was it to a coffee establishment?
That's right.
Yep.
How much was yours for?
$25.
What? Mine was 10. The hell? What happened here?
Well, you make more than me, so it makes sense.
Good point. I do make more than you. Let's not forget that. Yeah. We had a bunch of girls over yesterday for my daughter's birthday.
Nice.
A bunch of her friends came over.
Cool.
Which, that's a lot of pressure. It's one thing to take care of your kids, and then you got all these other kids over for a couple hours, and you're just hoping nothing goes wrong. Like, don't twist your ankle in one of the rabbit holes in the backyard. don't eat something you're not supposed to eat. I hope nobody's got food allergies. I'm just hovering over them, making sure nothing goes wrong, and it's chaos. But it was great. It was great. She's got great friends. It was wonderful. She got a cookie cake. You a cookie cake fan, Harry?
Yeah.
We also got we got pizza from a new pizza joint, which you like. Been eating the same pizza for 35 years. So we got a new place. Yeah, I got to change of pace. It was okay. I'm not going to call the establishment out. It wasn't as good as I was hoping that it would be. But I ate like an absolute friggin' garbage disposal this weekend. And
You're
I'm
going to say the
feeling
pizza
it
was
today.
okay and then you ate like a lot of it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Harry, I got no willpower, bud. I got no willpower. Zero willpower. The pizza, you're right, it was mediocre, and I still probably had 9 slices yesterday.
I can never call...
Including at 11:30 p.m. as the Steelers game was wrapping up. I was like, you know what I'd go for? I'd go for another slice, idiot.
So yeah, there's all these food critics
Sitting
in the world.
in my stomach like a cement brick, Harry.
All these food critics. And my big thing is, if you're going to eat it, and you eat like a big quantity of it, is it really that bad? I mean, think about it. Just...
We're all going to die one day. No big deal. Might as well eat it. Smoke 'em if you got 'em is the old saying, right? Might as well eat the pizza. You pay for the pizza, or maybe my parents and in-laws did, and then you eat the pizza.
You didn't pay for the pizza?
Of course not. My birthday. My daughter's birthday. We also went to the Halloween parade on Saturday morning. Let me tell you something. I love kids. I love my kids. My kids thoroughly enjoyed the parade, and that's good enough for me. But if they didn't like parades, I'd be fine never going to another parade again. Too many people. Too many people running around. Just a cluster bleep. I liked the parade when we went down New Orleans around Mardi Gras. We got to sit on a porch and watch people come by, half nude, and we were drinking beers. But we didn't have to be amongst the people because we were on the front porch. It came right down our street. But parades, I don't know, man. I think maybe, now I'm 35. I'm 35 going on 65. Because things that other people seemingly enjoy thoroughly, like fireworks and parades, I don't know if I got time for them anymore. I'll do anything for the kids. If the kids like parades, the kids like fireworks, we'll do it. And I'll soak in the joy from them. There's nothing better than seeing your kid happy. But as for what it does for me, nothing.
You know, I think in the 4th of July, I went out in my van with my family and we watched some fireworks in Dormont. So, there, you know, when you have your, a van, when you have a family, I mean, it's fun.
Yeah. The fireworks themselves do nothing for me, though. Like, oh, wow, stuff's exploding. I don't know, I've seen it my whole life. Oh, parade, woo, yeah. Here comes a guy running for local government. Yay!
No wonder you're hurtling toward death in your own head because you can't appreciate the little things in life.
Oh, I appreciate the little things.
Then enjoy the fireworks. Don't act like things exploding. I've seen that before. Just accept it.
I'll tell you this, Harry. Parade or college football, I'm taking college football.
That's okay.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, you've seen West Virginia lose your entire life, too. So, I mean, what's the difference?
They didn't lose on
results.
September 13th. Baby! Woo! Cling on to that one, because that'll be their last win of the
They're
year.
at the top of the ACC. So,
They're not.
They're close to it.
They are. Them and everybody else. It is coming down to the wire in the old ACC. Give me old Big East vibes. Probably a better quality conference top to bottom than the old Big East was, but in terms of everybody still semi being in it, makes for fun down the stretch. Don't stub your toe against Stanford. I didn't see them losing to NC State, but this one I've had circled. You get out there on the road, a pesky Stanford club, just be careful out there.
Zarina on the YouTube chat said, "Happy birthday, Harry."
Thank you. What? It's my birthday. Texter, good morning, gents. Congrats to Doran. Sell the Steelers. Happy birthday to Adam's daughter. Enjoy your $10 coffee, Adam. You've earned it. Thank you.
What a text.
Still no happy birthday text for me there. Texter, pizza is like sex. When it's good, it's really good. And when it's bad, it's still pretty good. I don't disagree with that at all. Bad pizza is still good pizza. That's one of the cliches that people throw around that I actually believe in. Any kind of pizza is good, especially if you have a couple of beers, which I didn't because I knew I would fall asleep on the couch if that was the case. That's one of my least favorite things too, Harry. As I use this forum to bitch, moan, and complain about all the things that annoy me in life. I can't stand falling asleep on the couch and then waking up like 2 hours later, not knowing what time it is. Let the dog out. It's a whole disaster. Yeah. Texter, can you please talk about how many years of failure it will take for Tomlin to coach his way out of a Hall of Fame spot? That's a great question.
Never.
That's a great question. Like, you can make the argument that Russell Wilson's been trying to play his way out of the Hall of Fame. Like, can you coach your way out of the Hall of Fame? Probably not. Texter, happy birthday, Crowley. Sell the Steelers. Texter, happy birthday, Crowley. Thank you. Texter, only bad pizza is Detroit, Chicago style. This coming from someone in Chicago. I don't consider that pizza. Like, the deep dish pizza is not the same thing as a thin New York slice. It's its own different subcategory. But I think it's fine.
I had to eat it with a fork and a knife.
That's exactly right. It's not pizza to me. But it's still pretty good. But I would never say, oh, let's get a pie, and then you get a Chicago deep dish pie. Like, you almost got to be in the mood for it's like a lasagna. It's a totally different category. Texter, happy birthday, Crowley. Birthday pass to Rip Callis as much as you'd like today. No, Callis and I have never been on better terms.
Really?
I think so.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, man.
You're starting to feel like you're going to need me more and more because 3 weeks is a long time to talk by yourself.
No, I've grown to appreciate you more and more.
Really?
Yeah, Marconi.
Oh, I found the audio for that. The one that the Craig submission for it.
We'll play it later.
Craig? Okay.
Nobody wants us to take a victory lap after the Steelers got absolutely molly-whopped.
At least we're undefeated as a radio station.
Texter, good point, Harry. Happy birthday, Crowman. Thanks for entertaining the masses in the morning. Appreciate you. I appreciate you, Donald. It's very kind words. There's nothing like someone wishing themselves happy birthday and then expecting other people to wish them happy birthday, and that's what I've done today. I need it. I need the pats on the back. Texter, Altoona pizza is nasty. Yeah, okay, fair enough. You ever seen the Altoona pizza? With the slices of cheese on top? Yellow American cheese, Harry? I bet you that's not that bad. It's just not good. It's still cheese, like it. Bread, like it. Sauce, pretty good. You know what's a big move? When I got nothing to eat at home, and there's chips around, and you got just slices of cheddar cheese in your fridge, I like to throw them on top, microwave that sucker, make myself a little homemade nachos. You ever done the homemade nachos?
No, I'm not a big fan of nachos.
What the hell's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you? Not liking pizza?
I love pizza, even bad pizza.
Yeah.
You haven't picked up on the conversation. Texter, happy birthday, Adam. Only a couple of years away from the colonoscopy. Yeah. When are you supposed to start getting colonoscopies? Am I late? Am I supposed to have been getting them already? Have you gotten a colonoscopy?
You've been talking about food and colons, and I really have to go to the bathroom. I'm sorry. That's why I got distracted.
What do you mean you got to go to the bathroom?
I got to go.
We're doing a radio show here.
I know. I'm sorry.
Well, what am I supposed to do? What do you mean I'm sorry?
Oh, no, keep going. You can keep talking.
Let's just start the show.
You should get your colon screening if you've had anybody in your family that's had colon cancer or if you're over the age of 50 or 45. I forget which one.
Well, that's what we're trying to determine.
But my grandpa had colon cancer, so I'm almost expert on this.
412-928-9370 is the phone number. Let's explode these phone lines. Let's vent for the next 4 hours. Mark Caboli is going to join us today from 8 o'clock until 10. Let's do this thing. 30 seconds, bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
TJ screaming off the edge on third down. Love hit as he throws up for grabs. Caught! Kraft! Oh, on the run! Kraft pulling away! Still on his feet at the 30. What a run after the catch by Kraft all the way to the 26-yard line. It's a 59-yard gain. Second and goal. Jacobs trying to bounce to the outside. Can he get there? Yes, he can. Touchdown. Green Bay takes the lead. Third Austin, who's played a quarter of this game for Jacobs, is the back right now. Pressure coming. He picked it up. Inside. Kraft's got it. At the 10. Kraft running away to the end zone. He has 2 touchdowns. 23. Inside. That ball comes out. On the scramble, we'll see. Multiple things. First off, who recovered. Second, the gain will have it long enough to be a catch and a fumble. It looked that way live. And the Packers have it.
You know, we all have to own it. Certainly you start with the schematics, man, because, you know, that's the leadership component of it. And certainly we'll be looking at everything that we're doing, man, because some of these problems are somewhat repetitive and you're not getting better fast enough.
I've heard that chant for 18 years, so Packer fans travel really well. First time in a while I've used silent count for a home game. That's a credit to those Packer fans.
412-928-9370. Feel free to drive the show today, friends, because I don't have Doran and my producers about to use the restroom to start things off. And just a guess, whatever's about to come out of Harry's going to be nasty. The Steelers laid a bigger steaming pile of dong on the field last night than he's about to. There's a word that comes to mind, and it's embarrassing. For the second consecutive week, the Steelers' defense has looked like the most poorly coached unit in the NFL. The Steelers' defense has now given up 30-plus points in 4 of the last 7 games. The Steelers' defense is 22nd in the NFL now in points allowed per game, giving up 25 points per game. You go back the last 14 games, and that's exactly how many points the Steelers on average are giving up. This is not a blip on the radar. This isn't a couple of bad weeks. This isn't a couple of bad plays. This isn't a miscommunication here, a missed tackle there. This is who the Steelers are defensively. And it's reprehensible. And worse yet, nothing will be done because the only thing that can be done is Mike Tomlin gets his walking papers. And we just know that Art Rooney II's not going to do it. He's not. Terrell Austin is trending on Twitter. Steelers fans want him gone. I got a great friend who lives out in Denver who texted me last night and said, do you think Terrell Austin could get fired midway through the season? Guys, it does not freaking matter. This is Mike Tomlin's defense, and Mike Tomlin's defense for 14 games has been crap. The ghost of Joe Flacco sliced and diced him last week. And Jordan Love last night did something that we've never seen a quarterback do. Mike Tomlin says, oh, this defense is going to be historic. Hey, give Mike some points. Give him a pat on the back. Perhaps a cookie or a sticker because he's right. This is a historic defense. Jordan Love, for the first time in NFL history, completed 20 consecutive passes, threw for 350-plus yards, threw for 3 touchdowns, had no turnovers, was sacked 0 times. No quarterback has ever had that hodgepodge of statistics in a single game. But if it ain't been done before, it can be done against this Steelers defense. And there's so many different angles to break down from this game. So many different things I'm sure you want to call and discuss at 412-928-9370. But the defense is a disaster. And it's probably worse than you think statistically. The Steelers' defense is 30th in the NFL in yards allowed. That's right. The highest paid defense in the sport, $160 million defense, is 30th in the NFL in yards allowed. Oh, but wait, there's more. The Steelers' defense is dead last in the NFL in passing yards allowed. You know, the defense that went and got Jalen Ramsey and Darius Slay and drafted Joey Porter Jr. 32nd overall. He's basically a first-round pick. They're dead last in the NFL against the pass. And they've played guys like Justin Fields. They've played guys like Carson Wentz. You ready for another one? This Steelers defense has allowed a season-high passing yards to 4 consecutive quarterbacks. Most yards Love's thrown for in a season's 360. He did it last night. Most yards Flacco's thrown for in a season is 342. He did it on Thursday. Dylan Gabriel sucks. So do the Browns. But 221, that's the most that he's thrown for in the infancy of his career. And Carson Wentz threw for 350 yards. We saw him the other night. He was terrible. He has not thrown for more yards in a single game than he has against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Guys, this defense is historic. Historically bad. It's the most underachieving unit in the NFL. And you can make an argument, and I'm going to make that argument, that this is the worst defense in Pittsburgh Steelers history because I do grade on a curve. I always liked that in college. I took an economics class at West Virginia where they did the curve thing, and I actually got a 58 on a test that wound up being a B. A lot of idiots in that class, including myself, but I was the smartest of the idiots. Perhaps the Steelers are the best of all the bad teams in the NFL. Maybe they're the worst of all the good teams. Nah, they ain't good. But I grade this team on a curve. And when you spend $160 million on a defense, when you spend $40 million on one edge rusher, when you feel the need to incentivize Cam Hayward so that he shuts the hell up, when you go out and get Jalen Ramsey and spend $10 million on Darius Slay, and you give Alex Highsmith, not this offseason, but the prior offseason, all the money you gave him, you can't have these kind of results. If the Steelers' defense was in the middle of the pack statistically in stopping the run and against the pass, and in points allowed, and in yards allowed, and in any statistical category, I think we'd be sitting here saying the same stuff, that they're underachieving. They're not middle of the pack. They're one of the worst defenses in the NFL, and because the expectations were so high and the bar raised so high by the head coach specifically, to me, this is the biggest underachieving unit in the league and arguably the worst defense in Pittsburgh Steelers history. What say you at 412-928-9370? Mike Tomlin said that they could line up and cover any team in the NFL man-to-man. Specifically called the Bengals out when he was on a podcast with Ryan Clark. And what did we see last night? Some man-to-man defense, some zone defense. They tried a whole lot of stuff. Guess what? Nothing worked. DK Metcalf, this offseason, said that this is the best defense he's ever seen. Juan Thornhill, who made one of the worst plays on a football I think I've ever seen in this game against the Packers, said that this could be one of the best defenses of all time. Peyton Wilson, his job to cover the tight end, no? How'd Tucker Kraft do last night? Not pretty good. He said he's the best coverage linebacker in the NFL this offseason. Nobody loves the Steelers' defense more than the Steelers' defense, more than the defensive-minded head coach. And yet it's one of the worst units in the entirety of the NFL. This is rock bottom. I am as dejected as a Steelers fan as I have been in fill in the blank. Because nothing's going to change. I think it's intellectually dishonest to say that they didn't try new stuff this offseason. They did. They overhauled about half the roster. They traded one of their best defensive players in Minkah Fitzpatrick for a couple of good players, and Jalen Ramsey and Jonnu Smith. They drafted a defensive lineman in the first round. They brought in Slay. They brought in Thornhill. They brought in Eccles. They've changed a lot from a personnel standpoint. But until the head coach gets his head out of his rear end, they're going to continue to underwhelm, and that's probably not even a strong enough word, on that side of the ball. Doesn't matter if Keith Butler's the defensive coordinator. Doesn't matter if Terrell Austin's the defensive coordinator. Doesn't matter if Brian Flores is in the room. As long as Mike Tomlin is the head coach, the defense is not going to play up to its talent level. And what have we seen the last 8 years come playoff time? This Steelers defense gets picked apart, gets shredded. It's non-competitive. They haven't been competitive in a playoff game in damn near a decade. And now what are we seeing? Those same issues that generally have only really come up in the postseason. Well, now they're rearing their ugly heads in the regular season. The Steelers' defense for the last 14 games is giving up 25-plus points per game. This is who they are. We talked about it last week. Doran was cautiously optimistic that they could fix their defensive problems. Pat Bostic was cautiously optimistic that they could fix some of their defensive problems. Ray Fittipaldo, Mark Caboli, a lot of the people whose football opinion I trust thought, okay, that's a Thursday night against Cincinnati. They're going to figure it out defensively. Guys, spoiler alert, no, they're not. Mike Tomlin is incapable of fixing this. This defense will continue to suck. We could probably just end the show there without any fancy nuance or analysis. This defense ain't going to get no better. Fact. It's been 7 games. That's not a small sample size, and they've given up 30-plus in 4 of the 7. You go back the last 14 games, it's one of the worst defenses in the NFL. Folks, that's not a small sample size. Here's a question for the people at 412-928-9370. Did TJ Watt play last night? I didn't see him. Did Cam Hayward play last night? I didn't see him. There's nothing Pittsburghers disrespect more than a greedy SOB. And I understand why Cam Hayward wanted to get paid. I understand why TJ Watt wanted to reset the market for an edge rusher. They've been great players. TJ Watt's going to be in the Hall of Fame. Cam Hayward's probably going to be in the Hall of Fame. He's at least Hall of Fame adjacent. I got it from their standpoint. But you can't be the greedy SOB and lay an egg the way that they have for most of the season. Because people here will not respect you. Oh, you need to feed your family? Oh, you're really living paycheck to paycheck? Go out there and make some plays. They haven't. And I feel like every post-game conversation with TJ Watt sounds the same. Well, I'm going to have to look at the tape. Oh, okay, look at that tape. Cam Hayward, I'll always give him credit for standing there and facing the music post-game, but the emotion that he brings in the post-game is not doing it for me anymore. It's not moving my needle. Hello. Perhaps I need one of Mulsey's Blue Chews. It's not doing it for me. Pretending to be pissed off. Or I'm sure he is pissed. Doesn't do it. TJ Watt, go look at the film. Juan Thornhill talked about miscommunication. Again. We're 7 games into this son of a gun. And he's talking about miscommunication. It ain't September. You're getting into the stretch run. You can smell Thanksgiving around the corner. We're talking about miscommunication. Folks, Mike Tomlin can't fix it. This is your Steelers defense. The only prayer this team has of contending down the stretch for a playoff spot is if Aaron Rodgers in this offense goes out there and lights up the scoreboard. Because this defense, well, they are who we thought they were. And we ain't letting them off the hook. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. If you'd like to voice your frustrations, we're happy to have you this morning. It'll be cathartic. Scream into the phone on the way to work so you don't yell at your boss or your coworker. 412-928-9370. The word that comes to my mind is embarrassing. Shame of the thing is, you're going to have the national media, I guarantee it, on Get Up Today and Good Morning Football and all the programs that I can't really stand. They're going to talk about how Jordan Love outperformed Aaron Rodgers. And that's not the story. The story is that the Steelers' defense are paper tigers and have been going back the last season and a half. 412-928-9370. Watt looks even worse when you compare him to some of his peers. We'll do that next. We'll take your calls, texts, and tweets. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers lost yesterday 35-25 to the Green Bay Packers. Their next game's coming up. It's a traditional 1 o'clock start. They play the Indianapolis Colts at home. Penguins lost on Saturday 5-4 in a shootout to the Columbus Blue Jackets. Their next game is tonight at 7 o'clock. It's a home game against the St. Louis Blues. And Pitt football won 53-34 over NC State on Saturday. They play Stanford on the road coming up this coming Saturday at 3:30. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
It's the morning after on 93.7 The Fan. The guys break down this week's loss. Brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture. Verizon, the official 5G of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Saloni's Italian Bread. Smale Lincoln Greensburg. And Twin Peaks Bar and Restaurant. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
A 15-point fourth-quarter lead against the Jets. Elsewhere, Dallas's defense was exposed yet again. While the Giants got knocked back to earth, the Falcons suffered another rough day at home, and so much for the Panthers' 3-game winning streak. Finally, last night, Aaron Rodgers couldn't beat Green Bay, and very little defense was played there as well. I'm Boomer Esiason.
1 in 8 women will face breast cancer. Only research will move us closer to a cure, faster. At the Breast Cancer Research Foundation, our mission is simple: to prevent and cure breast cancer by fueling the world's most promising research. As the world's largest private funder of breast cancer research, we are advancing the breakthroughs that save lives, unlocking the treatments that change futures, giving those diagnosed more time to not just survive, but thrive. BCRF has helped drive a 44% drop in breast cancer deaths over the last 30 years, but there is still critical work to do. 1 in 8 is more than a statistic. Each one is a mother, a daughter, a sister, a friend, and we can change their future together. This is the moment. This is the mission. Join us. Until 1 in 8 is none in 8.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and everybody wants the shortcut. Players stealing signs or even betting on their own games. Guys juicing to hit one more homer. People taking shots to drop a few pounds. It's all the same thing, trying to cheat the system. I wanted results, but I didn't want to gamble with my health. I didn't want a short-term fix. I went with Awaken 180, and I received both the short-term and long-term results we all want. 35 pounds down in just 6 weeks. So think about it. If you start Awaken 180 today, you could be down 35 pounds heading into the holidays. Now, that might sound crazy, but you really could be. I did it. Donnie, Paul Alexander, and probably people that you know personally have done it as well. We all had the same results. 4 to 5 pounds gone each and every week until reaching our goal. It's that simple. So if you're tired of shortcuts that don't last, stop gambling on the quick fixes and play the sure bet and win it. Start today at Awaken180weightloss.com.
The FanDuel Sportsbook app in partnership with Valley Forge is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win with FanDuel. Any play can be the play of the game tonight. And I like the home team quarterback tonight. FanDuel has given all customers a 30% PBTs. That's right. You can get in on the action with a 30% PBTs this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to bet on the game. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY, to bet on the game. Get in on that action Monday night. You're in. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Sun and clouds today, high 60.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/life.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
The Monday morning rush up to a rough start. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Crews on the scene of a multi-vehicle accident in the Lawrenceville section of the city, the intersection of Plummer and 44th Streets. That's in the final stages of clearing. Parkway West is heavy just below Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East heavy at Edgewood Twistvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Love with a hand signal, the pressure comes. It's picked up. Love to space. Downfield for Watson. He's got it. Christian Watson, welcome back. He's got it at the 7.
Just didn't play good enough football. That's point blank. We need to watch the film and see what happened, but not see the football.
Yeah, you got to watch the film, TJ, where you got your ass handed to you in every conceivable way defensively, except actually, hey, guess what, guys? They stopped the run. It's almost like Mike Tomlin misdiagnosed the problem last week, which we talked about for a week plus. Oh, I got to stop the run. They were throwing it all over us because we couldn't stop the run. No, they were throwing it all over you because your cornerbacks stink and your front seven isn't creating consistent enough pressure. And I think we all saw it this week against Green Bay. They stopped the run. You know what they couldn't do? Stop the pass as Jordan Love threw for 360 and 3 touchdowns. The Steelers gave up 454 yards on defense and 35 points. The Steelers' defense has given up over 350 yards in 6 of the 7 games they've played this season. It's remarkable how ineffective this defense has been. And not only against elite offenses or elite passers either. And the biggest issue is that they're not getting enough from their big-time players. Their biggest issue on a long list of big issues. Josh Roundtree, our friend, tweeted this out not long ago. Watts got 4 sacks in his last 11 games. Highsmith has 2.5 sacks his last 8 games. Hayward, 1.5 sacks his last 12 games. Queen, 2 sacks his last 25 games. Those are the 4 highest paid Steelers. TJ Watt this season making $24 million. Hayward at 23. Highsmith at almost 19. And Patrick Queen at 18. None of them have been good enough. TJ Watt last night, 0 sacks, 0 TFLs. He only has 4 sacks on the season. Myles Garrett had more sacks yesterday than TJ Watt has on the year. Myles Garrett had 5 sacks. TJ's got 4 on the year. Need I say more? I will anyway. Micah Parsons had a sack. You think he might have been part of the game plan for the Steelers, try to take that guy out of it? The same way Green Bay schemed to keep Watt from affecting it? Parsons still got home. Rashawn Gary, who had 5.5 sacks coming in, had 2 in this game. He's now got 7.5. He's a really good player. He ain't TJ Watt. Somehow he's getting free and making plays. Somehow Parsons is getting free and making plays. But TJ Watt ain't. TJ Watt hasn't just underperformed his contract. TJ Watt hasn't been good this year. You can't pay that kind of money to a player and have him no-show as frequently as he's been no-showing. Watt's not just bad right now. He's getting lapped by the other premier edge rushers who got paid in the NFL. So it ain't even a contract issue here where he was distracted and didn't get all the reps in this offseason. Micah Parsons got traded and paid and didn't practice with Dallas. He goes to Green Bay. A little slow start. He's now got 6.5 sacks on the season. Myles Garrett asked for a trade, then ultimately got paid, and yet he leads the NFL now, by the way, in sacks. TJ Watt wanted to get paid, got paid. Out of the 3, he's by far the worst one. Mike in the car is going to lead us off today. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, Adam. Happy birthday, my man.
Hey, thanks, dude.
Hey, couple points, man. I was at the game last night. My first one about Watt, man. I mean, I think he's done, man. Listen, they went to Renegade, right? They went to Renegade, and then the next play was that, 12-yard run. I think they were already winning at this point.
Yep.
But they ran right at him, and then he was bitching about getting held. And I'm like, dude, when you start seeing that, I mean, it's done.
It's a mentally weak team, Mike. Real quick, I'll let you finish, but it's a mentally weak team. Aaron Rodgers talked about the referees blowing the offsides, non-offsides call, which they absolutely did, but you can't let that affect your demeanor. You can't allow that to totally change the tide in the game, and they did. That's when Tucker Kraft then made that huge play because the Steelers can't tackle worth the rat's ass. So you had those in back-to-back series, and I feel like they let that moment break them. It's a weak team mentally.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. And then my second point, man, is just the game of football in 2025 has just passed up Mike Tomlin, man. I mean, Love was just throwing layups, man.
Yep.
Wide open. I've never seen so many parallel throws that resulted in 8 to 12 yards every time.
I saw the same thing, Mike.
He's
and
wide open.
You know what's most frustrating about that? Mike Tomlin was asked a question about why the flats were so open in this game, and he said they didn't lose the game because of what was done in the flats. He might want to go back and look at Tucker Kraft's first touchdown because it was a throw to the flat. They couldn't make a tackle, and all of a sudden the snowball started rolling downhill. 412-928-9370. The phone lines are jammed. We will talk to as many of you as possible over the course of the morning. It's good for you. It's good for me. It's good for your coworkers because we don't want you yelling in their face today. Yell at me through your phone at 412-928-9370. That's the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. When Mike Tomlin made the comments about how this defense can do historic things, he was talking specifically about that secondary. We've heard Mike Tomlin pound his chest and have some hubris when talking about his defense in the past. We have not heard him talk about a defense the way he talks about this defense, or did before the season started. And I think most of that has to do with the secondary. I've got some damning numbers on the Steelers secondary that you probably realized in real time, but you need a refresher on them now. Tell you what that is when we come back, and we'll take your calls, text, and tweets. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers lost 35-25 yesterday to the Green Bay Packers. Pitt played over the weekend. Pitt football won 53-34 over NC State. And the Penguins, they played on Saturday and lost in a shootout 5-4 to the Columbus Blue Jackets. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
If the Steelers lose tonight, I'll get both of my nipples pierced with no numbing agent.
Wednesday at Mike's Beer Bar. Join us as we present a painful pony party for a good cause. It's 93.7 The Fan's Pony Pierces Cancer. Tickets are only $33. The ticket gets you a commemorative t-shirt and appetizers. The piercings take place at 7:30 with the help of Gilded Violet Piercings. All proceeds will benefit McGee Women's Research Institute and Foundation. Pony Pierces Cancer is brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, South Hills Kia, and South Chrysler Dodge Jeep. Hampton Beer Outlet and Cheerleaders. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Steelers fans, Verizon's kicking off big savings, scoring a touchdown with low prices locked in for 3 years, guaranteed on My Plan. Save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. It's a deal that'll have you doing an in-zone dance. Huddle up at your local Pittsburgh Verizon store today. You'll be tackling savings in no time. Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Now streaming on Paramount Plus is the epic return of Mayor of Kingstown.
Warden, you know who I am.
Starring Academy Award nominee Jeremy Renner.
I sway in these homes.
Emmy Award winner Edie Falco.
You're an ex-con who ran this place for years. And now you can't do that.
And BAFTA Award winner Lenny James.
You're about to have a plague of outsiders descend on your town. Let me tell you this. There's gonna be consequences.
Mayor of Kingstown. New season now streaming on Paramount Plus.
If you're considering functional medicine, there's only one Steel City Medical Center. We specialize in bioidentical hormones for women, testosterone replacement, peptides, medical weight loss, and medical weight loss done the right way. Our highly educated, experienced medical team is here for you. If experience and results matter, there's only one, Steel City Medical Center, serving the greater Pittsburgh market for 10 years with a 5-star rating. Steel City Medical Center.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here for Blue Chew. And Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your crotch. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like somebody gave your downstairs a nice pep talk and then a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guess what? We all want to be more confident where it counts. We all want a little more boing in the bedroom, and Blue Chew can help. Guys, it's not just about performance either. You want to give her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. You can discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. That's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TRAVEL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
JTV, Jewelry Television. With 80,000 jewelry looks, we're kind of a big deal. Even bigger with new lines of designer handbags, fragrances, and more. And biggest of all, because you could win a 7-night stay in Bali, spending money and thousands worth of JTV jewelry, making you kind of a big deal. Enter by December 7th at jtv.com/sweepstakes. No purchase necessary. Then watch JTV on TV or shop jtv.com for big holiday deals.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
TJ screaming off the edge on 3rd down. Love hit as he throws, up for grabs. Caught! Kraft! Oh, on the run! Kraft pulling away! Still on his feet at the 30. What a run after the catch by Kraft all the way to the 26-yard line. It's a 59-yard gain.
You know, I thought their tight end obviously was significant, man. His run after, we talked about it during the week. We didn't do a good enough job of minimizing that. And that probably was the catalyst of it. That field flipping play on 3rd down, we laid the ball up to him. He made a catch and run, I thought was a significant component of the texture of the second half.
Yeah, you don't say. Speaking of the second half, Steelers outscored 28-9, 21-6 in the fourth quarter. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. And my God, the Packers finished and the Steelers did not. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. The play that keeps busting into my face, that's poor phrasing. The play that keeps popping into my head is the Savion Williams touchdown. The swing pass again into the flat, even though Mike Tomlin after the game said the defense in the flat wasn't an issue for them. And Darius Slay, he tries to tackle him like they're playing two-hand touch. $10 million they're paying that guy to not make tackles and to not break up passes. He looks beyond cooked, and actually Brandon Echols played a lot more in the second half because I think Mike Tomlin and the coaching staff see what we all see, and that's that Darius Slay is an old man. You want to talk about historic defense? How about prehistoric defense? You like that one, Horse? 412-928-9370. So coming into the game, we spent a lot of time last week talking about Tucker Kraft. He's their best weapon. He's one of the very best tight ends in the NFL. You would think that would be the guy you're trying to take out of the game. He went off. 7 catches, 143 yards, and 2 touchdowns. But this is nothing new. In our analysis, award-winning Marconi-winning analysis, we always highlight the biggest matchups going into every game. This week it was Tucker Kraft. Stop that guy. They didn't. He had 2 tutties. Week 1, find a way to slow down Garrett Wilson with this secondary that's going to be historic. What did Garrett Wilson do? 7 for 95 and a touchdown. All right, how about week 2? Who you got to slow down? How about Jackson Smith and Jigba? He's their best offensive weapon. Find a way to take him out of it or find a way to slow him down. They didn't. 8 for 103. Going into the New England game. Hey, find a way to stop their tight end, Hunter Henry. He's their best weapon. He went 8 for 90 and 2 touchdowns. All right, how about in Dublin? Who's their best player? Maybe the best wide receiver in football, Justin Jefferson. Find a way to take him out of the game. Find a way to slow him down. You've got Jalen Ramsey. 10 for 126. Bill Belichick made a living. I mean, he's making an ass out of himself now. But Bill Belichick made a living of taking away the opposition's best weapon. Make the offense play with one hand tied behind its back. That's pretty fundamental stuff. Circle their biggest playmaker. Spend the week game planning to find a way to take their biggest playmaker out of the game. Any defense should be able to take one guy away. And routinely, the Steelers are getting burned by the opposition's best player. Week in, week out. It can't happen. And it can't happen when you talk about how damn good your secondary is. Garrett Wilson, 7 for 95 and a touchdown. Jackson Smith and Jigba, 8 for 103. Hunter Henry, 8 for 92 tutties. Justin Jefferson, 10 for 126. And, oh, yeah, how about Jamar Chase last week, who had 864 catches for 1,000 yards, or something like that. 412-928-9370. Anthony in Oakland next up. Hi, Anthony. Good morning, buddy.
Thank you. When you look at this and dissect this whole issue, folks, we clamored about how poor the offense has been for years and how the defense has saved them. To see it, the Pittsburgh Steelers score 50 points in 2 games, but their defense allows over 60.
Yep.
Is an embarrassment of monumental proportion. There's no getting around this. This should make the owner scream bloody murder behind closed doors to someone. Someone should pay the price for this. Now, if you're not going to fire Tomlin, then he's going to have to fire an assist. You have to make someone the sacrificial lamb for this because it's filtering down to the player. You can see the frustration in Aaron Rodgers' face the last 2 weeks. And even other players. It's inexcusable for Metcalf to go. The play went from 3rd and 2 to 3rd and 17 because you lost your
we
cool.
will get into that, the undisciplined Steelers. But, Anthony,
yes.
You're right, pal. They're the worst pass defense in the National Football League. So, yeah, a head needs to roll for this. And I would bet my mortgage that Terrell Austin's not going to be back next year. But guess what that fixes? Nothing. It's the head coach. It's the head coach's defense. It's been the head coach's defense since Dick LeBeau walked off into the sunset.
Well, you're going to have to strip him of some of that power. Listen, Dan Rooney stripped a 4-time Super Bowl winning coach of some of his power. So, I mean, when are you going to get some guts, Mr. Rooney, and do what's good for your franchise and has your name on it, sir?
I don't.
Let me say this quickly before you go, because this is. I watched the end of that Jets Bengal game. The Jets comeback score took a 1-point lead. They put that game in their hip pocket.
Yep.
The Steelers, they had more time. And they still put it in their hip pocket. The Steelers let them go down the field like it was a walk in the park. If we don't see Peppers, if we don't see Trice, if we don't see Pierre, then the heck with this football team. Thanks, man.
Anthony, appreciate the call. As always, James Pierre ain't it. Corey Trice ain't it. Peppers was cut loose for a reason by a 6-2 football team where Mike Vrabel seems to think or seems to know what he's doing in Foxborough. Those guys ain't the answer. But the fact that a reasonable caller, one of our favorites, Anthony, is saying, play those guys, tells you just how bad the secondary's been. And there's no excuse for it. You traded an all-pro, maybe Hall of Fame guy, Minkah Fitzpatrick, for Jalen Ramsey, and he's been pretty damn hit or miss, mostly miss. Darius Slay plays like he's got 2 broken hips. Brandon Echols is just a guy. And Joey Porter Jr., to this point in his career, is a bust. When you're talking about James Pierre coming in and saving the day, and I'm overstating it a little bit, but you get the point. When you're talking about guys like Corey Trice coming and play that guy, you're done. You're cooked. It's over defensively. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You want to add some injury to insult? Steelers lost a couple of players. That ain't going to help. We'll tell you about it next. We'll take your calls at 412-928-9370. And what did Mike Tomlin have to say about the offense? We'll get to that in about 15 minutes. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers lost yesterday 35-25 against the Green Bay Packers on the Sunday night feature. Monday Night Football tonight. There's a game between the Washington Commanders and the Kansas City Chiefs. Kickoff's at 8:15. That's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. We've got coverage through Westwood 1 beginning at 7:30. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Adam Crowley.
Your favorite team stinks. Drown your sorrows in dip. Specifically, Daisy French onion dip. One of my guilty pleasures during ball seasons, eating chips and wings and veggies while watching the big game, and I dress it all up with Daisy French onion dip and now a new Daisy Ranch dip. These are a game changer, as delicious as homemade dip, made with real herbs and spices, other ingredients that you would find in your own kitchen. So do what I do every football weekend. Look for Daisy French onion dip and Daisy Ranch dip at a grocery store near you.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In North Fayette Township, crews on the scene of a vehicle into a building accident in the 900 block of Chauvet Drive. It's near the intersection with Summit Park Drive. Also, an earlier accident being cleared in the Lawrenceville section of the city on Plummer Street at 44th. Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Buy 2 replacement windows from Window Nation. Get 2 for free, plus pay nothing for 2 years. WindowNation.com. This October, eliminate chili drafts for good with Window Nation. Right now, when you buy 2 replacement windows, you'll get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 2 whole years. Hurry, sale ends October 31st. Schedule your free estimate now at WindowNation.com. That's WindowNation.com.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar, Rival, Fox Chapel Waterworks, and Collier Town Square.
Taylor, during your Jeep of Pittsburgh's Drive Into Fall sales event, what's your difference?
Simple. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we'll beat it. Within minutes. No waiting, no games. Easy as that.
And if you can't...
Bob, we haven't run into that problem yet.
Get to Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard across from the Golden Arches. Or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Crowley here. Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms charge. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98 Twins. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. It is officially fall. It's spooky season. Most importantly, it's football season. You're going to have a bunch of people over at your house eating the dip, eating the chips, crumbs, nastiness everywhere with all that foot traffic. A perfect time to remember that carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. Right now, you can get your entire home Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's ultimate carpet cleaner and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129. There's something scarier than ghosts and goblins hiding in your house. Something scarier than your defense not playing great on Sundays. It's your air ducts. This month, take 15% off your air duct and dryer vent cleaning. Zero Res has a 4.9 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,800 reviews. So schedule your appointment at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires November 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Have Coit tackle the dirt in your home this fall. Save 50% off Coit's famous drapery cleaning service and save 35% off all other Coit cleaning services. Call Coit right now at 1-800-FOR-COIT. Tackle the dirt and save. Get your home Coit clean.
5 words no one wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do you do? Who do you call? How are you going to pay for it? It's Chris Muller, and these are all questions that run through people's minds when they hear those 5 words. But if you pick up the phone and call MHI Roofing, your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free home improvement project you'll ever do. MHI has thousands of 5-star ratings for both customer service and high-quality installation. Plus, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And since no one wants to pay these high interest rates, for a limited time, MHI is offering 5-year no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. So if you need a new roof, don't stress. MHI Roofing has got your back. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection to assess the exact condition of your roof and what needs to be done next. Set up your inspection today. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
$50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Good morning. Now, who am I kidding? It sucks. The Steelers' defense sucks. The Steelers are 4-3, and don't look now. The Ravens are the favorite to win the division again. The Ravens at -105 to win the AFC North. The Steelers at +175. The Steelers are -135 now to miss the playoffs. The Indianapolis Colts come to town next week. They're the best team in football. They've got the number 1 offense in all of football. Jonathan Taylor could maybe be the NFL's MVP. He's having a Saquon Barkley-esque season. So I don't know that things are going to get better. Then you got to go on the road to Los Angeles and play a Chargers team that just dropped 37 points the last time they took the field. You think the Colts might score 50? I think they might. 412-928-9370. Is the phone number. Give us a ring on the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Before we get back to the phones, Deshaun Elliott looks like he's going to miss the rest of the season, no? Mike Tomlin called the knee injury significant. He was ruled out immediately. He went to the blue tent and then was carted off the field. He was emotional. You don't have to be a genius or a doctor or have stayed at a Holiday Inn Express last night to realize that guy's not going to play again this year. And as far as Isaac Seumalo's concerned, he got a pec injury. Usually, that's not good. That's going to keep him out at least for next week if it's a pec strain. Now, I don't have pecs, so I can't really speak to them. But when you're a big, strong dude who pushes people for a living, you need your chest muscles. And if it's a tear, well, then he's done. And with that then might mean the end of the jumbo package. I thought that affected the Steelers in the way they wanted to run the ball in the second half. I mean, score got away from them, so they needed to throw the football, but I think part of it was Seumalo gets pulled from the game, and Spencer Anderson has to go in and tackle. They ran a play with multiple tight ends where Jonnu Smith scraped across and tried to block damn Micah Parsons when Parsons got home for the sack. I think that would have been Spencer Anderson if Spencer Anderson weren't already the left guard. The Steelers are a good running football team. It's been 4 weeks in a row where per carry they're running the ball well. They're not going to be a great running football team if they can't use that 6 offensive lineman look, the 7 big hogs look. Like, they're going to miss Sayamalu, but they're mostly going to miss Spencer Anderson being that extra tight end. What a disastrous loss that is. And as far as Deshaun Elliott, when he hasn't been out there, they've had even more communication issues. They have too many good players for one guy to get removed and for the defense to be running around with chickens, like chickens with their heads cut off. But hey, that's what's happened when they haven't had Elliott out there. We'll get into Aaron Rodgers' performance and our evaluation of it at the top of the hour. Right now we go to Rich in Wilkes-Barre. Rich, good morning.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Terrible. How are you?
I'm done. I'm done with this team, man. You know, it's the same thing as it was past how many years. This defense is going to bend. We're not going to break. The beginning of the year, they gave Tomlin basically free rein and said, okay, we're going to bring all these guys in.
Yep.
And every year it's the same excuses. What good coaches do is, one, they don't brag openly about having a legendary defense.
Before doing anything.
Exactly. Now, two is, when you evaluate talent, you evaluate yourself also and what you can do better, what you're doing wrong to help this team. It's not just the players, it's you. And I guarantee, I hope, ridicule me all you want, I hope they lose the rest of the games this year. I do. Because that's the only way, if any chance, they'll get rid of Tomlin.
Well, they're going to lose their next 2. I feel pretty confident in saying that, and thank you for the call, Rich. And while you're in Wilkes-Barre, you might want to check out that Sergei Marashov, goaltender of the future for the Pens. He looks pretty doggone good. Pens season on us real quick now with the Steelers stinking. They're not going to lose the rest of their games. They're probably going to wind up around 9-8 because that's what they always do, and the beat will go on. And Anthony in Oakland called up last segment, and he said Dan Rooney would have fired blah, 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 blah. And I'm not making fun of Anthony. Dan Rooney ain't walking through that door. And this owner has no stomach for making the hardest of hard decisions and getting rid of Mike Tomlin. The Bears called this offseason wanting to trade for him, and they basically hung up on him. Mike Tomlin will be here for as long as Mike Tomlin wants to be here, and for as long as Mike Tomlin will be here, the Steelers won't win a playoff game, and the defense will continue to be pedestrian at best. And right now, it ain't even close to pedestrian. 30th in yards allowed, dead last in passing yards allowed, 18th against the run, 22nd in points per game allowed, giving up 25. Now have given up 30 in 4 of the 7 games they've played. They're giving up over 25 points per game going back the last 14 games. I think we covered it all there. 412-928-9370. You want to get some griping off your chest? Give us a ring. Again, 412-928-9370. Jordan Love played a lot better than Aaron Rodgers did last night. How much of this loss do you put on Aaron Rodgers? We'll get to that when we return at 412-928-9370. First, Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 59, low of 35. Tomorrow, high of 56, low of 37. Your team sucks, so does the weather. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
LGKG, your home team. Western PA injury attorneys, born and raised in business over 90 years. Hi, I'm Dan Zangrilli with Larry Kelly and Joe George. So what exactly is the home team advantage, Larry?
You got to know Western Pennsylvania people. You have to know what makes them tick. I like to believe we have credibility with the judges. I've been doing this 40 years. Joe's been doing this 25, 30 years. And you got to earn your bones. It doesn't happen overnight. We have the benefit of our past reputation, our past credibility with the court staff, and the people of Western Pennsylvania.
Let's be honest. There's a lot of other firms. This is not where they lay their head at night. So how could they be as effective in a place that they otherwise don't know?
When you have that reputation, as we do in this area in Western Pennsylvania, that's a competitive advantage. To have that advantage on your side, it's huge. And being from Western PA, knowing the players in Western PA, believe me, it is an advantage to having folks that are right here in Western PA.
Accidents MedMel Workers Comp is at lgkg.com today.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24-monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In McKeesport, crews checking reports of an accident now in the 600 block of Eden Park Boulevard. That's near Palm Street. Also an accident reported in North Versailles on Lincoln Highway Route 30. That's near the intersection with Brenton Drive. Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 up to speed. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Gather up the season's best savings all month long during the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington Harvest the Savings event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishis.
Don't wait. The road to fall savings starts here. Your deal, your way. What a great day at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington.
Visit JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com to shop today or call 724-209-8075 for offer details.
It's the morning after on 93.7 The Fan. The guys break down this week's loss. Brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Verizon, the official 5G of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Saloni's Italian Bread, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Bar and Restaurant.
Rodgers looks at Metcalf, slants, touchdown.
I just feel like we had some discipline issues and some penalties that were unnecessary, and you're not going to win a lot of games when we're so bad on third down. Boz bailed us out with some 4 incredible kicks, but playing good teams, you need to score touchdowns, and we just stalled out in the high red zone.
He's right. Can't kick field goals when your defense stinks. That's what he meant. That was the subtext. Steelers put up 25 points. They did score the garbage time touchdown at the end. It's not like the Packers weren't trying to stop them, though. So you score 25 points and lose. I'm guessing when Rodgers decided to sign with the Steelers this offseason, he was thinking 25 would be good enough most nights because you've got the highest paid defense in the NFL. You can't argue that Rodgers outplayed Love. I thought Rodgers was going to play the game of his Steelers career last night. I thought we'd be talking about that game forever, and maybe we will. Hey, remember how many Packers fans were there that one Sunday night? Hey, remember how ugly their uniforms looked? Hey, remember how the Steelers' defense was playing two-hand touch all night long? We will remember it, just not for the reasons I thought. Jordan Love became the first quarterback in the history of the NFL to complete 20 consecutive passes, have 350-plus yards, 3 touchdowns, no turnovers, and no sacks. Mike Tomlin calls this a historic defense. It is historic in that if it ain't been done before, it can be done against this Pittsburgh Steelers defense. You can't count on much. You can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with the juicy, my God, Week 9 matchup, the Indianapolis Colts and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. So Jordan Love was outstanding. Aaron Rodgers was quite complimentary of Love after the game. Rodgers got outplayed, but it wasn't his fault. He talked about the undisciplined nature of the game yesterday, and he's right. First drive of the game for the Steelers, Metcalf had a penalty that ultimately led to a 3rd and 15, which when you got Micah Parsons and Rashawn Gary on the opposite side, and Jeff Hafley, who calls a good defense, you're not going to be converting a whole lot of 3rd and 15s. You're not going to have 7-step drops. Your quarterback, your 41-year-old quarterback, will get hurt that way. So that killed the drive. Boswell field goal. Second drive, illegal shift sets up a 3rd and 13. Again, Micah Parsons, Rashawn Gary. You're not going to convert a lot of 3rd and 13s against this Packers defense. Then you're down 29-19 later on in the game. You're trying to mount a comeback like you did last week against Cincinnati, and you can't because you get a penalty and it sets them up for 3rd and 17, and you have to punt. Not going to convert 3rd and 17s. Ain't going to happen. DK Metcalf, undisciplined penalty there that took the Steelers from a convertible down and distance situation to one that you're just not going to be able to pick up against that defense. So it wasn't Aaron Rodgers' best game. Aaron Rodgers didn't light up the scoreboard the way that I thought he would. Aaron Rodgers didn't throw 4 touchdowns for the 3rd time this season like I thought he would. He was not the reason they lost this game. Aaron Rodgers got very little help on the play that should have been called offsides that sort of flipped this thing on its head. You got to make that play. Jonnu Smith on the 2-point conversion. Got to make that play. There was a 3rd and 3 in the game where Rodgers lobbed one up to DK Metcalf. You need to catch that ball and score a touchdown there. Rodgers got very little help. His teammates were undisciplined. When you got into clear passing situations late in the game, Rodgers was under pressure. Guys were dropping balls, and the defense was getting gashed all night long. None of that stuff's Aaron Rodgers' fault. And while Aaron's been really good all season long, he ain't good enough at this age to make up for the other 52 guys not doing their job. Let me rephrase that. 51 guys, because Chris Boswell continues to be outstanding. And by the way, the Packers, they put up 35. They should have put up 41. Their kicker can't do nothing right. Do you put any of this loss on Rodgers? I don't. He is so far down the list. And coming into the season, I think a lot of people out there thought, oh, if the Steelers stink, it's going to be because the quarterback's showing his age. The defense will have to bail him out. No, it's been the opposite. Isaac in Chicago been waiting patiently for a long time. Hi, Isaac. Thanks for your patience.
Hey, Mr. Crowley, no problem. First of all, I just want to say happy birthday to you, man.
Hey, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I might be the most, optimistic caller you have today. I'm really not pressed about this loss. I'm going to wait and see what happens the next 2 weeks. Granted, probably going to be 2 losses. We know how it goes. But, you and I think Starkey talked about it too, the past week, that down the stretch here of these 3 games, if we go 2-1, is that one loss really that bad? I think if the one loss we had to the Packers is the loss, I'm not too upset about it.
Yeah.
And maybe it's my fault because I wore my Chase Claypool jersey I got for $5, but I got to stop doing that, I guess. So
maybe you can trade it for a Joey Porter Jr. jersey, Isaac. I appreciate the call, man.
I think I'll keep the Claypool jersey.
I like goofy jerseys like that. You get street cred walking around with a Chase Claypool jersey. Look, I don't know how you can watch the last 2 games and think for a second that the Steelers win either of the next 2 games. I think the caller's right. If you had to lose one and you win the other 2, sure, you'd rather lose to the NFC team. The Packers are a good offensive club. That's now 6 of their games out of their 7 where they've scored 27 or more points. They're one of the better offenses in the NFL. The Indianapolis Colts are the best offense in the NFL. If the Steelers play the way they played last night against Indianapolis, they're getting a 50-burger dropped on their head. That's not exaggeration. That's not hyperbole. They'll do that to you. And by the way, Shane Steichen takes Mike Tomlin's lunch money every single time those guys match wits. Mike Tomlin looks like a high school coach going up against this guy, and this is the best team he's had. So I don't see any way the Steelers beat the Colts next week, and then you got to fly across the country to take on a Chargers team that just scored darn near 40 points the last time they took the field. They ain't winning these games. And in a vacuum, if you lose to the Packers, but you had beat Cincinnati, the caller would have been right. It's not the end of the world. You'd be sitting here at 5-2. You'd have taken care of business. Okay, you lost to a really good team when the quarterback played out of his mind. It sucks. You react. The defense blows, but you're sitting here at 5-2, and you can keep your head up. This loss is made worse because it compounds all the issues that they had in the Cincinnati loss. They lost the same game twice. 412-928-9370. They need to retire Renegade too, Harry. I'm sick and tired of Renegade. You can't stop a nosebleed. Wisconsin's got the cheeseheads. Maybe it's Swiss cheese because that's what the Steelers' defense looked like last night. And they played Renegade with 12 minutes left in the game. And the first play that's run after Renegade is a 12-yard run.
The jig is up. The Steelers suck. They can't stop cardboard. Yes. Like that song better?
I like it. I hate it, but I like it. I'm sick of Renegade. All the hard hits, all the highlights. Can't play anything from this season. I tweeted it out. There's a montage of all the Packers' touchdowns and some of the big plays that they made last night. If the Steelers were a two-hand touch football team, they'd be an elite defense. Oh, they got their hands on Tucker Kraft a lot. They got their hands on 83. Darius Slade did. He'd be down at the 2-yard line if it were two-hand touch. The Josh Jacobs touchdown. Good job, Brandon Echols. You got him on the leg. He'd have been down in two-hand touch. It's pathetic. Weren't we supposed to be talking about the offense? 412-928-9370. Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Let's go to Rob in West Mifflin, who's been waiting for darn near an hour. Hi, Rob.
What's happening, man? How you doing, man?
They stink, Rob.
Yeah, absolutely, man. They lucky they didn't get 50 put on them last night. But
they would have given up 41 if their kicker didn't suck.
Yeah, but hear me out real quick, man. I got 2 quick points, man.
Yep.
Anthony from Oakland stole my thunder, but what's going on is a fireable offense, man. This is embarrassing. I'm talking about embarrassing, man. Like this is crazy. Like, you got all these high-paid guys out there. Nobody's making any plays at all. Like, I didn't even think Cam Hayward was playing yesterday until my wife said something. Like, this is embarrassing. One more thing, Adam. The investigation needs to go on, man. to why Roman Wilson isn't really playing. Like, seriously, I don't care what he does in practice. You got to play this guy, man. You got to play this kid, man.
I feel like he was actually one of the lone bright spots last night. And Rodgers' best throw of the game came on the rollout to Roman Wilson, and then Roman obviously caught the touchdown in the back of the end zone. I'm with you. Play him more. He looks the part. I thought he had a couple of clutch catches last week. Thanks for the call. You talk about embarrassing and someone needs to get fired. I agree. No one will. Just think about the reason the word embarrassing keeps popping into my mind. Second consecutive game where your defense gives up over 30 on national television. You're supposed to be the physical Pittsburgh Steelers. They were breaking tackles left and right. The missed tackle statistics that are going to come out of this game are going to be astronomical. You had so many undisciplined penalties in this game. The Steelers were penalized 6 times that were accepted. You also had an illegal contact penalty on Joey Porter Jr. No surprise there. That was not accepted. 6 penalties, 65 yards. That doesn't even begin to tell the whole story. You had Packers fans sounding like they outnumbered Steelers fans. It was a bad look any way you slice it. 412-928-9370. And I think your team's mentally soft. Wait till you hear what Cam Hayward had to say after the game. And I actually have to quibble a little bit with an Aaron Rodgers quote. First, though, it's a Nicholas Aricalis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Bit of a lackluster weekend for Pittsburgh sports, all told. The Steelers, they lost 35-25 yesterday in their game against the Green Bay Packers. The Pittsburgh Penguins lost in a shootout to the Columbus Blue Jackets on Saturday. Penguins have a game coming up tonight at 7 at home against the St. Louis Blues. Pitt football won, though, 53-34 over NC State on Saturday. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, hi, I'm Nicholas Aricalis. I'd like to tell you, we're in the heart of football season, and let's be real, there's no better place to bet than Fanatics Sportsbook. Don't wait for a bad beat with another sportsbook. Switch to the home of fair play, where they protect all pro player prop bets. Straights, parlays, and same-game parlays across any first-half injury. Some books protect your bet through the first quarter. Some do nothing, but not a Fanatics Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every football game day. Whether it's quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, or any eligible player prop bet, Fanatics Sportsbook's fair play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will still play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. You can also track your player performance in the Fanatics Sportsbook app. Oh, and the payout speeds are lightning quick, too. Bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa, the pros that know how to keep your business moving at full speed. Much maligned Justin Fields and beleaguered coach Aaron Glenn were yesterday's biggest winners as the Jets got off the schneid by stunning Cincinnati. Other noteworthy winners included division leaders New England, Indianapolis led by Daniel Jones, and Denver led by Bo Nix, while backup Snoop Huntley may have saved Baltimore's season. I'm Boomer Esiason.
1 in 8 women will face breast cancer. But the Breast Cancer Research Foundation is changing that. With breakthroughs in prevention and treatment, we're not just saving lives, we're rewriting the future, giving those diagnosed more time to not just survive, but thrive. This is the moment. This is the mission. Support breast cancer research until 1 in 8 is none in 8.
At Napa, we've spent the last 100 years building our business into an engine that powers yours. Whether you're big or small, national or local, Napa has the automotive solutions your business needs to stay moving. And it's all driven by a nationwide network of quality parts and exceptional service on one mission: to keep your business moving full speed ahead. That's why we are the pros that know.
Napa know-how.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, November 8th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at pia.edu.
Hey Pittsburgh, it's Chris Muller here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And they let everyone get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Pittsburgh Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score Report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See Verizon.com/switch to Verizon.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Some problems in the outlying areas. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. In McKeesport, crews on the scene of an accident in the 600 block of Eden Park Boulevard between Palm and King Streets. Also an accident being cleared in North for Sales on Route 30 Lincoln Highway near the intersection with Brenton Drive. Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 heavy past the Route 8 at the bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I felt good. It was 16-7, and, we had a nice drive there at the end of the first half. And then, just didn't decide the game, but the one play where, I don't know, it seemed like the guy was offsides on 3rd and 8, and didn't come up with the catch. They didn't make a penalty call. And then we punt it, and they hit a kind of wild play to 85 to kind of get back in the game. That was like a big momentum turn in the game.
You know, adversity a lot better, man. I think this game kind of eroded in the second half, and big plays were, you know, the death of us today. You're not going to be perfect out there, but you got to keep fighting. I just think there's a lot of ball and, not enough fight on our side.
Not enough fight on our side. After being embarrassed by division rival Cincinnati and the aged Joe Flacco, there's not enough fight on the Steelers' side. That quote should drive every single one of you out there up a damn wall. And on the heels of the Aaron Rodgers quote where he's talking about how the refs missed that offsides. And Rodgers wasn't wrong. They missed it. They blew it. That was such an obvious penalty. You absolutely can't miss that. But you know what? He's also right. That's not the reason they lost the game. Roman Wilson's allowed to catch that damn ball, and he didn't. But I call the Steelers mentally soft, paper champions, because they allowed that penalty and subsequent punt to then become the 59-yard play, and then it all spiraled out of control. They got punched in the mouth, and they had no punch back. Outscored in the second half, 28-9, 21-6 in the fourth quarter. Oh no, a call didn't go our way. Catch the ball, Roman Wilson. Oh no, a call didn't go our way. You're allowed to not let the tight end go 59 yards, rumbling, bumbling, stumbling down the field. You're allowed to make a damn tackle. Not enough fight.
Not enough fight on our side.
That is so damning of the culture within this Pittsburgh Steelers locker room. And it starts at the very top with the owner, and it bleeds down to the head coach, and down to the leadership in the locker room. Not enough fight.
Not enough fight on our side.
You let Joe Flacco throw for 300-plus yards. And you had 10 days to stew on it. And then there's not enough fight? Isn't that what Kirk Herbstreit said? Something to that effect in the playoff game last year? Let me answer my own question. Yes. Mentally soft. 412-928-9370. Angela in Beachview is the queen of the Fan Morning Show, and she joins us now. Hello, Angela.
Oh, my. The secondary did suck, no question, but they got zero help from the front seven. I watched T.J. Watt quite a bit, and he went at that same angle every play. They didn't even double-team him. There is no fight. And because there's no fight, there's no identity. And, yeah, we have the highest-paid defense on paper, but not in reality. But, I mean, how can all of those players be so bad? Do we have to question the evaluation of Mike Tomlin or how he fits them together to make a complete puzzle?
Yes.
It's inexplicable.
Yes, you're right. Darius Slay doesn't appear to have it, and they love that guy. They're paying him $10 million. Jalen Ramsey has made some huge plays for the team this year, but he seems boom or bust. And it seems like the evaluation on, this is my opinion, on JPJ was the right evaluation. He's got all the talent in the world. They haven't improved his game. He hasn't improved his game one iota since coming over here from Penn State. But to your overall point, yeah, the front seven was terrible, Angela. They got 0 sacks. 0. T.J. Watt's making $40 million a game. A year, I should say. Going forward. Cam Hayward wanted more money because he wanted to be an all-pro. He didn't affect the quarterback. T.J. Watt's got 4 sacks the last 11 games. Myles Garrett had more sacks yesterday than T.J. Watt has on the season. The secondary stinks, but the front seven's supposed to routinely get the opposition's quarterback on the ground. And they ain't doing it. Joe Flacco sat back there, patted the ball. Joe Flacco got sacked twice. Jordan Love gets sacked 0 times. You're not going to win in 2025 when you pay your edge rushers to get the quarterback on the ground and they don't get the quarterback on the ground. But that's not to absolve the secondary. They work in concert with the pass rush. They're allowed to guard a little bit longer so that the quarterback has to hold the ball for a little extra. That hadn't happened either. Whatever you want to talk about on the defensive side, they ain't been good enough. And now you've got Cam Hayward saying pretty much they didn't want it enough, which points directly at Mike Tomlin. Dave in Newcastle, one of our favorites. Hi, Dave.
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, it's about nuclear time. This whole scheme is not working. You hit the nail on the head.
Thank you.
It's all in the way that it's put together, misevaluations. It's so bad that you would have thought yesterday you would have started hearing boos. But there were so many Packers fans that everybody just left because it was so demoralizing. All you could hear was the "Go Pack, go."
I'm going to get into that a little bit coming up next, actually, Dave, and I appreciate you calling. You got anything else?
Yeah, just real quick. I just honestly do think it's like Matt Canada time, where the fan base, you're at a Penguins game and we're fire Tomlin. It's there.
We haven't got that yet. We got Fire Canada. We got Fire Hextall. We have not heard the wide swaths of fans at Pirate games or Penguin games or Pitt games chanting Fire Tomlin. If ever there was a time for that, though, I think it would happen now. Uncompetitive in the second half. And the defense gave up scores on 7 of the final 8 possessions for Cincinnati on Thursday 2 weeks ago. The Steelers gave up points on every single possession of the second half, save for when the Packers were running out the clock. They're old. 412-928-9370. Speaking of old, and bouncing off that call from Dave, it was a hostile takeover from Packers fans last night. And I'm going to ask a question that I think is going to make a ton of Steelers fans uncomfortable, but I think it's time to have the conversation. Plus your calls at 412-928-9370. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
There's our Monday Night Football feature tonight. It's the Kansas City Chiefs and the Washington Commanders playing. And that's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. We've got coverage at 7:30. Beginning at 7:30, and that coverage is presented through Westwood One. Listen live here on the radio or listen on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY Odyssey. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays, too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
At Giant Eagle, we're working hard to bring more ways to save to every aisle. Because every dollar and every moment counts. At Giant Eagle, we're going for better, so you can bring home the best. Because it matters.
Now streaming on Paramount Plus is the epic return of Mayor of Kingstown.
Warden, you know who I am.
Starring Academy Award nominee Jeremy Renner.
I sway in these walls.
Emmy Award winner Edie Falco.
You're an ex-con who ran this place for years. And now you can't do that.
And BAFTA Award winner Lenny James.
You're about to have a plague of outsiders descend on your town. Let me tell you this. There's going to be consequences.
Mayor of Kingstown. New season now streaming on Paramount Plus.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 122. Must tax acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. Select units only. Offers end 10/31/25.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai today for huge fall savings. New 2025 Hyundai Tucson's 1.99% for 60 months. Or the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe 1.99% for 48 months. Or up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
I had to do something when my headaches were making my entire life a headache. My PCP was so good about it. We talked about my routines, like all the coffee I'm drinking and all the sleeping I'm not doing. We ruled some things out, and I made some changes. So far, fewer headaches. So good. My PCP specializes in me.
Find a PCP near you and connect to a network of nationally recognized care at upmc.com/PCP.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
Tailgating without Pepsi? That'd be like watching the Steelers without a "Here we go" chant. Here we go! Kielbasa is good, but kielbasa paired with a refreshing Pepsi Zero Sugar? Game changer. Tailgating deserves Pepsi.
Leaves and interest rates are falling here at the gorgeous new Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. It's 0% on all this fall. All Mitsu models now have 0% financing for 60 months. That's incredible. 7-passenger Outlanders take up to $8,000 off. 43-mile-per-gallon Mirage now for $3,500 off. Plus that great warranty and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Get set for fall entertaining with incredible deals at Scandinavian Designs. The Fall Entertaining Sale features huge savings on select furniture and decor for every space, from dining and living rooms to guest spaces ready for overnight stays. Refresh your home today and make it holiday ready, just in time for the gathering season ahead. But only for a limited time. Scandinavian Designs. We make it simple, you make it home. Stop by your local showroom today or shop online at ScandinavianDesigns.com.
Celebrate the spooky season with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129 and take 15% off your air duct and dryer vent cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of these huge savings.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar, Waterworks, and Collier locations. Cold beer, hot wings, tonight's game live at Rival.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
I've heard that chant for 18 years, so Packer fans travel really well. First time in a while I've used silent count for a home game. That's a credit to those Packer fans.
I think this is going to make a lot of people uncomfortable, but it needs to be said. It needs to be discussed at 412-928-9370. The Steelers used to have one of the best home field advantages in the NFL. They don't anymore. And the team on the field deserves most of that scorn. It's their fault for playing bad defense home and away, and a little bit in the second half there in Dublin. The team just has been mid as mid can be going back a decade. But the atmosphere at Acrisure Stadium, I talked to a lot of people who were there last night, just ain't even close to what it used to be. It used to be tough to come up into Acrisure, Heinz Field, and win on the road. Teams didn't do it. False starts, turnovers, edge rushers getting off quicker. You used to go to Pittsburgh and know you were going to lose. 68,000 terrible towels, people going bonkers. It ain't that way anymore. Kenny Pickett had a perfect passer rating going into his second season with the Steelers. There was considerable hype around the team, and yet there were like 50% 49ers fans in our building. The Steelers are 4-2, first place in the AFC North. You've got a primetime game that was discussed ad nauseum on every single NFL show, every single sports show across the nation this week. Haven't seen the ratings yet. Probably one of the most watched Sunday night football games in recent memory. Two historic franchises. A chance to see history in Aaron Rodgers, if they had won, beat every team in the NFL, which had only been done by 4 other quarterbacks, and now won't be done by Rodgers. And yet there were 40% Packers fans there. And I'm talking to people who were at the game last night saying Steelers fans are sitting on their hands. You heard it after the Dublin game. A couple of players in the locker room said it was actually better than a home field advantage because the fans were invested into it the entire time. That's because the people who went wanted to be there, spent their good, hard-earned money to be there. It ain't cheap going to Dublin. And I realize people are spending their money and going to Acrisure Stadium. But these night games, instead of getting jacked up, you sell your tickets. And the ones that were there got drowned out by Packers fans. Even when the Steelers had a lead early, it was bleeding through on TV in a way that was getting tweeted about and getting talked about on the broadcast. It's pathetic. I got people telling me all the time who go to the Steeler games. And I go to one a year. I used to have season tickets. Maybe I'm part of the problem. Maybe I should never have given up my season ticket. I'm old, man. I got people telling me that you get yelled at for standing up on third downs. A pathetic showing not just by the team, but by a lot of the people who were in Acrisure Stadium last night. And for those of you who sold your tickets, hey, you want to make a penny? I get it. Maybe check the damn zip code before you sell them to Packers fans from Wisconsin. The Steelers, by the way, including this year and the 2 prior years, are 11-9 at home. That's not a home field advantage. You'd be 11-9 or thereabouts playing every game at a neutral site. Pathetic, embarrassing showing by the team and by the fans. Paul in Washington next up. Hello.
Well, Adam, it's funny. I'm sitting back listening to all these calls, and I've been saying they're pathetic and embarrassing for going on 3 years. I mean, after what you saw last night, hey, Craig Rowley, I deserve a seat at the table or a seat at the mic. You need to spice things up. That fire Tomlin chant should have started a couple years ago. Cam Hayward, how's that $16 million looking? TJ, what are you doing with your 40? And Joey Porter Jr. is a bust. Slay should be slayed because he's a bust. And Ramsey, he's still chasing Chase. I don't know if he's even caught him yet. But it's embarrassing. It's pathetic. And Dan Rooney, the son in waiting, you need to fire your old man today and clean house. Because this ain't Steelers football. This is garbage. I rest my case. I'm the unequivocal #1 caller to the fan. All the rest are pretenders. I lay it on the line. Peace out.
Thank you, Paul. Pretty much hit on everything there. Defense stunk. Offense was undisciplined. Drop passes.
Start the Tomlin chants.
We have not heard that. We got Fire Haley. Wouldn't be surprised if we got some Fire Austin chants. We had Fire Hextall at PPG Paints Arena.
Do you think it's because there's half of the Steelers fan base that actually does respect Tomlin and
yes, I think
doesn't want him to go?
I think it is a respect thing, Harry.
Or some of the other coaches the teams weren't winning, or like Matt Canada's offense was like really, really bad, right? Sometimes you might hesitate to fire Tomlin because at the beginning of the season, we're all super happy. We're like, yeah, let's go. Rodgers is the quarterback. And then so you hesitate to do that. Now we're in a rough stretch, so everybody's like, yeah, fire him. But like, then they may finish the season strong, and everybody's going to be like, oh, maybe not. Let's be excited for the playoffs.
There is an overall respect for Mike Tomlin's body of work to the point where I don't think fans want to call him out, put him on display publicly like that.
Are you going to chant that when they go on a winning streak to end the season? They do it every year. They'll have a losing stretch and then a winning stretch, and then they make the playoffs, and then we get mad when they lose. But you can't chant fire Tomlin if the season's over, right?
No, it could happen next week when they give up 50 points to the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah.
But that would mean Steelers fans at the games that actually have to show some emotion, which we haven't seen for the better part of the last half decade. Was that unfair for me to rip the fans? 412-928-9370.
I thought it was out of nowhere, to be honest.
I'd love to hear from you. Out of nowhere, there were 40% friggin' Packers fans there. Aaron Rodgers had to use a silent count at home. Embarrassing showing from the fans. Was I there? No. So am I part of the problem?
Didn't you see West Virginia play this weekend?
I couldn't. My kids were sick.
Where was that video from? You were at a football field.
I shared my friend's video. 412-928-9370. Was I too hard on fans? We'll go around the NFL a little bit coming up next. The Ravens find themselves in hot water, yet they are now the favorites to win the division. Mark Caboli from 8 until 10. It's the Fan Morning Show. Right now, a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers lost yesterday by a 35-25 final score. Steelers are now 4-3 on the season. Pitt football won on Saturday, beating NC State by a 53-34 final, and the Pittsburgh Penguins lost in a shootout to the Columbus Blue Jackets on Saturday, 5-4. The Penguins have a game coming up tonight against the St. Louis Blues at 7 o'clock. It's a home game for the Penguins. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Big time trouble on the Parkway East. This report brought to you by Injury Lawyers LGKG. Be careful fighting morning traffic. If injured in an accident, local super lawyers LGKG will help you navigate the legal fight. Crews on the scene of a couple of accidents on the Parkway East. One of them blocking the left lane just past the Wilkinsburg off-ramp. Delays past the scene and down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Also a second one on the inbound side blocking the center lane as you head past the Boulevard of the Allies on-ramp. Watch for delays there as well. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brain injury, debilitating pain, broken bones. Car crashes don't always heal with time.
LGKG has helped thousands in western Pennsylvania. Get real compensation when the stakes are high. Be careful out there this morning.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Hi, everyone. This is Bob Pompiani. Let's count the ways that number one Cochran Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. First, they have a huge selection with hundreds of new Kia models in stock. From the Forte and Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there's a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, number one Cochran's clear-cut pricing structure gives you the absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum pricing power during the Kia Fall Savings Event. Clearly, better car buying. It's transparent. It's hassle-free. It's a number one Cochran Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson or shop online at CochranKia.com.
5 words no one wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do you do? Who do you call? How are you going to pay for it? It's Chris Muller, and these are all questions that run through people's minds when they hear those 5 words. But if you pick up the phone and call MHI Roofing, your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free home improvement project you'll ever do. MHI has thousands of 5-star ratings for both customer service and high-quality installation. Plus, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And since no one wants to pay these high interest rates, for a limited time, MHI is offering 5-year no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. So if you need a new roof, don't stress. MHI Roofing has got your back. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection to assess the exact condition of your roof and what needs to be done next. Set up your inspection today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go on the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Steelers are 11-9 their last 20 games at Acrisure, and I think the atmosphere sucks. And last night it was, 35-40% Packers fans? Aaron Rodgers said they needed to use a silent count. It's embarrassing. A lot of people texting in, though, saying it's not the fans' fault, that their sections wanted to stand for large chunks of the game, and the ushers were telling them to sit down. If that's true, that's absurd. Why do you go to a game? I remember going to Eastern Conference Finals Game 5 in 2008. Was that the clincher when the Penguins beat the hell out of the Philadelphia Flyers? Oh, God, was that not glorious. Better time to be alive. And my buddy who brought me to the game, we were sitting right behind the glass. I'm a loud clapper. I'm going nuts. And he goes, why are you clapping so loud? I don't know. I'm not at church. I go to a game, I'm going to make noise. I'm going to yell. I'm going to say things that if I said them at work are going to get me fired. Like that's why you go. You drink in excess. You say mean things to the opposition. You scream Muth the few times he actually makes a play. Happy to see that he was able to come back into the game after getting hurt. Hey, that's what you do. You go, you make noise. You make it tough on the opposition. If you're not going to do that, watch a game on TV.
Okay, you say pack the stadium, but then you say if people don't want to do exactly what you want to do, that they should just
I just don't understand why you go to a game and you only get jacked up when Renegade plays. It's pathetic. And that's not the way it used to be. And you should retire Renegade because, A, the team doesn't deserve it, and B, a lot of the Steelers fans that were at the game last night, they don't deserve Renegade either. It's a special treat. You don't get your special treat. If you don't eat your vegetables, you don't get dessert. You weren't eating your vegetables, you don't get Renegade.
How did you steer to the point where now we're blaming the fans?
Because I'm lashing out every direction.
I'm entertained, but...
We'll take some calls on this at 412-928-9370. You're right. I need to keep the focus on the team more than the fans. Because the team, did they really even deserve the fans to support them last night?
No, they should have just barred the gates.
Mm-hmm.
Their last win was in Ireland, too. You realize that?
That's not true.
Wait, who did they beat after that? Oh, they beat the Browns. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Good analysis. 412-928-9370. The Ravens, in case you missed it, are now odds-on favorite to win the AFC North. They are minus 105. The Steelers are plus 175. The Steelers are minus 135 to miss the playoffs. The Ravens were impressive yesterday. I think Caleb Williams stinks. That guy, the interception in the shadow of his own goal line, thanks for all the help, Bears. He's terrible. That might be the next time the Steelers win, when they go to Chicago. And if they let that guy beat them, whoo, unforgivable. But the Ravens find themselves in hot water because Lamar Jackson was listed as questionable and listed as a full participant in Friday's practice, despite the fact that he didn't participate as the first-string quarterback. He participated as the practice squad quarterback. Thus, he should have been listed as not questionable. He should not have been listed as a full participant. And the Ravens had to issue a statement and downgrade him to out on Saturday. And Harbaugh, after the game, he said, the Lamar injury designation was an honest mistake. Oh, get the hell out of here. We hear this all the time in college sports. Oh, I didn't know our players were gambling. Oh, I didn't know that our players were seeing hookers on their visit to campus. I didn't know this was going on. I didn't know that was going on. There are no more people in this world that are control freaks more than head coaches in college sports and professional sports. John Harbaugh knows the rules, and he purposely evaded them. They're going to get docked probably a draft pick or something like that, but he was absolutely trying to game the Chicago Bears, and he got caught. But that they won without Lamar Jackson? Uh-oh. And their defense played well. Now, again, I think Chicago's offense is not great because I think the quarterback stinks. But the defense played as well as it's played really all season, and they've done that now in back-to-back games. They were pretty good against the Chargers, too. I thought they were going to give up a 40-burger. They gave up 17 points. So here come the Ravens. Bengals lost, which is great. But it also hurts because the Jets beat them and you couldn't. Good for Justin Fields, though, because Woody Johnson's an ass and said he can't complete a pass. And Tyrod Taylor was supposed to start. And then Tyrod Taylor got hurt. And Justin Fields engineered the game-winning drive. Good on Justin. He's handled this with class. He's a hell of a kid. Don't think of him much as a quarterback, but he's a hell of a guy. And it's nice to be able to stick it to the outside noise, especially when the outside noise is coming from inside the house. 412-928-9370. Mark Cabali is going to be joining us next to get into gestures wildly, the state of the Pittsburgh Steelers. First, fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high at 59, low at 35. Tomorrow, high at 56, low at 37. So your team sucks and it's cold. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Baird is proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 6 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build confident financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized financial plans we create based on your unique goals and aspirations, your financial confidence is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit pittsburgh.bairdwealth.com. Robert W. Baird & Company, Incorporated, member SIPC.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires November 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Winter is here before you know it. That's the bad news. The good news is there's still just enough time to get that last-minute masonry project complete with Precision Pointing. So if you procrastinated this summer and you can't make it through another winter, well, then you have to act right now, and I mean right now. The window is closing. If you wait any longer, Precision Pointing may not be able to accommodate you. I'm glad I used them, so I don't have the problems that you do because I didn't procrastinate. They did wonders on my all-brick home. So use them, call them. I can't recommend them enough. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Accidents causing traffic nightmares. Two of them on the inbound Parkway East, both off to the side now. The first one near the Wilkinsburg off-ramp. The second one on the city side approaching the 2nd Avenue off-ramp. Traffic is stacking back through the Squirrel Hill tunnels and on the suburban side back to Greensburg Pike. Also, an accident is tying up a portion of the inbound side of Route 28 near the Etna on-ramp with delays back to the Highland Park Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by Moderna.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's the morning after on 93.7 The Fan. The guys break down this week's loss. Brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture. Verizon, the official 5G of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Salone's Italian Bread. Smale Lincoln Greensburg. And Twin Peaks Bar and Restaurant. It's time for Mark Cabali.
Holy moly! Mark Cabali! The Fan Morning Show keeps the sports talk rolling!
I mean, guys been out of position, including myself, not making the plays that we're supposed to be making, but that was pretty much it. Like I said earlier in the week, we just got to eliminate the small communication issues that we've been having.
Yes, communication issues. The Steelers knew that Tucker Kraft was pretty damn good coming in. That would be the guy that you'd circle on the scouting report. And he absolutely cooked you. 7 catches for 143 yards and 2 touchdowns. The other guys you tend to circle on the scouting report have also gone off on the Steelers this year. Garrett Wilson, game 1, 7 for 95 and a touchdown. Jackson Smith and Jigba, 8 for 103. Hunter Henry, 8 for 90 and 2 touchdowns. Justin Jefferson, 10 for 126. And then Jamar Chase on that Thursday night against Cincinnati. He had 745 catches for 765 yards. Other than that, they've done great defensively. Can't count on much. You can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live all season long, kicking off with the juicy Week 9 matchup between the Indianapolis Colts, oh my God, and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Steelers defense 30th in the NFL in yards allowed. Steelers defense dead last in the NFL in passing yards allowed. Steelers defense 18th in the league against the run. Steelers are 22nd in the NFL in points per game allowed at 25 per game. And someone texted in earlier and said, this team reminds me of the 03 team. I see some of the similarities. Here's how that team ranked defensively. 9th in yards, 11th in the passing game, 12th against the run, and 15th in points per game. That defense wasn't good. This defense is a train wreck. Good morning, Mark. How are you?
Well, a lot better than you, here on my commute here this morning. Kind of fired up.
I am fired up. It'd be one thing if you beat Cincinnati and you're sitting here at 5-2 after losing to a good Green Bay team, because that's a good team. But you lost both games. And a lot of the same issues reared their ugly head. I guess it wasn't the rush defense's fault that they couldn't stop the pass against Cincinnati, Mark. Where do we even begin? I don't even know where to start with you. We'll start on defense. They can't cover. They can't rush the passer. I guess they slowed Josh Jacobs down until they didn't.
Well, did they? Or did they just say, we're not going to use him very much because we know we can throw on you? That's what it looked like to me. I don't think they were very interested in running the ball for the most part during that game at all. I think you start with the secondary. I mean, it's bad.
Yep.
It's in the way I look at it is, there's no answer. I mean, there's no magic potion that Omar Khan's going to find on next Tuesday at the trade deadline to help this out. You're getting worse because Deshaun Elliott's likely out for the season.
Yeah.
Right now, and now you got two corners, one that the Cleveland Browns didn't want, not two corners, two safeties, and one that Cleveland Browns did not want, and one that you signed a week into training camp as your safeties, and another one in Peppers that you signed 2 weeks into the season.
And they seem to know what they're doing in New England at 6-2 with Mike Vrabel and Drake May running the show. So they let go of Peppers, and there's obviously a reason for that. I had a caller earlier in the show say, play Corey Trice, play James Pierre. Folks.
That's your only options.
Are those options that excite anybody?
But it's getting to the point. Well, put it this way. At least they did a little bit yesterday to, change things up where they threw Echols in on the outside for a series or two and sat Slay. But you see that we can see why the Jets didn't want Brandon Echols.
Yeah, and I think Echols has been largely okay this year, if not better than that at times. But he had a shot at bringing Jacobs down in the backfield or at least slowing him down on his touchdown run. So it's not just the inability to cover, it's also not being able to come up and help in run support.
They had 250 yak yards in that game. 250 out of what do you have, 360?
And Mark, look, Tucker Kraft's a really good football player. Watson's a big play guy. But when you watch the highlights, and I rewatched them this morning, a lot of it had to do with poor tackling. Those guys get paid too. They can make big plays. They're really good players, particularly Kraft. You got to get that guy on the ground. And over and over again,
he's a good player. He's a good yak guy, right? And as Tomlin would say, that's what I told you guys earlier in the week. Okay, you told us that, but you did nothing about it to help it. But, man, that's not mistaking him for the combination of, Kellen Winslow, Ozzie Newsome, Rob Gronkowski, Vernon Davis. I mean,
he's on a short list for the best tight ends in the NFL, but that doesn't make what happened yesterday palatable, especially when you know he's their guy coming in. That's the guy we talked about all week. That's the guy. And that's why I bring it up with what Garrett Wilson did and Jackson Smith and Jigba and Hunter Henry and Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase. Look, those are all really good football players. You at different times apart from Garrett Wilson, a lot of them you could say might be the best wide receiver in football. But if you're a defense worth your salt at all, you can take something away. You can make them play left-handed. And they haven't taken away the opponent's best receiving threat all season long, Mark, with a secondary that Mike Tomlin was beating his chest about coming into the year.
I think that's the point right there. I think there's a bigger issue right here as we sit here, 7 games in, halfway through the season, the failure to evaluate because they thought they had it. They thought they were the old bee's knees, as they said there, with this secondary, man, with the Slay and the Ramsey and the Porter and Deshaun Elliott. They loved it, man. They were going man to man, and all of a sudden to be that high on this secondary, then it turned into what it is right now. Okay, there's been some issues with the front seven, but I'm almost willing to even overlook that right now to a degree because the secondary is doing nothing to help them out. It's not like they're allowing them to hold the ball. I mean, last week it was the slants. This week's to the flat. Mike Tomlin says after the game, yeah, I'm not worried about the throws to the flats. You literally wear a shirt that says, don't get beat to the flat. Well, what are we doing here?
Yeah, 83 scored a touchdown on a throw to the flat where I've been saying this all morning. Darius Slay would be a hell of a two-hand touch football player. Tucker Kraft scored a touchdown where he knifed through the entire Steelers defense on a throw to the flat, and that's just 2 of the touchdowns. Mm-hmm. There was a lot more between the 20s where they were hitting into the flat as well. They took one thing away to only be burned on another thing. And you're right about the front seven, but it's one hand washes the other. And you're supposed to be able to play press coverage. This is what we talk about all offseason. You're supposed to be able to play press coverage on the outside to make the quarterback hold it for an extra beat so that your pass rushers could get home. Well, you don't cover well enough on the back end to do that. And then the pass rush ain't getting home fast enough to help the people on the back end. They're not good in any aspect of the defense right now, Mark. They've had 2 sacks combined the last 2 weeks, and they haven't forced any turnovers.
No turnovers.
In 3 straight games now.
No turnovers in this continent.
And they're not good enough at defending every blade of grass to not get turnovers.
Yeah.
If you're going to bend, then you cannot break.
Yes.
And they've broken far too often, and they're not getting the negative plays. You're not killing drives with sacks, and you're not taking the football away.
And third down conversions.
Oh, it's terrible.
It's just, but then you look at it, you're 4 minutes into the third quarter, and you've allowed a touchdown, and you're pretty much holding this team down into not much offense whatsoever, and you're up by.
It should have been 16-13, though. I mean, their kicker
stinks. Whatever. I mean, I'm not a big fan of starting off your press conference of Mike Tomlin blaming not scoring touchdowns instead of field goals. Yeah, it's 56, 58, 54-yard field goals here. Then we talk about penalties. Then we talk about something else. Then we get to the defense about a minute into it.
Right. After his Tuesday press conference, whenever he lauded his defense for getting a stop at the end of the Bengals game. Not on the drive that would have won the game, but on the penultimate Bengals defensive drive. The defense is the biggest problem. I thought Aaron Rodgers was fine. I don't put the kicking of field goals on Rodgers. I look at the first drive. I have it right here so that I could reference this. The first drive of the game, you have a penalty that gets you out of range, and then what happens? You kick a field goal. The second drive, same thing. Illegal shift sets up a 3rd and 13 field goal. Then, when it's 29-19 and you're trying to mount your comeback like you did last week against the Bengals, DK Metcalf goes all George Pickens and pokes a dude in the eye. You can never poke a guy in the eye. You can't spit on people, you can't poke in eyes, and you can't go for their groin. That's the holy triumvirate of things you can't do to another dude.
I think we've learned something about DK Metcalf is they can be easily provoked, especially when things aren't going your way. And I think we saw that again yesterday. Big, extremely big play. I mean, there's a lot of things that went wrong. Obviously, it starts with the secondary, I do believe. But, man, those stripes were terrible, too. Those refs were awful.
They were awful.
Awful. I'm not going to blame it on them, but they were awful.
You can't come apart at the seams the way the Steelers seemingly did when they didn't get that offsides call, which absolutely should have been a free play. Mm-hmm. But, A, Roman Wilson, you're allowed to catch that ball.
A little behind him.
Catch the ball.
But it was a little behind him.
Hey, you want to play more? Catch the ball.
What do you mean play more? He had his best game of his career.
Yeah. Yeah, and he still should have made that play.
That's a plus.
Yeah, it's great. I'll give him an A because he's been so terrible in his 2 seasons here in Pittsburgh.
4 for 74 and a tut.
Catch the damn ball, youngster. And then the next defensive drive is when you give up the 59-yard circus play to Kraft.
The Thornhill misjudge.
I mean,
whatever that was.
And you just can't come apart at the seams there. Yes. You had a chance to take control of that football game. You did. And that penalty, oh, boy, it all came apart after that. Where's the mental toughness? Where's the battling through adversity? It's ridiculous. And by the way, TJ Watt, no sacks. He has 4 in his last 11 games. So in his last 11 games, he has fewer sacks than Myles Garrett had in 1 game yesterday.
Yeah.
Can't happen.
But, sacks are down across the league. I mean, he.
Oh, okay.
But on
Micah Parsons had 1. Rashawn Gary had 2.
Myles Garrett doubled his sacks in 1 day, and they lost by 3 touchdowns.
He leads the league now. He's tied in sacks.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
He's just not affecting the game at all, Mark.
I mean, who is?
Yeah, but the rest of the guys aren't getting paid $40 million. He needs to make a play. He didn't make a single play.
Oh, you got a lot of highly paid guys on the defense. He's not the only one making money.
He was the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL, and he is playing nowhere near up to that level.
I mean, at one point I looked, it was in the second half, and you had Highsmith, Watt, Queen, and Herbig with a total of 3 tackles.
Unacceptable.
I know at one point I think TJ ended up with maybe 6. I don't know where those come from.
Those are your 4 highest paid players defensively.
Yeah. I
And I saw Green Bay's best defenders making plays. Micah Parsons and Gary combined for 3 sacks. Your guys combined for 0. Big old donut, Blutarski. 0.0.
If we want to flip on the other side of the ball, too, is why is Jaylen Warren touched the ball 3 times in the second half?
I agree with that. They were running the football effectively.
Very effective.
Are they going to be able to continue that if Sayamalu's hurt? We'll get to that coming up next. There's 8 million different storylines. We're going to cover them all with Kaboli. You can chime in at 412-928-9370. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by our friends at Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. And you can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Steelers lost yesterday 35-25 to the Green Bay Packers. Steelers' next game is going to be on Sunday at 1 o'clock. They play the Indianapolis Colts at home. Pittsburgh Penguins, they lost 5-4 in a shootout on Saturday to the Columbus Blue Jackets. Their next game comes up tonight at 7 o'clock. They play at home against the St. Louis Blues. And Pitt football won 53-34 over NC State on Saturday. Their next game coming up is a road game against Stanford on Saturday. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Harry. I want to tell you about my new obsession, Daisy French onion dip. My God, did I eat a vat of it yesterday watching the game. That's what I do every game, eating my chips and wings and veggies. I dip them in Daisy French onion dip. And new Daisy Ranch dip, as delicious as homemade dip, made with real herbs and spices, other ingredients that you would find in your own kitchen. So do what I do every game day. Look for Daisy French onion dip and Daisy Ranch dip at a grocery store near you.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucko's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The World Series shifts to Dodger Stadium for tonight's Game 3. After Los Angeles tied the Fall Classic at 1 game apiece behind Yoshinobu Yamamoto's historic Saturday night masterpiece in Toronto. He became the first Dodgers pitcher with 8+ strikeouts and 0 walks in a World Series complete game since the great Sandy Koufax did it back in 1963. I'm Boomer Esiason.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, Colin Dunlap from my great friends at Schultz Ford and SchultzFord.com. Be sure to check everything out. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but it's going to get cold. So you better get a vehicle to get ready for that cold. Get in that Explorer. Get in that Expedition. How about that F-150? Get you geared up for that cold weather. Listen, there's so much happening. Great people at Schultz Ford. All those spectacular locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, and Schultz Ford in Wheeling. Again, always online at SchultzFord.com. They got mobile service, too. You need anything done to your vehicle, come right to your driveway. Get it done there. Pick up and delivery. If it's a little bit more extensive, they'll grab it, take it to the dealer, bring it right back. So there is that. And again, it's going to get a little bit cold. So be sure to be prepared for this winter. Richard Bazzi and his staff will treat you well. All those great locations and always online, SchultzFord.com.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with with hands-on training that explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, November 8th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at PIA.edu.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Every morning, we rise and shine. Make breakfast and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Accidents really slowing you down this morning. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread Pittsburgh. Couple on the Parkway East, one on the suburban side near the Wilkinsburg off-ramp. Traffic is slow getting by and jammed down through the Squirrel Hill tunnels. A second accident off to the side near the 2nd Avenue off-ramp. Watch for slowdowns there as well. And one on the inbound side of Route 28 near the Route 8 on-ramp, causing delays back to the Highland Park Bridge. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that is jammed inbound near the top of Green Tree Hill, outbound heavy at Green Tree. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. Proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Let's add some injury to insult. The injury report is brought to you by Shenderovich and Fishman. They've got your back, not your wallet. The Steelers have given up 30 points in 4 of their 7 games. They're giving up more than 25 a game going back their last 14 games. And now they're hurt. Now they're banged up. Deshaun Elliott has a knee injury. Looks like he's going to be lost for the season. That's no good. Daniel Ekuale, Mike Tomlin couldn't say his name, so he decided to not use his name last night in the postgame.
You noticed that too?
I did. I don't know that he's coming back. That looked awful.
I don't think so.
And Isaac Seumalo with a pec injury. They call it a what? Pec strain. That's going to get an MRI, right? I would think.
A pec strain's still a tear. It's just a degree of tear. I know he had one last year. I'm not quite sure if it's the same pec or what it is. And that's a little bit significant, not because Seumalo is great anymore. He's nowhere near what he was 5 years ago, but it does now affect your jumbo package.
100%. And it takes their identity away from them.
Yeah, I don't think they could do anything yesterday. Once he went out, the jumbo went with it.
And my worry had always been because of the knees for Darnell Washington, that he was going to get banged up or that something was going to happen to Spencer Anderson, who had a reception yesterday. And Rodgers, after the game, said, yeah, we had to take one of our eligibles, one of our pass-catching threats, and he had to play on the offensive line. It did not get a chuckle, except for me in my car driving in this morning.
Honestly, that's a strange play that early in the game to me.
I would have thought that'd be something you'd bust out in the red zone.
Something.
But at least it's on tape now. Well, not that it matters if Seumalo's out for an extended period of time, but it's on tape now, so maybe down in the red zone or short yardage, you would now have to think about him in a way that you wouldn't otherwise have had to think about him.
I think straight up, Spencer Anderson's, if not as good, darn close to as good as Seumalo is right now. He has a lot of experience from last year.
I'm a big believer in that guy.
And but what do you do now? Then I guess you could just, get Calvin Anderson and get him acclimated to that jumbo package or something like that. But
you're going to be starting from square one.
Well, that you would hate to change it, but you really have no choice right now.
I think that's what you do, Mark, because that's been, for the last 4 games, they've run the ball well. And that's such a huge part of it. And it's become, like I said before, their identity. They're not physical on defense anymore. Like, that part of their identity is gone, and they have to earn that back. But offensively, they've been bludgeoning people with that. And so it's not just to lose Seumalo. You're right. I think Spencer Anderson can do a fair enough job of filling in, but it's what you lose in that jumbo package. It's a massive, massive loss. That's the one of the 3 injuries that I think is going to affect them the most. I think Deshaun Elliott's a really good football player, and they paid him, and they should have paid him.
That's going to affect them more than anything?
They still have T.J. Watt and Jalen Ramsey and Cam Hayward.
T.J. Watt doesn't play safety. Juan Thornhill and Chuck Clark are playing safety.
They stink.
And Jabril Peppers is playing safety.
You're not wrong, but offensively, they had found their groove. Defensively, they've been bad with and without Deshaun Elliott. And I think the defense will continue to be bad. Now the offense is going to take a step back. That's the one that changed their season offensively when they went out there against the Vikings and they did that. They found something there. And I don't know how long Seumalo is going to be out. Do you think there's a chance he's out for the year?
Well, I guess there's always a chance. I mean, once again, it's going to depend on the MRI and the degree of it, but didn't Watt come back after his was pretty much severed?
Yeah, but then you're not the same guy.
Yeah, you're not using your hands.
You can't push.
Yeah.
I don't have pec muscles, so I can't really speak to it myself, but I would imagine whenever your job is moving a man from point A to point B against his will, that a pectoral would be fairly important.
I mean, let's probably not overstate this a little bit. We're still talking about a jumbo tight end who plays 15 snaps.
Mark, they averaged 5.2 yards per carry. They had 82 in the first half. They did nothing in the second half.
Calvin Anderson is a veteran. He played many games with Denver. So, I mean, I don't think that's over his pace scale. You know what I'm saying? I think he's able to be able to step in there and do that. I mean, I don't think Spencer Anderson has that position all to his own. You know what I'm saying?
That's
he's not
fair.
the only one that's done that.
That's fair. I would hope that that's what they try to do, and they don't just eliminate it entirely, because we saw it on the Micah Parsons sack. I think that would have been an area where Spencer Anderson would have been in the game, and they brought Jonnu Smith over to the Parsons side of the formation, and dear God, that guy, what is he here for, by the way?
Either not using him or he's not performing.
Nice catch on the two-point conversion there, Jonnu, who I hear is a wonderful man. But come on, man, catch the football.
I mean, that two-pointer, I mean, you're still in the game, I guess, right? 8-point game. You're talking about one at the end of the game here?
Yeah, at least it keeps it interesting to the point where it's not only Packers fans in the stadium then for the onside kick. What did you make of that?
Yeah, it's not
was that the most you've seen?
You were anticipating. I mean,
the 49ers game was the most I'd ever seen.
Was unexpected because it was the first home game?
Mm-hmm.
It was San Francisco. It was a 1:00 game. Pittsburgh, I mean, first of all, there's a lot of ties in Green Bay and Pittsburgh. And somehow there's a pocket of Green Bay fans in Western Pennsylvania.
They're everywhere. They're like Steelers
fans.
Yeah,
they're here. And we know the Steeler fans do not like to go to Sunday night games. They just don't like it.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I'm not saying all of them okay.
That was the injury report, by the way, brought to you by Shenderovich and Fishman. They've got your back, not your wallet. Call 888-98-TWINS. I'm a huge college football fan, as you know, and my God, my team sucks. But you live for night games. You want the night games. Now it's a Saturday, and then you get a Sunday to recover. I get all that. But think about Penn State fans, how bumhurt they get whenever, we got our whiteout, but it's going to be a noon kickoff. As a fan, you should want to go to these matchups. You should want to scream your head off. The entire world is watching.
Yeah, but, a lot of times people bring their families and their kids, and obviously that can't happen because you're not getting home till 1 o'clock in the morning. When an 8:20 start, that's a 3-hour game, then the commute back home.
All the Packers fans did it, and they got a much longer commute to good old Wisconsin.
Taking a couple of days off. But, hey, this is not anything new. I mean, you look at the numbers over Sunday night games for the most part over the past decade, and they're not good.
And you know what, Mark? The home field advantage at Acrisure doesn't exist anymore. They're 11-9 their last 20 games there.
They got to tear up that turf a little bit, give more some advantage.
Was it bad again last night? I couldn't tell on TV.
I didn't notice it unless they greened up the old sand and you couldn't tell.
How about that kid from NC State catching the touchdown from the running back and then having his Greg Jennings moment where he's just limping down the field to the end zone? Did you see that?
Yeah.
Oh, my
I
God.
thought he was doing the Jalen Ramsey.
I did, too, until it was obvious.
Well, look on the bright side. At least they had really, really cool uniforms.
Yeah, those suck, too. Texter, you have to realize that us season ticket holders are so sick of Tomlin, we'd rather sell our tickets for $500 each like last night. No one wants to go to an 8:20 game. Hey, I'm not going to tell people, you want to make some money? Make some money. Can you check the damn area code? Can you get a 412 up in there?
Can you
get
that?
a 724 up in there?
I've never done that
Come
before.
on now.
Do you do that? Or you just
I have
sell
no
the
idea.
ticket mess?
I just want to lash out in every direction.
Or you send it to one of these secondary market guys. I mean, I know a lot of people that have these games and say, what is the most enticing game? Let's sell those tickets so they pay for a good portion of the rest of my tickets.
Yes.
So, I mean, you can't complain on that way if that's your
No,
thought.
make your buck, but sell them to Steelers fans.
But
that's all I'm asking. 412-928-9370. No, it was a terrible look. Go, Pack, go. There's a silent count at home.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that.
Me
I mean,
neither.
maybe all of Greenfield was there. I'm not quite sure.
You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Coming up next, we'll turn our attention to the Steelers' offense. What happened in the second half? First, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Monday Night Football is tonight. The feature is Washington Commanders at Kansas City Chiefs. Commanders 3-4, Chiefs 4-3. That's a game you can listen to live right here on 93.7 The Fan. We've got coverage through Westwood One beginning at 7:30. Kickoff is at 8:15. Listen on the radio or listen on the free Odyssey app. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, hello, I'm Nicholas Ericalis. Let's take a look at the latest pro football injury report presented by Fanatic Sportsbook. There's no better place to bet than Fanatic Sportsbook, and Sunday afternoon proves that point. New York at Philly. Star running back goes down in the second quarter with an injury. Fanatics Fair Play voided all pro player prop bets across straights, parlays, and same-game parlays instantly. Some books protect your bet through just the first quarter. Some do nothing, but not a Fanatic Sportsbook where they flip losing bets into winning bets every football game day. And I have the numbers here. Fanatic Sportsbook's Fair Play policy saved 30% of same-game parlays. Don't wait for the bad beat with other sportsbook. Bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatic Sportsbook app. And now a little more information on Fanatic Sportsbook. We're in the heart of football season, and let's be real. There's no better place to bet than Fanatic Sportsbook. Don't wait for a bad beat with another sportsbook. Switch to the home of Fair Play, where they protect all pro player prop bets, straights, parlays, and same-game parlays across any first-half injury. Some books protect your bet for just the first quarter. Some do nothing, but not a Fanatic Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every football game day. Whether it's quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, or any eligible player prop bet, Fanatic Sportsbook's Fair Play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will still play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. You can also track your player performance in the Fanatic Sportsbook app. Oh, and the payout speeds are lightning quick too. Bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatic Sportsbook, winning. It's different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatic Sportsbook app.
Radio 93.7 The Fan. As the days get shorter and the air gets crisper, football is back across the area. And we want to encourage young players out there with our Youth Football Showcase. All season long, we're taking our hosts on the road to fields across the area. And we want to be part of your team. Go to 937thefan.com and sign up your league and let us come out and show our appreciation for all the youth players and coaches. Brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Hellman Electric, Keystone Custom Apparel, Living Treasures, and Saloni's Italian Bread. From Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Humana, our Medicare Advantage plans give you coverage you can count on, along with guided support to help you feel your best. Our licensed sales agents are ready to help you understand your options and choose a Medicare Advantage plan that fits your needs. Things like dental, vision, and hearing coverage are included in every plan, even offering a yearly cap on out-of-pocket costs for covered medical services. And with access to Humana's large, trusted networks, it's easy to get the quality care you need. Plus, every plan has a $0 or low monthly plan premium, which makes it easier to save too. So this Medicare planning season, we can help you plan well with Humana. Learn more now at GetHumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Tailgating without Pepsi this football season? That'd be like playing football without pads. You could do it, but I wouldn't. Or like watching the Steelers without a "Here we go" chant. Here we go! It's just not the same. Your tailgate's kielbasa is good, but kielbasa paired with a crisp, refreshing Pepsi Zero Sugar? That's a game changer. Steelers Nation, stock up on Pepsi Zero Sugar at Giant Eagle today. Because tailgating deserves Pepsi.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and everybody wants the shortcut. Players stealing signs or even betting on their own games. Guys juicing to hit one more homer. People taking shots to drop a few pounds. It's all the same thing, trying to cheat the system. I wanted results, but I didn't want to gamble with my health. I didn't want a short-term fix. I went with Awaken 180, and I received both the short-term and long-term results we all want. 35 pounds down in just 6 weeks. So think about it. If you start Awaken 180 today, you could be down 35 pounds heading into the holidays. Now, that might sound crazy, but you really could be. I did it. Donnie, Paul Alexander, and probably people that you know personally have done it as well. We all had the same results. 4 to 5 pounds gone each and every week until reaching our goal. It's that simple. So if you're tired of shortcuts that don't last, stop gambling on the quick fixes and play the sure bet and win it. Start today at awaken180weightloss.com.
At Buckos Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Buckos for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Buckos Roofing.
This year's senior class is back at homecoming, reunited and protected with mNEXSpike, the new COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna for adults 65 and older. That's because these seniors know they face the highest risk of severe COVID. mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA, is a COVID-19 vaccine for people 65 and older and for 12 to 64-year-olds at high risk for severe COVID. You shouldn't get mNEXSpike if you've had an allergic reaction to a previous Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Rare cases of inflammation of the heart muscle and outer lining have been reported. Common side effects include pain at the injection site, tiredness, headache, muscle or joint pain, chills, nausea, vomiting, and underarm swelling or soreness. mNEXSpike may not protect everyone. This year's senior class came ready with a COVID-19 vaccine that helps them keep showing up. mNEXSpike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnexspike.com to schedule your vaccine today. That's mnexspike.com.
Lowe's knows you want to spend less time shopping and more time on the job site. Bulk savings on trusted brands means big savings and more time on the job. Get up to 25% off select drywall when you buy in bulk. Buy more and save to make sure you're prepared for any job. Lowe's. We help. You save. Selection varies by location.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Call your Pittsburgh area Geico agent, Mr. Hester, at 412-364-7170.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Rodgers looks at Metcalf, slants, touchdown, Steelers.
That's the last time I was happy. Here's Mike Tomlin's synopsis of how the game went last night.
First, congratulations to the Green Bay Packers on a victorious performance.
Yeah.
From us, we just simply got to get a lot better in a lot of areas, in all areas, but some really specific areas that are critical to winning. We can't settle for field goals versus good people.
That's the first thing Mike Tomlin mentioned there, Mark. You can't settle for field goals against good people. And he's not wrong.
No, he's not wrong.
But was that the biggest issue on the field last night? I think the biggest issue is that the Steelers pass rushers didn't breathe on Jordan Love and the corners didn't breathe on any eligibles the entire game. And Jordan Love at one point completed 20 consecutive passes. In fact, it was a historic night for Jordan Love against the historic Steelers defense. 20 consecutive passes completed, 350-plus yards, 3 touchdowns, no turnovers, no sacks. No quarterback's ever done that in the history of the game. So when Mike Tomlin wants to criticize the offense, I get it to an extent, but your defense is the reason why you have lost these last 2 games.
Yeah, I was curious sitting in there when he was going to mention something about defense, and it was, like he said there, this, that, and other than, we got to play better defense. I mean, he's not going to sit there and criticize his defense that he put together on his own. He pretty much handpicked to bring here, but that is the problem. It is embarrassing. It's the problem, and there, as I've said a number of times, I don't think it's fixable.
No,
I don't think it's fixable at all.
No, it's not fixable.
You got to play better. That's the only way you fix it.
Yeah.
But can they play better?
Well, I think it's reasonable to think no, given their last 14 games now, giving up more than 25 points, given the fact that they've given up 30-plus points in 4 of their 7 games. And this isn't a young defense, Mark. No. They don't have another bye coming up. You only get one, and they just came off the mini-bye and looked like this. They're not going to get healthier down the stretch. If anything, the older bodies are going to wear down. I think it's going to get worse. I'm serious about this. They might give up 50 to the Colts. They really might. The Colts are putting up 40-plus on everybody. Steichen has taken Tomlin's lunch multiple times before. I just don't see how it's going to get any better these next 2 weeks. And then you got mean old Joe Flacco coming into town again.
The only positive I guess you see out of the Colts game is they run the ball, and maybe I'd rather have a team that tries to run the ball more than throw up against them right now. I mean, you see some of Jonathan Taylor's runs and some of the holes he was able to run.
He looks like Saquon last year, man.
It could have been the worst team in the NFL, maybe NFL history.
I know that, but they put up 33 on Miami. They put up 29 on Denver, 41 on Tennessee, 40 on Las Vegas, 31 on Arizona, 38 on Los Angeles, and 38 on Tennessee. Yes, now, that's not a murderer's row of a schedule, but they are taking care of business in a way that I think would impress the College Football Playoff Committee.
Yeah.
The fewest points they've scored in a game is 20, and that was on the road at Los Angeles.
It can get this is a point of the schedule that it can get away from you in a hurry.
Yes.
You were what? A series away from being 5-1?
Yep.
And you're not very far off from looking at 4-5?
Absolutely. And I haven't looked at the spread for this weekend's game against Indianapolis. I would imagine that they are an underdog, as they should be, and they're going to go out on the road and they're going to be an underdog. They'll be favored at home against Cincinnati, but these next couple of games, I wouldn't be surprised if the Steelers open up as a 6.5-point dog on their home field against Indianapolis, and probably around that on the road against the Los Angeles Chargers. More to the point, because it's what I brought up to start, how did you feel Rodgers played last night?
I thought he played well. I mean, he didn't. I don't think he lit it up or anything, but he had them right where they needed to be. I mean, we're looking 5 minutes into the third quarter, and you're up by 9 points with a potential to, that offsides play you were mentioning earlier. So I think he wasn't overwhelmed by the situation or anything like that. I thought he played. I think the offense probably played well enough to win if the defense would have given them any help whatsoever.
Yeah, I thought he was fine. He was far down my list of reasons why they lost the game. He got outplayed by his ward in Jordan Love. But guess what? If Rodgers had played the Steelers' defense last night, he probably does the same thing. Rodgers threw that pass to Roman Wilson down the middle of the field that we've referenced on the offsides that wasn't called. That's a play that's a difficult one for the youngster to make. You can make that. I thought DK Metcalf had a drop on the 3rd and 3 ball down the sideline where he had inside position. Not an easy catch because the defender's arm was fighting through the football, but probably a play you've got to make. Jonnu Smith had a drop on the 2-point conversion, and DK Metcalf poking a guy in the eye, that ain't Aaron Rodgers' fault. It goes from, 3rd and 2 to 3rd and 17. The first drive of the game, there's a penalty. And so you're facing a 3rd and 15. Second drive of the game, there's a penalty, and you're facing a 3rd and 15. And those were drives that were promising that wind up being field goals, not through any fault of the quarterback, but because he's not getting enough help. And Mike Tomlin going all the way back to the Browns game, highly penalized. Bengals game, highly penalized. This game, they had 6 penalties. They were all backbreakers. Yeah. Every single one of them came at a moment that changed the complexion of the football
game. The Bengals game last week was a handful of them that were back-breaking ones, too.
Yes.
I mean, they took points off the board.
It wasn't the sheer volume so much as it was the when and the why.
Yeah. It's just crazy of how poorly they have played defensively. This has now creeped its way somewhat into making the offense struggle to points of not putting up more points than they probably should. I think the offensive line did have their moments of last night. Moments of how can I say not playing as well?
Yeah, and you know what it is? It's you're trailing and it become one-dimensional. And
plus, you're playing a good defense.
And you're playing a good defense. When it's 29-19, Micah Parsons is going to get home. Yeah. Rashawn Gary's going to get home.
I don't think there's one person that would say that Aaron Rodgers was the reason they lost this game. I mean, the throw to Roman Wilson on the 45-yarder in the opening drive, what arm strength and what – I mean,
that was his for my money.
Say about that.
The Hail Mary's up there, obviously 70 yards in the air. The Freiermuth on the rollout in that one. I mean, the touchdown to Connor Hayward was also a thing of beauty. He's so far down the list of he's not a problem at all.
No.
He played well enough last night, didn't get help.
He's been limited because you saw the couple times they were trying to do play action, and once he turned around, he was pretty much snowed under.
8 guys in his face.
Yeah.
The Colts, by the way, open as a 3.5-point favorite. Color me shocked. Color me shocked. If that was on the road, it'd be much more substantial.
Colts historically have not played well in Pittsburgh. I don't know why that would have anything to do with this game.
Yeah, neither had the Packers. They hadn't won since 1970 in the Steel City. All right. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL a little bit, and then we'll ask the question that's on everybody's minds at 9 o'clock. Are the Steelers, are they cooked in the AFC North now? Baltimore finds a win. We'll get into it all. You can give us a ring on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And Mark Cabali is brought to you by Icy Light. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers lost 35-25 to the Green Bay Packers yesterday. Also over the weekend, the Penguins lost in a shootout to the Columbus Blue Jackets by final score of 5-4. And Pitt football, they won over NC State on Saturday. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now this message from Doran Dickerson.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about something that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my good friend Gina Giampetro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. When you're ready to sell your home, contact my friend Gina to get you great results. Dawn and her husband have worked with Gina twice, and said that Gina was able to sell their home in one day on 2 separate occasions. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. Pull out your phone. Give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty, and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
We're still dealing with a couple of earlier accidents on the inbound Parkway East. One off to the side near the Wilkinsburg off-ramp. Delays from there all the way down through the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Then a second one still off to the side near the 2nd Avenue off-ramp. Watch some slowdown through there. And an earlier accident cleared near the Route 8 at the bypass on inbound Route 28. You're jammed from that Route 8 off-ramp all the way down toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Book us. TwoBedAndAJunkTruck.com. Broken furniture and appliances, abandoned pianos and exercise equipment. Let's deal with that junk that's been haunting you. TwoBedAndAJunkTruck.com.
New jewelry might not be in this year's budget, but have you considered refurbishing or redesigning your existing jewelry at only a fraction of the cost? Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, our expert craftsmen can breathe new life into an existing piece of jewelry that maybe hasn't been worn in years. Or let one of our designers help you repurpose some of your unused jewelry into exciting new creations using your diamonds and gemstones. The leftover gold can be used to offset the cost. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules. This may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. If your garage floor looks lousy with stains, cracks, or bad epoxy job, right now you can get 50% off labor on a new Comer & Cross garage floor. Call them now because 50% off labor ends soon. Here's their number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A new Comer & Cross garage floor will be your favorite home improvement. It's going to feel like pulling into a new car showroom every night. Guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And Comer & Cross makes it so easy. All their employees are well-trained pros. They don't use subcontractors ever. They're in and out in one day. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly. They even take your stuff out for you. For 50% off labor and your new Comer and Cross garage floor installed by the holiday, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or go to COMERcross.com. Comer and Cross Garage Floor Coatings.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Mark Cavalli is brought to us by Keystone Custom Apparel. The holiday rush is coming, so act fast. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free quote.
How about that Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram?
You just got a car there, huh?
How about that?
Are you going to park it illegally at St. Vincent College and get it stuck?
I could probably do it because, it's a truck, so yes.
Are you going to get stuck in traffic going to Cincinnati and take a 5-hour drive and turn it into 7.5?
That has nothing to do with me. You know what? I apparently the great A.J. Hawk went from Columbus to Cincinnati for the game and got in the same traffic as me, so he was late too. I wasn't the only one. Jeff Hathorn too.
Does A.J. Hawk ever not have a cigar in his mouth?
I don't know, but he is a legend.
You were talking during the break about Moscow mules. You're on a big Moscow mule kick, and you actually just ordered the copper mugs online.
Copper mugs,
so
man.
you are locked into the Moscow mule game.
But the problem is I made one the other day just in a regular mug, and it tastes nothing like the ones you buy that are like $15. I need some kind of, I don't know, some help. I think the problem is this, Adam. They want me to measure in milliliters, and I have no idea what a milliliter is.
I would imagine, though, that a Moscow mule is kind of like pizza.
Just give me an ounce already.
Like, even a bad Moscow mule is still a good Moscow mule, right? Or am I wrong on that? I don't know. I'm not super familiar. I've had one or two in my day. I'm more of a beer guy.
You're more of a Guinness guy.
That's right. Had a couple of those yesterday, and then I had to stop because I would have fallen asleep during the game. You can text us 412-928-9370. Give us a ring on that fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Don't look now. Objects in the rearview mirror are closer than they appear. The Jets did the Steelers a favor yesterday by beating the Bengals. And good for Justin Fields, who got thrown under the bus by his owner. Wasn't supposed to start. Then he wound up starting and won the game. But the Ravens, man, they got their defensive players back. I think Caleb Williams stinks. I don't think he's very good at all. But back-to-back weeks now, they've played good defense. 17 points allowed to the Rams in a loss. Now you got Roquan back. You got Kyle Hamilton back. They looked the part on that side of the ball. And their schedule is easy.
Yeah.
I'm starting to worry. And so is Vegas, by the way.
Vegas put them ahead of them.
They did. And we'll get into that when we come back. How do you feel about the Steelers' chances of winning the AFC North? We'll break it down at 412-928-9370. That's next, but first, fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. High of 59 today, clear skies, so we should have some sun. Tomorrow, high of 56, low of 37, and clear skies. It's Fan Morning Show
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. Temperatures are taking a chilly turn and dropping fast. If you turn on your heating system and find your system isn't kicking on or just not keeping up, you need to call the heating professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. The McVeigh team of experts are here to help. We can provide a complete precision tune-up or a repair to keep your heat running safely and efficiently. Call us now before winter really hits. McVeigh, your local heating experts. Don't overpay. Call McVeigh today or visit McVeigh.com to schedule online.
This October, Power meets Performance at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Get behind the wheel of a 2025 Ram 1500 with savings up to 25% off, or take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months. But hurry, these fall deals won't last. See dealer for details.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. It is officially fall. It's spooky season. Most importantly, it's football season. You're going to have a bunch of people over at your house eating the dip, eating the chips, crumbs, nastiness everywhere with all that foot traffic. A perfect time to remember that carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery can be Zero-Resified, so it's time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. Right now, you can get your entire home Zero-Resified from Pittsburgh's ultimate carpet cleaner and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129. There's something scarier than ghosts and goblins hiding in your house. Something scarier than your defense not playing great on Sundays. It's your air ducts. This month, take 15% off your air duct and dryer vent cleaning. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,800 reviews. So schedule your appointment at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Accident cleared from the inbound Parkway East near the Wilkinsburg off-ramp. Still looking at delays from there down through the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Some outbound slowdowns approaching that Squirrel Hill Tunnel entrance. Second accident still being cleared off to the side near the 2nd Avenue off-ramp. We do have an accident reported on the outbound side of the Parkway West near the 79 on-ramp with delays back through that 79 interchange. Inbound Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Route 28 remains stacked through the Route 8 at the bypass. Pretty well stop and go down toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Staples.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $125 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. NC11-1. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Gather up the season's best savings all month long during the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington Harvest the Savings event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishis.
Don't wait. The road to fall savings starts here. Your deal, your way. What a great day at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington.
Visit JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com to shop today or call 724-209-8075 for offer details.
It's the morning after on 93.7 The Fan. The guys break down this week's loss. Brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Verizon, the official 5G of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Saloni's Italian Bread, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Bar and Restaurant. It's time for Mark Cabali.
Holy moly! Mark Cabali! The Fan Morning Show keeps the sports talk rolling!
TJ screaming off the edge on third down. Love hit as he throws, up for grabs. Caught! Kraft! Oh, on the run! Kraft pulling away! Still on his feet at the 30. What a run after the catch by Kraft all the way to the 26-yard line. It's a 59-yard gain.
You know, adversity a lot better, man. I think this game kind of eroded in the second half, and big plays were, the death of us today. You're not going to be perfect out there, but you got to keep fighting. I just think there's a lot of ball and, not enough fight on our side.
Not enough fight on our side. 10 days after losing to the Cincinnati Bengals and Joe Flacco in embarrassing fashion on a national stage, you would think there'd be some fight to not be embarrassed on a national stage again. And you know what happened? They got embarrassed on a national stage again, and their defensive numbers are embarrassing. I think they're the worst defense in the NFL, Mark, when you compare the statistics in the eye test with what the expectations were. 30th in the NFL in yards allowed, dead last in passing yards allowed, 18th against the run, 22nd in points per game allowed. They've given up 30 or more in 4 of the 7 games they've played. They've given up 25 points per game in the last 14 games that they've played overall. This is a bad defense, and they're staring at 4-5. They are not beating the Indianapolis Colts. They are not going on the road and beating the Los Angeles Chargers. And if you're 4-5, I got some bad news. As I look at the Baltimore Ravens schedule, they're 2-5 right now. They take on Miami this week. You think they might beat Miami?
Oh, Miami looked good yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the only good thing, before you even get into it, the Steelers do have 2 games with the Ravens. So, in theory, that's good because they can then, make it up or at least control their own destiny.
Who do you think's going to be favored in those games? It'll be Baltimore.
I'm just saying that at least they have that opportunity.
Yeah, I think the Ravens are looking at it as an opportunity as they're the hunter, not the huntee.
Oh man, this whole Lamar Jackson thing is just strange.
It is, and I want to get into that.
Very strange.
It is very strange. Do you think there's some sort of disconnect between he and the team?
I don't know. It could be. Maybe the NFL got spooked by what happened with the NBA.
Oh, that much is undoubtedly true.
Yeah.
But they list a guy as questionable and say that he practiced in full when they had no intention of playing him in the game. Did he think he was going to play in the game?
Let's not be naive about it. All teams fudge those things.
This went beyond a fudging, though.
Yeah, it did. That's probably...
When you're releasing a statement on Saturday, that's never a good thing. That means something bad went down.
That means the league office gave you a ring and said, yo, what's going on here?
The Steelers are lucky, by the way, that Snoop Huntley wasn't their starter before. I'm not saying he's a good player, but he's a reasonable facsimile of what Lamar Jackson is. It never made sense to me that Cooper Rush was their backup quarterback because he's so different from Lamar stylistically. Huntley is the Michelob Ultra light version.
50 yards rushing. He made some plays. He moved the chains when he needed to. He made a couple throws. Derrick Henry still doesn't look like he's that back to his old self.
I would agree with that.
Right?
The defense is what has me a little worried now. They figured it out last year midway through the season. This year they were brutal, and then they got hurt, so they were worse. But now they're healthy. And they're playing with a desperation. I think Caleb Williams stinks, but they played a great defensive game now back-to-back weeks. They've given up 33 points in the last 2 weeks combined. The Steelers are giving that up every week seemingly now.
Now, what was impressive about that Bears game was the Bears absolutely punched them in the mouth in that opening drive. They pushed them around. They ran the ball right down their throats. They stuck it in the end. No, they had to settle for a field goal, but they pushed them around. And that did not affect them. I mean, they were able to rebound from that like some other team that we know not far from here tends to not be able to rebound from that. And look for guys who can, how does Cam Hayward say it? Some fight?
Mm-hmm. The Ravens showed fight.
Let's play a game.
I thought
Who's
they
he
quit.
talking about? Who's he talking about?
Real quick, I thought the Ravens quit against the Houston Texans, and it hasn't happened the last 2 weeks. And by the way, getting Patrick Ricard back, their fullback, is a massive deal for them. Not many teams you can say that about in 2025, getting your fullback back. Who do you think didn't put forth the requisite effort? Who do you think Cam Hayward was talking about?
I mean, we can play the game of let's see he's not talking about.
I'll tell you who's.
He's not talking about Highsmith or what.
I tell you who stunk yesterday and was making
Queen.
business decisions. I was going to say Patrick Queen.
But he's not talking about him. He's not talking about Slay. He's probably not. Maybe he's not talking about Ramsey.
I thought if I were handicapping this, who tackled the worst last night? Darius Slay by a wide margin. By a wide margin. Who do you think it was? You asked me the question. I'll turn it back around on you. Who do you think he's calling out from an effort standpoint?
I would think if he's – I don't know if it's more of an effort he's talking about.
But a hang-your-head kind of thing.
Being able to respond to adversity. And I just automatically look to the young guys. I don't know if it's Harmon. I don't know if it's Black. I don't know that Black played enough to be able to put him in that category.
Peyton
I would
Wilson.
Think Benton. I don't know. Right?
That guy stinks.
Well, he just hasn't gotten better since that rookie year.
Right, and I'll say that he stinks. There's not a single guy defensively playing better than the expectation level. So whether that's a requisite want-to or a hang in your head when things aren't going well, I don't really care. Nobody's playing better than we thought they'd play coming in, and few, if any, are playing as well as we thought they would play. I'd put Herbig on that list, but guess what happened again last night, Mark? He played 24 snaps to Alex Highsmith's 47.
A lot of that was late, I think, that last drive, that meaningless, so to speak, drive. I mean, I think he was below 20 at that point.
Mike Tomlin told us to stay tuned, that he'd be playing more, and that didn't happen this week. He did not play more. And I guess you want to stop the run with Josh Jacobs, but I brought this up last week. The numbers stopping the run are better with Herbig on the field than they are with Highsmith. That's a fact. Now, maybe it's a small sample size thing, whatever. Herbig's been the more impactful player, and they're not playing him enough.
Yeah, I don't
it's ridiculous.
care about the stopping the run. I'm talking about always seeming to deflect the ball, pick up a fumble, cause a fumble, have a big strip sack. He seems to have that every single week. I still think you have to put him in there in situations. Maybe they didn't put them. Maybe they just didn't have the opportunity to put him in obvious pass rushing situations. We sit here and complain about T.J. Watt, how he taps out all the time. He missed about 6 snaps yesterday.
Yep, he played 90% of the snaps. He played a bunch. Highsmith played a bunch. Herbig didn't play very much at all.
I can't even tell you who that right tackle was.
Herbig coming in to the game was 3rd in the NFL in pressures, and he's a part-time player. You got to get him out there more. That's another thing, man. We talk about the inability to fix this defense. You're not going to fix it when your best players aren't playing.
Yeah.
You're not even playing them.
I don't even think that you have to remove Highsmith or Watt. You just add him to the mix somehow. You're professional coaches. Find a way to have Herbig, Watt, and Highsmith on the field, whether it's obvious rundowns, obvious pass downs, or something in between. Find a way. You can't keep one of your better players on the sidelines for the majority of the game and think you're going to win.
Back to the AFC North, the Steelers are plus 175 now to win the AFC North. The Ravens are minus 105. The Steelers are minus money, minus 135 to miss the playoffs. Do you agree that they'll be 4-5 after these next two, the Steelers? It's more likely than not that they're 4-5.
I think they'll. I wouldn't pick them, but I think they'll win one of the two.
Oi.
But I'm never going to pick. I think I'm.
Are they going to score 60 points? That might be what it takes against Indianapolis. Meanwhile, the Ravens have at Miami, at Minnesota, at Cleveland. So you got 3 straight road games. But then you play the Jets, the Bengals, Steelers, Bengals, Patriots, Green Bay, Pittsburgh. They finish up with a tough stretch there. But these next handful of games, they're a 7.5-point favorite against Miami. Now, it's a Thursday night game, and weird stuff happens on Thursday nights, but they're still a 7.5-point favorite. I think Minnesota's a fraud and a half.
Yeah, until they get McCarthy. Unless McCarthy comes in and
he's not going to save the day. That guy
he might.
stinks.
Can't be any worse than what they have.
I'll agree with that.
Can't be any worse than Kirk Cousins.
The Ravens
stinks.
are going to beat Cleveland. He can't move at all. The Jets, I know that they just won, and hey, even the worst teams in the NFL find a way to win 3 or 4 games.
You wanted the Steelers to go sign Kirk Cousins.
When did I say that?
I
never
sure
said
you
that.
Did. At some point you forgot.
I think the Ravens will be sitting there, man, at 4-5, and the Steelers will be 4-5. I think they're going to knot this thing up in the next 2 weeks.
The only thing that I think that you have to watch out for is the Jackson thing. Is it just a clerical error, or is there more to it?
It's definitely a significant, Captain Obvious Take coming here, it's a significant hamstring injury.
Yeah. That's another thing. He hasn't played in a month or 4 weeks.
He was playing at an MVP level before he got hurt, though. He wasn't the reason why they were stinking.
Yeah.
Same reason that Aaron Rodgers isn't the reason for the Steelers' loss last night. I mean, you could only do so much, and Derrick Henry had sort of turned into a pumpkin, and they were without Ricard, and the defense was as bad as it looks in the NFL. One of the reasons why I didn't think they'd figure it out is because I thought that the defense for Baltimore was beyond fixing. They fixed it now the last couple of weeks. Meanwhile, the Steelers' defense is worse. The Steelers' pass defense is the worst in the NFL. Statistically across the board, the Ravens' defense is actually better than Pittsburgh's, and they've had reasons. They've had excuses. Like, they've been bad. They've been banged up. The Steelers have had everyone healthy, and now they don't. So I think the Ravens are going to win the division now, man. And it might be at 10-7. It might be at 9-8. But they're going to knot this sucker up in 2 weeks.
That tells you how important that win or that loss was in Cincinnati.
That's right, man. If they beat the Bengals,
5-1,
no matter what it looked like, you're sitting there today at 5-2, and okay, the Packers whipped up on you. The Packers are good.
Yeah, the Packers and the Seahawks whipped on you. 2 pretty doggone good teams.
Right, and it doesn't make
NFC teams.
It doesn't make it. It doesn't excuse the defensive performance in the Bengals game, even if you had won. It doesn't excuse the defensive performance in the Green Bay game, but you'd have taken care of your business. That's what makes this one hurt even worse, is you should be sitting here, my God, at 5-2, and the Ravens would still be looking up at you in the standings, and it would feel like they're more than an arm's length away. It doesn't feel like they're more than an arm's length away anymore.
Yeah, but then, I mean, to play devil's advocate, you'd probably say they shouldn't have beat the Patriots. Things tend to even out, even Steven.
Sure.
Right?
Football's goofy. If they're going to win one of the next 2, they'll win the
That's
Chargers
right.
game, but I don't feel good
how
about
easy
that.
the Ravens' schedule is.
Mm-hmm.
I guarantee they lose a couple of those games against pretty bad teams.
The one silver lining to that point is the Ravens have been so bad in the playoffs, and every week moving forward is a playoff game for them. They've got almost zero margin for error. All right, 412-928-9370. You think the Steelers are still going to win the AFC North? Vegas doesn't. Vegas has the Ravens back as favorite. What say you? You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. What happened yesterday that made the Steelers look like a poorly coached football team? Well, a lot. But the thing that stuck out most to me, I'll tell you what it is when we return. First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
A lot of sports over the weekend. Steelers lost to the Green Bay Packers yesterday, 35-25. Steelers' next game is this coming Sunday at 1 o'clock against the Indianapolis Colts. It'll be another home game for the Steelers. Penguins lost on Saturday 5-4 in a shootout to the Columbus Blue Jackets. Penguins' next game is tonight at 7. It's a home game against the St. Louis Blues. And the University of Pittsburgh football team beat NC State 53-34 on Saturday. Their next game is coming up this Saturday at 3:30. It's a road game against Stanford. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart enabled. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Yesterday morning, the NFL community was stunned to learn that Nick Mangold had passed at the all-too-young age of 41. 2 weeks ago, Mangold publicly revealed he suffered from a rare genetic disorder. He was undergoing kidney dialysis and pleaded for a compatible kidney donation. Unfortunately, that never arrived. Rest in peace, Nick. You'll go down as one of the greatest Jets of all time. I'm Boomer Esiason.
1 in 8 women will face breast cancer. But the Breast Cancer Research Foundation is changing that. With breakthroughs in prevention and treatment, we're not just saving lives, we're rewriting the future, giving those diagnosed more time to not just survive, but thrive. This is the moment. This is the mission. Support breast cancer research until 1 in 8 is none in 8.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family-owned and operated since 1929. If you're planning a move, give us a call, 724-237-4578, or go to CorriganMoving.com.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required, 10,000 miles a year. Expires November 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality. trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some problems to contend with as we head to the midday. This report brought to you by Injury Lawyers LGKG. Insurance companies prepare to settle auto accident cases, not LGKG. LGKG prepares for trial. LGKG, your home team. LGKG.com. Inbound Parkway West, you're stacked near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound delays from Green Tree toward Carnegie. Then a second delay from Roslyn Farms out past an earlier disabled truck. It is partially blocking the on-ramp from I-79. Meanwhile, Parkway East is jammed at Edgewood Swissvale, and Route 28 is heavy approaching the 31st Street Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Your drive this morning on the Parkway, 79 or 28, shouldn't end in an accident.
If it does, LGKG stands with the people of Western PA, making sure medical bills, lost wages, and pain aren't ignored.
Call LGKG, LGKG.com, your local super lawyers.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Well, it's either we're having a sack we had a sack on first down on one drive. We had a 15-yard penalty on 3rd and 2 after the play that went to 3rd and 17. Those aren't high conversion drives or plays. So, we got to be better on first and second down. I thought we ran it pretty well at times. Didn't get as much out of the keeper game as we have been. Didn't get as much out of the action game.
Aaron Rodgers talking about the myriad of issues the Steelers had. Mike Tomlin typically characterizes those kind of issues as popcorn when it's different stuff. Mark, I'm just going to come out with a statement here, and I want to know if you agree or disagree. The Steelers are a bad football team.
Right now, they're a bad football team. So I guess they're a bad football team.
I'm trying to think of the things that they do well.
Well, they're a good kicker.
They have a great
punter.
kicker.
They got a good long snapper, good special teams.
Yeah.
Their quarterback's not bad, pretty good.
Their quarterback's very good.
Their offensive line's getting better.
That's hard to disagree with because it started so poorly.
Washington's
but
playing well.
They played
Roman
the worst
Wilson's
game in the last month on the offensive line.
DK hasn't really stepped it up.
He dropped a touchdown last night.
Well, he hasn't had a good couple games recently.
Roman Wilson, just real quick, Roman Wilson dropped what would have been a huge play when the Steelers were up by 9 points early in the second half.
They're both deflected, no?
He should have made the play. DK Metcalf dropped a touchdown on 3rd and 3. Jonnu Smith dropped a 2-point conversion.
Mm-hmm.
The Steelers had 6 penalties for 65 yards. 1 penalty was not accepted, and that was a Joey Porter Jr. hold because that's on everybody's bingo card, so we needed to get that one in there.
Is there a prop bet for that?
So you're highly penalized. You gave up 35 points. You kicked field goals instead of scoring touchdowns because you committed penalties, like poking a dude in an eye, which can't happen, DK Metcalf. You had 2 penalties early that took you from manageable down and distance situations on 3rd down to unattainable down and distance, 3rd and 13, 3rd and 15 on the first 2 drives. So you potentially took touchdowns off the board to kick field goals. Last week you couldn't stop the run. This week you kind of did, but they didn't really try to run all that much. What I'm getting at is they're finding different things each week that are costing them games. All the while, the constant is they can't defend a nosebleed on the back end.
No,
this is a bad football team.
It's a bad football team right now, yes. But how do you explain Patriots, Vikings, Browns?
Luck in the Patriots case. I mean, you force the turnovers, fair enough.
There's no such thing as luck.
But they move the ball up and down on the field. And if you played that exact game 10 times, that exact game, you lose it probably 8 times. Cleveland stinks, and you played them at home.
Come on, that's your argument. Cleveland stinks.
Congratulations to them for beating the Cleveland Browns. I'm not going to pat them on the back for it retroactively. And the Vikings game, I actually thought they dominated. and the final score was not reflective of how well that they played overall, but they almost stole defeat from the jaws of victory in that one. And they beat the Jets in week 1 by 2 points.
Yeah. The concerning part is the youth, which takes time to develop, seems to be all on the offensive side and developing quicker than, the older fellas on the defensive side. I don't really want to say that they're old.
You know
30
what?
isn't old.
You know what? It depends. Okay, relative to the position, though. Like, Cam Hayward at 35 is playing, well, he's not playing great football right now. But Cam Hayward last year, he's an all-pro in his mid-30s. Darius Slay, he lost his step, and it's over. It's over. He looks old. Jalen Ramsey's boomer bust, man. Yeah, you get zero consistency out of that guy.
Yeah, I think he's affected by the stuff around him a lot. He's. I think if they put him in one place, it would benefit him.
I agree with that.
But I don't think they can do that, especially they can't do that now. You might see him more at safety. Who knows, right?
You made a good.
Seriously, that might be an option.
Who's going to play corner?
Echols, Slay, and
I do think you made a good point. I think Troy Faltanu's played better and better. Yeah. Broderick Jones, again, the offensive line wasn't great last night, but Broderick Jones has improved significantly from week 1 when he gave up 3 sacks.
Hiccups last night.
Yeah, against Micah Parsons, which will happen. I'm actually, look at me defending Broderick Jones. Your point, though, Roman Wilson played mostly well last night, and he's been getting fed more snaps week in and week out, even with Calvin Austin's return. Their young guys offensively are improving, and there are some guys playing above their expectation level, like Broderick Jones. I had zero hopes for the guy. Meanwhile, defensively, apart from Nick Herbig, nobody's playing better than I thought they would coming in. Not one guy. Derek Harmon was nice at the beginning. He's not playing at as high of a level. Benton had the sack in the Bengals game, one of the few highlights. That's been few and far between. Joey Porter Jr. is not getting any better. Peyton Wilson's not getting any better.
So if you had to, I
it's
agree.
Bleak.
I agree with you. But what I'm saying is, if you had to list number 2, who would it be? Beyond, what's his name on defense?
Queen's been so bad the last couple of weeks. He would have been an answer.
Early.
Yeah,
for a span, he was good, but Wilson was struggling. I mean, they're very inconsistent.
I would have said Echols until last night. That tells you where you are.
Really?
I think Echols has been fine. Last night, I don't think so.
Herbig is the number 1. He's gotten better, looking good. Who would you put at number 2?
Ask it again.
Who?
Can you ask it again? I was reading a text. I pulled a Starkey.
You got to wear the glasses on the tip of your nose.
Can you repeat it again, Mark?
What's that horse?
Big boy?
I'm telling you, the Buffalo Bills are going to lose.
All right, what did you ask me?
You know what? That Scatterboo guy.
Oh, boy, did that look bad. Did you see that injury? Yeah. Did you see the replay?
Yeah. Elliott's didn't look very promising either.
No, it did not. And Equales was bad, too. It was all bad.
Yeah.
So what was the question you asked me?
If you're saying the only guy that's really lived up to expectations of, or a little bit better, has been Herbig, who would be number 2 if you had to pick a 2 on defense?
I heard Beanie's crushing it on the practice squad.
Okay.
Is there a close 2?
I would say Jalen Ramsey. I would. Okay, he's been inconsistent, but I still think he's extremely talented.
Of course he's talented. They're all talented.
Well,
That's why they have high expectations. T.J. Watt's, of course, talented. He's making $40 million a year. He's got 4 sacks in the last 11 games. Myles Garrett got 5 yesterday.
I mean, let's talk about now.
Jalen Ramsey's inconsistent, and he gave up the play of the game against Cincinnati.
Well, against the Jets, made the game-saving play.
Great.
Against Seattle, had an interception early.
They lost by 14.
2 sacks against
He was good against Cleveland. Everybody
I'm sure I'm forgetting what he did in New England. I mean,
he was terrible against Cincinnati, and he was bad last night.
Well, I'm not telling. I mean, we already made the point.
So he's not.
There's only one guy, but there has to be a 2.
There doesn't. There doesn't. They all stink, and Jalen Ramsey has not lived up to expectation. Not when the coach, basically because of Jalen Ramsey, says that they're going to have a historic defense. And the way all you beat writers who were at camp talked about Jalen Ramsey as if he walked on water.
He looked good in camp.
I'm sure he did. He has not
effect.
looked as good here. He has not.
Early on, he did. I mean, this one, the historic defense might go down in the...
It's worse than Unleashed Hell in December. It's worse than one-trick pony Mike Wallace. It's worse than run him until the wheels come off with Willie Parker. Then he snapped his leg in gruesome
Unleashed Hell
fashion.
Still number one because they went out and lost to the Raiders and Browns within a span of 4
Mark,
days.
they're on pace to be the worst defense or in the conversation for the worst defense in the NFL after the coach said that they're going to do historic things. That will be the number one.
Well, once again, as we get back from the beginning, that I think that's the biggest problem is the misevaluation of what they had.
Yeah, and then you've got them, and you're watching them every day in practice.
You're like, uh-oh.
And no, they didn't even say uh-oh.
Well,
they put them all out there mano a mano, man-to-man against the Cincinnati Bengals, and that's when they finally said uh-oh. But they thought enough of them going into that game that that's how they came out. All right, I said there was one thing that stands above the rest that makes the Steelers look like a poorly coached football team, and then I blew off the tease. Marconi, award-winning stuff right there. We'll tell you what that is when we come back. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Monday Night Football is tonight. Washington Commanders, Kansas City Chiefs kickoff at 8:15. And guess what? You can listen to coverage right here on 93.7 The Fan. We have coverage through Westwood 1 beginning at 7:30. You can listen on the radio or listen on the free Odyssey app. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now it's Adam Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Harry. It is late October. The return of chilly air seeping into your windows is here. That's if you got old, stuck, or cracked windows. You can eliminate annoying drafts once and for all with top-quality replacement windows from Window Nation. Window Nation is some of the best replacement windows out there. Their installation crews finish the job in 1 day or less. If you got kids like me and you got a dog and you don't want your baby to wake up, they're in, they're out. You barely even notice they're there. And Window Nation offers a lifetime warranty on all their windows, so you can relax knowing your home is protected far into the future. And this month, when you buy 2 windows, you'll get 2 for free, and there's no limit to how many windows you replace, and your total price includes 1-day installation. And you make no payments for 2 years. No monthly payments, no down payment, no interest until 2027. That's a huge deal with the holidays coming up. I met with the folks from Window Nation last week. They are passionate about saving you money. They are passionate about helping you be able to afford Christmas gifts, holiday gifts for your families, and you'll make no payments again for 2 years. No monthly payments, no down payment, no interest until 2027. And this month, you buy 2 windows, you get 2 for free, and there's no limit. Get started on your free estimate before October 31st to save big on your replacement windows. You can schedule a free estimate now with the pros at Window Nation by calling 866-90Nation or online at windownation.com.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Marcus Mariota and the Commanders are taking on Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs in Arrowhead on Monday, and I think the Chiefs run away with this game. With Marcus Mariota starting for the Commanders, I just don't see how Washington scores enough points to keep up with this Kansas City offense. I'm taking the Chiefs. I'm Ryan Horvath from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/play.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREON info.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrili from my friends at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Fall into a great deal this month with their 7-month CD offering a 3.95 annual percentage yield. And you only need $1,000 of new money. Full terms at AllegiantFCU.org.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and everybody wants the shortcut. Players stealing signs or even betting on their own games. Guys juicing to hit one more homer. People taking shots to drop a few pounds. It's all the same thing, trying to cheat the system. I wanted results, but I didn't want to gamble with my health. I didn't want a short-term fix. I went with Awaken 180, and I received both the short-term and long-term results we all want. 35 pounds down in just 6 weeks. So think about it. If you start Awaken 180 today, you could be down 35 pounds heading into the holidays. Now, that might sound crazy, but you really could be. I did it, Donnie, Paul Alexander, and probably people that you know personally have done it as well. We all had the same results, 4 to 5 pounds gone each and every week until reaching our goal. It's that simple. So if you're tired of shortcuts that don't last, stop gambling on the quick fixes and play the sure bet and win it. Start today at Awaken180weightloss.com.
In the Steel City, we love a good 2-for-1, especially when it comes to protecting our homes. Right now with Guardian Protection, buy one camera and get the second free. That's twice the coverage for the same price. Place one outside for packages and one inside for peace of mind. HD video, motion alerts, and real-time security from a company that's been protecting Pittsburgh for decades. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your buy one, get one free cameras. That's 1-800-PROTECT. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mr. Magic Car Wash. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by our 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Enjoy the shine at Mr. Magic Car Wash.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcast.
Leaves and interest rates are falling at the gorgeous Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram here in Washington. New Ram trucks, 0% financing for 72 months. That's incredible. New Grand Cherokees, 0% financing for 60 months. New Wranglers from just $339 a month, plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. Drive into fall event. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. From tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon lineup to top shelf spirits served over ice balls. Plus local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. Twin Peaks Greek menu is second to none. And don't forget about those legendary 29-degree drafts. Why wait for the weekend? They're serving scratch food and pouring quality cocktails every night after dark. Come experience the best late night in the league at your local Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
I didn't play better. We didn't play better, especially in the second half.
Nope, Steelers played terribly in the second half, getting outscored 28-9, 21-6 in the fourth quarter. Could have been worse if the Packers kicker wasn't bad, but he missed two. Could have been 41-25, which aesthetically would look even worse, but we all watched that game with our own two eyes.
Well, you got the kicker that you have a late touchdown and 3 50-plus yard field goals, so in theory you can minus 15 points off of that right there for the Steelers, too.
Sure.
So it could have been a 10-point effort.
But that's exactly where I wanted to go, and that's the thing that made them look even worse last night, was that they looked like petulant children. They got whooped in the second half, and DK Metcalf sticking his finger in a dude's face. You got fighting after almost every other play, and I cannot stand that look. That's Philadelphia Flyers nonsense from back in their heyday. Oh, we're losing the game. This one's out of reach. Let's start throwing our body around. Let's start making them feel us after the whistle. Let's get the old face wash in there. And the undisciplined nature of some of their penalties, man, That is a poorly coached football team. Yeah. Mike Tomlin, after the Browns win, talked about how they can't be penalized as much as they were. And then it happened again in Cincinnati, and it happened again last night, and it popped up in bad moments. You're right, the Steelers could have had touchdowns on their first 2 drives, but you had a 3rd and 8 turn into a 3rd and 13, and you had a 3rd and 5 turn into a 3rd and 15. And you're just not going to convert those when you've got a great pass rush like Green Bay. There's not an aspect of the defense that played well, but offensively they shot themselves in their own feet. They could have been in this thing like they were against Cincinnati, but they kept themselves out of the end zone. And they've been great in the red zone all year because they haven't hurt themselves down there. They did in this game.
If you could put on your Mike Tomlin, Omar Khan, Terrell Austin hat, even Arthur Smith, how does this team get better? How? I mean, realistically, how can this team get better?
I guess you trade for a wide receiver, Mark. That'll solve everything. I mean, I do think you have to lean into the offensive side, but that gets more difficult without Sayamalu, and you don't have your Spencer Anderson package.
You're just saying outscore him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, forget the defense. You're a lost cause.
It's either that or you bump up Calvin Anderson, and he becomes your jumbo whenever Spencer's playing left guard, and you really lean into running the football and limiting possessions and controlling the clock, something that they haven't done all season long.
I want to see some changes, and I'm not even saying personnel changes. Like I said, maybe Jalen Ramsey safety, switch some people around, do something different. You just can't sit there and keep doing the same thing and think it's going to work, because we have a nice sample to say it's not going to work.
Correct.
And those other teams, they have pretty smart coaches.
Especially, just wait until you see what Steichen does to Tomlin next week.
Jordan Love did basically what Flacco did, quick to flat this time to compare to slants, and you would imagine that's going to happen this week.
He dropped back 20 consecutive times, and the ball didn't hit the ground. I mean, that is so pathetic. Yeah. I don't think the defense is fixable. So if you're asking me to put on my Mike Tomlin hat, I say you do what you can to augment the offense, and you try to fight fire with fire, and you try to be last year's Bengals or this year's Cowboys, and you try to outscore people. I mean, because I don't know what you can do defensively that they haven't, because they have tried some stuff. Mm-hmm. They mixed stuff up against Cincinnati in the second half. Nothing they did worked.
I mean, you get to the point where you have to be extreme, though.
I'd blitz a lot more than they have. And they blitzed more last night than they did against Cincinnati. But if you're going to get burnt and you're going to give up big plays anyway, you might as well bring the blitz.
Yeah, I was not a big fan ever of like overreacting after one bad performance or maybe even 2. But you're stringing them together now.
It now goes back 14 games.
You're stringing them. It's not good. I'm sure your text line saying it's how you get better. Fire Tomlin.
They're not going to do it at the end of the year, so honestly, they're certainly not going to do it during the year. And they're not going to get rid of Austin either. Not that it would make a difference.
No, honestly, and then we talked about this off air. Is if you're sitting there going to other sporting events chanting "Fire Mike Tomlin," I think that's very classless.
I would agree.
Classless, not because it's Mike Tomlin. It's just a classless as a city, a fan base, to be able to do that. I do not like that with Sullivan. I did not like that.
They didn't do it with Sullivan. They did it with Hextall.
Hextall. I didn't like that at all. I didn't even like the Matt Canada one. I just didn't like it. Just no. It's embarrassing.
It worked for Penn State. It is 9:46.
It didn't work for Bob Nutting.
Time is brought to you by Gina Giampetro of Remax Select Realty, and the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by our friends at Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Speaking of Penn State, something happened this weekend that's not good for the Nittany Lions and their fans. We'll get to that, and we'll predict just how many points Indianapolis is going to score on your Steelers next week.
My Steelers.
The general you. Right now it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Panthers football team was the only team to win this weekend. They won 53-34 over NC State on Saturday. Their next game is a road game coming up Saturday, November the 1st at 3:30. For more Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
Seriously, it's awesome. It's awesome. Come on, let's get this money.
It's the Tomlin Rewind every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Schley Deck and Fence, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Pair of earlier incidents being dealt with on the outbound Parkway West, now moved off to the side just past the 79 on-ramp. Watch for delays back toward Carnegie on that main line side. Also, delays on the inbound Parkway West, right around Parkway Center. Parkway East getting in line at Edgewood Swissvale. We do have an accident being cleared in Marshall Township at the intersection of Chanot Road and Wexford Run Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Call your Pittsburgh area Geico agent, Mr. Hester, at 412-364-7170.
Chris Muller here for Universal Windows Direct. The kids are back in school, fall is almost here, and that means it's time to refocus on the house. And if your windows need an upgrade, Universal Windows Direct and their exclusive Super Spacer technology can help. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit. Plus, get 0% financing for 3 years. Schedule now and take $500 off your entire home improvement project. Don't wait. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a wide selection of traditional beer brewed right on site with seasonal selections every month. Next is their award-winning menu. The holiday season is around the corner, and there's no better place to celebrate than Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh. Book your holiday event today and bring the warmth of Bavaria to your celebration. Call 412-224-2328 or email Heather at hofbrauhauspittsburgh.com to get started.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use this direct.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Steelers and Colts a week from Sunday. The Indianapolis Colts are the highest scoring team in the NFL. Taking on a Steelers defense that has given up 30-plus in 4 of their 7 games. The Colts scored 38 on Tennessee, 38 on L.A., 31 on Arizona, 40 on Las Vegas, 41 on Tennessee again, 29 on Denver. Denver's got a good defense, and 33 on Miami. I set the over-under on Colts points at 34.5.
They should be undefeated, too. They gave that was a game that
LA
to the
Chargers
just gave it away. I mean, like you said, they're not playing the best of competition, but at least there's one positive in the Steelers' room here. This whole game, it's a 1 o'clock game, so the Yinzers will be out and they'll be celebrating Renegade, even though you said they should get rid of Renegade.
They're going to give him 50 points.
I always want to say, you know what, it's just a matter of time where they find out, at least put together one good game, and you think I thought it was going to happen yesterday, and it happened for 2.5 quarters. Then they, soil themselves. One of these games they're going to play well.
Oh, yeah?
I think.
I don't think it's going to be against Indianapolis, and I doubt it'll be against the Chargers.
Wow, you see what Patrick Queen said?
What did he say?
About tight ends. He says something to the fact that, we're not going to allow that happen. And that starts now. Or something like that.
Oh, good. It starts now.
And I'm like, do you know who you're playing next week?
Tyler Warren.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of Tyler Warren, Penn State. There you go, Mark. Good job by you.
Thank you. I tried.
Brian Kelly, fired at LSU.
BK.
That is first of all, couldn't happen to a nicer guy. Second of all, that is a disaster for Penn State. LSU is a significantly better job. It just is. The last 3 coaches prior to Brian Kelly won national championships at LSU. Nick Saban pretty good at it. And then Les Miles won a national championship. And then Ed Orgeron can win a national championship there. If Ed Orgeron can win a national championship at your school, you got a pretty damn good program. They got Alabama right there. They got Florida right there. There's great talent in Louisiana, outside of New Orleans. Penn State's the second best job on the market right now, which would make you think you're going to get the second best coach.
Well, maybe they would be interested in Jimmy Franklin. Then that makes things right back to square one.
All right, well said by you.
I still think Urban Meyer might be a guy.
I think so, too.
Sneaks in here.
But I would take the LSU job before I took the Penn State job if I'm Urban Meyer. But that's the guy that both schools should be shooting for. And I've been saying that for a couple of weeks.
Maybe BK come up here. I'll take Ed Orgeron if I'm Penn State. Nice big meathead out. That would be very interesting. He's won, but it's with a different era when he won. It wasn't the NIL era. So, you know who's going to be. It's going to be Matt Rule.
Which is just replacing James Franklin with James Franklin. Mark, thank you for spending time with me this morning.
All right. It was. Thanks for letting me get 2.5 hours of sleep.
There you go, buddy. Starkey
up
next.
Happy birthday.
Oh,
happy birthday to Adam Crowley.
Happy birthday.
Everybody wish him a happy birthday. Harry wants to sing to you real quick.
Happy birthday to my 5th favorite person in the whole world. Happy birthday to you.
Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 59, low of 35, clear skies. Tomorrow, high of 56, clear skies. Starkey next. Goodbye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Car dealerships have come and gone, but one has stood the test of time. Smale. We're proud to announce the grand opening of our new Smale Kia showroom. Get up to $1,000 APR bonus cash on select models, plus 0% financing for up to 48 months on 2025 Kia Sportage and Kia Sorento gas models during the Kia Fall Savings Event, Route 30 East, Greensburg. SmaleKia.com. With approved credit, not all will qualify. Must finance with campaign for 0% APR and bonus cash on select models. See Smale Kia for details. It's 11/3/25.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
In St. Pete, Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals at a fishing pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah, and they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the grouper capital of the world.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay. In St. Pete, Clearwater, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Your Florida escape begins at visitspc.com.
Leaves and interest rates are falling here at the gorgeous new Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. It's 0% on all this fall. All Mitsu models now have 0% financing for 60 months. That's incredible. 7-passenger Outlanders take them to $8,000 off. 43 mile per gallon Mirage now for $3,500 off. Plus that great warranty and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See the for details on all offers.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of an accident in the Greenfield section of the city at the intersection of Greenfield Avenue and Loretta Street. Watch for delays there. Parkway West, inbound delays approaching the runaway truck Sampile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East heavy at Edgewood, Swissvale. And an earlier incident removed from the outbound Parkway West. You do have some slowdowns, though, past I-79. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24-monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan without pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1/8/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every morning, we rise and shine. Make breakfast,
and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Loney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kinkawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Good morning. Last night was bad for the Pittsburgh Steelers at home in prime time. Again, back-to-back weeks in prime time. They lose and play poorly on defense and give up over 30 points, 35-25. The final score against the Packers. The Steelers have now lost 2 games in a row before they had to play, the best team in the AFC, in the Indianapolis Colts at 1 o'clock next Sunday. As Jordan Love carved up the Steelers, he had 20 straight completions at one point, threw for 360 and 3 touchdowns. Really bad news on Deshaun Elliott as he went out with an injury and needed to be carted off. Isaac Seumalo left with a pec injury as well. The Steelers banged up defensively, and the problems continue. More headlines. 93.7thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Right now, it's a black and gold Monday reaction on the Fan.
More Bob Bobbiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Rodgers looks at Metcalf, slants, touchdown, Steelers. From the 16 to Kraft, the tight end with blocking. Kraft inside the 5 to the end zone. Touchdown. Tucker, Kraft. TJ screaming off the edge on 3rd down. Love hit as he throws up for grabs. Caught. Kraft. Oh, on the run. Kraft pulling away. Still on his feet at the 30. What a run after the catch by Kraft. All the way to the 26-yard line. It's a 59-yard gain. Savion Williams has got it. Williams getting the blocking to the pylon. Savion in for the touchdown. So the rookie out of TCU is used in so many different ways on this Packers team. Comes up with touchdown number 1 of his NFL career. 3rd and 4. Wilson has played a quarter of this game for Jacobs, is the back right now. Pressure coming, he picked it up, inside, Kraft's got it, at the 10, Kraft running away, to the end zone, he has 2 touchdowns.
You know, I thought their tight end obviously was significant, man. His run after, we talked about it during the week. We didn't do a good enough job of minimizing that, and that probably was the catalyst of it. That field flipping play on 3rd down, we laid the ball up to him. He made a catch and run. I thought was a significant component of the texture of the second half.
I think it can be one of the best there of all time. Really? And I'm putting that in there now. One of the best of all time. I mean, when you got we got pieces everywhere. Look at the roster. Look at who we have. it's incredible.
Well, on this night, the story was the two quarterbacks and Aaron Rodgers for the first and maybe only time facing the Green Bay Packers. But the story of the night was Jordan Love, 29 of 37, 360 yards, 3 touchdowns on a night when the man who was his mentor did not have the support, struggled. Love hit the big shots down the field, 35-25 when all is said and done. New Gen Packers.
You know, adversity a lot better, man. I think this game kind of eroded in the second half, and big plays were, the death of us today. You're not going to be perfect out there, but you got to keep fighting. I just think there's a lot of ball and, not enough fight on our side.
If I were a Steelers fan, the thing that would concern me just watching this first half, you're in the postseason. You're getting dominated. I don't see any fight. I don't see any pushback. It's one thing to lose XOs against a really talented offense, but where the hell is the fight? This is the Pittsburgh Steelers. Yeah. There's nothing. They're just going through the motion.
And that's what truly galls me, Bob Pompiani, and I'll give an opening soliloquy, as will you, in a moment. How are you?
It's a beautiful day to be alive. We're up. We're kicking around.
Sun's shining.
Sun's shining.
Limits is to our left.
Hi, Limits.
You're right, actually.
That's right. If I looked left, I would not see him.
When I heard that Cam quote last night, that's the first thing I thought of. Kirk Herbstreit saying, "Where is the fight? We're back in the same spot as we were just months ago."
And that's where we begin today, Bob, at 412-928-9370. And some of us said it at the time when these quotes came out in training camp. Juan Thornhill, we have a chance to be the best defense ever. Mike Tomlin, not shooting down that quote, only enhancing that quote. DK Metcalf, it's the best defense I've ever gone against of the Steelers, and others in training camp. And the gall of anybody associated with that defense after the performance against the Ravens in the playoffs last year, the gall of them. And you just heard Kirk Herbstreit talking about that. Last clip was him while they were laying down against the Ravens in the playoff game. And Bob, that is where I begin today. It's almost like rather than stoking anger, it's almost a sense of sadness watching this Steeler defense embarrass their Steeler forefathers yet again, some of the great defenses of the Steeler past. And how dare they, at any point, until they actually do something in a big game, say that they could be one of the best defenses in history. We sit here today looking at one of the worst blown leads in the fourth quarter of the past 30 years of Steeler football, leading by 10 going into the fourth quarter. We sit here today having watched the stadium be commandeered by Packers fans. Aaron Rodgers said, I hadn't had to go to a silent count at home in a long time. That's what Steelers fans do to other cities when their team hits the road. We sit here today talking about the highest paid defense in the sport coming up short again. And just look at the atrocities that this defense has committed over the past many years. That's the thing that I have to laugh at as I watch all these shows, national shows today. Wow, these are the Steelers? They're usually not like this. Somebody needs to tell them, Rex Ryan and company, that this defense with this sort of main cast anyway, set an NFL record by allowing at least 40 straight points in 3 straight playoff games. Somebody needs to tell them they haven't even played respectable in a playoff game in nearly a decade. Somebody should tell them that the Steelers last year gave up a 10.5-minute drive to end a game in Philly and then gave up 299 yards rushing to the Ravens in a playoff loss. And then this season have come out and given up at least 30 points 4 times. You saw what Flacco did to them and what Jordan Love it was worse. They're getting beat by one guy every week. They have no answers coaching-wise. They have no answers secondary-wise. They have no answers pass rush-wise. They've allowed almost 70 points and 1,000 yards in the last 2 games to Joe Flacco and Jordan Love. And we sit here with Mike Tomlin at, $19 million a year. T.J. Watt at $41 million. Jalen Ramsey's on an $85 million contract. Alex Highsmith's on a $70 million contract. Patrick Queen's on a $41 million contract. First-round picks all over the place. And everybody around the country is just laughing at them. Just laughing at them. Maurice Jones-Drew on NFL Network. That's an all-name, no-game defense. Alex Smith on ESPN. I think the Steelers think they're a man team in the secondary. Like they can play people man-to-man. And then everybody on the set laughs. And, of course, Cam, who you heard from, give me more and more and more and more every year. And this is what we get. That quote from Herb Street about where is the fight on the Pittsburgh Steelers, and then 7 games into this season, Cam Hayward saying, I just think there's not enough fight on our side. What an embarrassment that defense is. What an abject embarrassment. Bob?
Lee Flowers once said, paper champs, when talking about, I believe it was Tampa Bay. At this point, that's what the Steelers are on defense. They're paper champs. When you hear quotes from Juan Thornhill at the beginning of this season, and Mike Tomlin also, when you use words like that, they're going to come back to get you. They're paper champs. That's the only way I can describe it, because they have names that everyone recognizes, but as we've seen in sports, that doesn't necessarily matter when it comes to team chemistry in terms of your production on defense. There are teams around the NFL, the New England Patriots play a really good brand of defense, and they don't have many big names. Kansas City's defense, minus Chris Jones, for the most part, is a bunch of guys most people won't recognize, but they play a team game. They're schemed up, and that's something we have not seen. If anything, they're getting schemed against, and they're having little to do with pushback. And when you hear comments like that about the fight, man, I go back to the second game of the year. Seattle comes in here. That's when they didn't have fight. At the end of the game, a 3rd and goal from the 20 or 19-yard line, Kenneth Walker goes untouched. Never before had that happened. There's a lot of stuff historically that are happening right now, but they're all the wrong sort of history. It's been historically bad in many ways. And so now the question is, what do you do to change it? Because you're not going to add personnel. I don't think so. And if you do, who can it be? It's about scheme. It's about how you allow teams. Last week it was Jamar Chase. 23 targets, 16 catches. This week it's Tucker Kraft. He was targeted because they identified that weakness, and that weakness has been there for many years for the Steelers. They haven't been able to shut down tight ends. Big guys, and then there's yak yards involved. Missed tackles. Darius Slay missed tackles, ended up sometime on the bench holding his helmet. They put a lot of money into big names. Again, it comes back to names. Paper champs. Slay, Ramsey, Watt, Hayward. They're all very individually good, but collectively they're not getting it done. So if they're not getting it done, then it must be scheme. And that's where they are right now. And next week you got the highest scoring offense in the NFL coming in here with a running back who is ripping up everything. And, you know, eventually as that game went on, Wilson, the running back out of Green Bay, got better. And they kept going to it, and it opened up so many other things. Jordan Love, all you have to do is say 20 straight completions. Come on. At home on a Sunday night when they're supposed to be at their best at that point, coming off a performance like Cincinnati, it's really just inexcusable.
Well said. 412-928-9370 off the top, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding. And you brought up scheme. And I'm going to put a lot of blame on the players. I am. But I would have put a lot of blame on the offense a few years back when they fired Matt Canada. Now, there's a caveat here. This is Mike Tomlin's defense. Everybody knows that. And we also all know, everybody in this football town knows that Terrell Austin is a figurehead. Having said that, this is just as bad as the offense was when they fired Matt Canada. In fact, in a lot of ways, it's worse because of the money that they're paying to that defense. So Terrell Austin should be fired today, period. And I hate to say that because he seems like a good guy, and he's had a pretty good career as an assistant coach. But if you're going to fire Matt Canada for the rampant and repeated incompetence of your offense, then Terrell Austin has to go today. No?
Well, if you look back to Matt Canada, it took a long time before it actually happened.
Yeah.
It wasn't as if he was doing anything magically good. There were a lot of calls for his ouster before it ever happened, and I think it's going to take a lot more for that to happen before Terrell Austin is.
Why?
Just because that's how they do business. I don't know.
I mean,
why.
hasn't it?
Chris Collinsworth.
How long has Austin been here?
Chris Collinsworth said something very interesting during the game. He said the number one thing a coach must do is hire a good coaching staff, and that's true because you're only as good as the guys around you in terms of their individual units that they coach up. You have to have guys who have been around, who've done some things, and this coaching staff has too many who've been on the staff for a long time. And there are some really good guys and good coaches. I'll never criticize coaches. When you get to that level, there's something good you're doing. But there also is time for change. I mean, we've seen it in so many different instances, even here in Pittsburgh with Mike Sullivan. There's a time. So, bottom line is, I don't know how you change it. They got two games coming up against two of the better quarterbacks in the NFL. What do you do differently at this point? Because you still have the same people.
They've tried it both ways. They've tried, and Tomlin talked about it apparently with Tony Dungy. They held back against
too conservative.
Yeah, they held back against Flacco, and Tony Dungy said he talked to Tomlin yesterday morning by phone, and Tomlin said, "Yeah, I've been holding him back. It's time to turn him loose." So they did that yesterday, blitzed Jordan Love like crazy, and he tore them to pieces because they can't cover anybody on the back end, and they didn't get there with their pressure. That's a bad combination. I almost want to blame the pass rushers, since they're making all the money, more than the secondary. I mean, if you can't get to the quarterback when you're allocating those kinds of resources to getting to him, like 4, 5, 6 guys, it's pretty unrealistic to expect them to cover. However, it's also true that the secondary stinks. But back to Austin, Bob. They fired Canada, I believe, 8 games into a season after some horrible years. That seems to pretty much be the same story with Austin. Why keep him? And I realize that probably won't solve anything. Probably not. What they should have done is kept Brian Flores in the building and had Mike Tomlin give Flores total control of their defense, but that didn't happen. But Austin has to go today.
Well, I don't think you're going to see that happen. If you think that's going to happen, then...
I don't. I think it should.
Well, you might be absolutely right with that based on how things go. But at the same time, they're in a situation now where you're paying all these guys to get to the quarterback. And to expand on your point, yesterday we saw something the Steelers should have noticed, and they saw it last week as well. When you have a good pass rusher, if you move that guy around a little bit, Micah Parsons was moving all over. In fact, the one thing they didn't seem to account for was him right over Rodgers, straight on, and he came from different angles. They moved him around. That only helps guys like Rashawn Gary and others on their defensive line. TJ Watt is in the same position almost every single play, and I still think that's easier to try to combat. You can chip over there more. Guys get chipped all the time.
Although Herbig coming up the middle was working very well.
It was. That's what I'm saying. You got to do something different in that case. If you're not going to have changes personnel-wise, then you have to do something schematically that goes against everything you've done. Show something different.
Where has Alex Highsmith been? Does anybody know?
Yeah, I don't know.
Although I'll put T.J. Watt atop the list. He has 4 sacks in his last 11 games, going back to last season. It's just not happening. I think it was Rex Ryan today calling them in a lot of areas on defense. They look old and slow, and they do.
They do. And they knew that going into this, though. But they were shooting for 1 year of having these guys. Again, Slay and Ramsey have not been anything like what I thought they might be. When it started, yes, I thought there was some potential there. The longer the season goes on, I think you're going to see more wear and tear.
I mean, at least Ramsey makes some plays.
He does, but not enough. Not for what he's paid and not for what he should be doing.
When they fired Matt Canada, the Steelers were 31st in passing offense. Guess where they are in passing defense, Bob?
Similar, if not exact.
No, worse.
Worse?
32nd. And you can't get in. That'd be good in a 100-team league. It's not good in a 32-team league. They stink defensively. Are they going to do anything about it? Are they going to do anything about it?
Well,
it
to
sure
your
doesn't
point from
seem
last
like
week, double down on the offense if this is how you have to go. If you're going to become the Cincinnati Bengals in order to win games, if you're going to become even the Dallas Cowboys, the way they play, the only chance they have, because their defense is bad too, as is Cincinnati's, is to score more points.
Funny you
but
should
then
mention
you run into Denver,
right?
They'll shut you down, and they score a lot of points too. So
funny you should mention that, because the only two teams worse in the rankings overall defensively right now are Cincinnati and Dallas. For a defense the Steelers promised was going to be historically good. Something has to happen, right? And I realize that that firing Terrell Austin would be a cosmetic change. That has to happen. You can't have this with the highest paid defense in football. It's a massive embarrassment. You know what? Even if they come out and play great against the Colts, nobody's going to trust them anyway. It'll be like, finally, now let's see them do it one more time. You know what I mean?
I think we went down that road with the games in Dublin and also the following one with Cleveland, albeit, backup quarterbacks. When you're facing these kinds of quarterbacks the way they have, even Flacco, I'll put him in that, even though he's technically a backup or whatever he is, he still had that resume you knew can tear you apart if you allowed it. Now you get to Jordan Love, who's really coming into his own as one of the elite guys in the game if he wasn't there already. And then you have Jones coming up, who's, I think, number one in just about every offensive category, or at least near the top. And then you have Herbert, who I may think is the best quarterback they're going to face maybe all year in terms of what he can do.
Maybe Lamar twice still down the road. Maybe Flacco, Jared Goff, Josh Allen.
These are all, and last year they got a little bit of a break that they missed some of these guys. And even this year, to some degree, they missed some of those elite guys.
Meanwhile, Green Bay on the other side, and I think it was Alex Smith on ESPN who really pointed this out quite clearly. Green Bay was rushing 4 people. So it becomes a matter of simple mathematics, is that when you're rushing 4, and by the way, they were beating 5. It was 4 against 5 sometimes, and they would win that battle. Then you have tons of guys in coverage. It's just simple math. When you're blitzing like crazy, turning them loose like the Steelers did, then you don't have guys in coverage, except the guys you do have in coverage are named Brandon Eccles and Darius Slay and, oh my God, Chuck Clark and Patrick Queen and people just getting roasted everywhere you looked. And Deshaun Elliott, who I feel horrible for because
that was a terrible look.
Gives his heart and soul to the team. But before he got hurt, I mean, coverage is not his game. Hitting people is. And on that play, he didn't even see the ball, it looked like. I don't know. Was there a push-off? Maybe. I don't know. But that's not his game. And Jordan Love made a smart move. And the Steelers got caught with Deshaun Elliott one-on-one with a great tight end. One-on-one.
And Elliott seemed to lose his bearings where he was. He wasn't sure where that ball was. And Love made a great play to get it off. I questioned when he threw it. I said, oh, that's going to be picked.
It looked like it, yeah. But in the end, it was a great throw.
Even at the 1-2, I don't forget who made the reception down at the goal line. When
Watson.
Thornhill. Yeah, Christian Watson. When Thornhill went up, it's almost like he was waiting for a rebound on a basketball court, and he mistimed his jump.
He looked like a little league outfielder waiting on a fly ball and then completely whiffing. It's horrifying to watch this team play pass defense. And then to see week after week the other team's best player just break wide open. Like, how is somebody not up in Kraft's grill on every play? How, for instance, and Rodgers mentioned it after the game, you could easily make an argument that the throw to Kraft on the play Elliott got hurt turned the whole game around. You could make that argument, except after that, there was a 4th and 1, which if the highest paid defense in football holds there, then the momentum's back on the Steelers side. Instead, it's Tucker Kraft just walking off the line with nobody around him.
Wide open.
What is happening? And that happened probably 5 to 7 times in the game. He's just uncovered. Their biggest weapon is just uncovered, like Jamar Chase last week. In that instance on Flacco's game-winning drive, you're just not going to cover him. There's a breakdown, a miscommunication. It's just totally, totally inexcusable, especially given the money that they're spending on this defense, Bob.
And, while they did a good job in Dublin matching up against Kevin O'Connell, who's a good offensive mind, they also had to deal with Zach Taylor. You can say what you want about their defense, which is terrible. He's a good offensive mind. He got that job because of it. So they're scheming against the Steelers' defense. And then you have what you had in this situation with LaFleur, who's really good at that.
Yeah, that's a mismatch.
And then you have Shane Steichen coming in here. And then after that, I just think Herbert speaks for itself. I don't even know, all their entire coaching staff out there. And then after that, it's Flacco again. You got all these guys who know how to scheme and make guys get open, and they have to now respond to this.
Yeah.
And that's going to, in the next few weeks, we're going to find out. Now, this division is still wide open and still terrible.
Oh, they might still win because of the rampant incompetence around them in their own division, especially the Bengals after yesterday's debacle.
If it didn't hurt enough when it happened, it had to really hurt after they watched last night. But the Ravens still have the best odds, which is back in play.
I saw that. It's back to the Ravens.
Back to the Ravens. They're 2-5, and they still have the best odds to win the division.
Could 8-9 win the division, Bob? I asked
We've
that seriously.
seen that before over time. Teams that have sub-500 records, that could very well be.
So what's going to happen here? Anything? Mike Tomlin talked about changes in his secondary. What changes? I thought about promoting Brandon Echols last week.
How about Peppers? Should he play?
Maybe
He's
Peppers.
Around.
I guess. Yeah, I guess him.
He has a history of, have some good years. Maybe he could do something with them. Ramsey's going to have to move to safety for now, right? What do they do without?
I would have had Ramsey last night matchup. I don't know how it would have gone, but somebody in Kraft's grill on every play, like right at the line of scrimmage, bumping him and covering him. There's a concept.
I've
said
that all along. I don't understand why they don't try to disrupt routes, especially as that game went on, Joe. They started the dink and dunk stuff, too. They knew that they had open guys over there. That's part of the 20 straight completions.
Yeah.
Well, do something on top of them. Don't let them get that 5 yards easily, and maybe you'll come away with a play or two.
Feels like we say it every week, except it's not like overdoing it. I forget the word I'm looking for there. Hyperbole. It's really not hyperbole. Is this defense that bragged it would become historic is making history in all the wrong ways virtually every week. Like last week, it was Jamar Chase setting a Bengals record for catches in a game. Last night, according to Brooke Pryor, here's her tweet. This is the first time the Steelers lost a game by 10-plus points that it led entering the fourth quarter since 1996 at the Oilers, Bob. It's also the first time Pitt lost a home game.
That's never good when you bring up the Oilers as part of your history.
No, or when you bring up Brett Favre as the last Green Bay quarterback to complete 20 straight passes. It's also the first time the Steelers lost a home game by 10-plus points that it led entering the fourth quarter. So they're leading by 10 or more entering the fourth quarter at home. And they lose. Anybody know when the last time that happened was? Limits?
I have it actually right in front of me. I just retweeted it.
What?
1985.
Wrong. 1985. Bob, can you believe that?
The way it's breaking apart, yes, I can believe it, because this is historically bad stuff that we're watching. So, yeah, you'd have to go back in history and find some examples of where they are.
They're literally making the wrong kinds of history every single week. It's mind-boggling to watch, and it can't continue. And if I'm Art today, I'm ordering the firing of the defensive coordinator, whether that matters or not, when everybody knows it's Mike Tomlin's defense. And if this keeps up, I'd order the firing of Tomlin after the season. Of course, I thought that should have happened after last season, when they bottomed out and basically laid down on defense in a playoff game against the Ravens. I thought that was a natural ending to this whole thing, but they stuck with it. I don't know what Art's thinking right now. He was sitting at that stadium last night watching his own quarterback on a silent count and watching this defense, whom they're paying, $180 million to, Bob? Do that?
It's one of them, if not the top. It's right there near the top.
And this head coach, again, gets shredded by one of the offensive-minded coaches in the league. And, my God, what's Shane Steichen going to do? The last 2 years, each of the last 2 years, Steichen with, let me think now, who's the guy? Gardner Minshew with the mustache.
Flacco, yep.
Minshew, Flacco, and a little bit of Anthony Richardson put like 70 points and 800-some yards on the Steelers. What's he going to do with this offense against this defense, Bob?
And a better question is, what are the Steelers going to do against this offense? What
else can they do? They've tried to hang back in zone and rush four. They've tried to blitz. We all wanted them to blitz Flacco. He might have thrown for 1,000 yards if they blitzed him. I think what you have to do defensively, ultimately, You've got Cam Hayward. You've got a first-round pick in Harmon. You've got Benton. You've got Watt,
Those guys were
Highsmith.
silent, too. Those guys on
they're
the
all
defensive
silent.
line
But you know what?
were
You've
very
dropped
silent
guys into
yesterday.
coverage because you can't cover. And the guys that you're paying hundreds of millions, what is it combined with Watt and Highsmith? What are their combined totals of their contracts? $200 million?
185, something of that range.
You rush 4, and you better get there. And if you don't, well, how can it be worse than this?
You got to win your battles. You know, those guys up front have got to win their battles, and they weren't doing a good enough job. The fact that Jordan Love did not get sacked, and I read your article. You had a good line about if they exchanged jerseys at the end of it, Rodgers would have got a very clean number 10 jersey.
Sure would have.
White jersey.
No washing necessary,
No washing
Bob.
necessary because they didn't get him to the ground. But this is interesting here because Love, last night, 20 consecutive pass completions.
Yeah.
350-plus yards, 3+ touchdowns, 0 turnovers, and 0 sacks. No other quarterback in NFL history has ever done that.
Wait a second.
That's
Read
historically
me
bad.
that whole thing again. I need to hear that again.
Jordan Love
Yeah.
completed 20-plus consecutive passes. He threw for 350-plus yards.
Yeah.
3+ touchdowns, no turnovers, no sacks.
Wow.
And that, now you talking about history? If you're making that kind of history, that's the wrong kind of history you want to make.
Bob, what do you think was running through Art's mind watching that last night? Because that was, and again, I think even more than anger, it felt sad watching the Packer fans commandeer a stadium, watching the Steeler quarterback on a silent count. And for a franchise that built its legacy very literally on defense with the Steel Curtain and then the early 2000s defenses, to watch them get abjectly humiliated yet again on their home field. And yet, I say, what's going through his mind? Maybe he's thinking we're 4-3 and we lead the division and things are okay. I don't know, because he rarely takes dramatic and decisive action. What do you think was running through his mind?
Well, all of that. He has to be thinking about all that stuff. And the 4-3, if it would have been 5-2, now you got a little bit more breathing room. Things look a little rosier, regardless of how they played. But, 4-3 after 4-1, and the way it's fallen apart here with these games coming up, he's got to be not pleased at all. And I know that they try to win every year, and that's a good thing. I applaud teams that do it, and they try to spend money on these guys coming in. That's why they brought in these guys for 1 year, basically. But it doesn't seem, as this season rolls on, like those moves may pan out the way you thought. And I even thought, as the game went on, Rodgers was looking a little older too, but that's because they were coming after him with Parsons and Gary and those guys up front, and they were getting to him when the Steelers
He's
couldn't.
got no weapons. Let's talk about that next on the other side of the ball.
Trade deadline's coming up November 4th. I'm going to be very interested to see what happens.
Me too. And Chris Collinsworth got a lot wrong last night. He kept complimenting the Steelers' man-to-man defense, and in the first half, they did the first half was like a blueprint of how the Steelers want to play, but he kept saying it even after it fell apart. He completely cursed them by saying somebody left a wake-up call for the Steelers' defensive backs this morning. That was literally right before the Tucker Kraft play over Deshaun Elliott, and then Love just went wild, picking on every single one of them. But he did say something that was right on the mark in the second half about this Steeler offense. Let's talk about that next. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Listen to this show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers will next play against the Colts next Sunday at Acrisure Stadium at 1 o'clock. The Jets, the lone winless team in the NFL, picks up win number 1 against Cincinnati, 39-38 yesterday as they come back from a double-digit deficit against the Bengals. New England dominates the Browns 32-13. Myles Garrett sets the Browns franchise record for sacks in a game with 5. And yet they lose big. Baltimore beats the Bears 30-16 with Snoop Huntley at quarterback. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
If the Steelers lose tonight, I'll get both of my nipples pierced with no numbing agent.
Wednesday at Mike's Beer Bar. Join us as we present a painful pony party for a good cause. It's 93.7 The Fan's Pony Pierces Cancer. Tickets are only $33. The ticket gets you a commemorative t-shirt and appetizers. The piercings take place at 7:30 with the help of Gilded Violet Piercings. All proceeds will benefit McGee Women's Research Institute and Foundation. Pony Pierces Cancer is brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, South Hills Kia, and South Chrysler Dodge Jeep. Hampton Beer Outlet and Cheerleaders. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman in. Washington journeys to Kansas City tonight with Marcus Mariota again filling in at quarterback for the injured Jaden Daniels. Meantime, Patrick Mahomes is on fire, folks, and Kansas City is playing the best and most complimentary football in the league the last 2 weeks. Arrowhead is now back to being the toughest place to play in the NFL. I do believe Chiefs in a blowout 34-13. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan during halftime or overtime. From spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Tailgating without Pepsi this football season? That'd be like playing football without pads. You could do it, but I wouldn't. Or like watching the Steelers without a "Here we go" chant. Here we go! It's just not the same. Your tailgate's kielbasa is good, but kielbasa paired with a crisp, refreshing Pepsi Zero Sugar? That's a game changer. Steelers Nation, stock up on Pepsi Zero Sugar at Giant Eagle today, because tailgating deserves Pepsi.
Tempted to decorate for the holidays early? We like your style. Right now at Kohl's, save 20% on decor, hosting essentials, and more. Plus, get $10 off $50 spent. So go ahead, hang up that wreath, swap out those couch pillows for ones with snowflakes. And while others are panic shopping later, you'll already be cozied up feeling pretty great about these early Kohl's deals. Select styles. Offers end November 2nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
This just in. Guardian Protection is giving you double the security for the price of one. Buy a Guardian camera today. Get a second camera absolutely free. That's right. 2 cameras, 1 price, and total peace of mind. Use them inside, outside, or both. It's your choice. But hurry. This BOGO deal won't be around for long. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit GuardianProtection.com/FAN to claim your buy one, get one free cameras. That's 1-800-PROTECT. Terms and conditions apply.
Have you been diagnosed with metastatic prostate cancer? You may qualify for a clinical trial studying an investigational therapy designed to activate your immune system to fight cancer throughout the body. If your prostate cancer has spread and you've received prior hormone therapy, you may be eligible. Take the next step in your fight. Visit Legion100trial.com to learn more or call 1-888-636-5344. That's Legion100trial.com or 1-888-636-5344.
Prime Rib Night, every Monday at Hofstad's in Oakmont, 4 to 9. Be there.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here for Blue Chew. Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your area downstairs. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like somebody gave your privates a pep talk and a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. Date nights, they just got longer and better for everyone. And with Blue Chew, you can be ready when she is. And guys, it's not just about performance. It's about maybe giving her group chat something to talk about, because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, that's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Leaves and interest rates are falling at the gorgeous Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram here in Washington. New Ram trucks, 0% financing for 72 months. That's incredible. New Grand Cherokees, 0% financing for 60 months. New Wranglers from just $339 a month, plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. Drive into fall event. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. If your garage floor looks lousy with stains, cracks, or bad epoxy job, right now you can get 50% off labor on a new Comer & Cross garage floor. Call them now because 50% off labor ends soon. Here's their number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A new Comer & Cross garage floor will be your favorite home improvement. It's going to feel like pulling into a new car showroom every night. Guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And Comer & Cross makes it so easy. All their employees are well-trained pros. They don't use subcontractors ever. They're in and out in one day. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly. They even take your stuff out for you. For 50% off labor and your new Comer & Cross garage floor installed by the holiday, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or go to COMERcross.com. Comer & Cross Garage Floor Coatings.
Have Coit tackle the dirt in your home this fall. Save 50% off Coit's famous drapery cleaning service and save 35% off all other Coit cleaning services. Call Coit right now at 1-800-FOR-COIT. Tackle the dirt and save. Get your home Coit clean.
The Neophis Insurance Group has proudly partnered with Nationwide Insurance for more than 60 years. The team at the Neophis Insurance Group knows that finding the right protection for you and your family's needs is important. That's why they partnered with Nationwide, offering protection for you, your family, your business, and your future. Call the Neophis Insurance Group at 412-364-3388 for an on-your-side review. That's 412-364-3388 or online at neophisinsurance.com. That's Neofes insurance.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Brought to you by Mr. Magic. 23 neighborhood locations to keep your car clean and shiny every time.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Bob, we're going to get to the phone lines doing a sad and angry populace any minute now. 50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. But first, we'll get into this more later. A quick word about the offense. Collinsworth was wrong about a lot last night. But at one point he said, I think it's fairly obvious the Steelers need help at wide receiver. We've seen in the couple games where they've fallen way behind, they have no answers when they're way behind on the scoreboard, and they have no answer when they're way behind on the chains, as they were a lot last night. They need another receiver. They need somebody who can threaten secondaries on the boundary, down the field a little bit, a reliable route runner. It's glaringly obvious, yes?
Yes. I felt that at the beginning of the season, which is why I wouldn't have traded George Pickens for a third-round pick. I just wouldn't have. I know the downside.
I mean, Spencer Anderson is pretty good.
Spencer was 1 for 1. He's batting 1,000, and quite frankly, that's a pretty good percentage.
It was a hell of a catch, and I'm glad he's involved in the offense, Bob, but I don't think he's the answer.
The other thing is when you do that jumbo package, that's fine. It works. It does. But at the same time, it limits you so much in what you can do beyond the run. You can't do all that much because you're occupying guys.
I mean, part of me feels like they could have doubled down in these last two games, and I know they had a pretty good offensive game in Cincy. I actually like that jumbo package, and I wouldn't go away. I wouldn't go away from it until teams show they can stop it. Actually.
Well, but also it does limit you in what you can do down the field. You're not going to have unless people bite so bad on that side of the field.
Sure, that's true. And what the Steelers completely lack, and what the Packers lead the NFL in, and the Colts have to be pretty darn close, is explosive plays. There's no explosion to their pass game unless it's a pass short and hope for a run long. And that was the old Randy Fichtner philosophy. And, how often is that going to happen? How often is Jaylen Warren going to turn a little dump pass into a miracle 65-yard play? And how often is DK Metcalf going to do what he did in Minnesota? It's not going to happen all that much. You need some downfield explosion in your pass game. Bob, maybe they can bring back John LeGlue and get him involved in the passing game.
LeGlue for 2. He'd
you
be
like
great
that
on the
idea,
two-point
Limits?
conversion.
LeGlue for 2.
Maybe they could bring B.J. Finney back, and he could be an extra guard.
Yes, have him be your boundary receiver.
Zach Banner is eligible.
Zach Banner's eligible.
Look how good Hank Fraley is on television now.
Bring him back, Bob. Listen, I like the Ben Skoranek story as much as the next person. Wonderful story. When he's on the field for 17% of your snaps, you're not doing it right. Sorry.
It's 4 nights of complete darkness.
We're halfway there, fellas.
It's actually 8 years and counting of complete darkness here defensively and to some degree offensively.
2 bad performances in prime time has led to 2 straight nights of complete darkness, Bob.
Apparently they're working out Valdez Scantling today, Bob. Are you excited about that?
Former Rodgers go-to guy at times? Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
I'm not.
He's out of work for a reason, I imagine.
Yeah.
So that's not what you're talking about, I suspect, when you say you want a bigger
No,
name.
I want Jacoby Myers, but they're going to have a lot of and it's, by the way, now you have to start weighing what resources do you want to give up in a season where do you really think you have a chance to win a title?
Mm-hmm.
Like, is it worth going more all in? Now, Myers might only take a 4th or 5th round pick. So the other thing to think about is you've been gifted a chance this year, no matter how bad you are, because of the state of the AFC North.
You wouldn't have expected this. I know none of us would have expected this.
No.
With these teams being as bad as they are, and the record reveals itself. So you're right. We may be headed to an 8-9 division win. But at the same time, you can't pass up an opportunity, and I think the Steelers are going to have the mindset that we cannot pass up. We need help. Defensively, I don't think there are many answers out there. You can't make a major shakeup right now and try to acquire a player.
Yeah, it's like you bring in a body, okay, for the secondary. All right, you're not bringing in anybody as a pass rusher. You're allocating tens of millions of dollars for people to do that. And they're not getting it done, and you refuse to play. What was the snap count on Herbig? Does anybody have that?
I saw
What
it.
was the snap count on him?
I've
got it right here,
Something
Bob.
out of 64. It wasn't very much.
I know I'm still hung up on Ben Skoranek playing 17% of the snaps on offense. What are we doing here, Bob? Huh? Herbig only played 33% of the snaps on defense. 33, and Highsmith played 73. What has Alex Highsmith done?
We haven't
Nothing.
heard their names at all in terms of big-time so-called splash plays. We haven't heard them.
I'd have Herbig just switching positions between Watt and Highsmith, the two guys who are getting absolutely nothing done.
And also the middle linebackers, quite frankly, too. I mean, Patrick Queen almost got to him once, which forced that little duck throw to Kraft, but
he was late getting to Kraft on a couple plays. He's
but they're also
having a
missing tackles,
relapse.
Joe. They're having all
left
sorts
and right.
of, and these are guys who are supposed to be good about doing that, and they're missing too many tackles.
The evaluation, I thought that Andy Weidel was going to come in and improve their pro evaluation, and that's not happening because they're making some really bad ones. Darius Slay would be a prime example for an organization that Weidel used to work for, I might add. Let's hit the phone lines, Limits.
All right, let's do it. Let's start with...
In fact, I just did add, Bob. Not I might add, I did add.
You did add.
Yeah.
Joe, let's start with Joe. He is in New York.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Kind of touching on what you guys were just talking about, getting help for this team. We've got 1,000 draft picks in next year's draft. Wouldn't it make sense to unload some of them for help now instead of doing a stupid trade next year in the draft where we trade 2 of our 3s and a 2 to move up to 1.2?
Well, what you're talking about, offense or defense here? What are you talking about acquiring?
I'm talking about getting help on the defense because that's where we're getting hammered. I think that offensively, we need a receiver, but I think with Roman Wilson starting to show some signs of life, I think I'd rather put the investment in the defense, trading some picks instead of, trading for Jacoby Myers or Raheem Shaheed or bringing in Scantling, who's terrible.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but the question would be who's available here. And most teams that are playing right now have a lot of injuries to their secondary pass rushing guys. I don't know who would be available to fill that, whatever you're describing here, because it's a lot easier finding receivers, I think, than finding good defensive players in the middle of a season and acquiring them from teams.
Unless it's a pass rusher, and they're not going to bring in a pass rusher.
No,
they're paying guys trillions of dollars.
So
to
you
do
look
that.
in the secondary, and the secondary definitely needs help. But who would be available? Maybe Minkah Fitzpatrick.
There are
Maybe
guys. There are guys available, actually. Corners.
I'm not talking about corners. I'm talking about safeties right now.
There are some of those too on bad teams. You can go out and get a guy.
Yeah, but the question then is, the caller raised is what would you give up to get him? Especially if it's a good player.
Not a ton.
Well, then you're not going to get a.
But you're probably just going to get another guy like the many
Julius
they
Peppers.
have. Chuck Clark, Julius Peppers. I wish you could get Julius Peppers.
I love Julius Peppers.
They have Jabril Peppers, unfortunately. You know who else has been invisible the last couple of games is the first-round pick, Derek Harmon. No quarterback hits, no tackles for loss.
What has Benton done, if you look at that number list, too? Because
he had a great game at Minnesota.
But since then, it's not been.
Against Minnesota, I should say. I don't know. I'll look that up in a second.
Okay,
Bob.
but
Maybe
my
we get
point
back
is
to
you
the
haven't
phones.
heard his name either.
No. And Green Bay started to run in the second half when they brought in their backup running back, added a little spice to their run game because Jacobs looked like he was running in mud, and then all of a sudden he outruns people. I get everybody confused in the secondary. Did he outrun Eccles? Did he outrun Clark? Did he outrun Ramsey? Did he outrun Slay? Just all of them on every play. Get outrun. None of them can cover anybody. That secondary stinks.
Yeah, it's
Porter.
You know what? You're spoiled. You're spoiled.
A sad goodbye to Brian Kelly. Yes, Bob?
Brian Kelly. How about the money that these guys, the best job in the world is to be a fired coach in college ranks. You can make all this money. If you want to, you could sit around his contract.
Oh, my God.
He could sit around until 2031, collect. He'd be like the Bobby Bonilla of college football coaches.
Wait till you hear what Doug Whaley, former NFL GM and a friend of the fan, in fact, a part of the fan here, said about Mike Tomlin last night on postgame.
He was on postgame?
Yeah. Wait until you hear Brian Kelly's name came up in this, and we've got just the clips for that. Sunny today and a high of 60, Greg Warren. A low of 35, Manny Sanguillen. Fan weather
One of
brought
my
to you.
favorites.
Mine, too. One of the greatest bad ball hitters who ever lived, Bob.
You tried to throw it in the strike zone to get him out. Make a fat pitch, he wouldn't hit it. But if you threw it into dirt, one hop it, he'll hit it.
If you're going to throw the ball to Spencer Anderson, maybe they should sign Manny Sanguillen and put him out there, Bob.
He and Rennie Stennett were the two best bad ball hitters I've ever seen.
Fan weather brought to you by Myers Lager, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Who's next, oh Limitless Wonder?
Here is Michelle. She is in Florida.
Hi, Michelle. Are you with Ron Cook by any chance?
No, not today.
If so, you would be under you would be under intoxication at that point because you said about 6 or 7 beers by now.
No. So I just want to start off by saying I love you guys. I think you're great. I listen almost every day.
Bless your heart.
Oh, thank you. I have 3 points that I want to make, and then I'll hang up and see what you think. So I feel bad for Aaron Rodgers. I feel like he has definitely exceeded all of our expectations, and I think he's doing really well. That's my first point. Number 2, I don't think any veteran should have days off at this point, especially on the D. And I understand they're a little older. They can't go out and be on the field. But I'm sorry, Cam Hayward should be watching film, or he should be mentoring the younger players. He should be bonding. He's a captain, and that goes for everybody on the defense. Number 3, here's my point. We listened to Mike Tomlin say the same thing in his press conferences and after the games. Well, we need to play harder. We need to do this, blah, 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 blah. I would like somebody from the media, and I know you guys have to tread very lightly with Coach Tomlin.
We don't have to tread very lightly with Coach Tomlin. He's been asked every difficult, tough, head-on question that can possibly be asked of a professional sports coach. But go ahead.
Well, then, Joe, you could ask him. You're the man.
Yeah,
so,
I've asked him many times about many things. What do you want to get asked?
when he gives those blah, blah answers, I want someone to say, well, Coach, we see the players make the same mistakes every week, and you always say we're going to do this or that. Coach Tomlin, can you please tell us what changes you are going to make, or what changes have you tried as far as being a coach? Because we see the same things every week.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Here's the thing, though.
Thank you,
ask,
Michelle.
Yeah, thanks, Michelle. You can ask these questions, but Mike Tomlin is savvy enough. He knows how to answer every one at times without giving you the answer you want. And so that's true. A lot of head coaches are good with that. They're not going to give you what you want to hear. They're going to tell you we're going to go back to the lab, try to figure it out. We'll try some different schemes, whatever the case. You can ask him all you want.
He has no answers at this point. As for the other stuff, yeah, Aaron Rodgers has exceeded expectations.
But it's only week 8.
But he needs more help. Did you see? I think it was Jeremy Fowler. Don't quote me on that. Who said the Steelers very interested in bringing him back next season, Bob? But you're right. This is only week 8.
And he looked at the end of the game as if he was slowing down to the point he knew that pass rush was coming. He felt Micah Parsons before he ever got to Parsons got to him. But he's not going to outrun a lot of those guys when he has to vacate the pocket. And you're going to see some pretty good defenses here in the next few weeks, too. Indy's a very good defense. We talk about their offense all along. So it's a long season. Those questions need to be asked after the season, after you get a full slate of what
it'll be great if they have a redemptive performance against the Colts on both sides of the ball.
And it might happen. I thought it would happen last night,
Bob,
actually.
that won't make me trust them one bit more. That's what they are. That's what they are.
4 games over 30 points allowed, and if it wasn't for Chris Boswell, where would they be? Because the Jets game wouldn't have been a win.
Let's ask that question in the next hour because I have some Boswell numbers that'll blow your mind. But that's what they are. They're a 9-8 team. They're an above-average team that delivers some really good performances along the way, but also a ton of stinkers, and then they get blown out of the first round of the playoffs, and nobody takes them seriously as a Super Bowl contender. So they could come out next week and have a command performance. Okay, then they're 5-3, and then they go in and play the Chargers and get ransacked, and then they're 5-4 and right back to where they always are. This is where they always are. They're 4-3 with tons of questions and really no future when it comes to legitimate contention. They're back to point A.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Do we know that by heart? Let's go from the top with the sound and the hitting of our hands. How does he start out again, Limits? What does he say?
Starts out with, and we're sitting here again.
Let's try it.
Not until the second again do you get this.
Okay, on 3, 2, 1.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
I blew it, Bob. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. It's hard to get that exactly down.
I know.
But guess what?
We'll
He's not going to
practice.
be sitting there anymore, and he's not going to be talking about the same things.
No, but our very own Doug Whaley went wild on Tomlin after the game last night, and Brian Kelly's name came up. We'll tell you what Whaley said next. You can join the fray here. 412-928-9370, 928-9370. It's Pomp and Joe on a Loser Monday.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Monday Night Football can be heard right here on 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is your home for the NFL on Westwood One as Washington will play in Kansas City against the Chiefs. No Jaden Daniels for this 8:15 kickoff. 7:30 coverage begins as the Chiefs look to move to 5-3 overall as one of the teams back near the top of power rankings throughout the NFL once again. More headlines. 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, Von Kepler-Coriac, Cranberry Dental Studio, EJ Dick Trummel and Lindy Group, EGT Trucking, NSS Live, Lot 17 Bloomfield, and Feeney Insurance Agency. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. Studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Hey, it's Dan Zhang, really, for Comcast Business Solutions. Comcast Business Solutions and expert partnership can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting, confidently transacting, must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running, dinner rush crushing neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting medical team collaborating caregivers we all depend on. It's how shipping companies become package tracking, speedy delivering logistics masters, and how wealth management firms become cyber securing, market tracking guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and connection redundancy with Wireless Connect, Comcast Business is helping businesses stay connected and get threat ready. Comcast Business, powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities. Call today to learn more about their great offer.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, everybody, it's Ron Cook. I want to take a minute and talk to you about my Geico insurance man, Tim Hester, and tell you why he should be your Geico insurance man. I've known Tim for 2 decades now. His wife, Rebecca, was my daughter's 3rd grade teacher, the best teacher she ever had. And I found out back then what a quality person Tim Hester was. And that's why it was easy for me to take my insurance needs to Geico and Tim Hester. I have my automobile insurance with Tim. My daughter has her automobile insurance with him, and we can't be happier with the service we've received. He's a people person and a problem solver. It doesn't matter if you need homeowners, renters, bicycle, boaters, or car insurance. The only person to call, Tim Hester of Geico. 412-364-7170. That number again, 412-364-7170. I can't recommend him enough. Tim Hester of Geico.
Join the Lindy Group and drive your career forward. We're hiring Class A and Class B CDL drivers to expand our growing fleet in Pennsylvania and Ohio. As a Lindy driver, you'll earn competitive union wages and receive comprehensive year-round health care benefits. Enjoy driving local routes with Lindy's new, well-maintained equipment while being part of a team that values safety and reliability. Learn more and apply today at www.thelindygroup.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and everybody wants the shortcut. Players stealing signs or even betting on their own games. Guys juicing to hit one more homer. People taking shots to drop a few pounds. It's all the same thing, trying to cheat the system. I wanted results, but I didn't want to gamble with my health. I didn't want a short-term fix. I went with Awaken 180, and I received both the short-term and long-term results we all want. 35 pounds down in just 6 weeks. So think about it. If you start Awaken 180 today, you could be down 35 pounds heading into the holidays. Now, that might sound crazy, but you really could be. I did it. Donnie, Paul Alexander, and probably people that you know personally have done it as well.
We all had the same results, 4 to 5 pounds gone each and every week until reaching our goal. It's that simple. So if you're tired of shortcuts that don't last, stop gambling on the quick fixes and play the sure bet and win it. Start today at awaken180weightloss.com.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, November 8th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at pia.edu.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar. So many TVs, every seat feels like the front row at Rival.
NBA tipping off, and FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge is your home for live betting. So even if you miss the start of the game or want to ride the hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who will score next to fourth quarter comebacks. Man, I was watching the Lakers and their opener, and without LeBron, it's Luka, and more Luka. They're the Los Angeles Lukas. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join, because FanDuel is giving new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. Play your game with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, disappointment on the North Shore last night as the Steelers lose to the Green Bay Packers in the Aaron Rodgers revenge game. Final score 35-25 as Green Bay scores 28 points in the second half, including 21 in the fourth quarter. Steelers blow a fourth quarter lead. They settled for 3 field goals in the first half. Aaron Rodgers to DK Metcalf in the second quarter helped the Steelers to build a lead, 16-7 going into halftime, but that fell apart when the defense completely fell apart in the fourth quarter. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, men who are gentle. What'd we think of the uniforms last night, Bob? Let's get to the important stuff. My wife said they look like PennDOT workers, and then I said, well, they wore them in 1933, and she said, no wonder they were bad for so long. She was not a fan. I'm no fashion maven. She said the pants didn't match the shirt, and the shirts were horrendous. That seemed to be the consensus. What did you think, Bob? What did your wife think?
She thought they were fine.
She
and
did?
Again, you have to understand, this is 1933. They're throwing back to a season, which was their first. Unfortunately, they brought the 3 wins with them that season. That's all they had. So I'm not bothered by that stuff at all. I don't care. I like the all-whites from Green Bay. I'd like to see
I thought they were great.
I thought the Steelers would do themselves good on what's it called? The Color Rush uniform weekend, whatever that is.
Yeah.
Do the all-whites with a black helmet.
Bob, they were hideous. The uniforms were hideous.
To me, I don't even look at it that way. They're trying to throw back to a time, and that was the uniform they chose back then.
I agree with you, actually.
I mean, what
I'm
are we
wrong,
gonna do?
You're right.
I think a lot of people spend too much time on that stuff. I find myself in the same boat sometimes when I see something I really like Denver had their throwbacks.
Oh, the Orange Crush jerseys
the Orange Crush jersey. I love those. But again, that's going back to a time that was the uniform back in that time. So,
Mr. P, what do you think?
Well, your local fashionista here didn't really notice that they didn't match. But I think that they should always have the block numbers as the throwback jerseys regardless. I thought they were okay, but when I saw them on TV for the first time, I was like, whoa, they're a lot worse than I initially thought. What I was really thrown off by was the numbers on the front were white and the numbers on the back were black.
I mean, it was horrifying. It really
strange.
was. I do agree with Bob.
Uniform. If you're trying to go back and
I agree with you to a certain extent. They were recapturing 1933. I was there, and that's what they did.
Right.
But
you're a pathetic person. You know
maybe
that?
back in 1933, people thought they were hideous too. They were horrifying.
Oh, no, you know how style goes.
Yeah.
Like you look back at a picture, look back at a high school picture of Joe Starkey. You'd probably say, "Oh my goodness, how did I look at it?" I have the same thing. I look back and I sometimes I'm stunned with how I dressed, how I looked.
Yeah,
But
that's a fair
things
point.
evolve.
Ron looked good in high school. Have you ever seen pictures of him in high school at
I have.
Blackhawk?
I have.
And he was born with a beard. Did you know that?
He came out that way, yes.
Yeah.
And it's never gone away.
You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with the juicy Week 9 matchup between the Indianapolis Colts and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right. On the post game on PXI last night, Doug Whaley, who sits right in that chair on Wednesdays and is very good, by the way, just unloaded on Mike Tomlin. Now, this is via Steelers Depot, this transcription. We couldn't find the audio of this, but we have the transcription. It appears in a story headlined, Doug Whaley blasts Mike Tomlin questions players buy-in. You ready for this line? And I quote Whaley here, talking to Jenna Harner. Teams take the characteristics of their head coaches, and if you listen to Tomlin, says Whaley, he's a great orator. He's got great one-liners. When you look at this team on paper, you have a Hall of Famer at quarterback. You have 2 Hall of Famers on the defensive line, a possible Hall of Famer in Ramsey. You've got some young talent. But guess what they don't have? Substance. Just like Mike Tomlin's press conferences. Wow! Doug Whaley! Then he says, when you start thinking about it that way and you start hearing buy-in, my question is, says Whaley, are those guys in the locker room buying into what the coaching staff is putting out there and trying to have them pick up? And he finishes by saying this about the trends. They're talking about the same issues over and over, Whaley said. It's that clip from Brian Kelly who just got fired. We're up here talking about the same things over and over. After a while, there's a saying. You're either coaching it or allowing it, and they have to be doing both because nothing has changed. Doug Whaley with a hammer. How about the Brian Kelly reference limits?
Completely dropped the hammer. Wow.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Bob, what do you make of these comments?
Well, a lot of people have that opinion, I think, if you look at it. But I think Mike Tomlin is very good at what he does in terms of handling press conferences. Yes, he comes up. When you're at a place this long, 19 years, there's nothing new that you can offer that's going to make people think differently about it. So he's doing what he does at press conferences. The bigger issue is, what are you doing in preparation for games? Not only was the defense bad as this game went along, but also the offense now. How many games in a row has it been where they haven't scored more than 7 points in the first quarter? That, to me, you always hear people talking about how teams come out if they're ready to play. It's gotten a little bit better with Aaron Rodgers, but generally same kind of stuff. They just don't score enough early in games to have one of those games you'd love to have once in a while.
Does Whaley make a point? Are we all wondering whether these guys are buying what Tomlin is selling? I certainly am.
Well, based on some of these performances, you'd have to say yes, but we'll see in the next several weeks. Again, to me, this is always
Haven't we seen for the last several years,
yes,
though, Bob?
But we've also seen some good performances throughout the course of it that make you change your mind. And when I say it's a week to week, that's what it is. I really thought, and I think most people who analyzed this game going into it, although Andrew Filipponi was the one who said no, and I agreed with him. The roster the Packers have is a better roster, top to bottom. But I really
what did he say no to?
Well, the general thinking that Pittsburgh was going to win last night because it's Sunday night and they play well. They had extra time to prepare. All those numbers indicated that could be the case. But then the roster itself is not the same. Green Bay has a better roster. And they have an offensive-minded coach, which has been their problem, stopping those offensive-minded coaches. So when you thought about it, you thought, okay, Green Bay should win. They were favored. But I think all of us who followed it, you have to make a pick. I was not going to be surprised if they somehow won that game, just as they did when they went to Dublin, and last year there were a few of those games as well where you don't expect them to win and they win. So then you change your narrative, at least for 7 days. And then it comes back with another performance like what we saw yesterday,
But there's a long-standing narrative now.
There is.
As Kyle Brandt said, they're the most predictable team in the NFL. They're going to go 9-8, and they're going to lose in the playoffs.
And when you hear guys like Jamar Chase saying that he knew what was coming, that's not a good sign. And it speaks to coaching and scheming.
And I can't believe that Whaley let all that fly. That is unbelievable limits. He talked about a team that lacks substance, basically like their coach. I mean, I can't read that any other way than him saying that. They lack substance, that his coaching lacks substance, and that they are a reflection of that. He's basically saying there he talks a good game, but his players aren't following his lead anymore. That's essentially what Doug Whaley said.
You said at the beginning you were going to put some of the blame on players because I still think that's, when you have this many good players, sooner or later somebody's going to make a play. I don't think
but the players change. The players change year to year.
No, I'm
this
talking
franchise,
about this one.
I know, but the players change year to year, and this franchise hasn't come close to winning a playoff game in nearly a decade, and it's the same things. I'm not going to do the Brian Kelly thing again.
No, but it's
true.
But
it truly is the same things over and over
with
again.
Starts of games where, again, the playoff ones are dramatic. They've been outscored 73-0 in the first quarter. Again, look at the last, I think it's 54 regular season games. They don't score
57.
57?
Yeah.
More than 7 points in the first quarter of a game.
That's an NFL record.
Yeah, you can't have more from the beginning. To me, that's also an indication that the preparation is not there, or at least the message and the preparation aren't being sold.
The crazy thing, Bob, is if you could, except for finishing drives, if you could draw up the game beforehand last night, like how you wanted it to go, the first half was it. They ran the ball. They shut down the run. They ended the half with, I thought, a brilliant drive, and they're up 16-7. They could have been up by far more, but then
the halftime adjustments set in, and you got a guy on the other side who's really good at trying to figure out ways to unleash his offense, and he did.
And I thought, who was I watching this morning who really was on that? It was Manti Te'o on NFL Network saying the halftime adjustment was, whereas in the first half he thought Love was trying to outdo Rodgers and was taking shots down the field that weren't there, he felt like LaFleur must have told Love at halftime, get rid of the ball, go short, and let your guys make plays. And that's what, you look at those 21 passes in a row or whatever it was, most of those were bang, 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 guys missing tackles, just taking the easy stuff and having it turn into better,
Yeah, and the way the Steelers were missing tackles, you had to think that was going to happen. Second half was totally different, and they did change the way they – and then eventually, because they did enough of it, Steelers had to come up and respect that, and then they go down the field even more. And it's always dangerous to me. Anytime you have a tight end, you go back to Hunter Henry, you go back to Mark Andrews, you name any tight end. The Steelers historically have not stopped tight ends. Who matches up against tight ends? Who do they have? I thought Peyton Wilson was going to be one of those guys who can just – with the speed and his ability to get to a spot, can cover a guy like that. Do they have any safeties who can do it? I don't think so. So, again, you have one of the better tight ends coming into the game again this week, right? You got Warren.
Oh, don't worry.
He's going to be targeted. I don't know what the over and under on his targets is. I guarantee you, whatever it is, I'll go over.
Patrick Queen said their problems against tight ends are going to be fixed up in a hurry, so don't worry, Bob.
Yeah, well, I am
that won't be a problem.
Because that never goes away.
Whaley also cited a lack of discipline as a troubling defensive theme, and man, it sure is. I don't know what the hell they're doing. I really don't. How do you allow that guy just to walk off the line wide open?
Coaches. 4th and 1, you mean?
The whole game. Coaches want us to believe.
4th and 1 was just.
Yeah.
Again, if you're going to make that call, you better make sure he's accounted for, and he totally was.
Inexcusable. Coaches want us to believe it's a very complicated game. Sometimes it's simple. Sometimes it's backyard football. Let's put that guy on that guy and maybe two guys on him because he's their best talent. He's their most talented player. And if we're going to lose, let's not let him beat us. Well, 2 weeks in a row, not only have they let one guy largely beat them, but they didn't even make an effort to stop him. Like there was no adjustment once they started getting cooked by Jamar Chase. And in this case, Tucker Kraft. In fact, it got worse as the game went along. I mean, it was incredible to watch. It's like everybody. I picture tens of thousands of people screaming, what are you doing? Why isn't anybody covering him? It's incredible to watch, Bob.
Well,
and it speaks to a lack of discipline. And by the way,
lack of communication, lack of preparation for these kinds of situations. They talk about situational football all the time. Well, these are situations that should be paramount importance to them, especially on 4th down short. You got to have everyone accounted for. They didn't on that play, and they certainly let it. Those guys are wide open. So this morning, going back and look at some of the tape.
Yeah.
On replay. And we'll get a look at it later on the All-22 tape, which really shows you a lot. But you could see guys, and he missed one guy who was Jordan Love missed, I forget who it was, who was wide open. He could have had an easy touchdown late in the game, and he didn't hit him. But there were guys, again, too open. You have to stop them at the line of scrimmage if you're going to play the short game. Disrupt them. Who was it? He was wide open. Jordan Love missed him. He could have had an even bigger.
Late in the game for a touchdown. That was Golden at the goal line.
The rookie.
He would have had 5 touchdowns.
He was
Total miscommunication. Total miscommunication. I thought, based on Tomlin's comments in the preseason, they were going to get right up in your face at the line and play old school Mel Blount man on man. Do we have that quote? No disrespect to the Cincinnati Bengals, but we're going to line up and cover people man to man. This was Tomlin on Ryan Clark's podcast when Clark suggested that Joey Porter was a number 1 corner, Slay's still a guy who can cover people, Ramsey's a number 1. Like this was going to be epic. This was Mike Tomlin back then.
With that collection of guys that you mentioned, I feel like we could do it against anybody. No disrespect to Cincinnati or anybody else that has an elite group, but that's just a level of confidence that we have in that collective.
The level of delusion there and misevaluation of people like Darius Slay is almost breathtaking. And who in the world, and who in their right mind, including Ryan Clark, considers Joey Porter Jr. to be a number 1 cornerback in the NFL? You have to be out of your mind to believe that. Could he still become that? Maybe. It's been a while now. But anyone who believes that now, you're seriously deluded.
And they have a decision to make on him because this coming season they have to decide if they're going to pay him or not. As of this moment, the answer should be no on that. They haven't seen enough of it. He made another grab last night. He got called for a defensive holding. And all those guys, I questioned Slay at $10 million when they signed him to a 1-year deal. Not that he didn't have the resume to command something, but $10 million seemed like an awful stretch given the fact that he's 33 or 34. And he looks
missing tackles left and right.
He missed a lot of tackles. They all did.
And the other guys they brought in missing tackles left and right. And like I said earlier, he's tried to go soft in coverage with a 4-man rush. And yesterday he told Tony Dungy, I'm gonna turn him loose tonight, and he did. And all that did was allow Jordan Love to absolutely pick them apart in man-to-man. You had guys on an island, and sometimes there was no island, Bob. There was just a body of water.
Yeah.
A body of water you can sail free.
They were treading water the whole night trying to stay afloat, and it just didn't work.
Let's head back to the phones, if you might.
I would love that, Joe. Let's go to our guy Emmanuel in Carnegie to chime in.
Hello, Emmanuel.
Hey, man.
This is Emmanuel Sanders. Are you still in shape? Can you come in?
The funny thing is my name ends with a Z instead of an S. That's how close we get. But I remember, Joe, you made a topic 2 weeks ago. Do we owe the Steelers apologies? I'll be the first to apologize. I apologize because I thought our defense will be a top 10 defense. And with our offense, the way it is constructed, I thought we'll be 11-6. I'm going to be the first one to throw the towel in. I'm not going to any more games. I mean, we can add pieces on offense, but I also don't think the Bengals or Cowboys are making the playoffs. We got to be at least a top 10 defense. They're getting paid as a top 2 defense.
They're getting paid as a top 1 defense. No one else is close to them in terms of resources allocated to their defense.
So I do apologize. The season is over. Even if we make the playoffs, like, we're missing one piece, and that piece is the time clock. The players are too old. TJ Watt has lost a step, and we don't have the mojo on the defensive end. Nobody's intimidated. They're throwing passes. It looks like backyard football. The running game, there's no intimidation. And the fact that I was at the game yesterday, 45% of the crowd was rooting for Green Bay. It was just embarrassing. And when they play running game, it's not intimidating no more. Like, this defense is
Tell me more about that, Emmanuel. Tell me more about, because we were going to talk about that next anyway. Adam Crowley had a great rant today about the atmosphere inside of Acrisure Stadium. You figure 45% Packer fans, and they took over the stadium?
Like
yeah.
It felt like that, and then into the fourth quarter, they had so much momentum. It felt like we were kind of pressing offensively. Then we were trying to take shots down the field instead of continuing to do what we were doing in the first half. It felt like we panicked offensively. We were down by only 2 points, and that 2-point conversion that they ran, the Packers, nobody's to talk about it. But the receivers were wide open.
Bob said nobody was on it at all.
Yeah, if we would have gave up, made a stop there, which we had 10 days to prepare. Maybe it was only a 1-point game. Even if they score, it's an 8-point ball game. We have a chance to tie it at the end. That play alone, and then it just felt like we didn't have a plan, and we panicked again. Like it's bad. I'm sorry. I apologize for picking us to go 11-6. I kind of picked with my heart, but also I thought this defense is going to be at least top 10. I'm not even asking us to be a top 5 defense. Top 10 would have gotten us into the playoffs and probably a playoff win.
They're not even top 29. I appreciate the call, Emmanuel. Bob,
they're dead last.
What did you sense
defense,
about what were people?
Dead last.
Yeah, well, they're dead last in pass defense, right,
Yes.
and 30th in overall defense. What were people saying about the vibe inside of Acrisure last night?
Well, first of all, Packer fans are like Steeler fans, and they travel. And we saw this a few years ago when San Francisco came into this place, and it was Brock Purdy who was ripping apart their defense, and you heard those guys very loudly. The one thing you should do is take them out of the game and score points early and make them silent, but that wasn't the case, and it wasn't last night either. First half, not so much, because they only had 7 points. But when things started to crank, I mean, the difference was very loud. And, a lot of people were saying, how does this happen? Well, I tell you, it's simply supply and demand, I think. You have people who have season tickets, and they've had them for many decades. And, many of them probably spend all their money on football. And that's their passion. That's what they're going to do. Now you have people offering $10,000 for 4 tickets. A lot of people offering crazy money. And in this day and age, some people need that money. And they're going to make that call.
Do the people who already have Steelers season tickets need that money?
Well, I think some of them are just passionate fans, and they spend a lot of their money on football, yes.
But if the Steelers were putting out a really, really compelling product, I don't think you'd see situations like
Maybe
last
not,
night.
but you still see some who would go for the money. I'm just
Sure.
saying. I
There'll always
saw
be
some
some who
people
go
down
for
in
the
the
money.
Strip District over the weekend. They were offering $2,000 a seat to get in. They wanted to pay that money. I'm just saying, if you're one of these guys,
I still think, and we'll get Crowley next, I think that was an embarrassing night for the Steelers
it is,
franchise.
especially as they got louder.
When
as the
your
game
home
went on.
quarterback is on a silent count in Pittsburgh.
Well, that's, I don't know if that happened in the San Francisco game, but it certainly happened last night, according to Aaron Rodgers. So he was the guy who had to deal with that. You don't expect to hear that for sure. But I'm offering a reason why people would do it.
For sure
You disagree
people
with
go.
that? If you were
No, people go for the money, but if the Steelers were really good and really hot in this town right now, then you wouldn't see what you saw last night.
I agree.
Because this isn't a game-to-game thing. This is now almost a decade worth of disappointment, quite frankly.
Yes.
Almost a decade's worth. And the chickens are starting to come home to roost now, as far as people not really thinking to themselves, would I rather take the money or go out on a Sunday night and watch this team when I'm taking a chance on seeing what I've seen for the better part of a decade now?
Right.
Which is, I don't know what I'm going to get, and I might get something not good, and we all know where it's going to end anyway. I don't think this happens 10 years ago, do you?
No, but I think also because of a lot of things, inflation, how much it costs to do everything, people are motivated to do that if they have a chance. I agree with you, though. If this team was 7-1 like the Colts and they were the talk of the NFL and they're destroying opponents like they are, they're plus 166 in the point differential. That's the Indy Colts. They're just ripping it up, setting records. I think then you're less motivated to sell those tickets.
Either you're a really hot ticket or you're not, and they're not really right now.
Right. So I just think it's human nature. Some people, if you're offered that kind of money, you probably say, okay, for one game, I'll take it.
Let's hear Crowley's rant next. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Limits? I'm going to come back with a fan duel in just a moment.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, Joe, let's check in on the Penguins, who have had a surprising start to the season so far, but their last matchup against the Columbus Blue Jackets ended in a shootout loss, 5-4 on Saturday against Columbus, as Archer Sheilov started in net and made 37 saves. Ryan Shea, his first goal of the year. Anthony Mantha, his fourth. First of the year for Letang and Rust as well, but Brian Rust and Sidney Crosby scored in the shootout. Evgeny Malkin did not, and the Columbus Blue Jackets went 3 for 3. Penguins will play tonight against St. Louis, PPG Paints Arena at 7. Tristan Jarry in the net. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Joe, the floor is yours.
Limits, thank you for your undying well of compassion. The FanDuel Sportsbook app, in partnership with Valley Forge, is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who'll win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, we have Marcus Mariota, and FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% PBTs. That's right, you can get in on the action with a 30% PBTs this Monday night, tonight. Oh, man, Kansas City's looking like the way things are going in the AFC. Unless Indy can keep this up all year, it could go through Arrowhead again. I don't like that feeling. But what does that have to do with tonight's game when you're looking to make the right bets? I'd go Patrick Mahomes over. He's got a full arsenal of weapons, and he's playing great. Make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
Seriously, it's awesome. It's awesome. Come on, let's get this money.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Schley Deck and Fence, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Despite an SEC title run in year 1 and a Heisman winner in year 2, Brian Kelly never felt like LSU's guy. The fit was awkward from the start. Midwest polish and a Deep South powerhouse. Saturday's 49-25 loss to Texas A&M made it official. Kelly's out. 3 years, 34 wins, and still no connection. At LSU, that's not enough. I'm Maggie Gray.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Gather up the season's best savings all month long during the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington Harvest the Savings event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishis.
Don't wait. The road to fall savings starts here. Your deal, your way. What a great day at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington.
Visit JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com to shop today or call 724-209-8075 for offer details.
I had to do something when my headaches were making my entire life a headache. My PCP was so good about it. We talked about my routines, like all the coffee I'm drinking and all the sleeping I'm not doing. We ruled some things out, and I made some changes. So far, fewer headaches. So good. My PCP specializes in me.
Find a PCP near you and connect to a network of nationally recognized care at upmc.com/PCP.
I'm Bob Burke,
founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Planning to move your office or business? Trust Corrigan Moving Systems, formerly Parks Moving and Storage, Pittsburgh's leader in workplace solutions. From office relocations to decommissioning, warehousing, and inventory management. Corrigan makes moving seamless so your office can be back up and running without skipping a beat. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free. No interest for 3 years. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Need birthday or anniversary flowers fast? Order today at oliverflowers.com.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here for Blue Chew. And Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your crotch. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like somebody gave your downstairs a nice pep talk and then a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guess what? We all want to be more confident where it counts. We all want a little more boing in the bedroom, and Blue Chew can help. Guys, it's not just about performance either. You want to give her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. You can discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. That's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
The Allegheny County Jail is hiring correctional officers and healthcare professionals now. Get a competitive salary, healthcare, and a pension. Ready to make a difference? Apply today at joinacj.com.
Leaves and interest rates are falling at the gorgeous Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram here in Washington. New Ram trucks, 0% financing for 72 months. That's incredible. New Grand Cherokees, 0% financing for 60 months. New Wranglers from just $339 a month, plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. Drive into fall event. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom. Now open in Mount Lebanon. The showroom features an extensive selection of windows, doors, and accessories from Anderson. The space is designed for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road, Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. or Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Tailgating without Pepsi? That'd be like watching the Steelers without a Here We Go chant.
Here we go!
Kielbasa is good, but kielbasa paired with a refreshing Pepsi Zero Sugar? game changer. Tailgating deserves Pepsi.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrelli from my friends at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Fall into a great deal this month with their 7-month CD offering a 3.95 annual percentage yield. And you only need $1,000 of new money. Full terms at AllegiantFCU.org.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use this directed.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Sun and clouds this afternoon, the high 60.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
One image I can't get out of my mind from last night, gentlemen, is the clips they showed of Jaylen Warren training by running with a soccer net attached to his back, Bob.
Yeah.
I don't think I could, if I tried to run with an entire soccer goal attached to me, I would go backwards, not forwards.
Yeah, it would drag me back, too. I just think these guys come up with creative ways to keep their bodies in shape. And, for a guy like him who is undrafted, earned his money the hard way after proving it, he's not going to let that just go away. He's going to have the same work ethic that got him to where he is, and so they come up with these things.
Limits, is that how you train for wiffle ball, by having a soccer net attached to you?
Thinking about when I have to move the soccer nets for my turkey bowl and how hard it is for me to move that. Those soccer nets are heavy, guys.
Bob, if I had to move a soccer net, I would ask 10 people to help me, not strap it to my back and sprint.
Very stunning to see it as well. When I first saw it, I thought it was somehow enhanced or
I thought it was fake. It looked like AI.
Right, but no, that's how he does it.
Wow. All right, lots of people commenting, and feel free, by the way, oh Limitless Wonder, to chime in with any good texts we get, because I know we're getting a lot. And some about the atmosphere last night. And, for good reason, Steeler Nation takes pride in invading other stadiums. It's one of the most unbelievable spectacles I've ever seen in sports. Is no matter where the Steelers go, their fans invade the stadium. We've seen so many times quarterbacks on their home fields having to go to silent counts because of Steeler fans. Well, it happened to them last night. And it's kind of horrifying and kind of sad. And I really do think Bob mentioned speaks to modern times and how easily you can get rid of tickets for big money. And Packers fans do travel well. But we were never talking about stuff like this with the Steelers at home. Now we are, and I think it speaks to what we've been witnessing more or less. Some great moments for sure, but mostly seasons that everybody knows won't wind up with anything close to a championship for going on a decade. The Steelers are in their longest playoff win drought in 60-plus years. Just think about that for a second. And Art seems to be, based on his actions every offseason, kind of okay as long as they're, I don't know, what's the old saying, Limits? As long as they're outperforming the mean?
Yeah, the mean, yes, the mean. Very
Which
important.
they are again this year, I guess. They're outperforming the mean at 4-3. But I thought Crowley spoke very eloquently to the scene last night, Bob. Let's take a listen to Adam Crowley from the morning show.
Happy birthday, Crowley.
Happy
the Steelers
birthday.
are 4-2, first place in the AFC North. You've got a primetime game that was discussed ad nauseum on every single NFL show, every single sports show across the nation this week. Haven't seen the ratings yet. Probably one of the most watched Sunday night football games in recent memory.
It was.
2 historic franchises. A chance to see history in Aaron Rodgers, if they had won, beat every team in the NFL, which had only been done by 4 other quarterbacks. And now won't be done by Rodgers. And yet there were 40% Packers fans there, And I'm talking to people who were at the game last night saying Steelers fans are sitting on their hands. You heard it after the Dublin game. A couple of players in the locker room said it was actually better than a home field advantage because the fans were invested into it the entire time. That's because the people who went wanted to be there, spent their good, hard-earned money to be there. It ain't cheap going to Dublin. And I realize people are spending their money and going to Acrisure Stadium. But these night games, instead of getting jacked up, you sell your tickets. And the ones that were there got drowned out by Packers fans. Even when the Steelers had a lead early, it was bleeding through on TV in a way that was getting tweeted about and getting talked about on the broadcast. It's pathetic.
I agree with every syllable.
I got people telling me all the time who go to the Steeler games. I go to one a year. I used to have season tickets. Maybe I'm part of the problem. Maybe I should never have given up my season ticket. I'm old, man. I got people telling me that you get yelled at for standing up on third downs. A pathetic showing not just by the team, but by a lot of the people who were in Acrisure Stadium last night. And for those of you who sold your tickets, hey, you want to make a penny? I get it. Maybe check the damn zip code before you sell them to Packers fans from Wisconsin. The Steelers, by the way, including this year and the two prior years, are 11-9 at home. That's not a home field advantage. You'd be 11-9 or thereabouts playing every game at a neutral site. Pathetic, embarrassing showing by the team and by the fans.
May I interject? Is he done?
He has concluded the rant.
I mean, that was great, actually, and I agree with every syllable and half syllable, and probably, Bob, even the quarter syllables. And I wonder what Steeler fans, especially if you were there, if you're a regular attendee of the games, would agree with that. That I guess like a lot of venues across sports, the vibe has changed to where it used to be, regular people in there, and now it's you better have money to be in there. And maybe has that changed the vibe in there, or is it more about them being 11-9 in their last 20 home games and literally never winning a playoff game or even being competitive in one? 60 years, the last time they've gone this long without a playoff win. And people just wanting to make a buck off this with rising prices for tickets. All of that combines to get what we got, which was really one of the saddest nights in recent Steeler history as far as that went. And he said it was pathetic, and he put some blame on the people in the building. Bob, is that fair?
I think it all comes down to, Joe, the performance of the team. It doesn't matter what team you're talking about. Even teams that are so ferocious in following their teams, like Steeler fans do when they go out of town. But I also think if you're not playing at a level they expect, and it's been several years since they've done that based on what their standards are, then people start, to have the opinion, okay, it's not going to be that good. It's a big-time game, sure, we may see something. But at the same time, it's going to lead us to a similar conclusion. Not unlike if you're a Pirate fan, you know that going in. You're not going to fill that place up. How they change that is by winning. The Steelers, if they were playing better and more on a serious, Super Bowl contending list, that would be different. The Penguins are going through the same stuff right now. They haven't had a sellout. Why? Because they haven't won anything lately. And I think it all starts there. If your team does well and they're very viable in conversation about championship, people turn out. They'll pay handsomely to turn out. They'll buy merchandise. They'll do everything. But if they don't do that, then you're giving them reasons not to show up.
And even the people in the building.
Sell your tickets.
Right, but even the people in the building, Crowley laid some blame there.
It's about what you think of the team at the time.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go again. That kind of, so it does
It's jarring. It's jarring to witness, I'll tell you that.
It is. And they can correct that by playing well, if they can do that.
They can, I would argue that they could play well for the next 5 games and run on a streak, and people still wouldn't believe.
The winning has to come in the postseason.
Yes.
And if you go on a roll and somehow get there and go on a roll, and all of a sudden now you're creating more vibe. More people want to get things in person. They want to be there for it.
It feels like the brand is suffering some damage. And I would think if anything would move Art II to actually make a move with the head coach, it would be if that continues, that the brand is suffering. And if you watched that last night, I think you'd be hard-pressed to disagree with that the Steeler brand, which is still amazing on the road for sure, And I'm sure there's a very long list for season tickets. But if you watched that last night and said the brand isn't suffering, I don't know what you were watching, honestly. I agree with Crowley on all of that.
Yeah, I mean, again, it comes back to winning. And something interesting here, and Nick Fairball, who's on this program quite a bit, does a very good job covering the Steelers. Yeah. So Mike Tomlin was asked why they ran the ball only 3 times in the second half. And his quote was, "It wasn't necessarily a decision to do that. We were just behind the sticks. The game's circumstances got away from us." However, the Steelers were leading 16-7 at halftime. And on their first 3 drives of the second half, they passed the ball 11 times. They ran it just once. And they had success in the first half running the football.
And LaFleur said at halftime he expected them to come out running.
Exactly. And so did everybody else. And so they went against that. Now, it wasn't that successful. They got some penalties. They were down in distance, not in their favor.
Yeah.
Couldn't dig out from that. But at the same time, while that was going on, Green Bay couldn't be stopped. So, but they weren't necessarily, the circumstances did not dictate that you had to pass the ball. They were up by 9.
For sure. For sure. In the meantime, a damaged brand, is that fair? Were you in the building last night? 412-928-9370. Mr. P, let's hit the phones.
The lines are full. Here's Storm Tracker Dave to chime in.
Hello, guys. Another disappointing loss.
I hope your nickname isn't STD, is it?
You know what? Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah.
What is storm tracking? What is that? Why does that apply to your nickname?
I actually got a website. I've been a storm chaser for probably 25 years.
That's an intriguing thing.
And it started in college.
What are you going to chase around here, though? What storms can you chase? You have to go out of the.
You know what? You can't chase anything. But you know what? I do have a tornado, but listen, you got to wait for it to happen. It's kind of like the Steelers. You got to wait for it to happen. I don't know if it's going to, but anyway, there's just no motivation. I don't know if I could not motivate my team, and I keep running this word collective out to you, and it's not motivating you at all. Bob, if I can look at you before you go to the team, hey, Bob, it's going to take you a collective, you're going to look at me like I'm nuts. What do you mean, collect what? I just think there's no motivation. This coaching staff has got to be the worst I've seen. And Tom is just standing there like he doesn't have an answer. He's just looking. I can see it, and him just standing there like with his hands down on his side. He doesn't have an answer, and he better get his team motivated, or he will. This will be the end of the Tomlin era. I guarantee it.
Bob, that brings up an interesting question. What do you think would move Art to fire Mike Tomlin? What would it take?
Well, I think if this trend continues, I mean, some have argued it
if they miss the playoffs this year.
Yeah, if they miss the playoffs and things don't go the way, but he did sign an extension of 3 years, so they made that decision when a lot of people thought maybe that should be put on hold or not made at all. So it just depends on how the rest of the season goes, and even then, I'm not going to. If they get in the playoffs and win a game, I think. Given what they've seen in the past 8 years, that will be something to build off of. That's how they'll look at that.
Well,
but if they don't, I think that is a fair conversation to have.
It's a fair conversation. Here's the percent chance I would put on Art Rooney making a move if the Steelers miss the playoffs, and even if they lose the rest of their games and go 4-13, 0.
So you don't think it's going to happen at all?
0% that he would move on Mike Tomlin.
Well,
That's
his
what
coaching
I think.
staff would have to be redone. And they talked about changes last year, and they really didn't make all that many changes. So that was a word that we heard a lot of in the offseason. Changes are coming. What changes did they really make?
They've made all the changes they can make over the years. They've changed quarterbacks. They've changed GMs. They've changed coaches. They've changed coordinators. They've changed every coach. There's only one place left to look, and Art won't look there.
Well, he must believe that's the end. And listen, Mike Tomlin has had a 19 run with a lot of success in the regular season. Postseason at the beginning, their postseason has dried up, and that's ultimately what this team is about. So they have to go through that and decide what they're going to do, if anything, next. But I think before you see that happen, you said 0%, I would probably agree. It's going to have to be coaching changes on his staff. And they don't necessarily have to be hired by him, even though he does hire his own guys. There may have to be some collective agreement or disagreement on that.
To me, there's only if this continues this year, there's only one more place to look. Limits?
Here is Art. He's in Bloomfield.
Hello, Art.
Hey, good morning, guys. first time I've ever called your show, and it's corollary to some of the things that, the litany of weaknesses that you've already talked about a great deal. The issue of tackling, junior high school kids, the first thing they're taught is that a man runs with his legs, not with his eyes, not with his shoulders, not with his arms. And when you watch some of these players completely lose track of even the basics, even if the first guy getting to the ball carrier is around the top, you know that the next guy coming has to go for the legs. You watch these ball carriers, they're all so strong, every one of them, every team. When they can carry 2, 3, 4 guys on their shoulders for another 5, 6 yards after the initial contact, it just kind of blows my mind. Watching this, it's viscerally uncomfortable.
How about Kraft?
I'd rather watch Alec Crippa play.
How about Kraft carrying Juan Thornhill for 35 yards, basically, on that play, on the one that went over Elliott's head, where he was injured on that play? Thornhill had a chance to make that tackle for 35 straight yards.
And he kept going and going and going until he finally tried to make a cutback, and Elliott got back there to help, and that's when the injury occurred. But you're right. He had 131 yards after catch for a tight end. You don't see tight ends do that normally.
Except against the Steelers.
Well, they get their catches, but not that many yak yards. That shows you what the caller just said, that they're not tackling well at all either.
Here is Marty in Hoboken, New Jersey.
Hi, Marty.
Hoboken, New Jersey.
Talk to Bob Pompiani.
And Joe Stark.
Yeah, hey guys, I'm dumb. It's you guys were talking about getting a wide receiver, number 2, and all that. That's nonsense. I mean, the offense has not been that bad. The running game has improved. It's back to Tomlin and the defense. It always comes back there. They've been terrible for years now, and they should have hired if he's going to stay, he should be forced to hire a defensive coordinator. They could have had Robert Saleh when he went back to San Fran. It's a joke. His defense is terrible, and it's bad. They have 4 or 5 guys making millions. It's just the defense is awful, and it's been awful for years now. And it's time for let him just manage the team. Have a defensive coordinator, have an offensive coordinator, and he can stay out of the defense. He shouldn't be involved in defense.
Brian Flores was probably the example you were looking at before he came to Robert Saleh.
Exactly.
I mean, he was here.
Exactly. Yeah,
They could have figured out a role for him, even if it wasn't, they could have called him assistant head coach in charge or whatever. They have titles for everybody these days.
Right. Yeah, they haven't had since LeBeau, for crying out loud. It's kind of embarrassing, to think about it. Like, when's the last time they had a top-notch defense?
Huh. Well, you have to go back on that one. I can't even.
I mean, the last time they've had some defenses that have ranked well in some recent years, but the last time they played even an average playoff game defensively was Kansas City and Alex Smith, the guy on ESPN this morning, ripping their defense. That was the last. Even they played really good that day, but since then they haven't even had an average defensive performance in the playoffs. They've all been horrendous, and now we're talking about
the defense had a lot to do with that in those playoff games. The offense contributed, but it was all defense. They were getting shredded by guys like Blake Bortles and people of that nature. You can't let that happen. And in this season already, 32 points allowed, 31 points allowed. 33 points allowed, 35 points allowed.
It's unbelievable.
It's every week. You're turning into the Cincinnati Bengals defense.
Yeah, only the Bengals and the Cowboys are worse than them overall defensively. And here's the thing that I think galls a lot of people too, Bob, is that Mike Tomlin seems loath to blame his defense first. Do you have the opening of his news conference limits from last night? They gave up, just for context's sake. And I realize they didn't finish some drives. But they gave the highest paid defense in the NFL and one that he said could be historically good this season. They gave them a 10-point lead going into the fourth quarter, and they blew it. And they've given up almost 70 points and 1,000 yards in the last 2 games, almost on both counts. We all watched the game last night. They gave up 28 points in the second half, and this is how he addressed the media. Notice what he says first about his team.
First, congratulations to the Green Bay Packers on a victorious performance. From us, we just simply got to get a lot better in a lot of areas, in all areas, but some really specific areas that are critical to winning. We can't settle for field goals versus good people.
Boom. End.
But
that's the first thing he says.
First thing, he blames the offense.
Doesn't want to blame his defense.
Never
his
does.
Defense first. How about this? The first thing is our defense, which is being paid $180 million and can't stop anybody. And you talk to me, I'm being Tomlin here, or anybody else who's ever been around this franchise when it's been successful, and you give them a 10-point lead going into the fourth quarter, that game needs to be shut down. I don't care how many times our offense got stopped in the red zone or the high red zone or the low red zone. We have an unbelievable kicker. We had a 10-point lead. We can never, ever, ever, and they hadn't since, 1985?
Right.
Blow a lead like that at home going into the fourth quarter. It's my defense. That's where the blame starts.
I totally agree. But the thing about field goals, too, these are choices you make as a head coach. There was a 4th and 2 where you didn't have to bring out Chris Boswell. If you know that you're going to need points against this team, which they did, and I felt, there are certain times 4th and 2 is a let's keep the offense going, get a good play call that works, and convert and keep moving down the field. Get yourself in the red zone where Rodgers has been better than most of their quarterbacks over the last several years. Instead, they take the automatic 3. Too many times they do that, but that's because you have a luxury in Boswell, and you know you're going to get it, but that's not going to win games. Field goals against teams like Green Bay, against teams like the Colts, against teams like Cincinnati, they're not going to win games. You've got to score touchdowns.
Thank you, Bob, for leading us right into decisions.
Okay, but by me saying that, I'm saying it from a coach's point of view. You control who kicks and who doesn't. You can on 4th and 2, you can go for it once in a while. But their defense had to be number 1 on the list of blame, no question.
No question. Listen to the Pump and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Sunny today and a high of Greg Warren, 60, a low of Manny Sanguian, 35. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Coming up next, we're going to give out some grades, but we're also going to talk about some decisions. We're going to talk about the officiating from last night's game. We're going to talk about some of Mike Tomlin's decisions and some of Matt LaFleur's. That's coming up next on Pomp and Joe. First, Bob, my feet hurt, or at least they did for a long, long time. And then I was introduced to the Good Feet store. More specifically, the Good Feet foot arch support system. So easy, so comfortable, and designed to provide pain relief, balance, or comfort. You might have a lot of different things going on with your feet. Could have plantar fasciitis, could have pain and burning in the balls of your feet, needles in your heel. Feels like there's a million things that can go wrong, up into your low back. For me, it was the joints of my big toes, always hurting and always flared up at the least amount of exercise. Well, it got better with the arch support system. It's so simple. You don't have to get new shoes, anything like that. It fits in your shoes, whether it's work shoes, dress shoes, golf shoes, dance shoes, basketball shoes, golf shoes. Did I already mention golf shoes? It works for me. It could work for you. They're available in a wide range of flexibilities, extra firm to soft, to promote maximum performance and versatility for every foot and every lifestyle. Check it all out at goodfeet.com. Visit a store. I went to the one in Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. There's one in Cranberry Township. Route 19 North next to Walgreens. There's one down in Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. Come on in, try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, tonight it is Monday Night Football, and you can hear it right here on the Fan, the NFL on Westwood One, as this week comes to an end. Week 8 concludes with Kansas City hosting Washington at 8:15, 7 o'clock is when pregame coverage will begin. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Selling a home doesn't have to be time-consuming or stressful. It should be fair, honest, and fast. Ryan Shalava here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. My team and I will buy your home with cash in its current condition to close on the day you choose. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersofpittsburgh.com to get a cash offer today.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park, and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mr. Magic Car Wash. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by our 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Enjoy the shine at Mr. Magic Car Wash.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in first bet with bonus code PIT150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Gather up the season's best savings all month long during the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills Harvest the Savings event. Get 0% APR for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishis. Don't wait. The road to full savings starts here. Your deal, your way. What a great day at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills. Visit JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com to shop today or call 724-209-8075 for offer details.
Call your Pittsburgh area Geico agent, Mr. Hester, at 412-364-7170.
Hey,
Hey everyone, I'm Josh Radner, and I am so excited to tell you about How We Made Your Mother, a rewatch podcast looking back at How I Met Your Mother. And I'm here with Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh. Somehow it has been 20 years since the show premiered. I'm going to check the math on that. 10 years since it went off the air, and we thought that made this a perfect time to look back, see what the hell we did, and why the show still seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcast.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
My perfect day at Sand, Salt, Water, and Friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh Radner, and I am so excited to tell you about How We Made Your Mother, a rewatch podcast looking back at How I Met Your Mother. And I'm here with Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh. Somehow it has been 20 years since the show premiered. I'm going to check the math on that. 10 years since it went off the air, and we thought that made this a perfect time to look back, see what the hell we did, and why the show still seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcast.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers lose on Sunday Night Football, and they lose back-to-back primetime games, something that just does not happen overall for the Steelers, typically so good when the lights come on. 35-25, the final. Green Bay outscores the Steelers 21-6 in the fourth quarter. In the second half, they were outscored 28-9 as the Steelers held a 16-7 lead at halftime, and the Packers with 2 Tucker Kraft touchdowns and Jordan Love completing 29 of 37 passes, 20 in a row at one point, 360 yards and 3 touchdowns, just embarrassed the Steelers defense. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Decisions.
Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey, the Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Just didn't play good enough football. That's point blank. We need to watch the film and see what happened, but not stealing football.
Yeah, I don't think we handled adversity. In that second half, it just kind of split open. And if you get hit hard enough, you got to have answers for it. Part of being a professional is fixing your mistakes fast and answering those problems. I think this is a lesson we all can learn from. But hopefully it hits home fast.
Cam Hayward also saying after the game that he felt like the defense lacked fight, which is really disturbing to hear. And this is just the same thing over and over again. I mean, we're hearing the same stuff. Excuse me, Bob. It feels like year after year in some of these big moments. And time's starting to run out on Cam Hayward, maybe on T.J. Watt. Certainly on Darius Slay. I know Jalen Ramsey's on the other side of 30. I heard Rex Ryan say they look old, slow, and done, which is what they said a long time ago when the Steelers' defense started to look that way, which I guess ironically maybe, if that's the right use of the word ironic, Aaron Rodgers, that 2010 Super Bowl really was the beginning of the end of that great Steeler defense, right? Because after that, Tebow happened. And then guys started to slowly but surely end their careers, right? That was the end for those guys. Maybe the end is near for certainly for Cam's, for some of these guys, and it's just nothing's changing. That's the disturbing part, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You had these guys here for a reason. The urgency in terms of their time in the NFL was a very high level. They had to. That's why they did this. They wanted to try to cash in on a year where instead of, and this could be argued for a debate also, instead of just not doing it, not bringing in and making a trade for Ramsey or Smith or bringing in Slay or Rodgers, they could have just kept everything the way it is and maybe moved more to the bottom of the heap in terms of wins and get a better draft pick. But again, they brought in those guys for one season, mostly this season, to try to win, get an opportunity, banking on the fact that Aaron Rodgers and his ability as an IQ guy, someone who's seen everything, if they got into that scenario, they could win with somebody like that. And it started off like you'd say, okay, there are some performances on offense. You thought that's fine. That's what they're going to have to do. But you also expected the defense, which was supposed to be, again, historically great, has been historically bad in so many ways. You can't be last in the league in pass defense and expect to compete in this game. Because there's too many good quarterbacks and too many good offensive schemes and coaches who can make you pay for that, and that's what's happened.
Well, that leads us right into your favorite segment, Bob. Decisions.
Double
From
D.
the game last night, and also decisions that you watch the game and are reminded of from watching it. And I'll start with this one. For you too, Limits, on this one. Was it a good decision to sign T.J. Watt to a 3-year, $123 million extension, averaging $41 million a year? I said it at the time, and I'll say it today again, and it's just really one word. No. What do you say, Bob?
I thought it was risky, but I thought they would do it because they want to have that guy here, but assuming he would have the same kind of numbers on average that he would normally do. But if you look back at the past 18 games or so, and that dates back to last year, the beginning of last year, the numbers haven't been there in his favor. But a prudent way to go would have been to franchise him and see what happens after that if you're going to do it. You could have done that. They chose not to do that, but I expected the numbers to be still good, and I did this year specifically. Next year and the year after, I would have expected some fade in his production. I didn't expect it now. I think he needs to be much better than he's been.
Yeah, I think $41 million for an edge rusher is ridiculous. I do.
But all the guys in the game who play that position get that kind of money. That's just the way it is. But his age, you could have argued that was fine 4 years ago.
Well, that's fine that other guys get it. I mean, what do they? Myles Garrett had 5 sacks. It was the ultimate Myles Garrett performance yesterday. 5 sacks in a blowout loss. Have they won? Look at the numbers of edge rushers.
19 and 5 sacks.
In terms of winning big games, bang for the buck with these guys. I don't think that's where you win in the NFL. Maybe with a pass rush, but it's the type that Tampa Bay unleashed on Mahomes, or the Eagles unleashed on Mahomes, or the Giants way back when unleashed on Tom Brady. It's like the kind of pass rush that usually wins Super Bowls is multiple guys from everywhere along your defensive front, like interior too, like having a team pass rush. It's not necessarily star edge rushers, No,
you have to get it from all angles.
Now,
Absolutely.
Micah Parsons had a pretty good game last night in the second half. He was the closer.
But he's also 26, and he got a $46 million.
And he's also way more than just an edge rusher.
Right, they move him around. He comes at you from all angles, and so that was a move Green Bay made, and it was a smart move, even though they knew they had to pay that kind of money. But that's where the market had gone. So
I think it's different. I think it's different when you're one player away. Like if the Bills had signed T.J. Watt to that kind of deal, or give me another team, even the Bengals when they had Hendrickson and a healthy Burrow, the Steelers were not one player away. They're many. It was a bad contract, I think. He could still prove that wrong, but it doesn't look like he's ramping it up, Limits. Was that a good decision?
Right now, no. I mean, partly just because of the $41 million. Like, I was okay with them keeping Watt around for the next couple of years, but just not at that number. I wanted it to be more around 33, 35, because you're paying for what he's going to be, not what he was. And right now, he's just been so unproductive, him and Highsmith combined, that, right now it's looking like a bad deal.
They would have gotten it for a much cheaper price had they done this a year ago.
Yes, they would have.
And they knew that it was coming up eventually. So to beat
Highsmith looks like a horrible deal. I don't know where he is. He's almost never noticeable. No. We don't talk about that a lot. Where the hell is Alex Highsmith?
Well, and I think the number that you brought up, I think it was last week, that the year he had 14.5 sacks, earned the new contract, he's had 14.5 sacks in all of his games
since the day he signed it.
It's insane. Since the 2022 season, it's 14.5. Since 23, 24, 25, same number, 14.5.
Right. And their run defense has given up a lot, too, on average here for some of these good teams who have good running games. If you're not sacking, you got to make tackles. Tackles for losses are still very big plays. We haven't seen many of those as well. So,
all right. Well, other decisions specifically to the game. Let's just go one by one with some of the ones that help shape the game. Should Kraft have been called for offensive pass interference on Deshaun Elliott on that huge play, the balloon ball?
I would say no. I'm a big believer that it has to be extremely egregious to call that, because you can throw flags every time there's contact.
I would agree on that one. I don't think that was flag worthy. I think he sort of pushed Elliott's arms away from him, but Elliott had his arms on him. So it was just sort of the tug of war that happens in the NFL. There was a brutal offensive pass interference call in the Giants-Eagles game where the Giants scored a touchdown. I forget who it was, but he was called for offensive pass interference, and I thought Daboll was going to commit an act of violence on the officials.
I saw that play. You're right.
What a joke that was. And I would hate to see that it didn't rise to the point where it should have been called. Limits?
I could see it either way. I would have rather them called it just because, at least, hindsight 2020 with the replay, it looks like there was more of a distinct push-off. But in the moment, I did not think that it was pass interference until we got to see it a second time.
All right, a huge play in the game. Steelers' first drive of the second half. They finished the first half in style with a great drive. Then McManus misses a field goal, so they're in good shape. They've got the second half kickoff. And then the Packers were clearly offsides on the play, Bob. Clearly 100% offside. So let me ask you this question.
That wouldn't have made it a first down, but it would have made it very manageable. Third and a yard.
Plus, Rodgers, seemingly thinking he had a free play, went down the field to Roman Wilson, who, by the way, should have caught that ball. He had a good game, but he should have caught the ball. Here's my question. With all the immediate reviews of play, what do you call it when they go right upstairs? What's
replay
that?
Assist.
Replay assist. Why can't that go to a play that wasn't flagged? We're still not there with replay. If we can't look at that play, if replay assist can't look at that and say that was offside, but they immediately went to Terry McAuley, the officiating expert, on the broadcast, and Tirico says, could they change a play where a flag wasn't thrown? And McCauley's like, no way, that's never happened. Well, why not? So you're telling me still, if a receiver were to get tackled on a play in the Super Bowl and no flag was thrown, we're back to the Saints-Rams NFC Championship game. Replay assist can't say that's a penalty? It can only be to reverse a flag that was thrown. Do I have that right?
Yeah, and that's why they need to change all of that. If you're going to have it, just have it. And it could be on any play at any given time. I also think, to even that out, Broderick Jones had a clear false start on a play where they ignored. They didn't call that either.
He did.
So that could have been in the same boat.
Why is that not reviewable by replay
especially
assist?
if they're big plays.
That makes no sense.
No, it doesn't. Considering how much we've been consumed by replay, everything is reviewable. What's a catch, what's not.
Just when I thought it was getting better, Limits, because I think replay assist, it's been very expedient.
Yes.
It's been working quickly to correct, like the Roman Wilson touchdown. That was the right call, came right down from upstairs, and it worked. And I thought last week's game was officiated expertly by the guys on the field, and more to the point, replay assist. But if you're not allowing a play like that during a game to be immediately reversed, then what are we doing here? We still don't have it right with replay.
And to think that this is the crew that was picked for primetime. Like, this was one of the worst officiated games we've seen in a while. Like, it was pretty bad.
I think you can say that about every. I saw a play in the Eagles game, too, where it was a clear fumble on a tush-push. They blew the whistle for no reason.
What was so bad about it? They missed an obvious offsides. What were some other egregious calls or non-calls?
I thought that was poor. I thought the call on Broderick Jones was not that non-call was not a good one.
I mean, guys, to be fair, tackles, and I know he was clearly offside on that play and he was pulling, But tackles jump early every game, week to week. But what else? That's 2 misses.
Yeah, I want to go back and look at my notes.
I didn't think it was the worst officiating game I've seen in a long time.
I did not, and I never want to think about officials unless it's egregiously bad. I still think if you're bringing that up, then you're not telling the real story, which is the Steeler defense had no answers.
What
That's
about
the real story?
The Nick Herbig penalty on special
That's
teams when Ben Skowronek got dragged down by 2 guys?
Well, DK Metcalf had one too.
He got hit by 2 guys and buried. They didn't do anything illegal.
You don't well after the play?
Was it after the play?
Yeah,
I just saw the replay.
During the play, and that's what those guys do on those special teams plays. They come down and
you
they
still
pound
can't
you.
retaliate. Limits. The second guy always gets caught, and that was him and Metcalf with the stupid play he made.
Well, I don't deny the Metcalf one. That was dumb. That was worthy of a penalty.
You don't think Herbig's was dumb?
I think the Herbig's one should have been offsetting. I think it should have been penalties on both sides.
I mean, there's the old saying, they always miss the first guy and get the second guy.
Well, when there were 2 guys
there, the moral of the story is don't be the second guy.
In those special teams play, those guys, they're going to pin you down. I mean, that's not, to me, unusual, is it? To see them now, maybe it last a little longer than it should have. If you want to throw a flag for that, fine, but they deemed that was not a problem.
Tirico also said, I think to McCauley after the game, now I can't remember, that fans are rightfully confused as to challenges versus
replay assist.
Like, do you have to? Why ever challenge a play if it's going to be fixed by replay assist? How do you know when to challenge, right?
Well, and that's the Steelers were lucky in that case because they had no timeouts and it was before the 2-minute warning, so they couldn't use a challenge if there was no replay assist. But
Right.
replay assist is supposed to help you out in those situations. You shouldn't have to challenge a play like that because it was clearly a missed call.
How about all the scuffles at end of plays as well?
Yeah.
Didn't seem like the refs ever had that under control. There were 3 or 4, especially in the second half.
What are they supposed to do, Limits? The guys are going to scuffle. They scuffle.
I don't know, say something over this is a warning to the players, get back to your benches or something. They've done that before.
Bob? I didn't think, there's a couple of post-play scuffles. Limits has gone nuts
Kind of like the umpire saying, all right, everybody, the benches are about to clear. You're tossed if another instance happens again.
Yeah, but I don't think in that game with the emotions, I don't think it was just chippy more than anything else. I didn't see anything beyond that.
I thought it was more chippy than any other game this year for sure.
I'm not a flag person. I don't want to see more. I want to see fewer flags. I just do. I'm tired of watching every play flagged. And sometimes it happens late. They get together on replay assist, and all of a sudden the guy throw a flag in the middle of a huddle that he didn't call during the actual play. So,
Bob, would you like to do some grading of the Steelers and follow along Ray Fittipaldo's report card?
Oh, I bet you Ray had
Limits,
it pretty
are you
hard.
game for this?
Please, yes.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We'll do that next. I thought Ray was right on this week. Sometimes I have quibbles with his grades that he hands out. Always the most read thing at postgazette.com the day after the game. This week, I thought he was right on. So we'll start with the quarterbacking when we come back, Bob. Interesting game for Aaron Rodgers on an Aaron Rodgers night. He was the center of attention. We'll hand out our grades next on Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, the Penguins will play tonight back at PPG Paints Arena. It's a 7 o'clock puck drop against the St. Louis Blues. Tristan Jarry is in net so far. He is 3-1 on the season at .252 goals against average and also a shutout on the year. Penguins' last game was a loss against Columbus. They picked up a point, losing 5-4 in the shootout Saturday. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Right now, here's a message from Joe.
Thank you, Limits, for your never-ending well of kindness. Bob brought up another decision, Caleb Johnson, the decision to basically bury him. What happened to him, Bob?
I don't know, but Chris Muller pointed out in his fun snap counts. I always like, because people make a lot of conclusions, that he had 0. Not even one time in that game. And, he's a third-round pick.
At least he's a good kickoff return guy. Thank you, Bob.
Back to you.
The FanDuel Sportsbook app, in partnership with Valley Forge, is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. I'm looking at tonight's game, and I think without Jaden Daniels, the Commanders are in trouble here, right? I think the Chiefs might run this one up. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% PBTs. That's right. You can get in on the action with a 30% PBTs this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
If the Steelers lose tonight, I'll get both of my nipples pierced with no numbing agent.
Wednesday at Mike's Beer Bar. Join us as we present a painful pony party for a good cause. It's 93.7 The Fan's Pony Pierces Cancer. Tickets are only $33. The ticket gets you a commemorative t-shirt and appetizers. The piercings take place at 7:30 with the help of Gilded Violet Piercings. All proceeds will benefit McGee Women's Research Institute and Foundation. Pony Pierces Cancer is brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, South Hills Kia, and South Chrysler Dodge Jeep, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Cheerleaders. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Napa, the pros that know how to keep your business moving at full speed. Last week, Denver barely survived a wild comeback against the Giants. On Sunday, they blew out Dallas 44-24. The defense even held strong without Pat Surtain. The offense is impossible to predict. 1 week a nail-biter, the next a blowout. Buckle up, because riding the Broncos roller coaster is half the fun. I'm Maggie Gray.
At Napa, we've spent the last 100 years building our business into an engine that powers yours. Whether you're big or small, national or local, Napa has the automotive solutions your business needs to stay moving. And it's all driven by a nationwide network of quality parts and exceptional service on one mission: to keep your business moving full speed ahead. That's why we are the pros that know.
It all comes down to this, folks. Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain. Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast. Speaking of fast, did you just see that play? Yeah, he vaporized that ball. That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Fall is here, and so are the savings at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Right now, drive home a 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport with payments starting at just $285 a month for 36 months. Don't wait. These deals won't last long. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrelli from my friends at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Fall into a great deal this month with their 7-month CD offering a 3.95 annual percentage yield. And you only need $1,000 of new money. Full terms at AllegiantFCU.org.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Straight Talk knows the best holiday gift is simply saying yes.
Yes, you can stay up late. Sure, more cookies. Of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
If you have
Medicaid and are new to Medicare, you may qualify to enroll in a Humana Medicare Advantage dual-eligible special needs plan with a lot more benefits like dental, vision, and hearing, along with helpful support when you need it most. Now is the time to see if you qualify to enroll. It only takes a few minutes to find out if you're eligible. Our licensed sales agents are ready to help you understand your options. So this Medicare planning season, we can help you plan well. Learn more at humanaduals.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a dual-eligible special needs PPO SNP plan with a Medicare contract and a contract with the state Medicaid program. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group specializes in helping clients traverse the complex divorce process. Their experienced family law attorneys bring in in-depth knowledge, experience, and expertise to each case, whether child custody, adoption, or prenup creation. Call Myers Law Group today at 724-778-8800 or visit jpmyerslaw.com. Call Myers Law Group for affordable legal solutions.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-848-2299. 800-848-2299. Again, that's 800-848-2299.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
5 words no one wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do? Who do you call? How are you going to pay for it? It's Chris Muller, and these are all questions that run through people's minds when they hear those 5 words. But if you pick up the phone and call MHI Roofing, your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free home improvement project you'll ever do. MHI has thousands of 5-star ratings for both customer service and high-quality installation. Plus, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And since no one wants to pay these high interest rates, for a limited time, MHI is offering 5-year no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. So if you need a new roof, don't stress. MHI Roofing has got your back. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection to assess the exact condition of your roof and what needs to be done next. Set up your inspection today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
Say I love you with flowers. Say thank you with flowers. Say sorry with flowers. OliverFlowers.com.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where did I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/life.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
I think we just got to hunt it more. I think there's opportunities there. I think we just got to be more. I think when we have a more level of comfort and we have a sense of urgency pre-snap, I think post-snap will be better. I think that will lead to turnovers. I think guys' eyes in the right spot, guys flying to the ball, doing the things that we do at a high level, get back to doing that, and I think we'll get the ball.
That's Patrick Queen. He also says, rest assured, we're going to take care of this tight end problem we've been having really quickly. Somehow, Bob, I'm not inspired to believe him. Are you? With Tyler Warren coming up next, what's he going to do to them?
That's what I mean. You're facing guys probably going to be right there for Rookie of the Year, and he's been dynamic in how they utilize him and where he gets open. But we've seen this problem with the tight end over and over and over. Hunter Henry has had like some of his best days. He could make a career out of his games against the Steelers here and there. And then you look at Mark Andrews, you look at Kelsey, you look at any tight end that's come in here. Trey McBride for Arizona had the same kind of success when he came here. So that's a matchup that they haven't been able to figure out yet, and they better do it this week because otherwise you got Jonathan Taylor, one of the best in the business. You got a quarterback who's hot and a play caller who knows exactly how to attack.
And has rolled up, I don't know the exact numbers, Bob, but approximately 70 points and 1,000 yards or 800 yards in the last 2 games against the Steelers with mustachioed Gardner Minshew at quarterback and Joe Flacco. And don't forget Anthony Richardson at the beginning of that Colts game last year.
Yeah, he was doing
He accounted for 74 yards.
Right. Yeah, so that's going to be one of the first things that you have to talk about when you're talking about defending that team is how do you stop Jonathan Taylor and then Tyler Warren.
All right, let's go to Ray Fittipaldo's report card, Bob. This week I thought that he was very fair, very tough. He's a very tough grader, isn't he, Ray?
Yes, and he should be. I mean, that's kind of what it is. There's no curves now. This is a team that has whatever expectations they have, no curving allowed when you're grading.
All right, Aaron Rodgers gets a B-. Ray said 219, 2 touchdowns, no picks. But he said the game was ultimately decided by missed opportunities in the red zone. The Steelers had to settle for 4 field goals. That, to me, is a little bit deceiving. It's not like they were down on the 5-yard line. Boswell was nailing essentially 60-yarders left and right. So I think they were salvaging points off drives. They weren't necessarily getting to the shadow of the goal line and screwing it up. They were screwing it up further downfield, Bob. He gets a B-. What do you give Rodgers?
Hard to do anything above that for sure, but I probably would just go C. Although I think, again, he was not their problem. I'm not going to look at that and say he's the problem what they had. They had so many down and distances because of penalty, false starts, all these other things that contribute to this. But I'd say C, just because I expect maybe more plays down the field, and I haven't seen a lot of that. It's not his problem necessarily, but C.
I'm going to give him a B, believe it or not. I thought that the glaring lack of weaponry showed last night, and I think it shows most when they're behind by double digits, which has only happened twice, and it showed in the Seattle game too, and when they are in down and distance, when they're 3rd 10, 3rd 15, he's got to have somebody else he can get to, and they have to have more explosion in their pass game, but I don't think that's on him.
It isn't, but they were 1 for 10 on 3rd downs. And the only one was that big, long pass to Roman Wilson early in the game, and that was it. That's the only 3rd down conversion they had yesterday. But to your point, they had 3rd and 15, 3rd and 13, 3rd and 14, 3rd and 20.
Yeah, and those were give-up calls by Artie then. There was at least 2 or 3 give-up calls, let's punt.
Yeah, just put it in the hands of a tight end.
I don't know, should 3rd and 15 be a give-up call, Bob?
No, but if you don't have the weapons to get downfield, then you do have a but it also takes time, and they were getting to him more as the game went on.
I thought in the first half he was doing a great job of manipulating things at the line of scrimmage, changing out of plays. That drive at the end of the half was a thing of beauty. But you're right.
When he gets into the red zone, we're not talking about on the perimeter of it, or I'm talking about inside the 10-yard line. He's been really good this year.
Yeah, they had a long touchdown drive at the end of that half, and he mastered it. But you're right. They didn't convert enough 3rd downs. I'll give them a B-. Limits?
Yeah, I actually was with you, Joe, with a B, and I'm going to stick with it, partly because I didn't really like how Arthur Smith called the game. the protection collapsed in on Rodgers a little bit more in the second half. Micah Parsons was really starting to get home. This was not his problem. He was not entirely responsible for this. I also think the receivers are not getting open well enough down the field.
No, especially when the other team rushes 4 and beats you 4 on 5, and the secondary is flooded with 7 defenders covering people. And when only one of those guys is really a polished NFL receiver in DK Metcalf, then you got problems. And by the way, how do you think little Jonnu Smith is feeling right now, Bob? He's on pace for 30 fewer catches and 500 fewer yards than he had in Miami.
No, so they're not using him in the right way, or he's not, or he's showing his age too, maybe. Who knows? I mean, they got a lot of older guys on this team, veterans who've been around. I don't know if he's open. I don't know if they're
he's basically a gadget guy for them.
Right.
More or less.
His touchdown was one of those end-around plays. He had one of them where they just handed him the ball.
Yeah. Running backs, Ray gives them a B. They had 81 yards rushing in the first half, but only finished with 93. We haven't seen Caleb Johnson. Kenny Gainwell had a fumble. I thought he looked good, getting to the outside, showing his speed on some runs. I'll give them a B- too, Bob. You?
I would give them a, and this is not so much on them, so I'm going to give them a B because I thought they were running with purpose in the first half. They abandoned that in the second half. In their first drive of the third quarter, after Green Bay knew they were going to have to try to stop that run, the Steelers went all pass. They passed 11 of 12 plays in those situations when they were still in front. So that's more of a coaching decision than his utilization, although I would like to know where Caleb Johnson is. You know, Austin, he's not – no snaps. At some point, he's got to get it. A little bit of play, doesn't he?
Wait, so you're telling me, Bob, that they're allowed to run the football in the second half?
That's what I'm telling you.
Did anybody tell Mike Tomlin that they could do that? Why do you think it went
from 80, whatever it was, to 90 only? Because they were in the lead.
Well, that's the crazy thing.
They were in the lead, 16-7.
He said at the beginning of the second half, we know they're going to try to come out and run the ball. Well, the first play is a play action that didn't work. They should have come out and run the ball. They should,
especially with the lead.
If they're in that jumbo package and nobody's stopping them, then just keep doing it.
Exactly.
Do you disagree?
Especially with the lead.
I wonder if they were spooked after Sayamalo went out and they had to put Calvin Anderson in, or Spencer Anderson in at guard, that they basically just decided to abandon it because they couldn't use the jumbo tackle anymore.
Well, that's
next
a good
man
point.
up.
Yeah, don't they have another tackle they could lose?
Calvin Anderson. I get my Andersons confused.
Do both
sometimes.
of you realize that if the Steelers lose to Indy, it'll be 7 straight years with a losing streak of at least 3 games? That's unbelievable, Bob.
Yeah, you don't expect that. 3 games is a long time in the NFL to lose that many games.
I think the worst one has to be the combination of when they lost to the Cardinals, the Patriots on that Thursday night. Yeah. So I think Mac Jones or Bailey Zappi.
In both cases, the tight ends were huge. There was a hat trick of Hunter Henry, and then Trey McBride. He all of a sudden showed up as a weapon in the pass game.
Receivers, Ray gives them an F, Bob. That report card's not going up on the fridge, is it? DK Metcalf, night to forget, dropped a pass in the end zone, Ray writes. In the first quarter, they had to settle for a field. I don't know if he dropped
I know, that guy made a nice defensive
fair.
play.
To me, that's a nice defensive play.
It is. You have
that's
to
Ray being too tough of a grader, Bob. Do you agree?
Yes. There, I would say if you're going to use I could give him the grade he gave him, but I'm not going to use that play as a reason.
He did turn a 3rd and 2 into a 3rd and 17. Roman Wilson had a decent game. But Ray says this shoddy performance will only fuel speculation about the Steelers acquiring some help at the November 4th trade deadline. He gives the receivers an F. What say you? D-. I'm gonna save the F. For you thought it was that bad? I didn't think the actual receivers were that bad, unless I'm forgetting something.
All I do is look at production. That's all I'm looking at. I didn't see much.
Well, Wilson had a good game. Austin drew an interference call, made a few good plays, and Metcalf caught a touchdown.
Did you notice their receivers, by and large, most of the game? Did you? I mean,
you have to throw to him to know when he threw to them. I didn't think it was an F performance. It wasn't great, but it wasn't an F. I don't think. Limits, what do you think?
No, I think more like C-, D+. Roman Wilson made a couple of plays. I think the touchdown grab that was controversial, obviously being one of them. I want to see them use Metcalf more in terms of a bulk role. But yeah, just C-, D+. I didn't think they were awful.
Well, you said earlier a lot of them aren't getting open, and that's part of their responsibility to get open also. So it's scheme and route running.
Yeah, that's why they partly get a D in my book.
They get a C- for me. Offensive line, Ray gives them a C. How does he give the receivers an F? And the line is C, Bob. He says the run blocking was very good again, I would say, for a half. They didn't run at all in the second half.
It wasn't that they weren't doing it
well. They were also getting beat on the pass rush 4-on-5 at key moments in the game. There were some key penalties in the game. Bob, he gives them an average grade, a C.
No, I'm sticking a D on that one.
I'm going F.
Ooh.
They get a D- in my book.
But again, though, they did their job in the first half, by and large.
Everybody did on both sides of the ball.
It was more so much they didn't even try to run it as they should have, and I don't know how you can blame them for that. That's a coaching decision. So
defensive line. Ray gives them a C, says the run defense was better and put the Steelers in good positions.
Not in the second
first
half it was.
But it's not like the Packers were focused on trying to run. The interior pass rush, he said, was non-existent. So how do they get a C, Bob? I'm going to text Ray on this. He's being very inconsistent.
I would do a D
here
on that just to be consistent with this.
I do an F. Limits?
D.
Linebackers, he gives an F to the linebackers for obvious reasons. It was a disaster, and I give them an F too. Highsmith and Watt.
They have to show up. It's
invisible.
You have to, on a game like that, knowing what it meant, knowing that the spotlight is on you, that's where you make your money.
You just reminded me of something. Do you like my Saints hat, Bob? You didn't compliment it yet today.
I did when you came in and you weren't listening. You were singing a song again, which is now in my brain. I went to the bathroom and I was singing in the bathroom. I didn't know someone was in there, and I felt like I had to apologize.
I felt like I would wear the hat of the only NFL franchise with a worse defense at the moment than the Steelers. That's why I pulled out the Saints hat.
But you would be wrong.
I know. It's the Bengals and Cowboys.
Bengals and Cowboys.
Here's the really frightening thing. The Steelers had a humiliating performance on a Thursday night in Cincinnati. Really, really embarrassing that the whole country watched. So you figured with all this time to prepare for this game on a Sunday night at home that they would rise to the occasion maybe. And in the first half, they kind of did. But who cares? The game overall, they gave up 28 second-half points, and that is really disturbing. You know, you can make excuses here and there based on the schedule, and you catch somebody at a bad time on a bad week. They had all the time in the world to rebound from a terrible performance, and they were worse against the Packers.
See, that's the thing that really is disappointing out of that, is that they were so bad in that Cincinnati game, and you can fluff it off and say, well, it's Thursday, this, that, and the other thing. You expected a better – even if they lost, you would have expected better pass coverage and better pass numbers. Instead, they did get worse to the point of 20 straight completions. And the first three drives of that third quarter into the fourth turned out to be touchdowns for Jordan Love. I mean, there's no stopping him. Looking at all these plays as I go through my list here.
It was a disorganized
3rd and 4,
mess.
24-yard touchdown pass. 3rd and 6, 17 yards. You go on and on.
It was a disorganized, disheveled mess.
They had a lot of 3rd and longs, too, at least 3rd beyond 5, and they converted them.
It was like Harry Callis getting ready for a night on the town limits, wasn't it? Just disorganized, disheveled, not knowing what's coming next, right?
I can't say I've ever experienced that with Harry, but I can picture it in my mind.
And I love Harry.
I do too.
The secondary gets an F. Do we even need to go into that?
No.
I mean, it's an F minus. As Ray writes, Omar Khan might be able to sign free agents off the street who can cover better than the defensive backs currently on the roster. 702 passing yards the last two games. Oh my God!
You don't expect that for a team that's supposed to have all this historical value.
Special teams gets a B minus. Boswell, great night. Punt return by Keshawn Williams was good, but Herbig had the costly personal foul that Limits forgave him for. What did you think of Limits forgiving him for that, Bob?
I think we could have talked him out of that, actually.
Did we talk you out of that?
No.
All right. The 15-yard penalty set the Packers up inside Steelers territory, and they scored a few plays later for a 29-9 to 10-point lead. Boswell is unbelievable. Can you imagine where they'd be without him? I can, because the only 2 years he was bad in the NFL, the Steelers missed the playoffs. He hit a 60-yarder to beat the Jets. I thought against the Bengals, they should have thrown a quick out near midfield, and instead of trying a Hail Mary, they should have gone for a 67 or 70-yard field goal, and I think he might have made it. I've been watching football for a long time, I don't think I've ever seen a guy this automatic from beyond 50. Listen to this number, Bob, and Limits. Are you guys sitting up straight?
It's astounding.
And listening? Are you, Limits?
I am.
In his since 2020, okay, since the beginning of 2020, he's 41 of 48 from 50 or beyond. Okay, that's 85.1%.
Incredible.
Do you have that?
For 50 yards and beyond.
Now consider that through the first half of this season, half of the league is below that number on all field goals, not 50 and beyond. They're below 80. Half the teams in the league are below 85% on field goals from every range.
Really?
Yes. He's above 85% over the last 4 years, 5 years really, on field goals 50 and beyond. He's better from 50 and beyond than the majority of the league is on all field goals. That's the best way to say it. I've never seen anything like it. This dude, if kickers start getting into the Hall of Fame regularly, he might be the greatest kicker I've ever seen.
I totally agree, and it's his ice cold approach to this. He doesn't let anything get to him. He's very focused. His only 2 misses. You mentioned 50. He would have been perfect this year,
right?
If not for a block, and if not for
a slip on the bad field.
On the field, yeah, that's it. He would have made that too. So he would have been perfect from 50. And if you want to go even further, break it down to 55 yards or more, you'll see the same kind of numbers. I mean, very
Pay the man,
accurate.
Bob. Pay the man.
Well, that'll be this year's offseason. And then they have to worry about others, too.
Yeah, but that's before Cam comes back for more money. All right. Let's go to coaching. I just can't believe Boswell. I can't believe it. Where would they be without him?
Yeah, that's the thing. Again, though, what happens is you get spoiled into having him out there so that on 4th and whatever, you're never going to try. Sometimes you just got to keep going.
You know what? You're spoiled. You're spoiled.
Don't you think people are spoiled with him?
I agree. They are spoiled. We are all spoiled because of Chris Boswell.
Brian Kelly is the most obnoxious. I was watching that game the other night. He's so unbelievably negative and obnoxious during the games, Bob. And I have taken great pleasure in his abject failure at LSU and the fact that he's done. I'm done.
Well, he's going to reemerge somewhere. And he is
Penn State.
Don't even think about it.
Penn State?
No,
annoying.
No.
Maybe he can fake a Central PA accent.
Do you think they should at least talk to him?
No. They can if they want, but it should be anything more than a 5-minute conversation.
Why would he be such a bad choice? He does win.
Why would he be such a great choice?
I didn't say he would be, did I, Limits?
No, but that's not insinuating that it would be a good choice, considering we're going to the bad right away.
He'd be a better choice than Matt Rule, I'll tell you that much.
I do agree with that, but I think both are lose-lose situations.
Who would you hire?
That is a great question.
Your insiders were telling you Curt Cignetti.
Thank you for bringing that up. I mean, at this point, Joe Brady or maybe a first-year head coach. I mean,
no,
I don't know.
If you're going to go for anyone, to me, I'd go for the Braum at Louisville. He's been terrific. And he's getting that Louisville team to play, I think, above what the expectations.
I'd go for Matt Canada.
Franklin will emerge at some point. The question is, those teams down there in that SEC, down in that area, they're going to want immediate. He's going to find the same problem going there if he should ever go there.
Remember when Brian Kelly went to LSU and faked a Southern accent?
He changed his accent around. He got a huge hero's welcome. They all do. And then it wears off.
Do you remember the recruiting video that he did with that one guy where they had the camera going 360 around them and he's doing all these hand signals?
Yeah. $54 million buyout. Bob, let's nail this thing. Let's bring up the Brian Kelly audio that we like to play, and let's try to get this word for word. How does it go, Limits? Give us a head start.
So he goes, and we're sitting here again, talking about the same thing.
So,
Can you get it this time?
we're
the second again.
And we're sitting here again.
Yes.
We're sitting here again talking about the same things. When does the hand
It's
slap?
the hand right before he says talking.
Do you do it, Bob? Just do a practice run, and I'll copy you.
We're sitting here again.
No, it's and.
What?
It's and we're sitting here again.
And we're sitting here again and again talking about the same things.
Did he have that right?
No, it's and we're sitting here again. Brief pause.
Brief pause.
We're sitting here again.
We're sitting here
the hand slap comes on again. That's what I thought.
Talking about the same things.
Let's go.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Very
That
well
was
done.
pretty good, Bob.
Good job, Bob.
That wasn't bad.
I'm surprised there wasn't profanity in there. He was getting himself worked up. Normally that comes with
F-bombing everyone in sight. His poor special teams coach, I thought, was going to be executed by the end of the game.
Texas A&M. Dog you. He just made – that team is good, and he made them look terrible. So.
Keith, one of his first moves at LSU was firing his strength coach. The strength coach went to Texas A&M, and they bullied them physically.
That has something to do with this, I bet, too. So this whole thing about firing coaches middle of the season is a new dynamic.
Yeah,
we haven't seen it as much, and now all of a sudden it's happening everywhere.
Joe, it reminds me of what Todd said once ago.
Does anybody anymore in the locker room, like, TJ or Cam, come up to him and say, hey, what are you doing?
No, because they're too busy asking for more money, Todd. Bob, I'm starting to come around. Maybe George Pickens was the answer.
I don't know if he's. All I know is he would have given them what they've been looking for.
He would have quit in spring training.
Oh, that's what you assume. He hasn't. He hasn't quit on Dallas, has he?
No, because they didn't give his money and his title to one guy.
Yes, they did. C.D. Lamb.
He was there before he got there.
Had the money,
but he thought he was the guy here for the future. Was already acting up.
I'm just saying they need a second receiver. I would have gone to him if I had to bring in a shrink or somebody to deal with him and say, look. Watch this. See this? You got a carrot at the end of this. There's lots of money. You get bling, right? You understand that language. Play well. Don't be a pain in the butt, and you'll get your money. And I think he's just doing what his agent and others have told him to do.
Bob, they say eating a carrot a day sort of recycles your digestive system. Do you believe that? And do you eat
I thought it was
carrots?
good for your eyes.
Might be that, too.
I haven't eaten a carrot in a while, unless they're cooked. I like raw carrots. I haven't done that. I should do that.
Yeah.
And try to replace the chips at night, which take over.
Yeah, you like salty, crunchy treats in the middle of the night. That is not a good habit.
No, it's not.
And I want you to break that habit. Replace it with carrots.
Okay, I'll do that. I feel like the guy on The Sopranos, eating carrot after carrot after carrot after carrot. Remember him?
Yeah.
He eventually got killed like they all did.
like the LSU special teams coach. All right, coming up, Bob, you know what we didn't do? We didn't take a trip around the league, did we?
Oh, boy, there were some interesting developments, too.
I'll say, and I felt great for Justin Fields. And, of course, all these developments somehow, some way, are related to the Steelers, it feels like. Sunny today, high of Greg Warren, 60, a low of Manny Sanguillen, 35. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. The hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And it's 1:02. Time to make that smart call to Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. Yeah, we're going to wrap up a lot of Steelers topics next, but let's also take a trip around the NFL because all hell broke loose yesterday, and we have to get to it. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19 in Peters Township.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Tonight, Monday Night Football will close out this NFL week of madness as tonight it's Kansas City hosting the Washington Commanders to close week 8. 8:15 is kickoff, but 7 o'clock is when the NFL on Westwood One will begin. The Fan is your home for the NFL on Westwood One. A corner is now off the board as the Tennessee Titans are trading cornerback Roger McCreary to the LA Rams for a 5th-round pick. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart enabled. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
Seriously, it's awesome. It's awesome. Come on, let's get this money.
It's the Tomlin Rewind every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Schley Deck and Fence, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan. In St. Pete Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals at a fishing pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah, and they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the grouper capital of the world.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay. In St. Pete Clearwater, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Your Florida escape begins at visitspc.com.
Take a walk on the wild side at Living Treasures in the Laurel Highlands with a night at the zoo every Friday and Saturday in October from 7 p.m. till 11 p.m. Last admission at 10 p.m. This will be a non-scary event for the whole family. Take a walk in the dark through porch-lit walkways and see the animals in the night. A flashlight is recommended. Also, the rainforest is open. Taking bookings now for ski season at Log Cabin Lodge and Suites. Visit Fun in Donegal and make new memories this fall.
Trucking isn't just for drivers. PGT Trucking needs professional staff to help support their men and women out on the road. With positions in safety, recruiting, driver training, fleet management, maintenance, and more, you too can join the proud professionals of PGT and play a major role in the supply chain. Ditch the boring desk job and get in on the action with PGT. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work. That's pgttrucking.com/work.
Leaves and interest rates are falling here at the gorgeous new Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. It's 0% on all this fall. All Mitsu models now have 0% financing for 60 months. That's incredible. 7-passenger Outlanders take up to $8,000 off. 43-mile-per-gallon Mirage now for $3,500 off. Plus that great warranty and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See the open details on all offers.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. October is here. Spooky, and you've got old windows. That means you're back to dealing with chilly air seeping into your home. You don't want that. Eliminate those drafts once and for all with Window Nation. And this month, you buy 2 windows, you get 2 for free, plus you pay nothing for 2 years. Celebrate your upgraded home with 2 free tickets to an upcoming Pens game. Don't miss out on free windows and 0 payments for 2 years with Window Nation. Visit windownation.com before October 31st to get started.
Tailgating without Pepsi? That'd be like watching the Steelers without a "Here we go" chant. Here we go! Kielbasa is good, but Kielbasa paired with a refreshing Pepsi Zero Sugar? Game changer. Tailgating deserves Pepsi.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mr. Magic Car Wash. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by our 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Enjoy the shine at Mr. Magic Car Wash.
This holiday season, make your party unforgettable at Shooters Golf in Wexford. We're transforming the entire venue into a winter wonderland with festive decor from wall to wall. Not just a restaurant, not just a golf facility. Your guests can swing into fun on our multi-sport simulators. You can even customize your event with your own private bar. Our events team makes planning simple and stress-free. Holiday dates are filling fast. Inquire today at info@shootersgolf.com. Shooters Golf in Wexford, where holiday parties become experiences.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies want to increase contract talent. That's why our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI work quickly to find the candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and everybody wants the shortcut. Players stealing signs or even betting on their own games. Guys juicing to hit one more homer. People taking shots to drop a few pounds. It's all the same thing, trying to cheat the system. I wanted results, but I didn't want to gamble with my health. I didn't want a short-term fix. I went with Awaken 180, and I received both the short-term and long-term results we all want. 35 pounds down in just 6 weeks. So think about it. If you start Awaken 180 today, you could be down 35 pounds heading into the holidays. Now, that might sound crazy, but you really could be. I did it. Donnie, Paul Alexander, and probably people that you know personally have done it as well. We all had the same results. 4 to 5 pounds gone each and every week until reaching our goal. It's that simple. So if you're tired of shortcuts that don't last, stop gambling on the quick fixes and play the sure bet and win it. Start today at awaken180weightloss.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. And app only.
This football season, huddle up at Rival Sports Bar, Fox Chapel Waterworks, and Collier Town Square. Fresh pizza, hot wings, cheesesteaks, ice-cold beer, and 30-plus big screens showing every Monday night game. Rival, your sports home.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers lose 35-25 final yesterday at Acrisure Stadium as they've now dropped 2 games in a row. We'll play the Indianapolis Colts, the best team in the AFC record-wise, this upcoming Sunday at 1 o'clock as Aaron Rodgers loses in his return to play against the Green Bay Packers. Green Bay in the second half scored 28 points, 28 out of their 35. They outscored the Steelers 28-9. More headlines. 93.7thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Good Talk Radio.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We just got to be better in all areas, and it starts first with the positions that we put players in. And so, you know, as coaches, as players, as all of us, we own it. We'll be better. We have to be. You know, again, I'm not going to talk too much tonight. We'll take a look at it. As I mentioned, they made some significant plays on possession down ball. And, you know, you got to get off on third down, and we didn't do it well enough. And particularly in the third quarter, there were some significant ones.
I don't know. That's all, as he would say, that's just elevator music to me at this point, Bob. I do think it would be only fair to fire Terrell Austin, as I think, you know, pound for pound and buck for buck, He's done a worse job, and I'm talking money when I talk bucks. He's done a worse job than Matt Canada did. And Matt Canada was fired. And I realize that Austin is just a figurehead. Everybody knows that. It's Tomlin's defense, but you ain't firing the head coach right now anyway. So why not the defensive coordinator? Like, how can it be that when they had all that time, and this is a long-term thing, he's been here since 22, they had all that time to prepare and came up with a performance like that?
After one against Cincinnati, that's
what I mean.
Bad.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Matt Canada's passing offense was 31st. This passing defense is 32nd and dead last.
Well, I mean, similar situations, no doubt about it. Whether or not he'll do that or they'll do that, I don't think they will until the end of the season. That's when things will change as far as coaching staff issues, I think. I don't think they'll do anything midseason.
All right.
But you have every reason to think they should based on the numbers. The numbers are just terrible.
I think it would be only
32nd,
fair.
You said with that defense and all those names, again, I go back to what Lee Flowers once said about a team. They're paper champs. They look good on paper, but when you put them out there, it's just not working.
We have a chance. When I'm talking about big things, Mike Tomlin said in the preseason, I'm talking about historical things. Well, when was the last time the Steelers finished last overall in defense? That would be making some history, and they're right there with the Bengals and the Cowboys. But, Bob, let's take a look around the NFL. Limits, can you cue up the music? Bob loves. There we go, Bob.
A little dramatic music for what was another dramatic Sunday in the National Football League.
The first game is Dolphins 34, Falcons 10. Bob, just say whatever stands out.
Who saw that coming?
With Kirk Cousins, the Falcons stink.
I thought I had a different. Well, I thought Miami stunk worse on the road, and yet Tua put on a good performance now. Interesting game coming up on Thursday. Miami hosting Baltimore.
The other thing that jumps out here is after the Falcons beat the Bills, Michael Penix said, yeah, we're one of those teams that has a real chance, he meant. He must have been kidding. Meanwhile, Mike McDaniel has a little stay of execution. Seems like a long time ago that he had that talk with his boss over in Miami and then uttered these words, Bob, and I've never heard a coach speak with this kind of clarification really on any subject at all.
He was really frustrated at the, just like he was as I was, and we talked about the challenge ahead to get ready for the Chargers, and that was kind of the extent of it.
Bob, that's what you call crystal clear, right? Imagine his pregame speeches.
I would like to hear some of those. I wonder what they're like. It's not working, whatever's happening down there.
Well, it worked yesterday. The second game was just a Bengal disaster. Oh, my God. They allowed 23 points to the Jets in the fourth quarter. Are you kidding me? I was out on a golf course in Buffalo and just assumed that game was over. And then when I saw the final score, I just started laughing uncontrollably. The Bengals are such a joke. That's my takeaway. The Bengals are such a joke.
I mean, they should have won that game, no doubt. But here's the one thing that's kind of disappointing. The Bengals still got the ball back with time left to move into field goal range. They could have won the game.
Yeah.
And the Jets defense did something the Steelers defense could not do. Stop them from getting to a field goal.
Right.
At that particular point in time, they made the plays necessary to end that game at 39-38, when I thought for sure Flacco would move them right down the field and they'd at least get an attempt. And they didn't.
The other thing from this game is Justin Fields and how his idiot owner, Woody Johnson, publicly ripped him this week for as bad as Justin Fields has been. And did you happen to see his comments after the game, Bob? He said he was
in a closet crying
this week, but not. He said he
not
was,
because of that.
Right, because of all the support he was getting and just all the difficulties he's been through, and the support. I think from family members. He mentioned his stepmom as someone else just really moved him. And then he came out and did that, 21 of 32 for 244, and one of the great comebacks, I think, in Jets history. 23 points in the fourth quarter. I feel good for him. I'm happy for him. That's the other thing.
I am too. I really think that's a tough play, and he made a decision to do that and take that deal, but he knew he had to go into a culture that wasn't very good. I still think the guy has talent, like I said, and I think there's something to extract from him, but he's a stand-up guy, and that's what I like about him. He's always very good about admitting his feelings, and he's transparent in many of those occasions.
Great scene in the Jets locker room after the game with Aaron Glenn, too. I enjoyed that.
And Woody Johnson, I mean, should be ashamed.
What a jerk.
To make those kind of comments.
An unbelievable jerk. Limits, I apologize that Bob has omitted you from the conversation so far, so you go first on Patriots Browns.
Bob had
32.
a very long night last night, Bob. Were you able to get some sleep?
Did you get any sleep,
A little bit,
Bob?
not much. It's just, you know how it is. Joe, Austin, you guys are doing stuff on nights,
Not like
play-by-play,
you.
writing.
Not like
And then you get home and you can't just turn it off, can you?
No.
No.
So you were probably up till 4 in the morning, were you?
3 o'clock.
Oh, boy.
Did you have a good breakfast at least?
I normally don't eat breakfast. No.
Bob, it's the best meal of the day.
Most
but yet I don't
important
eat it
one,
either.
too.
If I believe in, that situation where you can just go out and not eat for several hours, I think the only way I can do that is through sleep. I sleep, wake up, and I'm not hungry. I'll get hungry, like when I leave here today, I'll be really hungry.
Yeah, and your wife will have a nice meal for you,
Yeah,
right?
she'll have a nice lunch.
That's beautiful,
She's the
Bob.
best.
Patriots 32, Browns 13. Limits, your first thought on that game.
Is it bad that I find it completely hilarious that Myles Garrett has 5 sacks in the game and
Yeah.
they lose by 19?
Right, so they can give Garrett Defensive Player of the Year, Stefanski Coach of the Year if they run off a little winning streak at some point. Who else? Schwartz Defensive Coordinator of the Year. that thing that happened 2 years ago with the Browns sweeping all those awards was one of the biggest awards jokes in recent NFL history. This was classic Myles Garrett, 5 sacks and a blowout loss.
No question. And Dylan Gabriel, for as much as I think he has talent, I don't know. So far, what I've seen from him is put some pressure in his face, and he throws the ball in places he shouldn't. Conversely, I think Drake May is heading toward the elite status.
Stardom.
When the game
MVP
started
candidate.
to become, he ripped them apart in the secondary.
I will say this, though. I'd take Myles Garrett 100 times out of 100 over T.J. Watt right now. And I've never said that before, but I sure would right now. All right, Bob. Of course, I might take Taco Charlton over T.J. Watt right now, too.
Where's Taco?
I don't know. Where is he, Limits? Can you look that up?
Sure. I don't even think he's in the NFL.
He may be playing overseas, although I don't think they do play football overseas at this point in the year. Eagles 38.
Where's Iku and Ate? Those guys, too. Where are they?
Good question. Eagles 38, Giants 20. Here's the thing that really ticks me off about this game, Bob, and I'm going to get on a soapbox right here, right now.
Does it have anything to do with Jackson Dart?
No, it has to do with the blanking tush push, and I've been a proponent of keeping it in. You want to stop it? Then quit your crying. Well, now this happens. Jalen Hurts yesterday dives over the pile. I think Thibodeau or somebody ripped the ball out of his hands.
While the play's going on.
Very cleanly, and they said his forward progress was stopped. What? They let that play go on for 10 minutes every year. That's why it's such a good play. His forward progress is stopped on every tush push until somebody comes up and blasts him from behind on his own team.
Exactly.
So you're going to tell me you blew the whistle on the tush push and that fumble doesn't count? For some reason, the NFL is protecting the Eagles on this thing. Guys are jumping before the snap all season long. This was a blatant fumble. And I'm going to write about this week. I'm going to send letters to the league. I'm not going to be quiet on this one. That infuriated me. Are you kidding me? That thing is born of progress not being stopped. It's never stopped. It's the tush push. They let him go on for an hour. They keep pushing him. And now you finally ripped the ball out of his hands, which was a great play. And by the way, you couldn't even hear the whistle because there was no whistle. They ripped them off, and they rip off the Giants. And, yeah, they ripped off Jackson Dart, too. I think it's outrageous.
It is outrageous. And quite frankly, as soon as it happened, I was watching the game. I said, oh, that's a good fumble recovery. And finally, they stopped the tush push, took the ball away. And then you learn the whistle blew.
Forward progress.
Well, the forward, to your point, it's never stopped.
No.
That's the whole point of that play. You just keep pushing like a rugby scrum, and when it ends, it ends.
That play is built on the premise that they'll never whistle it for forward progress. They'll just let you keep pushing and going and pushing and going and pushing and going.
You think there's a conspiracy here with the Eagles?
It seems like it.
Yeah, they seem to like that play, and anything that they can do, even if it's wrong, they give them benefit of the doubt.
Your thought on that game, Bob?
I think Jackson Dart was under enormous pressure in that game. And I think he's going to be a good quarterback, but he saw what it's like when, they don't have a lot of their primary skill people either. Have a lot of injuries there. Scadaboo got injured, and it grew just a terrible-looking play.
Horrible.
So it's hard on a rookie quarterback when you don't have your guys out there, and then there's a lot of pressure like Eagles can deliver.
Bills 40, Panthers 9. Your thought limits?
I miss Bryce Young in this game. It could have been a different story. The Bills still would have won, but A.D. Dalton, the Red Rifle, he appears once a year out of hibernation and plays one game and they typically lose.
This was a game the Bills needed. The way the Patriots are going, the Bills will be coming here in the not-too-distant future, Bob.
And you've soured on them.
Yeah, they beat Carolina. So what? Beat Kansas City at home next week? Then you'll show me something.
That's going to be a great game.
Ravens 30, Bears 16 without Lamar. And, Bob, one of the stories of this game was I thought a case of blatant deceit by the Ravens on Friday, saying that Lamar was going to play, basically. Then Saturday, suddenly he
they
wasn't.
Said full participant.
Right,
but he
full
was
participant.
Full on a scout team.
Which shouldn't count, and they know that. Yeah. Everybody knows that. They were trying to fool the Bears. Of course, it's just the Bears who probably deceived us with their little winning streak. Huge win for the Ravens, though. You could even argue a season saver, Bob, with Tyler Huntley.
Yeah, at 1-6, they would have been dead, even in this crappy division right now, the way it's setting up. But 2-5, they go to Miami. That's another big win. If they get to that, then they have some very winnable games. Lamar. Here's the other thing they did yesterday, Joe. They got Derrick Henry back on track.
Yeah.
The combination of him running, Lamar back, should help, cover up some of the
healthier defense. Yeah.
But they're still favored to win the AFC North, which stuns me.
Incredible. It's gone back to them. Limits. How many wins to win the AFC North? I say 9.
I say 9 as well. 9 and 8. It might even be 8 and 9 that gets you in potentially.
Yeah, I think 9 now looks like a winning division number, which I never would have thought. When you look at the Steelers, how many games do you think the Steelers are going to be favored in moving forward?
I'd have to look at the schedule, honestly. But I picked them to go 9-7-1, and I feel pretty darn good about that prediction, Bob.
Yeah, I said 10-7, so.
All right, you pick whether they'll be favored in these games. They're not against Indy at home.
But that line should be moving in an opposite direction. It's, what is it, 2.5?
3, the last I saw.
Well, it was 2 yesterday, went to 2.5, now it's 3. I guarantee you by the end of the week it'll probably end up at 4.5.
By the time the odds makers watch the tape, it'll be 11.
Yeah.
How about at LA? No. Home against Cincinnati? Yes.
Barely.
At Chicago?
Underdogs.
You think?
Yep.
I wonder about that one.
It depends on how Chicago does here, but I think right now I'd say they'd be underdogs. You, Austin?
I agree with you, Bob. Yeah, I think they will.
Home against Buffalo? No.
No.
At Baltimore? No. Home against Miami? Yes.
Yes.
At Detroit? No. At Cleveland?
No.
And home against Baltimore.
Odds makers are looking to history.
Maybe only 2 or 3 games. Yeah. You're right.
So.
All right, we'll get. Let's do this right now, Bob. Let's go into a 2-minute drill because we have other things to get to next, and Limits has taken up too much time in this segment.
I apologize to you, Bob.
Texans 26, 49ers 15. That's an impressive win.
Yeah.
And the Texans keep themselves afloat. C.J. Stroud 30 of 39. Keep your eye on the Texans.
Yeah, I had a different opinion of them, and Stroud has come on strong the last several games, and San Francisco is just a mess with injuries and everything else. Mac Jones is not getting it done, so good for them.
Broncos 44, Cowboys 24. The Broncos, if not for losing on 2 last-second field goals, one of them that got ripped off at Indy, could be 8-0 right now. Bo Nix I had picked as an MVP candidate, and I'm very, very proud of that, Bob. He now has 15 touchdown passes and 5 touchdown runs, and Denver looks very, very formidable.
Especially if they get home field. They're a very good team at home. They don't lose. They haven't lost all year.
And they had their Orange Crush jerseys on.
Yeah, and they look good. I like those jerseys. But they have a good mixture of just about everything on offense. We saw that in a crazy comeback last week. But their defense, that travels everywhere. And that defense is going to keep them in every game. Even if Nick struggles at times, they're going to be in games.
Surtain got hurt last night.
I know.
Which is not a good thing. But, yes, they have a great pass rush. Colts 38, Titans 14. Oh, boy. Here come the Colts with Shane Steichen, Danny Dimes going 21 of 29. Johnny Taylor, the best running back in the league. Bob rips off an 80-yard run. They got weapons left and right in the receiving game, including Tyler Warren. Who are the idiots who didn't draft him again? Remind me this week.
The Bears.
The Bears.
Colston Loveland 10.
Oh, my God. Oh.
How about that?
Wow.
But I was told it was Penn State biased that I was so high on Tyler Warren.
No, that's Drew Aller.
Yeah.
And they have other great weapons, and their defense looks pretty good, Bob. So Indy's the best team in the AFC and maybe the best team in football right now, and they're coming to Acrisure, aren't they?
Their point differential is plus 166 over all these games. So they've blown out a lot of teams they've played, like yesterday. The Steelers right now is 0.
Man, is that classic Steel? That's what they are. Same
Yeah,
amount of points for and against. They're 4-3. They're going to be 9-8. They're going to get blown out of a playoff game. We all know the script, Bob. Although maybe it'll get worse than that. Maybe that won't be such a bad thing. Limits, did I do the standalone read at the top?
No.
That's your fault, too. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with the juicy Week 9 matchup between the Indianapolis Colts and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Who are your MVPs right now, gentlemen, at sort of the halfway mark of the NFL season? Bob, who's your MVP? It can't be Baker anymore.
Why can't it be Baker?
Because he had a horrible game and he doesn't have the best stats.
And he also lost Mike Evans. And
you're picking Baker?
I'm still going to stick with him. I think there's some games coming up that he can do well, and yes, I'm not going to go away from it.
That's selfish and myopic of you,
No,
Bob.
I'm trying to be consistent. I don't want to keep going
I
back
don't
and
even
forth
know
with
what
wishy-washy.
myopic means. I'm going with Matthew Stafford, 17 touchdowns, 2 picks, and a 109.3 rating.
What about Jared Goff?
What about Jared Hurts? Jalen Hurts. What about Justin Herbert? What about Bo Nix? You could pick any of them. Drake May, Patrick Mahomes. I'm going Stafford.
Mahomes may still have a role in this, the way things are going.
He's the odds-on favorite, as a matter of fact.
Be.
Josh Allen had a bounce-back game. Wonder Twin?
My pick right now is for Justin Herbert. He's winning in a multitude of ways.
Okay, how about your defensive player of the year? We all know that where this is going. Myles Garrett will have, 30 tackles on the whole year. 25 of them will be sacks. His team will be 3-14, and he'll be the defensive player of the year, Bob.
And somehow
right?
Stefanski will win Coach of the Year.
Right, exactly. He's going to win it. And I think it might be Micah Parsons, though.
Parsons is going to have a play in this before it's all said and done.
Yeah, I see Parsons right now just because I don't really think they're going to give it to Garrett if they're a 4-win team, a 3-win team.
Oh, they'll find a way through it. Well, give him credit. He does have 10 sacks. Like I said, I'd take him over T.J. Watt 100 times out of 100 right now, and I've never said that before. But I sure would right now. All right, Bob. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates Personal Injury Law Firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. How about the Protector of the Year, Bob? I say Spencer Anderson because now he has a catch,
He has a catch. No one else will have a catch over there. There are a lot of good ones in the league. I'm still going to have to go with the guy in Detroit.
I'm kind of kidding about that. Penny Sewell.
Yeah. I think, you could, I don't know, who's the leading candidate on the odds? Do you have one there?
Broderick Jones for tackling Aaron Rodgers.
I was only kidding about that one, the Protector of the Year. I'm sorry, Bob.
It's a big mark for people now to win that thing.
Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And it's 1:32. Time to make the smart call to Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. We'll wrap it up next with a couple of very critical Steeler questions moving forward. I would like to challenge Bob and Limits on those. All right. My feet hurt. At least the joints of my big toes did for a long time. They said it was arthritis. They said it was gout. I was eating and drinking enough at the time where it could have been gout, but it wasn't. I don't know what it was, and I stopped caring. I just wanted it to get better, and it finally did through the Good Feet Foot Arch Support System, designed to provide pain relief, balance, and comfort. So comfortable, so easy. You don't have to go out and get new shoes. These fit in whatever shoes you got, golf shoes, tennis shoes, dress shoes, wedding shoes, dance shoes, basketball shoes, whatever you got. They easily fit into, and for me, they did the job. It could do the job for you, too, whether it's pain and burning in the balls of your feet, needles in your heels, plantar fasciitis, whatever it might be. Check it all out at goodfeet.com or visit a store. I went to Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. There's one in Cranberry Township, Route 19 North, next to Walgreens. And there's one down in Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. Come on in. Try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Tonight, Monday Night Football right here on The Fan. The Fan is your home for the NFL on Westwood One, with coverage beginning at 7 o'clock with an 8:15 kickoff for Washington and Kansas City. The Chiefs look to try to move to 5-3 on the year. Washington tries to get back to 500. No Jaden Daniels. Marcus Mariota starts for the Commanders in this game against Kansas City. More headlines. 937thefan.com. Headlines. They're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. If you're not used to seeing Indiana football near the top of the standings, well, you better get used to it. The Hoosiers are for real. Coach Curt Cignetti has them playing as well as any team in the nation. Saturday, they beat a rejuvenated UCLA team 56-6. They're embarrassing other teams, and they have an impressive win over Oregon. Indiana already made the playoff last year. Now the program has set its goals higher, like a national championship. I'm Andrew Perloff.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
5 words no one wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do you do? Who do you call? How are you going to pay for it? It's Chris Muller, and these are all questions that run through people's minds when they hear those 5 words. But if you pick up the phone and call MHI Roofing, your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free home improvement project you'll ever do. MHI has thousands of 5-star ratings for both customer service and high-quality installation. Plus, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And since no one wants to pay these high interest rates, for a limited time, MHI is offering 5-year no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. So if you need a new roof, don't stress. MHI Roofing has got your back. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection to assess the exact condition of your roof and what needs to be done next. Set up your inspection today. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Prime Rib Night, every Monday at Hopstot's in Oakmont.
4 to 9. Be there. Have Coit tackle the dirt in your home this fall. Save 50% off Coit's famous drapery cleaning service and save 35% off all other Coit cleaning services. Call Coit right now at 1-800-FOR-COIT. Tackle the dirt and save. Get your home Coit clean.
Cedar and Daughtry. Live in concert, Fall Tour 2025. With special guests, POD and Kami Kehoe. UPMC Event Center, Saturday, November 8th. Cedar and Daughtry. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 122. With tax acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer doc fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. Select units only. Offers end 10/31/25.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge fall savings. New 2025 Hyundai Tucson's 1.99% for 60 months. Or the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe 1.99% for 48 months. Or up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Exciting news for men. Steel City Medical Center is officially trained and certified from the inventor of the P-Shot. That's right, the P-Shot. Call today to regain your confidence behind closed doors. Steel City Medical Center.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
The Steelers have begun to free fall here defensively. Is there an end in sight? That's the question. Is there an end in sight to this? Where are the answers? Jerry Dulac just wrote about this at postgazette.com. Bob.
What did he say?
I don't know. I just saw the headline. No easy answers for the
There
Steelers.
are no easy answers, and that's the thing, is you can't make personnel changes largely at the trade deadline, you might be able to pick somebody up, but it's, they have Jabril Peppers. They haven't played him. That could be a step just to make a change. Elliott's out now.
They have to get the guys on hand that need to play better, and I'm not sure.
They have to individually win their thing, get pressure without blitzing. If they don't blitz, they got to do all of that, and they haven't done it so far.
They've got Shane Steichen, who has torched Tomlin the last 2 years and now has a better quarterback than he's had. Next, the highest scoring team in football. Then they go in to face Justin Herbert, and that team puts some points on the board. Then they face Flacco again. Then they go at the Bears. Okay, not a very good offense. Then
they're in Chicago, and that's...
I know, it won't be an easy game, believe me. Then they have Josh Allen. Then they presumably have Lamar Jackson. Then they have the Dolphins, which should be easy, except that they just put 30-some on the board against the Falcons. Then they're in Detroit for maybe the best offense in the league if it's not Indy. Then they're in Cleveland, where they always lose. And then they face Lamar again, presumably. Bob, this could get mighty ugly.
Yeah, it really can. And it'll give Baltimore an opportunity to get healthy and get on a roll, because that's what they're going to do here, I would think. If they win the game against Miami, I predict they'll be 7-5 after that. And that's just the way they're going to go. They're going to get right back into it. So it's incumbent upon the Steelers to fix this problem now and win some of these games here, even though they won't be favored in any of the next two.
No, they're already a field goal underdog.
So what do you do if you're going against Daniel Jones? Knowing that the run game has been that potent, you have a tight end, which has been their killer over the years, trying to stop any tight end.
I don't know. I don't know, because here you can't really identify one guy and say we got to stop him. Now you're really facing an offense.
Right. Number one in the league, and they're doing it in a lot of different ways. So Michael Pittman's
Jonathan
great.
Taylor, I suppose you say that's first, but Danny Dimes can go over the top, and you're going to have to deal with Warren. But number one priority is to stop Taylor. Now, for a while last night, they really controlled the Packers' run game, but then Green Bay started to run the ball, Bob.
Yeah, and it wasn't with Josh Jacobs either.
No, it was Emmanuel Wilson, 11 carries for 61 yards. They wound up rushing for almost 100 yards, and most of it in the second half. So, I don't know.
And the Steelers did the opposite. They didn't run the ball. Despite a good first half of running, they got away from it.
Let's talk about Pony's nipples. This Wednesday.
He's not going to take any kind of numbing agents, he said, right?
But yeah,
don't they put clamps on those things when they try to do it?
That just hurt me. No, I don't know what they do. I've never seen this happen.
How do you steady the nipple? Don't you have to?
Limits, you want to take a stab at that
Don't look
one,
at me.
so to
I have
speak?
no idea.
Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore this Wednesday, right?
That's correct.
Registration at 5 p.m. The time for the event is 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Ticket price $33, includes appetizers, commemorative T-shirt. Proceeds benefit McGee Women's Research Institution and Foundation. It's called Pony Pierce's Cancer. And piercing is provided by Gilded Violet Piercing. And the actual piercing takes place at 7:30 p.m. There will be a cash raffle with all proceeds going to the charity. Pony Pierce's Cancer brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, South Hills Kia, South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Cheerleaders. What's Cooking brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly, sunny weather and a high of 60. Greg Warren, a low of 35. Manny Sanguian. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. 50-minute mark on the fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19, Peters Township.
So what do you think he'll put in the nipples? If you get him pierced, you got to put like something, a little bedazzled thing or what?
Little dabble. Oh, you mean like
don't you have to have something in there?
Sprinkle gold dust or something on them? Or what do you mean?
If you normally pierce something, you put an earring in.
Oh, yeah.
What do you do there?
A nipple ring. Same thing, right? Is that what they're called, Limits?
I don't know. The way you just said that.
A nipple ring?
What is it called?
I don't know.
Well, when you pierce your nipple, Bob has an honest question.
It is an honest question.
What do you put in there, then?
Do you put a cross? Do you put a dangling one, like a dangling earring?
I think it dangles.
It's called a nipple ring, Bob.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Think.
You don't have to look it up. I trust
How would you know, Joe?
Well, I thought that was just known.
Well, it's got to be called something.
Yeah, I'm looking at them right now. Solid gold butterfly nipple rings.
Do you think he'll get a butterfly?
He might. Maybe he'll get a Brandon Ayuk nipple ring. A little depiction of Ayuk at the goal line. Limits.
Can we get an interchangeable hook for Pony where he could put like old tweets of his on like a little slit of paper. And he could wear the Ayuk one on one and Pickett to Pickens is the new Montana to Rice on the other.
That's a pretty long dangling one. That'll go down deep.
That
okay,
is incredible.
Well, should be interesting to see how that goes. He threw up today because of a workout. I hope he doesn't throw up then because of that.
Do we all believe Terrell Austin's going to make it through the week here as their coordinator?
Yes.
We're 100% sure of that? I think Matt Canada.
I'm not 100% sure.
Was Canada fired on a Tuesday, I believe?
Yeah, right before a press conference.
Yeah, I think he survives.
I'm going to make a prediction that he doesn't. How do you like that? Limits.
I love it.
You think so to be tomorrow?
I think so. It's not
all the more reason we'll have the press conference on at noon at KDK Plus, and you guys will have it right here at 93.7 The Fan, and then you react to it, Joe.
That's just a guess, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's no hard and fast information. It's just a wild
I don't
guess.
think it'll happen. I think any changes that will be made moving, I think it's going to happen at the end of the year.
Maybe better said it should, but it won't.
Well, the fact that they're number 32 in the NFL out of 32 teams in pass defense is not a good thing.
Can't go much lower. Thank you, Bob. Thank you,
Joe.
Limits.
See you guys.
Thank you, Bob.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, the Steelers lose by 10, 35-25 against the Packers. Monday Night Football is tonight. Washington is in Kansas City, 7 o'clock. The NFL on Westwood One begins. The Fan is your home for the NFL on Westwood One. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. It's AUDACY. More headlines can be found at 937thefan.com. And headlines, they are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. The PM team is next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend.
Tailgate.
The PM Team Friday Tailgate Party is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar, Saloni's Italian Bread, Smell Lincoln Greensburg, and Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The PM Team's Friday Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Listen to the Pop and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week. From the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry, the contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai, Goodwich and Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Marcus Mariota and the Commanders are taking on Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs in Arrowhead on Monday, and I think the Chiefs run away with this game. With Marcus Mariota starting for the Commanders, I just don't see how Washington scores enough points to keep up with this Kansas City offense. I'm taking the Chiefs. I'm Ryan Horvath from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife, and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/play.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. And tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right. You can get in on the action with 30% profit boost tokens on Monday night. Chiefs, a huge favorite against Washington because of the Jaden Daniels injury. Line is 13. I still like Kansas City to get the job done and win at home and cover a big number and keep it rolling with Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. So visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $34.99 $4.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires November 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Yo, Adam, around here you gotta watch for porch pirates.
Not with Guardian Protection. Buy one camera, get the second free, front porch and back deck cover.
That's double protection for your food deliveries and your holiday packages.
Don't wait. This BOGO deal's here for a limited time.
Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your buy one, get one free cameras.
That's 1-800-PROTECT. Terms and conditions apply. Guardian Protection, keeping you safe.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Call your Pittsburgh area Geico agent, Mr. Hester, at 412-364-7170.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. October is here, and if you've got old windows, that means you're back to dealing with chilly air seeping into your home. Eliminate annoying drafts once and for all with Window Nation. This month, buy 2 windows, get 2 for free, plus pay nothing for 2 years. With the holidays coming up, that's a big deal. Plus, celebrate your upgraded home with 2 free tickets to an upcoming Pittsburgh Penguins game. Don't miss out on free windows and 0 payments for 2 years with Window Nation. Visit windownation.com before October 31st to get started.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here for Blue Chew. Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your area downstairs. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like somebody gave your privates a pep talk and a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. Date nights, they just got longer and better for everyone. And with Blue Chew, you can be ready when she is. And guys, it's not just about performance. It's about maybe giving her group chat something to talk about. Because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, that's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli for Comcast Business Solutions. Comcast Business Solutions and expert partnership can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting, confidently transacting, must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running, dinner rush crushing neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting medical team collaborating caregivers we all depend on. It's how shipping companies become package tracking, speedy delivering logistics masters, and how wealth management firms become cyber securing, market tracking guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and connection redundancy with Wireless Connect, Comcast Business is helping businesses stay connected and get threat ready. Comcast Business, powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities. Call today to learn more about their great offer.
Hey everyone, it's Doran Dickerson. Do you want to feel more confident when you smile? People give me compliments all the time about my smile. It's been 2 years since my smile makeover, and my only regret is that I didn't do it sooner. For my veneer treatment, I only trusted the best cosmetic dentist in Pittsburgh, Doctors Brian and Rob Klaich of Cranberry Dental Studio, and my experience was incredible. Request a free virtual consultation by visiting cranberrydentalstudio.com or check out their award-winning smile makeovers on their Instagram at Cranberry Dental Studio.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and everybody wants the shortcut. Players stealing signs or even betting on their own games. Guys juicing to hit one more homer. People taking shots to drop a few pounds. It's all the same thing, trying to cheat the system. I wanted results, but I didn't want to gamble with my health. I didn't want a short-term fix. I went with Awaken 180, and I received both the short-term and long-term results we all want. 35 pounds down in just 6 weeks. So think about it. If you start Awaken 180 today, you could be down 35 pounds heading into the holidays. Now, that might sound crazy, but you really could be. I did it. Donnie, Paul Alexander, and probably people that you know personally have done it as well. We all had the same results. 4 to 5 pounds gone each and every week until reaching our goal. It's that simple. So if you're tired of shortcuts that don't last, stop gambling on the quick fixes and play the sure bet and win it. Start today at awaken180weightloss.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, 2 losses in a row now for the Steelers and another miserable defensive showing, 35-25 last night at Acrisure. And here comes the highest scoring offense in the Colts, 1 o'clock this Sunday at Acrisure. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's a black and gold loser Monday on the PM team.
You're on the air. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Wilson has played a quarter of this game for Jacobs as the back right now. Pressure coming. He picked it up. Inside. Kraft's got it. At the 10. Kraft running away to the end zone. He has 2 touchdowns.
Congratulations to the Green Bay Packers on a victorious performance. From us, we just simply got to get a lot better in a lot of areas, in all areas, but some really specific areas that are critical to winning. We can't settle for field goals versus good people, and that was kind of an issue throughout. We got behind the chains some once we got to scoring territory, be it a penalty or a lost yardage play on first down, and it was uphill from there, and we settled for field goals too often. You're just not going to win close ball games, man, when you're doing that. Thought we were highly penalized. It hadn't been us, but it is us. So we certainly got to, and then we're not winning enough possession downs on defense. We're simply not. I thought 2 third-down conversions in the third quarter, field-flipping type plays were significant plays. They were catalysts for drive engineering, the 2 touchdown drives or whatever in the third quarter. I thought we had them in advantageous third-down circumstances for us, man, and they converted. Not only did they convert, but they had chunk plays, and, you're not going to win football games like that.
All right. Another gallant performance from the Steelers defense and the mastermind behind it, Mike Tomlin. Explaining it all afterwards for those of us who suffered through 3 hours and stayed up to watch the game. Packers 35, Steelers 25. Offenses are starting to do historic things against the defense that Mike Tomlin labeled historic before the season started. So congratulations on Mike's clairvoyance in that respect. That long clip from him going through all the reasons why the Steelers didn't come out victorious encapsulates exactly what's wrong with Mike Tomlin and the Steelers defense, and 412-928-9370 to get your voices heard on it. He can't bring himself to admit what the biggest problem is. And
can we put on Michael Jackson's The Man in the Mirror there to get right to the bottom of that one there?
It's so hard for him to come out and say, what's plaguing this team? This would be like, no offense, someone who was maybe pre-Awaken 180 diet, who weighed 400 pounds, saying, the reason why I can't get dates is because girls don't like the style of clothes I wear or the shoes I have or my hairstyle. This is the worst pass defense in the NFL. 2 straight games now, they've made the opposing quarterback look like the greatest quarterback of all time. Especially in the second halves of games where it's, critical must-win situations. Combined, Joe Flacco and Jordan Love, 702 passing yards, 6 touchdowns, no interceptions, 68 points allowed. And the first thing Tomlin talks about is, we can't settle for field goals? That's what he thought the biggest issue was. He goes into defense, he never even brings up that it's pitch and catch. First it was Jamar Chase. Last night on National Tight Ends Day, what do you know? Congratulations for all who celebrate. The Steelers threw a party for Tyler Kraft.
Tucker
Kraft, thank you. I don't know who Tyler Kraft is. Tucker Kraft. But they need to stop the run, and that's what it's all about. How about the fact that teams are lighting up your secondary? Your pass defense can't get home. You can't sack the quarterback. But he doesn't want to say any of these things, Chris.
No, he does not. Because all of those things would point back to who, Pony, in the end? The real biggest problem with this team. Michael
you're
Petway
right.
Tomlin. The man who decided that because he laid back on his heels and let Joe Flacco carve him up, well, I'm not going to do that again. I'm going to turn loose the dogs on Jordan Love. Problem. You aware, Pony, that other than a stretch where he was recovering from injury, historically, Jordan Love has been phenomenal against the blitz in his career. Are you aware of this? Going into last night.
I didn't have all the stats in front of me. I didn't know that.
Speaking in broad strokes here, I can tell you this much. Our guy, Operation Shutdown, Derek Bell, who watches a ton of film, tweeting during the game, I wouldn't be blitzing him if I were the Steelers. He usually carves up the blitz. He carved up the blitz in spectacular fashion last night, but Mike did not want to lay back and get beat like he did by Joe Flacco. Instead, he decided to let Jordan Love go 12 of 17, 211, and 3 touchdowns when blitzed.
He completed 20 passes in a row. I've never seen that before against the Steelers.
I've seen Tom Brady do it.
Okay, so now that's what he's in. He's in that elite company. He's on the list with the greatest quarterback of all time. Last week, Tomlin could use excuses like short rest. We couldn't get ourselves prepared for this game.
I'm mad at the Cleveland Browns. I'm afraid of Joe Flacco. It's on the road. It's a hostile environment.
And all of a sudden, Chase Brown, who we thought was the league's worst running back, and Cincinnati pretty much quit before they tried at running the ball. They did that, and that threw us off our game. They largely stopped the run in this game. So they did the thing that he had on every bulletin board and every sign on every TV inside their facility. Let's stop the run. Okay, mission accomplished. You gave up the most points you've given up all year because you're living in 1975. It's not a running league anymore. Oh, but the Eagles won the Super Bowl last year. Great. They also have 2 of the highest paid wide receivers in the entire NFL. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Teams aren't winning Super Bowls necessarily because of running backs. It's a quarterback-driven league. That's why you went out and got Aaron Rodgers. He's pretty much doing his job. And you're still getting destroyed because you've got it in your head that as long as we hold teams to 3.3 yards per carry, we're going to win every game. Now when a quarterback goes out there and says, oh, here's another wide-open tight end, bing. Oh, here's a guy in the flat. This is, my 2-year-old could make this throw. Bam.
Bing.
Yes.
Bing bong.
Over and over again.
Happens every time.
They've got more Pro Bowl. I know the Pro Bowl's watered down now. They've got 23 combined Pro Bowls on defense. They might have 3 Hall of Fame players on defense. They've spent $160 million on defense. They're coached by a $20 million coach whose specialty is defense. This would be like if you and I decided, let's build the home of our dreams. and let's get the highest paid contractor out there and the highest paid laborers to build the house.
Best quality lumber and materials, too,
and
supposedly.
And then the house gets built and the plumbing backs up and craps everywhere.
The foundation cracks in the first week.
The electricity flickers on and off.
There's a sewage backup into the shower, yes.
They've got everything they should have in need to be a great defense, and they suck. They stink. Rich people don't like spending a lot of money on things and getting very little out of it.
Well, now that's a broad generalization because Art Rooney clearly does like spending money on things and getting nothing for it. Clearly. Here's one problem with what they've done, and you and I have criticized them for this. They have a bunch of names. How many of those big names, though, are already on the wrong side of 30? Ramsey is 30.
Ramsey, Watt, Hayward.
Slay might, no offense, he might be a really nice guy. I've never talked to Darius Slay. He looks like he's on about the wrong side of 75 right now.
I agree.
Cam Hayward.
Yeah, but then Eccles came in and didn't do much better, so I don't really know what to say about that.
I watched too many times on the Savion Williams touchdown. I'm very confused as to what Darius Slay was trying to accomplish. Like running at him to scare him out of bounds without hitting him.
They've got another
Ramsey's
safety,
30.
Thornhill, who looks like...
Oh, my God, I don't want to hear another word out of him.
If they were like showing the beginning of a movie that's about a bad football team that's going to get better, they would show his highlights of not knowing where the ball is in the air and jumping 5 yards ahead of it, or getting stiff-armed for 30 yards by Kraft on that 59-yard catch. But, hey, they're going to have the greatest defense of all time, according to him.
That doesn't make him
a guy that got cut by the Browns.
That doesn't make him unique because I think the entire defensive backfield at one point or another got stiff-armed by Kraft. His play on one of Jordan Love's YOLO balls, the one you're talking about, he looked like he could have been on a Baseball Follies video where the center fielder loses it in the sun and doesn't know what's happening.
Yeah.
Everything about that game reinforced and underlined every critic of this team's particulars. It was a case study in why they're bad. It's going to be tomorrow a case study in why they won't get better when the head coach makes excuses. He's going to be as quiet as a church mouse tomorrow.
Chris, he can't even admit that an opposing quarterback carved them up.
Because that's an admission that he doesn't have a clue as to how to stop a modern offense. He got asked point blank yesterday about scheme versus execution.
Yeah.
And he gave what I felt like, and maybe you felt differently, but I don't think you did, was like a token nod to, when you talk about our scheme, that obviously comes to leadership, which is me. But he couldn't wait to get into something else and to go to the other part of the question. Because he doesn't want to look in the mirror and say, I'm not very good at my job.
I would be so pissed if I'm Rodgers. You know, Rodgers said over every time, it's about Mike, it's about Mike, it's about Mike. That's why I'm here. Mike has done all this great stuff for me. And then he says after a game like this, where against his former team, Jordan Love comes in here and shows and proves to everybody, this is why we dumped a first-ballot Hall of Famer and a 4-time MVP, because I'm that good. So it makes Rodgers doesn't get any kind of last laugh or doesn't get to, show the Packers what they're missing at all. And then Mike gets up there after his defense. In the second halves of games, the last 2 games, the other team has had the ball for 11 possessions. And they've got exactly 1 stop, 1 punt. And we know how much Mike loved that punt.
I was just going to say, that was the greatest stop in history.
1 punt against Cincinnati. No stops against Green Bay. Touchdowns, field goals, last drive, victory formation. You didn't get 1 stop in the entire second half. And instead of saying, hey, tip my cap to Jordan Love, we got to get way better at stopping the production of the other team's quarterbacks. Pressure, coverage, both. He says, we got to stop kicking so many field goals. Well, part of that is on you, Mike, when it's 4th and 2. If you know your defense can't stop the other offense, how about you actually put your great quarterback on the field and let him try to get 2 yards? He doesn't even realize that that's actually a cell phone, that he's making himself look bad by saying that. That's the other hilarious part of that.
It's playing old school football, Pony. They'd be really interesting to play against in 1994.
Oh, my God.
He's their biggest problem. Actually, no. I'll say this. I'll be consistent. Last night underscored, and the reaction today will underscore it, that Mike Tomlin is only their second biggest problem. Because the guy whose name is on every check that goes out to every employee, Art Rooney II, thinks that Mike Tomlin is somebody who is a value add for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And until that mindset from Art Rooney changes, none of the stuff you and I are talking about at 10 feet as opposed to 30,000 feet is ever going to change.
412-928-9370. Let's start with Joe. He's first up here. Hello, Joe.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, man.
What a terrible game, huh? I really don't have to touch it. I just kind of had this thing we were talking about at work today. Like, I feel like the owners, like the Rooneys, they should fire Terrell Austin and hand the whole defense, which we already know is Tomlin's. But you're the defensive coordinator, and if you fail...
So really just fire Terrell Austin so that there's nobody in name who can even take the blame for Mike.
I like that answer. And say, Mike, you're calling the defense, and it's out there, and it's transparent, and everybody knows that. If that's the reason for firing Austin, I'm all for it. The other things that get brought up, like people dubiously and inaccurately saying, this is Terrell Austin's fault. Get out of here with that. It's not. Austin just does what Mike tells him to do. He is a yes man. He says yes because he wants to stay employed and make several $1 million working. And honestly, it's not that high of a stress job because you're basically a robot. You're Pavlov's dog. You're conditioned to do what your owner tells you.
What's the hardest part of Terrell Austin's week? Is it his media scrum where he's at least got to answer questions?
And he's got to think to himself, oh, Mike gave me my copy points, my bullet points. I need to figure out what to say here.
I mean, yeah. I think the other thing that I want to just point out is that it's embarrassing for Pitt that they've got to share a field with an NFL team like this.
4-1-2-9. Ooh, really? Come on now.
What?
They're still 4-3 in first place. That's a pretty low blow, man. 412-928-9370.
Not as good of a record as
Packers
right
35, Steelers 25. $160 million, $20 million for the coach. 702 passing yards the last two games. 68 points allowed the last two games. 2-game losing streak. They are, by the numbers, the worst pass defense in the entire NFL. Do your eyes tell you differently? 412-928-9370. Edgar Steiner and Associates fan texting where they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here is the Charlie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
We've been talking about a 35-25 Packers win over the Steelers on Sunday Night Football. 454 yards of offense for the Packers over the highest paid defense in the National Football League. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Mr. Muller.
Nice, sharp, quick headline from Borges there. On point like he always is. Let's talk about Universal Windows Direct right now, shall we? Because they can help you out. You don't want to be left out in the cold. More literally than figuratively, but kind of literally too, by bad windows this winter, right? You can see that the weather's getting cold now. We're getting a lot of these mornings in the 30s. If you've got drafts blowing through the house, if you've got a heater that's working overtime, all that stuff, a furnace that won't stop running, you need to address the root cause, those windows that aren't good enough. Luckily, my friends at Universal Windows Direct can make that happen right now and make it easier than ever. Their deal this month is packed with value. It's buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit. Need 20 windows, only pay for 10, plus 0% interest for 3 full years, plus an extra $500 off your entire home improvement project when you schedule this month. Their exclusive Super Spacer technology makes their windows, simply put, perform better and last longer at Universal Windows Direct. So call them right now, 412-545-6003, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. Schedule that free in-home estimate today, and like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
If the Steelers lose tonight, I'll get both of my nipples pierced with no numbing agent.
Wednesday at Mike's Beer Bar. Join us as we present a painful pony party for a good cause. It's 93.7 The Fan's Pony Pierces Cancer. Tickets are only $33. The ticket gets you a commemorative t-shirt and appetizers. The piercings take place at 7:30 with the help of Gilded Violet Piercings. All proceeds will benefit McGee Women's Research Institute and Foundation. Pony Pierces Cancer is brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, South Hills Kia, and South Chrysler Dodge Jeep, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Cheerleaders. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Hope can fade quickly in the NFL. The Cowboys looked like they were turning around their season. Then their shaky defense fell apart against Denver on Sunday in a blowout loss. Now they're 3-4-1. We'll see if they make a trade to help their defense. But if they don't find some answers on that side of the ball, the season will be over soon. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. It's NBA tip-off week, and FanDuel is your home for live betting. So even if you missed the start of the game or want to ride that hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who will score next to fourth quarter comebacks. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However, you want to play, now is the perfect time to join, because FanDuel is giving new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. How about that? So visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up today. Play your game with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Leaves and interest rates are falling at the gorgeous Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram here in Washington. New Ram trucks, 0% financing for 72 months. That's incredible. New Grand Cherokees, 0% financing for 60 months. New Wranglers from just $339 a month, plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. Drive into fall event. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
This year's senior class is back at homecoming, reunited and protected with mNEXSpike, the new COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna for adults 65 and older. That's because these seniors know they face the highest risk of severe COVID. mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA, is a COVID-19 vaccine for people 65 and older and for 12 to 64-year-olds at high risk for severe COVID. You shouldn't get mNEXSpike if you've had an allergic reaction to a previous Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Rare cases of inflammation of the heart muscle and outer lining have been reported. Common side effects include pain at the injection site, tiredness, headache, muscle or joint pain, chills, nausea, vomiting, and underarm swelling or soreness. mNEXSpike may not protect everyone. This year's senior class came ready with a COVID-19 vaccine that helps them keep showing up. mNEXSpike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnexspike.com to schedule your vaccine today. That's mnexspike.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Need to play better, plain and simple. Just don't play good enough football. That's point blank. We need to watch the film and see what happened, but not Steven football. There's not enough playmaking. No excuse, man. We need to find ways to affect the game. We'll see. Need to find ways to produce, that's for sure.
A potpourri of 2-second answers from TJ Watt.
Coincidentally, 2 seconds is around the amount of time he spent efforting on each play.
Not getting paid by the word, obviously.
Is he getting paid by the sack? That's pretty good business right now. $10 million per sack.
Hey, he's an all-time great Steeler. He's a automatic Hall of Famer. But when you make this amount of money and the defense stinks and you're nowhere to be found, you're absolutely subject to criticism.
It's 6 total tackles. He had 1 quarterback hurry. And did you notice that as that game went on, it was just about getting out of hand, if not already? He was getting single blocked on running plays by tight ends. He was getting swallowed up by their right tackle over and over again.
We got PM team plays of the game coming up in about 12 minutes. I did not pick this play, but I thought it symbolized everything that went on in that game last night. It was an honorable mention for me. They play Renegade. Stadium does its thing. Fans do their thing. Let's get fired up. And the exact opposite of the Rashard Mendenhall fumble in the Super Bowl happened on the next play. They give the ball to Wilson. They bring in their 2 tight ends on the same side as Watt. They run right at him. The design of the play was, there's their best player. We're not doing what other teams did in running the other way. We're going right at him.
And it worked.
And he ripped off, what, a 25-yard gain?
Can we bury Renegade yet? Can that be done? Is that sacrilege? Is that a minor issue today? Of course it's a minor issue, but I'm done with that song.
Renegade doesn't work when your defense is dead last against the pass.
It actually just makes it kind of laughable. They play this song, look at the towels waving here, and then the Packers break their foot off in your ass.
I think what the Steelers defense is doing is worse than any other joke defense in the league. Ravens could have used the injury excuse. By the way, they're getting better the last 2 weeks. They held the Rams to 17, and they beat Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson yesterday without Lamar Jackson. The Dolphins, actually, I didn't even think they wanted to play football anymore. They showed up yesterday.
Yes, they did.
The Bengals defense, statistically about the same. Bengals have one good defensive player. You supposedly have several. So, based on what the expectations were, based on what you're paying, based on all of that stuff, there probably is not, right now on October 27th, there probably isn't a more disappointing, underachieving unit in all of football than the Steelers' defense. It's a miracle they're 4-3 with their defense playing the way that it has.
That feels
so
like
far.
That over 500 record is a very temporary thing, Pony. Period. I mean, anybody that can watch this.
Yeah, look who's down the pike here. You've got the Colts and the Chargers and the Bengals
just think about it.
again.
The Colts are humming.
The Bears.
Shane Steichen owns Mike Tomlin and has for a while. The Chargers want to physically dominate you and beat you up. And right now, this old,
and they got a hell of a
tired,
quarterback.
Yes,
in regular season
this
games.
Aging, tired, frankly looked checked out. And I can say this because their own, heart and soul players said that they didn't have a lot of fight. They're going to get physically beat up by the Chargers. Then what? Another dance with Joe Flacco? Is Mike Tomlin going to need to wear an adult diaper because he'll be crapping himself seeing Flacco across the line of scrimmage because he's so scared of him?
I thought Joe, who called in, made the most compelling case I've heard yet for firing Austin. You do it. You put the ball firmly in Tomlin's court. You don't let him promote another assistant, and you say, this is your defense. We've seen head coaches on the offensive side of the ball get rid of offensive coordinators and take over play calling duty so everybody in the world knows this is the guy to either praise or slam if it doesn't work. Make him do that over the next 10 games. They won't, but I'd love that. Because then there would be nowhere for Mike Tomlin to hide and wouldn't have to do this stupid dance of, well, what actually happens on game day? Who calls the plays? Who's in charge of the defense? Everybody knows it's Tomlin, but they never admit that it's him.
He's enabled, though, and they're enabled in this quest by every national outlet, which will say, Dan Orlovsky, man, I watch the Steelers cut-ups, and I just wonder so many times I write down, what is their defense doing? Hey, Dan, why don't you name the guy who has been the one constant throughout all of this over the years? Name him.
Yeah.
Say it is his defense. Instead, it's, Terrell Austin's going to have to figure something. He's not going to have to figure out anything.
Mark is on the fan. Hello, Mark.
Guys, good afternoon. I tried to call last Monday to make the point you guys just made. This last week, Bengals loss, was the beginning of this 5-game skid. This team is not good. Statistically, going to be one of the worst defense ever. And anyone that has hope of a playoff even anymore, stop. This team is bad. Tomlin is bad. If you guys showed up every day and put on a bad show and we still listen, we would be the fools here. Yet though, we watch the Steelers every Sunday. We're the fools for watching this debauchery.
Debauchery, I like that word. Not the right one, but a funny word. They've given up almost 1,000 yards of offense in back-to-back weeks. The last time that happened was when they started 0-2 in '89 and got crushed by the Browns and Bengals, and then Chuck Noll did one of his best coaching jobs ever and got that team in the playoffs.
This doesn't feel like they're at rock bottom yet, but it feels like you can see the ground. I don't know about anybody else.
Well, they are defensively.
Well, no, but I mean, broadly speaking, I think rock bottom might be coming this week or next, or maybe they have to go into Detroit late in the year and get beat by like 50. Pony, that game got so bad down the stretch after McManus made it 32-19. Now, granted, there's probably no hope left there. You'd have to go right down the field. I would say with about 6 minutes left in this game, I stopped doing the analytical watch and really locking in my attention because it just felt like, what's the point? What am I going to see here?
I mean, they could have made it a one-possession game if Jonnu Smith did his job and held onto the ball.
And I'm watching
and you're on the right side of the 2-minute warning, but I had no faith that their defense was actually going to be able to do its job.
That's what I'm really saying here. If they get that to 35-27, Pony, are we really sitting there going, there's an actual chance they're going to get a stop?
Here's George next. Hello, George.
Hey, how you doing today?
Hey, man.
Yeah, terrible like me. Just been watching it, and regardless of who's coaching this team, I agree with you guys. Put it all on Tomlin. Let him take the defense. But the big thing is that they are playing as individuals. Those guys do not play as a team, and that blatantly shows how little coaching is going on. I made a comment to my brother about the fact that JPJ tackles about the way that Ike Taylor could catch a football. He can't tackle it. I can't understand how across the middle, every game, it seems like between the linebackers and the safeties, nobody knows where to be.
Thanks, George. I mean, all good points. I would also say, hey, it was terrible to see. It was probably emotionally deflating because he is such a leadership player and he's a really productive player. What happened to Elliott, and you knew it was bad from the way he reacted. He's a nice player. He's a good player.
What does he make this year?
Probably maybe 7 or 8, maybe, now that he got a raise. Okay. He's not such a vital player, an indispensable player, where losing him should be so damaging that everything goes to crap when he's out. No. Not when you have Mike Tomlin as your coach, and not when you have the other all-pros in your defense.
I tweeted that out during the game. I said I've enjoyed watching him because I think he's pretty good, and he's obviously a guy who plays like he gives a crap. But it is a real indictment when you see on Twitter he gets hurt, everyone knows he's done for the game immediately, and you see people say, uh-oh, Elliott down and it doesn't look good. Steelers are in big trouble. And then those people are proven 100% correct. Deshaun Elliott should have asked for $30 or $40 million a year if that's how important he is.
He should be the co-defensive coordinator. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for 50 years. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township, southhillskia.net. A great day for you. We're not going to censor any fans here that want to criticize the Steelers here because they deserve it at 412-928-9370. So you can join the show and speak your mind. We'll also give you our PM team place of the game coming up. But first, a Charlie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, the team that's doing the only winning in this town is the Pittsburgh Penguins, and nobody thought that would be the case. They're playing the St. Louis Blues tonight at PPG Paints Arena. Puck drop scheduled for 7 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Mr. Filipponi.
Thank you. Let's talk right now about Mr. Magic Car Wash. Tons of locations all around Pittsburgh. Wherever you are, there's one near you. And right now, Mr. Magic is offering up their 3-4-30 deal. So you can keep your car washed throughout the fall months, throughout the winter. You're not going to want it now that the temperatures are dipping. You don't want to go out and wash your car yourself. Still needs it. Undercarriage too. 3 for $30. Spend $30, $10 a month, and you can get your car washed as much as you want, whenever you want, at all the locations here. Not only that, but you can get a free car wash, compliments of Mr. Magic, right now. If you just text FAN, sorry, tongue twister. I got bad football on my mind.
Are you the defense right now?
Yes, text FAN to 47757. That's 47757. It's Mr. Magic. Mulsey.
Well, we just watched a very limp performance last night. Let's just call it what it was. Very limp. Very flaccid effort by the defense last night. You do not want those words to enter into the conversation in the bedroom, fellas. No, those are horrible words to hear. Blue Chew can help. Blue Chew is not just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your crotch. It can give you the old downstairs pep talk, gym membership, all that good stuff. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. Blue Chew can help you be more confident when and where it counts. And Blue Chew can help you, fellas, be ready when she is. Okay, showing up matters during life's most exciting moments in particular. And guys, it's not just about performance. Give her group chat something good to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We got a special deal for our listeners as well. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Tailgating without Pepsi this football season? That'd be like playing football without pads. You could do it, but I wouldn't. Or like watching the Steelers without a "Here we go" chant. Here we go! It's just not the same. Your tailgate's kielbasa is good, but kielbasa paired with a crisp, refreshing Pepsi Zero Sugar? That's a game changer. Steelers Nation, stock up on Pepsi Zero Sugar at Giant Eagle today, because tailgating deserves Pepsi.
At twomeninjuncktruck.com, you can book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, "You like the price?" Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men in a junk truck.
Car dealerships have come and gone, but one has stood the test of time. Smale. We're proud to announce the grand opening of our new Smale Kia showroom. Get up to $1,000 APR bonus cash on select models, plus 0% financing for up to 48 months on 2025 Kia Sportage and Kia Sorento gas models during the Kia Fall Savings Event, Route 30 East, Greensburg. SmaleKia.com.
With approved credit, not all will qualify. Must finance with KFA for 0% APR and bonus cash on select models. See Smale Kia for details. It's 11/3/25.
Your neighbors, your family, the people of Western Pennsylvania.
Ask them about us, and they'll tell you everything you need to know about LG KG.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Prime Rib Night every Monday at Hofstad's in Oakmont, 4 to 9. Be there.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
NFL Talk on the Fan presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Steelers will be back on KDK and Paramount Plus on Sunday with the Steelers and Colts. Another Iron Eagle J.J. Watt game.
What a nice fade right in there. That was well played.
Steelers are undefeated when J.J. Watt calls their game, so.
If by
I like
some
J.J.
chance,
Watt in this defense right now, by the way.
If by some chance T.J. Watt is as invisible against the Colts as he was last night against the Packers, which seems plausible.
Ooh.
What's J.J. going to do?
I can't wait for that.
What if the Colts...
Actually, I can wait for it because I don't want to see it happen, but I get your point.
What if, say, the Colts, I don't know, with Quentin Nelson, run a power play to the right where they pull Nelson and make sure he's kicking out onto 90?
Yeah.
And then Jonathan Taylor's scooting by, and maybe T.J. Watt looks like a smudge in the dirt. What's J.J. going to say then? Because that's within the realm of possibility, given how last night went.
All right, let's get to PM Team Plays of the game.
What if J.J. just said, you know what the real problem here is, it's Tomlin. TJ's getting pushed all over the field. It's Mike Tomlin, and it's his thing.
Yeah, don't hold your breath on that.
No, I know.
Here is Mulsey's play of the game.
TJ screaming off the edge on third down. Love hit as he throws, up for grabs. Caught! Kraft! Oh, on the run! Kraft pulling away! Still on his feet at the 30. What a run after the catch by Kraft all the way to the 26-yard line. It's a 59-yard gain.
Kraft was awesome last night. He's been a revelation there. I already had a bad feeling going into the third quarter, or coming out of the third quarter. The Steelers had gotten the found money of Watt's personal foul. Doesn't hurt them. McManus hooks the kick. You're still up 9. You have a chance to go up. Maybe you get a good drive. You script something up at halftime. You get something good going. You get it to 23-7, and maybe you start to exert a little bit of your will on Green Bay because the scoreboard just dictates that you can.
Mm-hmm.
They go and 3 and out, and not really that competitive. The Packers get this on 3rd and 5, and listen, Kraft got away with OPI there, plain and simple.
Yeah, I
he
agree.
shoved Deshaun Elliott out of the way. If that happens on a play that's more traditional looking and doesn't look like a weird lollipop, like free-for-all ball almost, it probably gets called, but it didn't. And
DK Metcalf got called for one, and I didn't think it was any more
It
egregious
wasn't,
than that.
but you know what I'm not going to do here really quick is just bitch about that or the offsides that didn't get called. Because Broderick Jones left about 2 hours
I know,
early
Chris,
on the play.
but it's fair to point out that sequence of things did contribute to the Steelers losing
but they
momentum
they
in the
got
game.
snowed under. Anyway, not only do you miss the call, then he takes it, then he just picked up, I think, Juan Thornhill maybe at some point and carried him down the field with him. Then Elliott at least hustling back in to try to make the play. His season's over. Pretty much you could say that with certainty, I think, if they haven't already.
Mm-hmm.
He's like the heart and soul of your defense on the back end who communicates. That ends up leading to a touchdown that doesn't put Green Bay ahead. But just, if you want to talk about where did the vibes shift from uncomfortable to extremely bad, it was that play. I think it was easily the play of the game as far as determining the outcome. And it was also a microcosm. They had no answers for Kraft, who just treated them. He's got a bunch of children, even if he hasn't actually had one yet, because the entire Steelers defense basically needs to call him dad.
Here's mine.
Up with a hand signal, the pressure comes. It's picked up. Love to space. Downfield for Watson. He's got it. Christian Watson, welcome back. He's got it at the 7.
Listen to that crowd, which we'll get into later in the show. So I'm going to slightly disagree with you. Not a hard disagree, but a slight disagree. Steelers give up a touchdown after the Kraft drive. They're still up 16-14. They get the ball back. They kick a field goal. Boswell, another 56-yard boot. It's 19-14. Going into the fourth quarter, they're still leading. They're not in control of the game, but they're leading. Then that Watson catch happens where everybody seems to be in the right position. He actually gets pressured and gets in trouble a little bit on the play. Has to roll right, fading away throw. And I won't even want to say drops it in a bucket because there's guys there. And
he made a YOLO throw.
Nobody has ball awareness on the Steelers from their DBs. So that play happens. They score a touchdown on a Josh Jacobs run right after that, which, by the way, Christian Watson obliterates Chuck Clark on the block. They score. And here's the coup de grace of that drive. They go for 2 to make it a 3-point Packers lead. That puts them up 20-19.
Mm-hmm.
They have 10 guys on the field for the 2-point try.
The Steelers, to be clear.
10 guys!
Has anyone ever been more... If you transported yourself into Romeo Dobbs' body for that pass, do you think you catch
10 guys!
It? I think me, you, and Borges might all catch it. We were so open.
Completely unacceptable. So, there you have it.
You know why
they had 10 plays of the game.
Do you know why they only had 10 guys on the field for that? They had lost Deshaun Elliott, and when he's not on the field, no one can talk to each other.
Yeah, they don't know how to communicate. It's actually an NFL rule.
It's like the tower. It becomes the Tower of Babel when Deshaun Elliott's not out there.
Oh, nice biblical reference, Malsey. Here's Johnny in Squirrel Hill. Hello, John.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Hey,
you're right, Tony. I mean, this could get very ugly when you look at the schedule in the quarterbacks that are coming up. Unbelievable. Ugly. I mean, they've given up 700 yards passing in the past 2 games.
But I bet Tomlin won't even mention Daniel Jones tomorrow. It'll be all about Jonathan Taylor, only about Jonathan Taylor. And if they stop Jonathan Taylor, he assumes they'll win the game by 2 touchdowns. knowing
Well,
Mike.
then you got Warren in there, too. And the thing that they've done right, let's be clear about this, is tying these bonuses to playoff wins. That's one of the only things they've done right. I don't know why they did it with Cam and they didn't do it with Watt. It should be for basically the entire defense, who wouldn't stop talking the whole preseason down in Latrobe. I mean, that's all they talked about is how good they were going to be. But go get a second receiver for what? Aaron Rodgers has been fantastic. I mean, not fantastic, but he definitely hasn't been the problem.
I got to be honest with you. That last point, it crossed my mind last night. You know, Collinsworth brought it up like, if you ask me, this team needs another receiver, Mike. Yeah, we get it because we've been having that conversation for 2 years, Chris. But you've got this eclectic group of safeties that you've cobbled together from all these bad teams who have cut guys. Jets cut Clark. Thornhill get cut by the Browns. You've brought these guys in. None of them can play a lick. You know, I don't think that this is right yet, but I would say this. I don't think the Minkah trade looks quite as good today as it did 2 weeks ago after Ramsey owned the Browns.
Because
your safety play stinks.
Because Ramsey also got whooped on. Like it's contingent not just on your safeties being decent, but on Ramsey being great. And after that Browns game, he's fallen off. He was just a guy out there yesterday. And then against the Bengals, he was getting worked over.
Who does not fall into that category defensively? Who is not just a guy right now? Oh, I know. Nick Herbig. How much did he play?
24 snaps.
24 snaps. You shut the run down for the most part. Wilson had some nice runs. Jacob scored a touchdown because that's what he does. But you, for the most part, did a good job on the run. And the guy that leads your team in pressures, more than Watt on fewer plays, the same number of Parsons.
He's the best pressure rate in the NFL coming into the game. He was the
There
best.
was a moment,
I
don't know if you saw this. I forget exactly when it happened. And it was a big play coming up. And Herbig was behind Tomlin in the shot. They go to Tomlin on the sideline. Did you see like the facial expression like
what do I have to do here?
That's what I thought it was.
He's a victim of a coach who's got an antiquated mindset. The coach just
Why
says,
am I not in the game right now is what his face looked like.
Because your coach cares about one thing, making sure a team doesn't run the ball. They're allowed to pass, they're allowed to beat you, but you're not going to run it on us.
What Cam Hayward said about the Steelers that really is probably the biggest indictment and biggest embarrassment ever laid at the feet of Mike Tomlin. You'll hear that. We'll take more of your calls, too, because this is a day for reaction after a horrible Steelers loss last night. Everyone's cranky because they got very little sleep for that. 412-928-9370. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment coming up. It's the PM team. And right now I'm going to tell you guys about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. Tonight we have a blowout brewing between the Chiefs and Commanders. Washington down to Marcus Mariota at quarterback. And the Chiefs are cooking right now, both sides of the ball. You can, on FanDuel, get a 30% profit boost token on this Monday night game. So whatever bet you want to make, Mahomes passing yards, Mahomes to score a rushing touchdown maybe, Kelsey to score a touchdown, Rashee Rice now back to score a touchdown. You name it. 30% profit boost tokens on everything, including parlays, too. Go for a big win on FanDuel. FanDuel.com/Andrew to bet on the game and get in on the action. That's FanDuel.com/Andrew. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Rival Wednesday Trivia. Be the 10th caller. Ask a member of the PM team a trivia question, and you could win a $25 gift card to Rival Sports Bar in Bridgeville or Fox Chapel.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course. And it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Leaves and interest rates are falling here at the gorgeous new Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. It's 0% on all this fall. All Mitsu models now have 0% financing for 60 months. That's incredible. 7-passenger Outlanders take up to $8,000 off. 43-mile-per-gallon Mirage now for $3,500 off. Plus that great warranty and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
At Giant Eagle, we're working hard to bring more ways to save to every aisle. Because every dollar and every moment counts. At Giant Eagle, we're going for better, so you can bring home the best. Because it matters.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family-owned and operated since 1929, specializing in local and long-distance moves. We also offer packing, storage, and much more. Corrigan is ready to provide you a stress-free and simple relocation. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Spend less time shopping and more time on the job site with bulk savings on select pro-trusted drywall and concrete mixes from Lowe's. You save big, and you're always ready for the next job.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. If your garage floor looks lousy with stains, cracks, or bad epoxy job, right now you can get 50% off labor on a new Comer & Cross garage floor. Call them now because 50% off labor ends soon. Here's their number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A new Comer & Cross garage floor will be your favorite home improvement. It's going to feel like pulling into a new car showroom every night. Guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And Comer & Cross makes it so easy. All their employees are well-trained pros. They don't use subcontractors ever. They're in and out in one day. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly. They even take your stuff out for you. For 50% off labor and your new Comer & Cross garage floor installed by the holiday, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or go to COMERcross.com. Comer & Cross Garage Floor Coatings.
If you're hosting a Halloween party, then make a potion with on-sale spirits from Fine Wine & Good Spirits. Batch a monstrous Manhattan with Jim Beam Devil's Cut Straight Bourbon, conjuring notes of deep oak and vanilla. Or stir up a Speak at the Devil using Ghost Tequila Blanco and a bite of juicy raspberry liqueur. Just grab a bottle, the ice, shake, and poof, the perfect potion. Shop Wickedly Good Spirits in-store or online at FWGS.com. Both bottles 750 milliliter. Offers end November 2nd, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
Hey guys, Precision Pointing. An amazing company, amazing crew of workers, amazing craftsmanship. I've been talking about them for quite some time now, and I'm not going to stop talking about them because they're that good. If you've got a masonry project that you need done, like brick pointing, chimney repair, anything else, well, I can't say enough good things about them after I saw them work their magic on my own home. No down payment required. That's crazy. A guarantee on all of their work. Who does that? Precision Pointing does. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer.
Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Other sports books just don't hit right. But FanCash makes switching to Fanatics easy. Only Fanatics gives you up to 10% FanCash back on all bets, win or lose, which you can use to unlock the world of Fanatics. From more bets and game tickets to signed memorabilia and one-of-a-kind experiences only Fanatics can offer. Switch to Fanatics Sportsbook and let the FanCash roll in. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD, visit mdgamblinghelp.org. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
If you're considering functional medicine, there's only one Steel City Medical Center. We specialize in bioidentical hormones for women, testosterone replacement, peptides, medical weight loss, and medical weight loss done the right way. Our highly educated, experienced medical team is here for you. If experience and results matter, there's only one Steel City Medical Center, serving the greater Pittsburgh market for 10 years with a 5-star rating. Steel City Medical Center.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires November 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar, Rival, Fox Chapel Waterworks, and Collier Town Square.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Steelers, a loser last night against the Packers, 35-25. Another disappointing effort from the defense. 4-3 now. Still maintain their lead over Cincinnati because the Bengals lost to the Jets, but the Ravens did pick up a game with their win over Chicago. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's a Black and Gold Loser Monday on the PM team.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Second and goal. Jacobs trying to bounce to the outside. Can he get there? Yes, he can. Touchdown. Green Bay takes the lead.
I think this game kind of eroded in the second half, and big plays were the death of us today. You're not going to be perfect out there because you got to keep fighting. And, you know, I just think there's a lot of ball and not enough fight on our side.
50-minute mark brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Temperatures for Sunday's matchup against the Colts will be chillier in the high 40s for that one. That's fan weather brought to you by our friends at the Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. All right, so Hayward there after the game. And I get it. I don't think Cam's words carry as much weight now because of what happened this offseason. And the fact that he made comments about needing to set up his family and take care of them and prioritizing making as much money as he could over winning and those things. At least that's how the comments came across to fans. So I think when he now functions as the vocal leader of the team, more Steelers fans roll their eyes. However, everybody who's listening right now watched as much as of that game as they possibly could before you made a decision in the second half of that game to either stick it out and watch it unfold and unravel the way that it did, or you just said, the hell with it, I've seen enough, I'm going to bed. Either way, you woke up pissed off today. And to see and hear that from Hayward, there wasn't enough fight in us. He's right. I mean, I felt like they either went through the motions in the second half defensively, like their fate was sealed, or their response was, let's do dumb stuff.
They lost their composure big
100%.
time, Tony. They lost their composure, and it was very evident.
They were more interested in doing stuff post-whistle.
DK
Shenanigans.
Metcalf poking guys in the eye or trying to.
Yeah, like it's a Three Stooges act. It was just like I'm not going to say behavior beneath the Steelers because that makes it sound like the Steelers are still the gold standard of football, which they're not. But one of the quote-unquote hallmarks or calling cards of a Mike Tomlin defense or team in general, supposedly, is that, hey, if you're going to beat us, you got to do it for 60 minutes, and we don't mail it in, and we don't quit.
We're not going to beat ourselves, and we're not going to take ourselves mentally out of a game and things like that. I
mean, one of the things that he gets held up for and praised for by the national media is the fact that he's had, bad teams or mediocre teams, and they've fought at the end of the year, even with the odds stacked against them, and they've won games to get back to 8-8, or at least keep themselves alive in the playoff race till the very end.
I mean, they got up off the totally off the mat 2 years ago and made the playoffs from 7-7. They talked the year before about wanting to win games to keep Mike's streak alive, for some of the dumbest reasons they've hung in there. You know what they reminded me of? Like a college team in that later stages. You ever watch some of the Miami teams when they would actually get beat and they swagger around like the U, I mean.
Sure.
When they would start to get beat by a team that just had their number, same thing. Guys popping off, undisciplined, just losing it. And that's what I saw for the last probably 8 minutes of that game. At least, I don't know. Maybe I'm exaggerating how much of this went on, but it felt like for almost the last half of the fourth quarter, they were just completely out of it.
I don't think it would be an isolated incident or a one or two play thing if the guy who's been here for the longest amount of time, besides the head coach who's playing in the game, says this afterwards. Clearly. Part of me, I'm not going to say I'm accepting this behavior or I'm tolerating it, because I'm not. But part of me understands it because I thought the Steelers were dead in the game. The fact that they played a game where the momentum changed as quickly as it did and as strongly as it did. I mean, people forget this. It happened last night, but I think already because of how bad the final score is, it kind of gets lost in everything. They led going into the fourth quarter.
For one play, but yes.
I know, but they were still in the lead technically.
When a game got to 22-19, they didn't have to fold up the tents and close up shop.
But they did.
They were allowed to punch back, and yet here's what it seemed like to me. Maybe other people out there, 412-928-9370, see this differently. Maybe you do, Pony. The Packers were starting to knock on the door. Tomlin even said things, I think, at halftime, we can't settle for field goals or whatever.
Even though I'm deciding to put the kicker on the field.
Yeah, whatever, right.
Fourth and short.
But, it felt like there was a wave coming that was going to hit them. And once they finally lost the actual lead in literal terms, they just could not recover from that. They've won games. We've seen them win games where it feels like they should be getting killed, right?
Yep.
And then they end up winning. In this particular sense, once Green Bay finally broke the door down, there was no resistance. There was no pushback. It was almost like the Steelers were waiting for them to do it, and once it finally happened, they just said, okay,
it's honestly one of the reasons why I think it's super embarrassing is because you've got a coach who's won a lot of games. You've got a quarterback who's won a Super Bowl and won a lot of games. You've got tons of players on the defensive side of the ball that have been in the NFL for a long time, that have watched crazy things happen. They've watched losses turn into wins. They've seen wins turn into losses. They've been a part of games where it looked over with 5 minutes left and the outcome shifted. 2 minutes left, 1 minute left, maybe even seconds left. And these guys just basically put their tail between their legs and said, nope, this one's over. Let's move on to Indianapolis. There's still another 12 minutes to play, but really there's no point. Let's get out of here. Let's get home. It's late. Let's all go to bed and think up, and the sun will come up tomorrow.
There are lots of guys on this team who were still on this team when a couple of years ago They needed to block an extra point in the season opener just to get to overtime and then won the game.
Yeah, good point.
They've also got guys who have some pedigree. Jalen Ramsey has won a Super Bowl.
Yeah. I also think this is the other point about when you say we didn't fight hard, we didn't try. Effort is such a buzzword for fans because we look at them and say they're making millions of dollars to play a game. They're making absurd amounts of money to play a sport. Everybody listening to this station, I would say 99% of them, probably at one point in their life, maybe it was really dumb, but for a split second thought, I'd love to play professional sports. I want to be a pro baseball player, football player, hockey player, whatever.
Well, when people are kids,
right?
They all want to do that.
Right. So when you watch a team that pretty much says, no, we're not trying our hardest anymore. We're not in it anymore. We don't have heart. We don't have guts. We don't have pride. We don't have effort, any of those things. It really pisses people off. $160 million, $41 million for an edge rusher. $20 million for a safety. $20 million for a defensive tackle.
How much are they paying Slay?
Slay over $10 million.
Pony, I would have, on Savion Williams' touchdown, if Darius Slay launches himself at Savion Williams and Williams has to, do a stretch routine to get the ball over the pylon.
Yeah, that whole play was a business decision for him.
But it's still a touchdown in the end. I'd say something like, hate the play, wish they had called the block in the back or whatever, but at least Slay tried. There were how many plays last night where you couldn't even say at least so-and-so tried?
Here's Anthony on the fan. Hello, Anthony.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I'm in the airport right now doing the walk of shame here.
Oh, man.
Quickly, can't keep trying to do the same thing over again, expecting different results. Something's got to change, and you guys are dead on. Also, if you'd allow me 10 seconds, I met a lady Friday morning by the name of Sandy Turner. She's from Coraopolis, and she would love to be one of the draft pick announcers at the upcoming draft.
All right. Thank you, Anthony.
From Coraopolis.
Yes.
Hi, Sandy. You live in the same mailing zip code as me.
I didn't let that go out over the air because I wasn't sure about putting full names out there in that situation.
That's a pretty common name, though.
Yeah.
She just wants to. Man, who would want to make a Steelers draft pick in 2026 at this draft? With the 16th pick of the first round of the 2026 NFL draft, the Steelers take a strong safety from James Madison.
Quarterback Mike Tomlin won't know how to develop. Another corner that they're going to screw up. I rattled off the names on Twitter today of all of the defensive backs they've drafted in the last 10 years. No wonder they've had to go out and get all these veteran guys to patch holes and fill spots. Sean Davis, Artie Burns, Brian Allen, Cam Sutton, Marcus Allen, not the good one, Terrell Edmonds, Justin Lane, Antoine Brooks, Trey Norwood, Corey Trice, Joey Porter Jr., Ryan Watts, Dante Kent.
How many of those guys alone are just from Maryland?
Edmonds won.
No, he went to Virginia Tech.
Virginia Tech, that's right. His dad played in Maryland.
Sean Davis was a Maryland guy.
He actually grew up in Maryland, I think.
Sean Davis, Maryland.
Antoine Brooks,
Maryland. Who's the worst guy of that bunch? Lane? Lane might be my favorite one because
Lane was a third-round pick.
Because they acted like they were going to be the
Sean
the only
Davis,
people.
Did you say he's a Maryland guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They acted like they were the only coaching staff that could get the most out of him. Didn't Lane's dad, because he was a Cleveland kid by birth, paint their Browns-themed bathroom Steelers colors?
Did. Yep. He
Love
said, "This is my conversion. I'm changing my allegiances." And the kid never played and pretty much stunk. Of those guys, how many actually turned out to be starters? Edmonds, first-round pick. Porter Jr., second-round pick, too.
I mean, do you count Burns by default?
Not with the Steelers, really.
How has Burns had a decade-long career too? That's a miracle.
Yeah, but he's done it as
as an end of the as an end of the roster guy.
Here is let's talk to Alec. He's on the fan. Hello, Alec.
How's it going, guys?
Hey, man.
So lifelong Steelers fan. I was actually, born into it, brainwashed. My middle name's Foster. Actually, I was born in '95 after Barry Foster.
Love it.
So. For me, man, it's the same crap every single time. I don't know why we got away from the zone blitz. I mean, I know Dick LeBeau has been gone for however so long, but It's the same crap every single time. I mean, we saw Jamar Chase had, 24 targets?
23, but who's counting?
Right, exactly. So not even that. It's my grandma could,
The problem is that the head coach says the same thing almost every time, which is, we've got to make sure we stop the run. What's the Mike Tomlin Mad Libs? Got to stop the run. Got to win possession downs.
Can't turn the ball over.
Can't turn the
Gotta
ball
take
over.
the ball away.
Got to capitalize when we're in the red zone.
Yeah.
I mean, he really does have a checklist for any game.
Football's not that complicated, so a lot of those things are obvious points.
Hold on. I disagree, though. Actually having good schemes that stop modern offense is complicated.
No, I understand. Okay, but I'm saying just saying these are like the axioms that we're going to live by, the maxims we're going to live by in every game.
Sure, those are simple, but the mechanisms by which you accomplish them are often complex. And my problem is that Mike's methodology for actually trying to accomplish them often seems as simple as the explanation itself.
They've become more of a blitzing team this week than ever under Tomlin, or not just this game, but all year. They've blitzed more than they really ever have since he took over for LeBeau, and they've gotten terrible results. So I guess
his big change. We hung back against Flacco. We're going to heat up Jordan Love. It would be good if you had some blitzes that were creative enough to A, actually get to him. B, if you were going to blitz a lot, it would probably behoove you to have your best pass rush pressure generator on the field more than, barely a third of the snaps defensively? 24 of them for Nick Herbig.
Yeah, so he averaged 6 snaps a quarter. That's it. Text is on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. 412-928-9370, a day for you to react to another Steelers loss and another miserable defensive effort. On the effort topic, Cam Hayward saying there's not a lot of fight in us for a team making this much money on defense, shelling out this much money on defense. Not a lot of fight in this group. Your reaction to anything from the game, 412-928-9370. But first, here's an Intern Jack headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Steelers were manhandled by the Packers in the second half last night en route to a 35-25 loss. The Steelers' record drops to 4-3. They're now 2-2 at home. Steelers will take on the Colts at home Sunday at 1 p.m. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, if your garage floor looked like mine before Wednesday, there were cracks, there were stains, didn't have epoxy in there, didn't try to do it myself or go the cheap route, but maybe some of you do. I made a great life decision, a great decision as a homeowner, unlike some of the decisions we saw last night in the football game, and went with Comer and Cross. And even my wife, who is not really one to give a lot of compliments, even she is saying, wow, this looks incredible. Great job by you to find these people. And you can get 50% off a new Comer and Cross garage floor right now. All you have to do is call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, but you got to call them now before 50% off the labor ends soon. So it's 50% off labor with Comer and Cross, and it's guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. They'll be in and out in one day. These are trained pros who came to my house and did a bang-up job. They'll fix all the cracks and pits before they put the floor coating on, and they'll even take all your stuff out for you. They took out my refrigerator. 50% off labor today, and they can get it installed by the holiday if you call now, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Go to COMERcross.com.
This is Andrew Bogusch with an Odyssey Sports Minute. When we add on Brian Kelly's $54 million, FBS schools have now triggered roughly $170 million worth of buyouts this football season. It is a comical amount of money, especially as so many people still want to argue over how much money players can make these days. So many parts of sports and education need money, and here we are burning cash on failed head coaches. I'm Andrew Bogusch.
Paid for by term provider. Premiums will vary. Plans depend on age, location, and other factors. Visit BigLoot.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-555-1509. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, Call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-555-1509. That's 800-555-1509. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. 800-555-1509.
Now streaming on Paramount Plus is the epic return of Mayor of Kingstown.
Warden, you know who I am.
Starring Academy Award nominee Jeremy Renner.
I sway in these homes.
Emmy Award winner Edie Falco.
You're an ex-con who ran this place for years. And now you can't do that.
And BAFTA Award winner Lenny James.
You're about to have a plague of outsiders descend on your town. Let me tell you this. There's going to be consequences.
Mayor of Kingstown. New season now streaming on Paramount Plus.
People ask, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring? Or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, PNC has done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results for their clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop in to any one of their local branches right here in the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say Nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Starting out this rush hour with normal delays on the major roadways, the Parkway West as you move outbound will slow you down around 2nd Avenue, and heading outbound on the Parkway East, traffic will back you up around the bend at Bates. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Renzel.
Got junk? 2 men and a junk truck.com. At 2menandajuncktruck.com, you can book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men in a junk truck.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
You know, we all have to own it. Certainly you start with the schematics, man, because, you know, that's the leadership component of it. And certainly we'll be looking at everything that we're doing, man, because some of these problems are somewhat repetitive and we're not getting better fast enough.
Mike Tomlin's approach sounds like we're going to leave no stone unturned. But is he looking at the right stones? Does he have the right stones to do it? Both players, the brains there, his own football acumen at this point. I think all valid questions given how badly this defense has played. The biggest reason why they're riding a 2-game losing streak right now. And even though they've got a comfortable lead on the Bengals and the Ravens in the division, doesn't feel like it's a firm grasp because of who the Ravens are getting back Thursday, Lamar, and how the Steelers have performed with really good offenses and outstanding quarterbacks ahead of them in the next few weeks. Listen to the PM Team On Demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Today, 412-928-9370. When the Steelers lose, we want to hear from you. Here is Lou in Staten Island. Hello, Lou.
Hey, boys.
How are things going? Chris, you're absolutely right. You said it earlier. No matter how many times I call the station, Andrew rolls off all the stats, nothing's going to change with this head coach and this franchise until the owner wakes up. And I don't want to disrespect the show. I've been sort of nice lately, but I'm going to rant for a little bit if it's okay. Is it okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. There's 3 adjectives that describe this owner. I'm not going to talk about the coach. He's either gutless because he's afraid to fire his coach. I'm going to say it. He's either clueless because he thinks that the product is actually decent and he has a chance to win a playoff game, or he's satisfied, or a combination of the 3. But how could you be satisfied when you've had a decade, Art, without a playoff win? A freaking decade. We watched the same stuff over and over again. It's not a 2-game slide, fellas. The last 12 games, they've given up almost 30 points a game.
Wow.
Look back the stats from last year.
I believe it.
I think it's 28.6, something like that. So I'm going to call on the fan base. And I got this idea, believe it or not, from a Jet fan. That's how low we've gotten.
Oh, geez. Is it Fireman Ed?
Ask the fan base to do. No. I'm going to ask the fan base to do this week. I'm not going to ask you to sell your tickets. I'm not going to ask you to drop your yearly tickets. No. What I want the fan base to do is this. Because obviously the owner doesn't care about losing money or spending money, I should say, because he's actually done that this year. And he doesn't care about results like we do. Because if he did, it wouldn't come down to what I'm about to say, which is this. Don't sell your tickets, but don't go to the game. Have that stadium on Sunday be 75% empty, give up another 35 points, and then let's see what the owner has to say. Because somebody needs to do something and force this owner to wake up out of his ridiculous fog or grow a set.
I do wonder, thanks, Lou, what would happen if there were Fire Tomlin chants at the game consistently.
I'm sort of surprised that there haven't been loud, consistent ones already. I guess technically somebody could rebut me with, Chris, I know you guys are mad, but they're in first place still right now.
And that's what I think the owner would say. The owner's response to all of this anger and complete
well, you know, we're in first place. We're 4-3.
Disenchantment with the state of the team would be, we're in first place, and we had a great quarterback for almost 20 years, and since he left, we haven't had a losing season, and we even managed to have playoff seasons when he was at the end. And that's what he would say. He would give the franchise credit for navigating this uncertain time without bottoming
out.
Yeah. That's what he would do.
Well, of Lou, by the way, shout out to Lou. I love a good regional dialect. I had always heard people say "idear" was something that people from that area said. I don't think I've ever actually heard it. I think that's how mad Lou was.
But 2 things have happened here when the fans have gotten loud. An offensive coordinator got fired, which had never happened in the history of the team since the Rooneys took over. And I think they were forced into making a quarterback change before they were ready, from Trubisky to Pickett. Now, the quarterback change didn't work. The offensive coordinator change, I do think they've gotten better in that regard with Smith to Canada.
Hard to have been worse than they were with Canada.
I don't think the public pressure was insignificant or inconsequential with either of those 2 situations.
Well, I also think, though, that in the case of Canada being fired specifically, that is a comparative pittance to have to pay a guy to go away than to get something done on the Mike Tomlin front. And just to address Lou's actual 3 words, he's either gutless, is Art Rooney, he's either clueless, or he's satisfied. I think there's one that's clearly worse than the others there, and that's one I think he is. I think he's satisfied.
So do I.
I think that's the one of those 3.
I think he's saying maintaining the course here and what they're doing is just fine.
Jim Rooney gave the game away when he gave that whole win more than the median or whatever. Yep. That is correct. That is how that family, or at least a couple of those guys, think.
Here's Joe next. Hello, Joe.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, man.
Appreciate being on hold at the same time as the Green Bay Packers possession last night. But no, why do they not move T.J. Watt around? You look at Myles Garrett, you look at Micah Parsons.
Because he doesn't want to.
He doesn't want to. I can't kill them for it. He doesn't want to.
And then Yeah, but okay. Well, he's been on a milk carton for the last 2 weeks, so like, do something.
I don't disagree with you.
I've been a big Tomlin backer, and finally, I think I'm off. Like James Franklin of the NFL.
Well, I think that's unfair because Franklin never won anything. This guy's got a Super Bowl and he's been to another. So tell me when James Franklin gets to a national championship game and actually wins one.
Yeah, but in terms of lately, if we understand that he's been to one and won another one,
yeah.
In terms of lately, last decade, just say,
right,
they're completely the same guy.
Well, Mike's turned into Marvin Lewis, is what he's done. That's who he's become. He's become a coach who's synonymous with having slightly better than average teams that are roadkill
that
in
are
the playoffs.
That are DOA the minute they get to the playoffs.
Yeah.
Actually, to be fair, that's actually unfair to Marvin Lewis. You know why? Some of his Bengals teams have been far more competitive in playoff games. I mean, it took an act of God for them to biff one to the Steelers with McCarron in there. Mike hasn't even been competitive in a game in how many years in the playoffs?
412-928-9370. If you don't have something to say about this Steelers loss, then you must not have a pulse, because I would expect that we've got Steelers fans that are still agitated, still angry, still upset over what happened last night. So that's why we're here, and that's why we want to hear from you at 412-928-9370. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Here is Intern Jack's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins at home again tonight. They'll take on the St. Louis Blues at 7 p.m. The 6-2-1 Penguins look to pick up their 7th win of the season. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Jack, thank you very much. I would like to tell everybody out there about Blue Chew. It's not just a tablet, Blue Chew. Blue Chew is a cheat code for the downstairs region. It's like getting your downstairs a pep talk, maybe a life coach, and then a gym membership, and making it work like it used to back in your glory days. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And fellas, that's going to allow you to do a couple of the following things. Going to help you out with being more confident, where and when it counts. It's going to make you have a lot more fun on date nights. They will be longer date nights, better date nights for everybody involved. It is going to help you be ready when she is. That's all happening with Blue Chew. And it's not just about performance, guys. You could give her group chat something great to talk about. Nothing's going to make you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend.
Tailgate.
The PM Team Friday Tailgate Party is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar, Saloni's Italian Bread, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The PM Team's Friday Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Prime Rib Night, every Monday at Hofstad's in Oakmont, 4 to 9. Be there.
Celebrate the spooky season with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129 and take 15% off your air duct and dryer vent cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of these huge savings.
Insurance companies prep for settlements. We prepare for trial.
LGKG is ready to fight. Car accidents, wrongful death, med mal. When it matters, we fight.
and win hundreds of millions of dollars for our clients.
LGKG, your home team. LGKG.com.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top-quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrelli from my friends at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Fall into a great deal this month with their 7-month CD offering a 3.95 annual percentage yield. And you only need $1,000 of new money. Full terms at AllegiantFCU.org.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Call your Pittsburgh area Geico agent, Mr. Hester, at 412-364-7170. The Allegheny County Jail is hiring correctional officers and healthcare professionals now. Get a competitive salary, healthcare, and a pension. Ready to make a difference? Apply today at joinacj.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Your hometown building partners since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com. Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, Donnie is on his way back from his extravagant 30th birthday celebration and a big, fancy, smancy wedding in Florida. This segment is called Donnie's Game Balls. We don't have Donnie today, so we'll be handing out our game balls instead. Pretty much football's version or our version of 3 stars like you see after an NHL game. Number 3 for me, game balls. I actually did give out one Steelers ball, and it goes to this guy.
As you see, 50 plus twice. We'll try to add a third. Boswell did it again.
Yeah. If the Steelers had won the game, the story probably would have been the Steelers have Chris Boswell and the Packers don't. So I'm not going to dock him for pretty much being a cyborg and being automatic from 50-plus in a game the Steelers lost. When they led through 45 minutes, he was the MVP of the game. So I'm tipping my cap to Chris Boswell in a stadium where 50-yarders used to be worse than a coin flip. He's made them a slam dunk.
He does not make my list. I'm going with a clean sweep here. I will say it isn't just that he makes them. It's that he basically center cuts every single one of them.
Let me guess, you have Parsons third?
It's very rare that he doesn't just center cut a field goal. I have Rashawn Gary third, 2 sacks. Wow. I mean, I think Parsons was a force to be reckoned with. He was an example of how when you have a player who should be getting who's getting $40+ million a year, 6 in his case, I guess, or whatever it is. He was participating in the game the way you'd hope. He was running around like a wild man, but I'm going to give production a nod here. Rashawn Gary is one of the elder statesmen of that team, one of the few holdovers from when Rodgers was last there. They've turned over a decent chunk of that roster since then. He had 2 sacks. He sacked Rodgers right off the jump in this game. I just thought he was good, and I could have given it to Parsons, but just didn't feel like it. By the way.
Yeah? That's because you're anti-Penn State. Go ahead.
Parsons, I feel like, is on the razor's edge of sanity most of the time. He appears to be a very scary human being. Did you see they go and do the post game where they were supposed to get championship belts for those guys, and they're down with Melissa Stark, and she's like, we got these 50-cent trophies, and we put this little funny sticker on the front, and we're going to ship the trophies to these guys for tight end, whatever, National Tight Ends Day.
Yep.
She hands Parsons a trophy, and I swear to God, I thought he was about to, like throw it or be awkward or be, hyper-aggressive. Scary, scary human being.
Well, he's definitely got a career in media because he's not opposed to saying kind of out-of-pocket things and acting that way.
Pony, when he was doing the interview with her, he looked like he was, ready to snap.
Well, he controlled his emotions and didn't take any dumb, stupid penalties, which I can't say about the guys we lined up against. My number 2 star is a guy that completed 20 straight passes last night.
Emmanuel Wilson, the running back here for this 2-point attempt by Green Bay, their first of the season. And in motion to the left side, wide open. Great play design. Romeo Doubs adds the deuce.
Yeah, great play design when the other team only has 10 guys on the field. Another hat tip to Mike Tomlin, his $20 million a year salary at work there on that play. Love at times made it look really easy, but he also, and he did this 2 years ago in the game the Steelers beat the Packers in. He makes probably 3 to 4 throws a game that remind you, this is why they drafted this dude when Aaron Rodgers was still playing like the best quarterback in the NFL. There's just so much raw talent there in terms of what he can do with his arm to get balls to certain places. And he processes pretty good, too. I didn't think that was going to necessarily happen out of Utah State. He looked like a raw piece of clay.
He's an example, though, of if you give a guy time to, study under somebody, and Rodgers clearly was better to him than Favre was to Rodgers. I think he soaked it all in, and that helped him. How could you deny that?
Sure did. So, obviously, they put him in a good incubator to perform.
Sure.
But no one can argue that Tomlin's a better coach than LaFleur when LaFleur took a guy who was drafted in the late 20s, turned him into one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL. Tomlin took a guy in the early 20s, and he's now on his 4th team?
Don't worry, I'm sure the Raiders coaches are just champing at the bit to get him out there so he can fumble another snap.
Did you have Love 2?
I actually had him 1. You and I have 2 and 1 flipped. I could have gone either way. I kind of put him 1 because I thought even though there was a lot of yak yardage for him, he was still just in total command. I'm not even sure Tomlin's a better coach right now than Peter LaFleur from Dodgeball. Pony.
How about Pat Narduzzi?
Pat Narduzzi's right now got the highest approval rating this side of Dan Muse.
He's got a glow-up going on right now.
One more thing, by the way. One more thing on Jordan Love, since you brought it up and compared him to Pickett. There are 2 types of quarterbacks you can draft in the mid to late 20s in the first round of the NFL draft.
Mm-hmm.
A guy with big, raw talent who needs a lot of molding and needs to be gotten ready.
Yeah.
And a guy who has minimal raw talent, higher floor, lower ceiling.
All right, yeah, high floor.
Do you want to know what I would take that risk on 100 times out of 100?
Yeah.
The Jordan Love type, or the let's try this guy who wasn't even picked in the 20s, Lamar Jackson type.
I think you're right, but not with this team. I don't think
that says more about this team and the way they choose to surround these players and all that stuff.
I think I need the finished product quarterback, not the guy who
that's it. For as long as Mike Tomlin is here, that is what you need.
And here is my number 1 star.
Number 16 to Kraft, the tight end with blocking. Kraft inside the 5 to the end zone. Touchdown. Tucker, Kraft.
This happens sometimes. I think a guy comes into a game, he's got a good reputation, he's having a good year.
Mm-hmm.
He goes off, and certain people cope by just wanting to give the guy tons of praise and plaudits and credit for what he did.
Mm-hmm.
They made Tucker Kraft look like Rob Gronkowski at the height of his powers. He's not that good of a tight end. He's a solid player.
PFF had him ranked lower than Freiermuth in their tight end rankings on that opening thing. I swear to God.
What?
He ranked 19th.
Going into the game. Yeah.
When they do the intro and they have those hilarious out-of-context PFF rankings, he was 19th out of 76 and Pat was 17th.
He's their number one target because they share the wealth and there's not an alpha guy there like DK Metcalf here.
I don't know, man. He looked like an alpha guy against that
they made it look men versus boys at various points.
I would just say this about him, and this goes back to, obviously, I had him 2 and Love 1. It does show, though, that it's easy. If you're a great run-after-catch guy like he is, part of run-after-catch that I would hammer home and give Love credit for is you got to throw the guy the ball in a spot where he can catch it on the move and have his head of steam already going.
Yeah.
How many times did he catch the ball at, like, a standstill? Seriously, not many.
Most of the jump ball, he had to catch it, come down with it, and then take off.
No, but I'm saying like those little swing passes, right? He's scoring on those because he's catching them running up the field because the ball is literally in the perfect spot, and it's just, man. And do those guys want to tackle? I know he's a big, strong dude from South Dakota, Timberlake, South Dakota, where they showed his bar. He's got a stake in the bar. Great. Does anybody in that secondary want to tackle?
Yeah, it was just a pathetic, putrid tackling.
I mean, he's just doing like college level stiff arms. Joey Porter, get off of me. Darius Slay, I didn't even know if Slay attempted to. Any guy that attempted to tackle him did a feeble attempt and then got shoved in the face for their troubles.
PM Team 3-star game balls. It's like 3 stars. I went Boswell, Love, Kraft. Mulsey went Gary.
Rashawn Gary, Kraft, and Love.
There you go. 412-928-9370. Here is Will on the Fan. Hello, Will.
What's up, guys?
Hey, man.
I just want to touch on how sick and tired I am of the head coach continuously gaslighting the fans and media after games like this. When the first thing that comes out of his mouth and analysis of the game is that they can't settle for field goals against good teams, something's wrong. When his answer to why they didn't run the ball more in the second half is more so to what they weren't able to because of what Green Bay was doing and that they were losing by 10 when they were winning into the fourth quarter does make no sense to me. It's just
Will, hold on. You just jogged something in my memory talking about his explanation for why they didn't run the ball. Just like I think as much as Deshaun Elliott's a nice player who's been really good for them by and large, I think it's really bad that their defense apparently goes to crap when he's not on the field and he's hurt. I think it is also unbelievably bad sign-wise for them that when Seumalo gets hurt, they suddenly can't run their like extra big where they get a Spencer Anderson out there.
Yeah, what happened to next man up? There's nobody else who can function as the 6th offensive lineman.
My God, dude. Like, you would think that Isaac Seumalo and Deshaun Elliott are the 2 single most important players on the entire roster the way they talked about how they affected the outcome.
I think all good points by Will. Again, our callers have been on it today, man.
Our callers know ball, and you can't like BS a bunch of people who've watched the same thing and give a crap about it. And that's why I hate this for the people who call in, because they're invested in this. And I think when you listen to Mike talk after a game, when you listen to Art's like once or twice a year State of the Steelers, from the owner you get this self-satisfaction, and from the head coach you get a total abdication of responsibility, because when it's his defense getting strafed, the last thing he's going to do is say, you know what? I call the defense. I'm not calling very good games. I'm not putting us in position to succeed because his ego won't allow it.
The Steelers' first 3 drives in the second half were punt, field goal, punt. There were 11 passes and 1 run in those 12 plays. The antithesis of what Mike usually wants. But I agree with you. I think that the Seumalo injury, he tried to give it a go in the second half. It didn't work, so they had to pretty much scrap the jumbo package. And it's just absurd to me that when another part of your ethos as a coach is standard is the standard, next man up, you don't have somebody else who's ready to execute that offense with, so you basically have to scrap it. There's not another guy that in practice, okay, just in case something happens to one of our offensive linemen and Anderson has to go in and play guard, there's nobody else that's repped that or that you feel good about in that situation to do that with.
Okay, hold on.
You were owning them in that situation. Collinsworth even said, Teams that the Steelers have played do not have an answer for this yet. And they had to pretty much just put it in the discard
pile. Park it. So hold on. Here's the other part of this. I understand that game plans get changed and teams often have to go through this, which is why what I'm about to say makes it inexcusable for the Steelers. Do you mean to tell me that even against a good team, and Green Bay is a very good team, they made them look like a Super Bowl favorite?
Because they are.
Well,
and all the numbers said they were going into this game.
They made them look even better than that. The Cardinals had them almost beaten with Jacoby Brissett. So let's not act like they're the 2007 Patriots walking through the door, Pony. You mean to tell me that when they can't go to the ultra-big extra offensive lineman package, when they have that taken from them, they've got nothing else to fight with, that they're just helpless? Take away that and they're done? What are we doing here, man? That's all you got.
Well, look at even the pass protection after that injury happened.
I know.
All right. Yeah, this is what we're doing today. This is a bitch fest, as it should be, because it's not an isolated incident. It's not one bad game. It's not, it's a short week on the road against a division team. You got clowned in the second half by a team that is actually good. 412-928-9370. What Aaron Rodgers said after the game that has a lot of infighting happening between Steelers fans. We'll tell you what that is. We'll give you our thoughts on it. And, of course, we want to hear from you after a game like this at 412-928-9370. Quick timeout, then a commercial-free segment. It's the PM team on The Fan. But let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Tonight on FanDuel, everybody's going to get a 30% profit boost token on Chiefs and Commanders. Let's make this game more interesting. Monday Night Football. Chiefs now a massive favorite in this game, and they should be 11 points because of what they're capable of doing offensively and what they've really done defensively, too. I mean, they put Detroit's great offense, held that in check. They completely shut down the Raiders' offense, unlike anything we've seen in years, and now here comes another backup quarterback. The line's 11. I love Kansas City to win the game by more than that, and you can get a 30% profit boost on that tonight when you go to FanDuel, FanDuel.com/Andrew to bet on the game. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Bonus issued is now drawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo from family to goods arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, November 8th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at PIA.edu.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich, and this is an important message for all who ride motorcycles. Accidents happen, and when it comes to motorcycle accidents, there are no fender benders. Injuries are usually severe and life-changing. If you do one thing today, protect yourself by calling your insurance agent and make sure that you have at least $100,000 in uninsured and underinsured coverage. If you have questions or if you've been injured, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by the Home Depot. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Have you been diagnosed with metastatic prostate cancer? You may qualify for a clinical trial studying an investigational therapy designed to activate your immune system to fight cancer throughout the body. If your prostate cancer has spread and you've received prior hormone therapy, you may be eligible. Take the next step in your fight. Visit Legion100trial.com to learn more or call 1-888-636-5344. That's Legion100trial.com or 1-888-636-5344.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
At Giant Eagle, we're working hard to bring more ways to save to every aisle. Because every dollar and every moment counts. At Giant Eagle, we're going for better, so you can bring home the best. Because it matters.
Natural disasters happen every year.
fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone. Lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Commanders take on the Chiefs in Arrowhead as 11.5-point underdogs. Marcus Mariota will replace the injured Jaden Daniels, and even though the line should move in Kansas City's favor, I think it's moved too much. Deebo Samuel and Terry McLaurin are back, and the Chiefs have to play the Bills next week and are maybe looking ahead to that game. Take the Commanders to keep it close. I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In on the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/play.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
The FanDuel Sportsbook app, in partnership with Valley Forge, is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, and I like the home team quarterback tonight, FanDuel has given all customers a 30% PBTs. That's right, you can get in on the action with a 30% PBTs this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to bet on the game. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY, to bet on the game. Get in on that action Monday night. You're in. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 122. Plus tax acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer doc fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Novel buyers will qualify. Select units only. Offers at 10/31/25.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge fall savings. New 2025 Hyundai Tucson's 1.99% for 60 months. Or the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe 1.99% for 48 months. Or up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
This evening, sunny skies with highs near 60 degrees. Tonight, mostly clear with lows in the upper 30s and patchy frost. Sunny Tuesday with highs in the upper 50s. Mostly clear Tuesday night with lows in the upper 30s. And the chance of showers return on Wednesday with highs in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Leaves and interest rates are falling at the gorgeous Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram here in Washington. New Ram trucks, 0% financing for 72 months. That's incredible. New Grand Cherokees, 0% financing for 60 months. New Wranglers from just $339 a month, plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. Drive into fall event. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Congestion is backing up the Parkway West as you head outbound from 2nd Avenue, and after the Fort Pitt Tunnel will slow you down as you try to head up towards Carnegie. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins in action tonight at home against the St. Louis Blues after getting a point in the shootout versus Columbus on Saturday. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's a black and gold loser Monday on the PM team.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller, Pony and Muller, on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
23. Inside, that ball comes out. On the scramble, we'll see multiple things. First off, who recovered? Second, the Gain will have it long enough to be a catch and a fumble. It looked that way live. And the Packers have it.
I've heard that chant for 18 years, so Packer fans travel really well. First time in a while I've used silent count for a home game. That's a credit to those Packer fans.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Weather for Palo Alto Saturday afternoon, Pitt Stanford. A big game for Pitt. 67 degrees, partly cloudy skies for Pitt Stanford. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
You ever been out there to Palo Alto?
I've been to San Fran, so no. I've been in the Bay Area before.
Monterey, great place, a little south of the Bay.
Never been.
Very scenic part of the country.
So, Aaron Rodgers' comments after the game. This was a big topic on social media throughout the game. The way Acrisure Stadium sounded, you could even hear it in that highlight when Kenneth Gainwell fumbled and it looked like the Packers recovered and the fans erupted when they did. there were a lot of Green Bay fans there. And even though they were outnumbered by Steelers fans, they were louder than Steelers fans. And even early in the game, I could tell, third downs for the Steelers, you could hear their fans making noise. And then as the game went on, there's Rodgers just openly acknowledging, yeah, we had to do something that I've really never done. Go to the silent count. This is like a badge of honor for the Steelers when they're on the road.
They do it to the Chargers and the Raiders,
and
even
the Falcons,
yeah, they
and
do
the Panthers, and
probably Miami sometimes.
A lot of these teams.
If the game is close and worth it,
I'd say they do it to at least half the NFL, maybe not more.
Didn't the Steelers do it so badly to the Chargers once when the Chargers were in the soccer stadium that they did a little Rickroll prank where they started to play Renegade and pretended to do it and then stopped right away?
Yeah, I remember that.
Like, that's how crazy their reputation for taking over stadiums was, though.
So when it happens here, it's obviously an outlier, and it stands out and sticks out like a sore thumb.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, forces fans to explain how it happened or why it happened, or express their feelings on what their just reaction to it is when somebody comes in and takes over your stadiums. Takeover doesn't mean there were 55,000 Packers fans there. There were just enough where it seemed almost like a neutral site game.
Well, they were also extremely enthusiastic and excited about their team, feeling good about their team. When your team is good and they're doing good things, and in this case, like the dam is breaking after they've trailed for a lot of the game, and then they start just getting rolling downhill, you're going to be motivated to cheer. And to their credit, when the game wasn't obviously going the Packers' way, did you notice it about, the second quarter maybe?
I thought right from the very beginning it sounded
early,
like there was a Packers presence there.
I was playing catch-up on my phone. I put the kids to bed, and then I wanted to watch it from the beginning and speed up during the commercials. And the thing that's just jarring is you're seeing what you always see now in the NFL for road teams, the guards looking over, getting the protection, tapping the center, and it's go time. And it's like, man, that never happens to them. And I had that thought before I realized that was definitely what was happening. I said, man, it looks like they're in a silent count situation. Like, what's going on here? Are they having that many problems hearing each other?
I honestly don't think in this specific instance it's a bad look by Steelers fans.
Is it because the Packers fans are a national fan base and have that sort of heritage?
Let me explain myself. I thought when Kenny's first start, and I'm not just saying this because I was a Kenny guy, when Niners fans came in, and Steelers fans sold their tickets to San Francisco fans with deep pockets.
Yes.
In the first game of the season,
they weren't San Francisco fans with deep pockets. You just don't want to admit the Youngstown connection here, my friend.
Well, I don't think the Youngstown connection was selling out the lower bowl, with all due respect to Youngstown, Ohio. But either way, it happened, and it was obvious, and it was very visible on TV, and you could hear it and all those things. I thought that was a bad job. It's the first game of the year. You're selling your tickets opening Sunday.
Fans who wear red, that really pops on TV and sets off from your fans.
If you're a Steelers fan, you're perturbed by what happened on Thursday, the Cincinnati game. You've watched the Steelers pretty much look like the same team year to year. And I'm sorry, it's a bucket list game for Packers fans. If Ben Roethlisberger had decided to go play and catch on with some team that needed a quarterback at the end of his career.
The Cleveland Browns.
Okay, that's a bad example. But if it was some kind of, if it was an NFC team that we don't really care about otherwise.
If it's Carolina
Panthers. Exactly. If the Steelers played a game in Charlotte, it would be almost 100% Steelers fans because you want to watch your team play, but you also kind of want to pay respect to an iconic all-time great player. Green Bay fans are everywhere. They're a gigantic fan base. And let's face it, this game meant way more to them than it did to us. Aaron Rodgers has a soft spot in their heart, way more than us. And it was a unique opportunity to watch him play against Green Bay, one that likely will never happen again. So for that reason, I get it. They're willing to pay 2 times, 3 times, 4 times what the ticket's worth because they want this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to watch their team play against their old Hall of Fame quarterback. I don't have a problem with Steelers fans in that situation. selling their tickets.
Was that how hot the market was? That it was going for 2, 3, and 4 times?
Yeah, I mean, everybody I talked to about that game sold their tickets for way more than the face value was. And that's saying something because that doesn't always happen with primetime games, Chris. You know that.
No, I know. Well,
because
Alex
Steelers fans are weird about primetime games.
Alex went to the game last night.
Congratulations on all her success.
No, but I mean, she has gone to games just for the primetime part of it. She's gone to primetime games before and noted how sparse the crowd can look, relatively speaking, because Steelers fans, much like their owner, very infamously don't like these games because you got to get up and go to work the next morning. You don't think it's as bad of a look because of all the reasons you laid out. I will say I think it's a bad look for 2 reasons. One, you lost the game, and that always makes it feel worse. You got humiliated the last 15 minutes of game action. And also, just in a broad sense, I'm not trying to get granular with this argument. You're the Steelers. You're supposed to do this to other teams, and part and parcel with that is it's pretty much never supposed to happen to you. We know, because you just laid out the 49ers situation for one, we know that it now has been happening more and more. But it's your reputation is no one comes into our building. We go into their buildings. Do you know what's actually almost worse than this one? I still think it's a bad look. Going to Cincinnati last week and the Herb Street noting that there are very few terrible towels in that crowd. I thought that was like kind of the two taken together are kind of a sign of how frustrated I think Steelers fans are generally.
I'm not saying they're apathetic because they're clearly not. I mean, we'll
it's
talk
absolutely creeping in, though, with some people. Like, when you make a value judgment, do I want to either sell my tickets and just make some money? Or in the case of the Bengals game, do I want to drive 5 hours, buy a ticket in this building, and probably get yelled at and jeered by opposing fans just because that's what happens? You're willing to do that a lot more if your team is good.
I mean, my feeling on last night's game, if I had tickets, could have easily been, why do I want to go watch my team lose in not freezing temperatures or anything like that, but why do I want to deal with all that, not get home until, 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, whatever it is.
Be mad
that they lost, and the transaction is I can stay home, watch them do all those things that make me angry, turn the game off at any time, any moment. And, by the way, I'm going to make money off of it. I'm financially
if anything,
better
making
off.
money when you think they're going to lose the game is like an ease of the sting.
Yeah.
Sure.
So
no, I get that. I do.
I don't think it's a one size fits all thing. I take all these fan situations case by case, and this is just one where, Aaron Rodgers was probably shocked. Well, maybe he wasn't shocked because he said in his statement that Packers fans travel great, and he knows Packers fans better than he does Steelers fans. So maybe even going into this game, he thought that it was possible. Maybe I don't know. We can ask people that were there. They might feel like the statute of limitations are up. Maybe they practice some silent count stuff in practice in anticipation of this. They see where the secondary market's going through data reports that they get. Then again, there's Packers fans in Florida and Texas and California. You don't know if those are Steelers fans or Packers fans.
Pony, I would just like to know from the people who were actually in the building how loud it actually was, like a fact or fiction. We heard it obviously enough. We know it came over on TV later in the game.
I don't think there's any doubt.
They were in the silent count. But I want to know from people there, was it like an 80-20 crowd and the 20 were just deafening?
I heard from someone this morning, before I went to the gym and ended up throwing up from doing too many burpees.
Why did you do too many burpees quickly? Can you
I had to do 100.
Explain to people why did you have to do 100 burpees?
Because my trainer's a Packers fan, and I didn't want to be a wuss and made a wager with him that if the Steelers lost, I would have to do them.
Did you have to do them consecutively? Like start at 1 and don't stop till you get through 100?
I could take little breaks.
Okay.
But it wasn't like I was doing like 10 and then, go do
But our listeners know a burpee, squat down, kick out, come back in, jump up, squat down.
Not fun.
No,
what did we talk about? You said that the nipple thing was going to be the final straw. Now you have to do 100 burpees?
I didn't say that. I said that it's possible that the nipple thing beget more
stupid bets
if I liked the nipple piercing thing.
But you haven't even had your nipples pierced yet, and before that even took place, you made a bet to do 100 of an exercise that even like the most hardened gym goers know can induce vomiting because of how difficult it is.
I know, but I part of the reason why I did it was because I'm like, well, even if I lose this, it's going to be good for my body, so that's the payoff.
I have one other take on this, by the way.
Wait, you never let me finish my point. I got a text from somebody today who's covered the NFL and gone to games for the better part of 40 years. and gone to a lot of Steelers games, and they said that's the most that's the loudest the opposing fan base has ever been at a Steelers game.
DPJ's in the YouTube comments.
Maybe there were more fans from other teams, but that was the loudest he had ever heard an opposing fan base sound.
DPJ, YouTube commenter, says he was there 90 minutes before kickoff. Packers fans were very loud on the ramps in the rotunda. He said, I would guess it was either 70-30 Steelers to Packers or maybe 65-35, but he pointed that he just said Packers fans were amped for this. They came in excited. They came in expecting to root for something. As he put it, Steelers fans came in and expected SOS. Same old Steelers.
412-928-9370. Here is, I don't know what line 2 is all about. I don't know if I've seen that before.
Well, just, yeah, there's like a...
So I don't know which one would.
I think the thing on the bottom just means it came up on like a blocked number line, but
maybe.
I think that's otherwise legit.
Here's our number 2 fan, Jeff in South Park. Hello, Jeff.
Hey guys, I want to go back to something you said a couple weeks ago about Tomlin being in the same place for far too long. I feel like that's kind of sort of what reared its head last night, insofar as we saw what all happened to the Penguins the last couple of years, how the slightest sign of adversity, even if they were leading in the game at one point, they got pushback from the other team. They had an absolute meltdown and collapsed in the third period. That's what happened to the Steelers last night. And it just kills me when you think of, like, having to adjust game plans. Okay, you guys brought up they didn't really have a backup plan for when Seumalo went out. Well, it seems like 2 weeks in a row, another thing that happened was they got an unexpected boost from the running game from the opposing offense. Like, they did a good job of stopping Jacobs, and they're like, yes, this is what we want to do. Mm-hmm. And then their backup pulls off a couple of runs in the second half, and then all of a sudden they just start collapsing again. It's like, well, we didn't have this guy on our scouting report, and I just don't understand why they cannot make adjustments on the fly worth a damn. And I mean,
Jeff, the answer's right in front of you, and I think you know it as well as we do. The head coach runs that defense, and he's the one utterly incapable of making the adjustments.
Like Mike Sullivan, right?
Yeah, I just think it's very simple. I think it's the coach, and I think you know that, and I think we know that.
I don't mind that analogy at all. I'm fine with it. Dan Orlovsky tweeted today, I often watch Steelers defensive tape and write down the note, what are they doing here? And you brought this up to me. And it's another example of a national talker who gets to talk football and people, for the most part, respect his opinion because he puts the work in.
Well, he knows the schematics enough and breaks it down enough to make it clear he knows what he's watching. And he's
just unwilling to say Mike Tomlin is failing the Steelers or Mike Tomlin's not doing a good enough job with his defensive philosophy or defensive game planning or defensive in-game play calling. None of those things. He just puts his hands up in the air. Is like, I don't know what this is. Is he that obtuse to defensive? The defensive side of the ball.
No, because he had to study how to beat defenses when he actually. So was
you're
in the
right.
game.
He just doesn't want to say it, man.
I wouldn't have.
They don't want to say it, and it drives me nuts.
It is an allowance made for Mike and virtually no one else. They were more willing to be critical of Bill Belichick in his late years.
100%,
with the Patriots.
dude. 100%. They were waiting for that to happen. They were waiting for Ben.
Here's what's crazy about the Orlovsky thing.
Do you not disagree with that? I mean, they could not wait to pick Antonio Brown's side in the Ben Roethlisberger drama.
Yeah, they were. I'll admit that.
They couldn't wait.
The thing that kills me is Orlovsky often works with Ryan Clark. Ryan played for Mike, and I feel like I have heard Ryan actually be more critical of Mike in public, in a big forum. Not often. But I've heard him be willing to say Mike is doing a bad job more than Dan.
Yeah, but I love Ryan, but Ryan balances it out because one week he'll say that, then 2 weeks later he'll say Mike Tomlin can be the next Andy Reid if he goes to a different team.
Pony, I understand that, and that I don't like that he equivocates it the following week, but he at least says it.
Yeah.
Dan acts like it's verboten, that he'll get in trouble, that somebody's going to slap him on the wrist.
Texas, well, maybe they will. Mike Greenberg, he wants to keep going on that show.
Stephen A. Smith going to say anything about Mike? Has he chimed in yet today?
I'm sure he's come up with some convoluted reason why the defense stinks, and it's
maybe
not
actually
Mike's fault.
maybe that'll be one of their next things to bring Stephen A. in for a big pep talk to get these guys fired up.
He's done that before. Fan text line presented by Edgar Steiner Associates, a portion of your law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Your reaction on the game, if you want to talk about the Packers fan situation, the takeover of the stadium, the loud "Go Pack Go" chants, forcing the Steelers to go into the silent count. Malsey said that's a bad look for Steelers fans. Do you agree? 412-928-9370. Here is intern Jack's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Steelers fell to the Packers 35-25 last night after being outscored by 19 points in the second half. Steelers fall to 4-3, still a game up in the AFC North, but teams approaching close behind. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Thank you, Jack. I want to tell you about Daisy French Onion Dip. One good thing happened last night. I got out a little bit. I went with pretzels last night, okay? And I said, well, I can't just sit here on the couch and eat some pretzels while I'm watching the game. I want a nice little snack. Went to the fridge, got the Daisy French Onion Dip, turned it up to an 11 on the taste profile here. Why is Daisy French Onion Dip so good? Why is it such a snacking game changer? Because it's made with the real herbs and spices and other ingredients you would find in your own kitchen. You're going to watch the game tonight. You don't have anything to snack on. Let me suggest something to you. Whatever you decide, chips, veggies, whatever it might be, go grab some Daisy French Onion Dip as well at a grocery store near you.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-5795. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Partly cloudy tonight, the low 34.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Starting to look at some heavy delays this rush hour, starting with the Parkway East outbound. Lanes are jammed from Technology Drive as you try to leave the city. On the outbound side of the Parkway West, traffic is slowed down around 2nd Avenue as you try to leave the city as well. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
Book us. TwoMenAndAJunkTruck.com. Broken furniture and appliances, abandoned pianos and exercise equipment. Let's deal with that junk that's been haunting you. TwoMenAndAJunkTruck.com.
Well, it's either we're having a sack we had a sack on first down on one drive. We had a 15-yard penalty on 3rd and 2 after the play that went to 3rd and 17. Those aren't high conversion drives or plays. So, we got to be better on first and second down. I thought we ran it pretty well at times. Didn't get as much out of the keeper game as we have been. Didn't get as much out of the action game.
Aaron Rodgers on the offense, which wasn't that good last night. Wasn't bad. Wasn't the reason why they lost. He obviously wanted this game more than he let on, although I did get last night in the fourth quarter of that game when you said you kind of knew the game was over.
About
Chris,
6 minutes left. I kind of was looking
half watching the game and half kind of watching what people were saying about it.
100%.
I did have somebody who I really, really like the way their mind thinks. And I'm like, man, I wish this guy did media. And he said, maybe it's possible. Here's the theory. That Rodgers not only downplayed the revenge factor against Green Bay because he didn't want to create a bulletin board situation for the game. Obviously, smart players like him know not to do that. But maybe he just also didn't have a good feeling about this game. You know?
would think that would have changed, though, after they're up 16-7. They've done a good job, relatively speaking, had a pretty good first half.
No, I get that, but I'm saying in terms of how he went into this game,
he didn't want to rock the boat.
If you don't make it out to be a big deal.
Oh, then you won't look bad if you get clobbered.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Right.
Maybe.
Because he knows the Packers, obviously, better than anybody in that building. So it's possible he looked at Jordan Love and knows the Steelers' defense and is like, uh-oh.
The thing is,
I'm going to need to be perfect in this game to win
but they got beat going away, and is anybody really focusing on his role in that or, inability to whatever, get them on schedule consistently? No. Everyone's rightly focusing on just an atrocious abomination of a defensive effort.
I think here that's true. I haven't watched all these shows today, but I wouldn't be surprised if nationally the narrative is Jordan Love outplayed Aaron Rodgers.
Hold on. Here it is right here on your buddy Nick Wright's show. Here's Eric Mangini. The caption, starting to worry about Rodgers. Steelers? ? No, I'm starting to worry about Mike Tomlin and the Steelers.
Yeah.
I do think this goes back to something, though. Rodgers became a pariah in the media.
Yep.
And would go on McAfee and say stuff and sound off on whatever he wanted to, and that got him on a lot of people's bad sides.
Yep.
And Mike, you combine that with the allergy to criticizing Mike by name directly and laying the blame at his feet, and you have these mental gymnastics.
Did you see
played.
the Sean McVay video that I posted today of him with Peter Schrager? And Schrager's doing his normal elf routine where he's talking about how he's so chummy with all these. He's so chummy with all these coaches.
Are you serious?
Yeah, and he's so chummy with these guys. He's doing his man, you've known Mike Tomlin for a long time. Give me your best on Tomlin. Isn't he just he's the greatest guy ever, isn't he? And so McVay tells this story about how there's a Mike Tomlin at the podium and a different Mike Tomlin that you get in these uncensored, unfiltered situations. And Sean McVay tells the story, and then at the end of it is obviously aware that Steelers fans criticize Mike sometimes because he's probably talked to Mike about it, and says, there's something wrong with you if you don't like Mike Tomlin. That was his, that was the last, this guy is such a great football coach and great football guy. You've got to have some kind of, disease.
If you can't rock with Mike Tomlin.
And I just would, Schrager can keep it a fun interview. But can he just say maybe in a moment like that, well, Sean, why do you think his teams haven't won in a long time? Yeah, great dude. Great quote. Can be fun with in social situations, clearly, from the story you just told. But out of curiosity, why do you think it's been such a long... Why has Mike Mularkey won a playoff game more recently than him? Can you explain that one?
Why has Mike Prefer won a playoff game against Mike Tomlin? Would you like to hear one of my all-time not conspiracy theories, but wild takes? When guys like McVay, now granted, the last time Tomlin saw him, he beat him. In one of the few good, really good, well-rounded performances of the Kenny era, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like a lot of the younger coaches, since Mike is basically the elder statesman now,
venerate him.
Well, here's why though. It's not that they venerate him. But the younger offensive guys keep saying nice things because they love going against him because they feel like they can absolutely torch his ass. And, why would I poke the bear anymore? Of course I'm going to say he's great. Whenever I see them on the schedule, I know exactly what they're going to do, and I feel like I can carve them up. Now, in McVay's case, it didn't work the last time he saw him, and you got, one of those really good Mike games. But I have thought that for a while, that some of these guys who are more accomplished recently, who blow smoke about how much they respect and love him, they might like him personally. They might even feel like he is a true ball, he loves ball, all that stuff. He lives the life. I cannot possibly imagine, since they're the ones spending hours of every week preparing for every opponent, I cannot imagine that they think he's doing a great job scheming up defense that they're trying to beat.
Here is Chris in Hopewell. Hello, Chris.
Hey, guys. So before I say what I'm about to say, I agree with you 100%. I think Tomlin's days, I think he's fired, but at the same time, I don't think it's ever going to happen. And the thing that I wanted to bring up was Metcalf yesterday when he poked the guy in the eye. I feel like I'd rather get punched in the face than get poked in the eye. I just feel like that was a cheap shot.
No doubt. That's like getting spit on. It's like a very disrespectful, low move to do to somebody. Exactly. It's the first time I've looked at him and said, oh, that's something like I would expect from George Pickens when he did that.
Yeah, it was disgusting, really. And, and also the Steelers, I was there last night, and it was probably 65-35 Steelers. But the fact is the Steelers fans, I feel like they just have lost their zeal. There's nothing to cheer about.
Yeah, well, there was for the second. I thought the second quarter was was probably the best quarter they've played all year.
They outscored them 13-0.
And when McManus missed the field goal at the end of the half, it felt to me in the moment, this is going to be one of those games that they just find a way to win. And we come on the air and have to, make sense of it. Like, hey, they just beat one of the best teams in the NFL.
I actually did not have that feeling.
Really?
No. Even 16-7, even going into the half with, McManus missing that field goal, I never had that feeling. Friend of the show, friend of mine, Fake John and Robinson at the game, he has a take on the crowd. He says, at most, it was a 60-40 Steelers crowd. And he said the Packers fans were loud, proud, boisterous, very excitable. So he says it was even closer to 50-50 than we've heard people suggest. And maybe it felt like that with the crowd noise differential.
And he could still get a sense for the crowd from being in, his obviously very expensive suite with...
He was sending me videos of him, because he played offensive line in high school, of him teaching a kid in the parking lot pass sets.
Here's Noah on the fan. Hello, Noah.
Gentlemen, how we doing?
Hey, man.
What's up, Noah?
I want to go really quick today. I came from the future, and I found out how the season's going to end. You guys with me?
Yes.
Okay, it's going to be redundant, but just hear me out. So, Colts next week loss. We are 4-4.
Okay.
Chargers, Steelers loss. We're 4-5. Bengals at home, we win 5-5. Steelers, Bears, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt, 6-5. Bills, we lose 6-6. Ravens, we lose 6-7. Dolphins, we win 7-7. Lions, we lose, we're 7-8. Browns, Steelers, we go 8-8, and then there it is, that game at the end of the year against the Ravens, where they'll have already clinched the division or whatever you want to call it. Maybe they don't even have to.
So the Ravens are going to be on quite a heater at this point.
That's true. I'm with you. But what happens?
Hollow 9-8.
Gets his win. Harbaugh goes for it for 2, as he always does.
Tells Jackson to throw the pass left-handed for fun.
Yep, because why not?
No, I have a different...
He's not playing in that game.
Yeah, that's right. He'll have Snoop Huntley throw it with a blindfold on. I have a different opinion on how the season goes. You ready for this one?
Well, wait a minute. Let him finish, though. So they go 9-8. They don't make the playoffs?
What's Art going to say?
They'll make the playoffs, and then they will lose. And then
they will make it. Okay.
Heavily anticipate Rooney's, maybe he'll finally, say, no, we went 9-8. We're a playoff team. We're still recovering. And then, we get to move on with our lives.
Here's how it's going to go. Lost to the Colts, lost to the Chargers, beat the Bengals. Lost to the Bears, lost to the Bills, lost to the Ravens, beat the Dolphins 6-8. Get beat 55-6 by Dan Campbell and the Lions in an all-time humiliation and put the non-losing season streak to bed once and for all. By, I think, the platonic ideal of what Mike Tomlin people wish was capable of doing, being an ultimate motivator who hires really good coaches on both sides of the ball and lets them do their jobs, and coaches like a guy who actually does have no fear. That's my opinion. I think the most fitting way for that streak of non-losing seasons to end would be Dan Campbell and the Lions just physically manhandling them in Detroit. An early Christmas present.
But I still think you'd get some Steelers fans who are like, well, at least they're not the Pirates. 9-8 and make the playoffs. I'm never going to complain about that. Could be worse. We could be the Bengals or the Browns. Who cares that we lost to Buffalo by 19 points? And
I don't know, man. Do those
got shut out? I do think those people exist.
I don't think you make straw man arguments.
Well, then why don't we hear Fire Tomlin chants at games, Chris? Obviously they exist because they don't want to do it when they're there and he can hear it.
Maybe we will start hearing them.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Donnie's biggest football topic of the day coming up, plus more of your calls at 412-928-9370. Here is intern Jack's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The 6-2-1 Penguins get another one at home tonight. They'll take on the St. Louis Blues. Puck drop will be at 7 p.m. The Penguins looking to pick up their 7th win of the young season. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Jack. It's time to tell you about Blue Chew. We talked about a team last night that looked ineffective, impotent, you might say, especially on one side of the ball. You do not want to hear that word in the bedroom. And Blue Chew wants to help you out. Blue Chew, not just a tablet, a cheat code for the old downstairs region. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. Fellas, Blue Chew is a small chew for a big difference. Blue Chew really is that good. Blue Chew will have you having flashbacks to your glory days, right? To your prime, as you might have called it back in the day. Showing up matters during life's most exciting moments. Being ready when she is matters. Date nights are going to be way better thanks to Blue Chew. It's not just about performance either. It's about giving her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. So discover your options at BlueChew.com. Got a special deal, too, for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Again, promo code Chris, BlueChew.com.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The most impressive thing about the Packers' comeback win against the Steelers isn't that Aaron Rodgers got embarrassed. That was fun. It's that Green Bay has somehow managed to secure another quarterback who is the answer to their goals to chase a championship. For the 3rd time in a row, from Favre to Rodgers to now Love, the Packers have pulled off the impossible feat of having a franchise quarterback without a break. I'm Bill Ryder.
Now streaming on Paramount Plus, it's the epic return of Mayor of Kingstown.
Warden, you know who I am.
Starring Academy Award nominee Jeremy Renner.
I sway in these walls.
Emmy Award winner Edie Falco.
You're an ex-con who ran this place for years. And now you can't do that.
And BAFTA Award winner Lenny James.
You're about to have a plague of outsiders descend on your town. Let me tell you this. There's going to be consequences.
Mayor of Kingstown. New season now streaming on Paramount Plus.
In the Steel City, we love a good 2-for-1, especially when it comes to protecting our homes. Right now with Guardian Protection, buy one camera and get the second free. That's twice the coverage for the same price. Place one outside for packages and one inside for peace of mind. HD video, motion alerts, and real-time security from a company that's been protecting Pittsburgh for decades. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your buy one, get one free cameras. That's 1-800-PROTECT. Terms and conditions apply.
Prime Rib Night, every Monday at Hofstad's in Oakmont, 4 to 9. Be there.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com. Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Donnie Football was still ripping the Steelers to shreds from down in Florida last night as he watched them choke away a game. Their worst loss when leading after 3 quarters in a very, very, very long time, I think 40 years, to go into the 4th quarter with a lead and then lose by double digits. And so he was getting takes off, which we love. He'll be back tomorrow, just in time for Tomlin Tuesday. Yippee. His football topic, the Donnie Football Debrief, is brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company, over 100 years of baking experience. Charlie Board just had a pretty good Sunday because his Tampa Bay Bucks maintained their stranglehold over first place in the NFC South, with the Saints, Panthers, and Falcons all losing. Atlanta, I think had the worst loss in the NFL by far.
Dolphins
yesterday, non-competitive at home against Miami.
Jalen Waddle actually looked fast again in that game. Atlanta was so bad.
And I thought to myself, hey, the Steelers should trade for Jalen Waddle.
And I thought to myself, thank God I picked the Buccaneers -4 as my Moneyball bet on our PM team picks on
but
our podcast
also,
page.
Thank you for your service, Mulsey.
But also after that, okay, you get Jalen Waddle, then what? You've given up a lot of draft capital. Can he play safety? Can he get pressure on the quarterback?
Can he make adjustments defensively if you need to in the middle of a game?
I mean, I stopped and thought about this, too. Could you have a pair of inside linebackers who are more overrated than Wilson and Queen?
Somebody sent a message and said they should have just brought a Landon Roberts back, and it's very hard to argue that right now.
My God, I mean, all we heard about after the Browns game was, Queen gets it now. He understands this defense. I think he's played 2 ghastly games in a row. And Wilson is supposed to be the guy at linebacker who covers tight ends and is a great – we saw it on the play made in Dublin, the effort play. This guy can run. He can run. And Kraft is lighting them up, and they're getting killed in the flat. And where are the guys in the second level at running back who against running backs who are limiting gains to 5 or 6 yards instead of 15?
By the way, have you noticed how many pieces you've seen from people who cover primarily the Packers about the Packers finally got their offense in a true big-time rhythm and how that scary they might be moving forward? Do you just want to pause for 1 second before Charlie gets the debrief in and note that they're talking about the Packers getting their mojo really going on offense against the Steelers? What a complete abdication of what this franchise purports to be about, that teams are getting right offensively against the Steelers.
Yeah, it's 2 weeks in a row. And I saw some Steelers fans celebrating the Jets' win over the Bengals, which did help. But also the way it happened was not a good reflection at all on the Steelers. Cincy scores. Jets come back, score. Crazy play. You've got Breece Hall throwing a touchdown pass. Oh, but here we go again. All Joe Flacco needs is a field goal to win the game at the end. And the Jets defense, the New York Jets defense, 0-7, stopped him at the end of the game. Flacco had, 240 yards passing? Nice day.
Yeah,
not an epic game like he did against the Steelers.
He had a couple big ones. I mean,
the Jets
he was
defense
pretty
did
good.
that to him.
By the way, you're talking about linebackers still. Did you see what Trey Essex tweeted?
Oh, he murdered Queen. I saw that.
From a former player, this is a lot different. This is the kind of guy Trey Essex would have had to block a guy like Patrick Queen on a blitz.
Yep.
You know, I don't know what's going on with Queen, but he is playing a soft brand of football tonight.
Yeah,
that is the dreaded four-letter S word from one player to another. Trey Essex can say it, and it means it's a lot different than some Joe Schmo who's never played football at any level saying it. That's a dude who would have had to block Patrick Queen on an inside linebacker, an X-blitz or something like that. A soft brand of football.
Chaz, what do you got for us?
The debrief, 10-27-2025. There's been a lot of talk about the Steelers being the most highest-paid defense and how their results do not reflect that. So I wanted to see if all of the other teams that have paid a lot of money for defense are getting the same results, or are they getting
better ROI?
The bang for their buck.
ROI, baby. Let's talk ROI. Then we'll talk NIL.
The second highest payroll for the defensive side of the ball is the New York Giants. They rank 29th in yards per game allowed.
Okay.
The Indianapolis Colts rank third with $133 million. They rank 24th in yards per game allowed. The Washington Commanders, $128 million, 27th in yards per game allowed. And the Chicago Bears with $125 million, 25th in yards per game allowed. So none of the teams in the top 5 of the defensive payroll are getting a good return
other than the Colts
on investment.
Here's my take on that. I think offensive players, the important ones that are expensive, age better than defensive guys. Quarterbacks and offensive tackles. I think those guys get big money on offense. We see great quarterbacks play into their 30s, and sometimes they're better in their 30s than they were in their 20s. It's very rare, I think, for guys on the defensive side of the ball to have their careers go that way. Cam Hayward being an exception to that. When you're paying guys on defense, you're paying them for what they did in the past. And it's a young man's game. I think Philly is one of the cheapest defenses in the league. They did last year.
They have the second cheapest.
So it hasn't really played out this year that way, but last year they had the cheapest and they were the best defense. When push came to shove, they completely dominated the Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
They had to pay guys like Zach Bond. I heard you wrong, Charlie. I thought you said Indy ranked third. You said 24th. They were the third highest spend.
Yes.
I think it's something even simpler. I think this drives home a very basic point about the modern NFL. It is an offensive league. It is a quarterbacks league. It is pay your offense and stay young and cheap on defense.
I'm glad you brought that up, Mulsey, because I have the top 5 offensive side of the ball payroll and their current ranks.
Oh, I can't wait for this.
The Cincinnati Bengals spend the most money on their offense with $159 million. They currently rank 29th, but we all know without Joe Burrow, that takes a massive hit.
Sure. Okay, sure.
So then I added the 6th place team. The Rams in 2nd place with $155 million. They rank 6th.
Okay, pretty good.
The Kansas City Chiefs, $151 million. They rank 5th. The Atlanta Falcons rank 4th with $148 million. They rank 15th, so middle of the pack, but still in the top 50%.
Top half. Yep. Top half.
The Detroit Lions, $140 million. They rank 8th. And because the Cincinnati Bengals were the exception to the rule, I included the 6th team, which was the Dallas Cowboys, and they rank 2nd in yards per game allowed. So we can all agree, class, pay the offensive side of the ball and let the defense figure itself out.
But part of paying the offensive side of the ball is drafting guys, and then they play well on first contracts, so you give them big money for second contracts. Look at all the guys the Steelers have used those picks on and where they are now.
Kenny Pickett.
Najee Harris turned out to be just a pedestrian running back. Kenny Pickett is a backup quarterback.
They traded George Pickens because they couldn't deal with the headache.
Exactly. So part of the reason why they're not spending a lot of money on offense is because they're not producing. They're not finding offensive players. The guy that's
speaking of this year's 3rd-round pick on offense, how many snaps did he play?
Caleb Johnson, you tell me.
0.0. Off to a great start there. Anyway, Pony, sorry.
Yeah, but that's my argument there. I mean, you don't want to spend money on bad players, and they've drafted a lot of bad on the offensive side of the ball. In the case of Pickens, they just said bad guy, not bad player.
Who's trending from like even last year's draft class that it's an offensive player that they picked who you're like, yeah, he'll get a second contract for decent money here. Frazier?
Yes.
Fautanu, jury out.
Yep.
Because he hasn't played much. Roman Wilson, no. Mason McCormick, he maybe get a second deal.
He's
maybe
not going to break the bank though.
No. Go back another year, Pony. Offensive players, Broderick Jones, pains me to say it. No way.
Darnell Washington.
He's not going to break the bank.
Unless they make him a tackle.
True. Spencer Anderson.
No.
The way they like to run offense, they might. Calvin Austin, to go back to that Hayward or the Pickens and Pickett draft. No, he's going to get – what's he going to get on the open market?
Calvin Austin?
Yeah.
Probably like a $6 or $7 million receiver. Tops.
Connor Hayward. He might not get another contract. Chris Oladokun, 2-time Super Bowl champion. Yeah. It's – you're right on the money. They've made Kendrick Green. Forgot about him. Did you say him?
I did not. But
you know who, of all the offensive players they've drafted in the last 5 years, you know who's made the most money in free agency? Dan Moore Jr.
And that might actually help the Steelers get a better comp pick because he's playing, even though I don't think he's playing well. The Titans in general stink. Chaz, thanks for a good update.
Does anybody call you Chaz other than Pony?
A good debrief.
Yeah, I've been called many things as time has gone on in my life. Chaz is being one of them. Charlie Tuna, Charlie Brown.
Charlie Tuna? Like Charlie
the Sunkist Tuna.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay.
Here's Alex on the fan. Hello, Alex. Hello, Al. Alex, you there? Nope. Here is Josh in Wexford. Hello, Josh.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Hey, man.
What's up, Josh?
Hey, so I was calling to discuss some potential trade deadline acquisitions that we can make. Since you guys mentioned last week that we need to go all in on offense and not worry as much about adding pieces to the defense. So I think we need to add another wide receiver. And I know New Orleans is looking shot Rashid Shaheed. I think he's a guy we could potentially get if guys like.
Let me ask you a question, Josh. I'm going to ask you a question. I know the Steelers are in first place still. They are not the betting favorite to win their division anymore. All right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Being honest, do you think that the Steelers should be buyers or sellers at the trade deadline?
I definitely don't think they should be sellers. I really don't think we're out of this, especially with the situation we're in. And
all right, let's say they grant your wish. They trade for Rashid Shaheed. With this defense, would you pick them to win a playoff game?
Not with the way the defense is playing.
And how
right
does
now.
Shaheed help their defense?
Helps their
I
offense
know,
score more
you're
points.
exactly right. Yeah, I'm just basing off what you guys said last week on going in.
Well,
on the
I didn't say that. Joe said that. And I didn't think Joe was, like, out of his mind by saying that. Joe's point was just, like, look at the defense as a lost cause and lean all the way in on offense. The problem with that for me is there just are not many teams ever that have won a lot of playoff, have had good Januaries who are that imbalanced. Like, the worst you'll find is
Denver with their defense actually being great in 15.
Or, Kansas City maybe one year had a middle-of-the-pack defense.
But then they would play better, I feel like, in the postseason, too.
Yeah, right. This defense is straight up, flat out bad. Really bad in certain places, like, I don't know, playing defense against a quarterback who's going to throw the ball instead of hand it off. And, look, maybe as much as 5 days ago, Rashid Shaheed, Chris Olave, all those guys. Yeah, I'm interested. It ain't going to make a difference if you play defense like this. And who's optimistic that it's going to change? Raise your hand and call in at 412-928-9370.
Would you buy or sell right now? I'd sell whatever parts you have that you think you can offload.
I'm not, I'd listen on anything. So I guess to answer your question, am I going into it thinking I'm going to subtract from this team? No. But the Bills lost Ed Oliver. If the Bills called and said, we'll offer you a second-round pick for Cam Hayward, he's on his way to Buffalo tomorrow.
And he should be. I thought about that. That was the first thing I thought of when I saw the Ed Oliver injury news. I said,
what was that? What the heck was that?
That was a sneeze.
It sounded like
It sounded like Michael Jackson in a music video.
I'm going to make the sound off mic that I heard in my ears.
What was that?
I didn't know if you guys could hear that.
Yeah.
But yeah, these are supposed to be soundproof walls.
They're not.
Shimona.
All right.
Shimona.
Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. Mike Tomlin said something after the game that I think was worse than even things we saw from his defense during the game. You'll hear that next. More of your calls, too. On this rough day in Pittsburgh after a home loss to Green Bay where the defense plays like ass again. 412-928-9370. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. Let's talk about my guys at Mike's Beer Bar. I will be at Mike's, so will Mulsey, and hopefully so will you on Wednesday for our Pony Pierce's Cancer event. Yes, I idiotically believed in this team. They lost to Cincinnati, and now I have to get both of my nipples pierced. $33 gets you in the door, and you get free food from Mike's, and you get a free shirt. Plus, you get to watch me writhe in pain as I get my nipples pierced. Best part is all of the money that is raised is going to go to fight cancer with the McGee Women's Institute and Research Center. And Mike is going to match every ticket purchase up to $5,000. So you can go to 937thefan.com to sign up now. And I've got Mike's Beer Bar to thank for all that. Meet me at Mike's. Mulsey.
Thank you, Pony. Let's talk about your roof right now. You don't ever want to hear that you need a new one. That would be something that would, I think, be jarring to anybody at any time. But what can really be bad is if you don't know who to turn to for that new roof, because then you can spiral, you can start looking all over, you don't know who to trust. Oh, this person had a terrible experience with that company. What do I do? Let me clear all the clutter for you here. You just call my friends at MHI Roofing. And then if you do that, your new roof's going to be the easiest home improvement project you ever do because of MHI's truly dogged, almost obsessive commitment to customer service and high-quality installation. I've seen that, and this is a healthy obsessiveness with roofs and everything that goes into them up close. When Xavier from MHI came to look at my roof, he's also incredibly honest. He said, you don't need a new roof based on what I'm seeing, but his breakdown of everything was so incredibly detailed. It put me completely at ease, and like I said, I didn't even need a new roof. And they also at MHI know that you don't want to pay high interest rates. So for a limited time, they're offering 5-year no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. The whole process starts with a free 21-point roof inspection, so set yours up today. 412-998-8864 or online, mhiroof.com.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
Small fixes to big upgrades.
eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Your neighbors, your family, the people of Western Pennsylvania.
That's us, LGKG, with roots right here for over 90 years. When you need trusted personal injury attorneys, we bring experience and heart.
Free case review. 0 fees unless we win.
LGKG, Luxembourg, Garbett, Kelly, and George.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
If the Steelers lose tonight, I'll get both of my nipples pierced with no numbing agent.
Wednesday at Mike's Beer Bar. Join us as we present a painful pony party for a good cause. It's 93.7 The Fan's Pony Pierces Cancer. Tickets are only $33. The ticket gets you a commemorative t-shirt and appetizers. The piercings take place at 7:30 with the help of Gilded Violet Piercings. All proceeds will benefit McGee Women's Research Institute and Foundation. Pony Pierces Cancer is brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, South Hills Kia, and South Chrysler Dodge Jeep, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Cheerleaders. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Leaves and interest rates are falling here at the gorgeous new Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. It's 0% on all this fall. All Mitsu models now have 0% financing for 60 months. That's incredible. 7-passenger Outlanders take them to $8,000 off. 43-mile-per-gallon Mirage now to $3,500 off. Plus that great warranty and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See below for details on all offers.
I had to do something when my headaches were making my entire life a headache. My PCP was so good about it. We talked about my routines, like all the coffee I'm drinking and all the sleeping I'm not doing. We rolled some things out, and I made some changes. So far, fewer headaches. So good. My PCP specializes in me.
Find a PCP near you and connect to a network of nationally recognized care at upmc.com/PCP.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 Million Triple Lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Consider yourself a bourbon connoisseur? At Twin Peaks, they're proud to offer an exclusive collection of rare bourbons, whiskeys, and tequilas. Don't miss out on Twin Peaks Barrel Selects, handpicked by their team and bottled just for you. Supply is limited, so check with your favorite location to see what's pouring. And when it's game day, football and Fireball is a match made in heaven. Spice things up with a shot of cinnamon whiskey. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Chris Muller here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And they let everyone get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Pittsburgh Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score Report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See Verizon.com/switch to Verizon.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
Seriously, it's awesome. It's awesome. Come on, let's get this money.
It's the Tomlin Rewind every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Schley Deck and Fence, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
With Lowe's Blueprint Takeoff, you can turn blueprints into competitive quotes. Bring us your plans. We'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting faster and easier. Visit the Lowe's Pro Desk to get started today.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays, too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
October means big Jeep savings at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Take home a 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo with payments starting at just $289 a month for 24 months. Don't miss out. These fall offers end soon. See dealer for details.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, November 8th at 11 a.m. Take pride in